After Liora departed from the Whitefall Mountains, she didn't return to the Blood Devil sect. Instead, the information that Rose had given her earlier emerged in her mind, and she went in the completely opposite direction. Though she had yet to regain her full strength, her power as a Grandmaster was already considerable, and she had become even stronger upon her advancement to a lesser devil. Thus, it didn't take her long to arrive at her destination, or rather, at a human city close to her destination. As Liora landed on the ground and approached the city on the horizon, her consciousness swept out and investigated everything, matching the images in front of her with the ones in her memories. The previous world, the one of knights, closely resembled that of European medieval times. On the other hand, the current world seemed even more ancient. There was no particular force in charge of the world like the Iron Armor Empire. Each of the sects ruled over a certain region, and every human in them was considered their possession. The city that Liora was currently seeing was also ruled by such a force, and that organization was none other than the Heavenly Sword sect. After Liora paid the toll to the guards, she walked past the entrance and entered the city. She immediately discovered several differences regarding this world compared to that of the knights. This is just a small city with a population of less than 100,000. Yet, there are more than 1,000 warriors gathered in this place. Liora whispered inwardly. Most of these warriors were at the Blood Awakening realm, and there was no master among them. Still, compared to the night world, where one would only meet a knight once in a blue moon, such a sight was quite unique. Liora did not linger near the gate for long. She soon resumed her walk, not showing any change of expression on her face. But secretly, her ears perked up. The noises in a radius of hundreds of meters around her were captured, as she did her best to collect information. The White Tiger Gang has been causing trouble recently. Many villages and smaller cities have been slaughtered. It's said that the gang's leader is planning to break through. The Heavenly Sword sect is preparing to conduct another disciple-accepting ceremony this year. Several people claim that Kate's home is haunted by ghosts. Groans and shrill screams can be heard from the neighbors every time her husband leaves for work. Most of the information she overheard was regarding what had happened in this area over the past few days. However, there were still several useless pieces of information, especially when Liora heard a group of old women whispering in low voices and gossiping about the sighting of Andrew in Kate's house. She couldn't help but roll her eyes. Consciously ignoring that part of the information, her mind worked to digest the rest of it. Unfortunately, there was nothing of particular value. But it makes sense. Most of the people in the city are mortals. Even the warriors here are quite weak. What valuable information could they possibly get? While Liora was thinking, she walked through the city's streets and stopped in front of a wooden stall. Pieces of shining metal, worn-out leather books, and even some bones were scattered across a slightly raised wooden platform, with an old man sitting behind it. These are fragments of the sword used by one of the Heavenly Sword sect's elders. It's said that a person observed it in the past and managed to comprehend an earth-shattering technique. These books, they are unearthed from an ancient graveyard. One of them in particular contains the technique of a deceased grandmaster. These bones are the most valuable item. You see their golden color? It's rumored that a powerful warrior can absorb this type of sacred bones and improve their strength. Seeing Liora stop in front of his stall, the elderly peddler immediately took the initiative to introduce the items. His voice was loud and resounding, and the more he spoke, the more excited he became. If Liora did not know any better, she would have really believed his words. Unfortunately, the laid-out items had no secrets under her investigation. The fragments of the sword were revealed to be ordinary metal scraps, the ink on the books fresh and recently painted on, while even the bones were those of a goat rather than a human. Although Liora had never believed the peddler's words, she still couldn't help but be speechless. How shameless. In all her years of being alive, she had never met such a big scammer. Even devils would be embarrassed to meet him. However, the next second, Liora discovered something even more wrong. The moment she turned around and was about to leave, an excited voice rang in her ears. "Old man, pack up everything. I want it all." A young male voice came, and hearing those words, the old man did not hesitate at all. In a couple of seconds, he was seen handing a bag filled with items to the young man, earning a bunch of silver and golden coins in exchange. Then, as if he were afraid that the young man would regret it. He instantly packed up the stall and left this place, like a great thief making his grand escape. Soon, only the young man was left behind, clasping the bag with shining eyes. I didn't expect that I would get so lucky and meet a hidden hermit. It's just like in the stories told by my father. Liora heard the young man mutter as he gently brushed his fingers against the bag. My chance to become a warrior has finally come. I wonder which one of these things is the treasure. Is it a powerful warrior technique that can make me invincible, or a weapon fragment with extraordinary power? After a few more mutterings, Liora saw the young man rushing away, as if worried that someone would covet his treasure. Before long, only Liora was left standing in the otherwise empty street, doubting whether she had really made a mistake and lost some great opportunity. Liora did not stay around and waste any more time. After taking a walk around the city and checking this world's atmosphere, she didn't stay any longer but hurriedly left. She understood that she would not get any valuable information here. The time she had spent in the city was not completely wasted, though. The casual atmosphere and the seemingly rule-based order calmed down her tense nerves. Unknowingly, the aura carried by someone who had lived in the demon world was slowly expelled from her body. Soaring into the sky, Liora's figure soon disappeared into the horizon. This time, her movements were no longer as careless. Her demonic energy surged, and a pale domain covered her body, concealing her presence and making it impossible to detect her. At the same time, her casual expression disappeared, replaced by a calm and collected look. Having taken such measures, although she passed right above the human cities and demon habitats, no one discovered her. Even the few master-level demons ignored her completely, as if she had transformed into something intangible. Therefore, the rest of Liora's journey was uneventful. With a clear goal in mind, she flew in a straight line. Before long, she once again fell to the ground, with the pale domain erasing the impact of her descent. What greeted her this time was not the high walls of a city, but a rocky mountain with steep hills. From afar, the mountain looked like a sword pointing towards the sky, with its base being the handle and the peak being the sword's edge. A string of letters was engraved onto the mountain, visible even from far away. Heavenly Sword Sect. The letters read, making Liora's destination abundantly clear. That's right. From the very start, Liora had not been prepared to wait for the Blood Devil Sect's members to arrive. Instead, after she ordered Rose to prepare, she left the sect on her own and arrived here. Those people are only needed to deal with the battle's aftermath. Bringing them with me will not bring me any help. If anything, they might hold me back instead and make the next action more troublesome, Liora thought as she made her way up the mountain. Her demonic energy flared, and the silent domain was further reinforced, erasing any traces of her existence and turning her invisible in other people's senses. Following the strongest aura detected by her consciousness, Liora slowly ascended onto the mountain, soon arriving at the famous Heavenly Sword Sect. This sect was nothing special. It was divided into different areas where the disciples and the elders lived, while the sect leader resided in the forbidden area near the mountain's peak. Not surprisingly, Liora's goal was the place where the sect leader stayed. With no one able to detect her presence, including the masters of the sect, she soon arrived at the forbidden area. It was the peak of the mountain, yet it looked nothing like what one would expect. The peak seemed to have been severed by a giant sword, leaving a flat platform that resembled a plain. Although it was early morning and the sun shone brightly, Liora felt a couple of shadows writhe beside her. At the same time, a sharp aura brushed against her face, causing her skin to tingle and her hair to stand up. It was only when she waved her hand that everything vanished. Then, ignoring the bizarreness of this place, Liora stepped forward. The platform was not broad. It was less than 100 meters in size. Yet, Liora noticed hundreds of swords nailed on the ground, as if the mountain itself was serving as their sheath. A wooden hut stood not far away, a building that one would only find in the poorest of mortal villages. Still, Liora could sense that the strongest aura in the sect came from that building. According to the information collected by Rose, the sect leader of the Heavenly Sword Sect is Adrian, an old man at the peak of the Master Realm. Because of his strength and influence, he holds a very important position in the Warrior Alliance. Liora dug through her memories as she consciously stepped around the swords. She did not stop to observe them. She had already seen that these objects were ordinary, the ones that only an ordinary mortal would use. Even a little devil would not stop to take a second glance at them, much less her. Just when Liora was careful, planning to assassinate the enemy sect leader without anyone noticing, though, a faint movement came from within the hut. Who? A thunderous, angry shout came from within, as the wooden door opened wide and an elderly man flew out. Holding a silver sword in his right hand that reflected the sun's orange glow, and wearing a long white robe, the man possessed the demeanor that one would expect in one of those powerful, hidden hermits. And appearances were not deceiving. The moment Adrian stepped out of the hut, an oppressive aura washed over the entire mountain. The ordinary swords on the platform trembled, seemingly resonating with him, and even the clouds in the sky above seemed to part. Who dares to step onto the forbidden area? The sect leader calmly questioned, scanning his surroundings with an aloof gaze. Soon, his eyes fell onto Liora. He opened his mouth and was about to denounce her when his movements suddenly froze. Liora's unique appearance overlapped with a person he had met a few years ago, a person whom he hated and feared at the same time. The red hair, the red eyes, and the indifferent look as she stared at him were all the same. Adrian would never be mistaken. This was his sworn enemy, the person whom he had vowed to take revenge upon and return the humiliation, the sect leader of the Blood Devil sect. A trace of fury flashed in his eyes as his hand looked ready to strike. The next moment, though, he turned around and fled. Although he was facing someone whom he had regarded as an enemy, he did not dare to strike. Instead, he escaped. His body floated in the air as he descended down the mountain, shouting at the top of his lungs. Elders, assemble. Someone has invaded the sect. How cowardly. Liora did not know that Adrian regarded her as his sworn enemy. Seeing him turn around and escape without fighting back, she couldn't help but shake her head. This was the strongest person she had met so far in this world, and she had been secretly excited for the battle between them. However, when she saw him act like this, she knew that she would not get what she wished for. If that's the case, then I can only ask you to die, Liora whispered, her words difficult to make out. The moment her words fell, though, her hand blurred and clutched the saber on her waist. The warrior's energy, chi and blood, operated, flowing into her hand and pouring right into the saber. The Bloodblade technique, a masterpiece created after many years of exploration, which had been further improved by the system, was used for the first time. The saber's surface was dyed with a crimson glow as chi and blood filled it and caused it to tremble violently. Because of her strength, Liora sensed another type of energy leave her body. The more of it flowed out, the weaker she became, as if her very life force was being sucked away by an invisible being. As a result, though, the saber's edge shone even more brilliantly. Invisible strands of power rushed out and struck the surroundings, causing the earth beneath her feet to crack. At the same time, the many ordinary swords scattered across the platform cracked, unable to withstand the invisible impact. The saber's weight seemed to have increased many times, and Liora found it difficult to hold it still. This was because, not only had the saber's weight and power increased, but she had also become significantly weaker during this process. Liora only paused for a brief moment when she felt this unbearable sensation, though. The next second, she recovered. After glancing at the saber in her hand momentarily, she shifted her focus to the fleeing Adrian, and she struck. With an upward swing of her hand, she waved the saber towards the opponent. In that moment, the originally powerful saber seemed to have quieted down. It grew ordinary, like the many mortal weapons around it. Yet, in the distance, the pupils of Adrian shrank. He recognized that move, and it was also the reason why he didn't dare to fight against Liora. However, when he recalled the distance between the two of them and analyzed the situation, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. This strike will seriously injure me at most. Having used the Bloodblade technique, this damned woman will soon become defenseless, he judged as his eyes shone brightly. Perhaps this is my opportunity. If all the elders of the sect arrive and cooperate with me, we will surely be able to get rid of this woman today. Just as Adrian was hatching various plans and imagining his great revenge, the unassuming blow finally arrived. One moment, His eyes were gleaming with excitement, and the next, they turned completely lifeless. The next second, countless tiny wounds formed all over his body, as his body was quickly broken apart. Masters had long become different from ordinary people. Thus, as Adrian's body was severed, blood began to rain down. It washed over the mountain, and the Heavenly Sword sect in particular, hitting the disciples' rooftops and dyeing them crimson. Such a sight was impossible to ignore. Coupled with the sect leader's earlier shout, several grand auras soon emerged from the sect. Each of them represented an elder. Their actions were very swift. Within a second, they had appeared beside Liora and subconsciously surrounded her. They didn't rush to attack. Instead, they solemnly inspected her, as if wanting to find her identity and her reason for coming here. A lone person dares to invade the Heavenly Sword sect? Even the 7 great sects would not dare to do so. Who gave them the courage? Several of them doubted. Most of these masters were old men and women who seldom left the Heavenly Sword sect. Only one among them frequently involved themselves with the sect's affairs, and she instantly recognized Liora. It was a mystery what method she used to achieve this, but she began communicating with the other masters telepathically. Instantly, the masters' expressions grew increasingly solemn. But at the same time, a trace of relief flashed in their eyes. Bloodblade technique, a skill that harms oneself in order to perform a single, earth-shattering strike. No wonder she was able to injure the sect leader. If I'm not wrong, the sect leader must have fled, planning to recuperate from his injuries. While these people were communicating, Liora was also sizing them up. Immediately, she couldn't help but shake her head with disappointment. A mere Heavenly Sword sect has more than a dozen masters. That's more than the Blood Devil sect has at the moment. Sure enough, without me, the Blood Devil sect would barely be a top-tier sect, much less the strongest one in the northern lands. Liora understood that this was only natural, a result of the short time since its establishment. Still, knowing that her many years of efforts in this world had almost been meaningless, she inexplicably felt a little disappointed. Fortunately, she soon recovered. Raising her head and looking at the motionless masters surrounding her, she ignored their oppressive auras and spoke up. I'll give you all the chance. Cut your own heads off, and I will consider leaving your corpse intact, she said, feeling particularly kind today. Yet, her words infuriated the many masters. They had already learned that the Bloodblade technique had severe drawbacks. Every time it was used, the user would fall into a weakened state. In their opinion, Liora was now powerless to resist, acting tough in order to bluff them. Thinking of this, they didn't communicate any further, nor did they respond to Liora's taunt. They all unsheathed their weapons and attacked in unison, not holding back in the slightest. Facing their siege, Liora was not surprised. She was just speaking nonsense, and never expected that these people would really surrender. Still, on the surface, she let out a deep, sorrowful sigh, as if saddened by the decision. Secretly, the demonic energy inside her body split apart and was diluted, transforming into chi and blood and refilling the empty tank. Sensing herself filled with power once again, she raised the saber and waved it around. Under the stunned expressions of the many masters, several crimson lights soon filled their vision. Before long, fearful screams echoed throughout the mountain. The bloody rain that had just stopped resumed once again, this time even deeper in color. It was a terrifying, yet equally beautiful sight for everyone who happened to see it. Author's notes. By the way, don't be fooled by the cultivation-looking theme so far. This is still a Western world, and the main power system will be introduced in the next few chapters. I just felt that it would be nice to introduce the world this way. The disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect could only see crimson lights flickering in the otherwise blue sky. Even the strongest among them, those who had reached the peak of the blood refinement realm, could not take a peek at the fight between Liora and the Masters, much less participate. They could only judge the outcome of the fight based on the terrified screams of the elders, causing their faces to slowly turn grim. On the other hand, Liora did not care about what these weaklings were thinking. Only a few seconds after the fight started, she gently descended from the sky, landing on the platform made out of the mountain's peak. With a faint, almost inaudible click, the saber returned to its sheath, while her feet landed on the flat surface. Not much had changed compared to before. Although the bloody rain had made the mountain look grim and terrifying, not a single drop of it had fallen on Liora. Her body was still intact and devoid of injuries, while her appearance was completely spotless. Many souls were floating silently within her palm, each representing a now-dead master. More masters than I initially expected. I should be able to recover some of my evolution points, Liora whispered secretly. She didn't show much happiness in having killed these people so easily. Even when she had not become a lesser devil, dealing with these people would have been a walk in the park. After all, a grandmaster was equivalent to a lesser devil, while masters were merely ranked young devils. The gap in strength between them was massive and could hardly be bridged. Moreover, Liora was not an ordinary grandmaster. While still a master, she had been able to make the Blood Devil sect part of the 7 great sects single-handedly. This was evidence of her immense power and her status in the northern lands. Shaking her head, Liora did not contemplate these things for long. She looked at the half-destroyed platform and the fragments of swords, and, ignoring the fearful screams of the disciples outside, approached the wooden hut. The building had been left open earlier, so Liora did not face any difficulty. Without any resistance, she stepped into the hut, and its interior fell into her eyes. A small-sized bed, a wooden chair, and a table with a cup of freshly brewed tea on top of it. Besides these, there was nothing else for Liora to see. No rare treasures, no legendary pills, not even any book containing a secret technique. Initially, she was a little dissatisfied, but she soon shook her head and dispelled her disappointment. It makes sense. What valuable item can a master possibly have? Even if there are any treasures or warrior techniques, they would be in the warehouse of the sect rather than in this wooden hut, she judged, and was about to turn around and leave. However, just then, her footsteps suddenly halted. A faint frown appeared on her face as her consciousness swept around several times. Under her investigation, the wooden hut had no secrets. Or at least, that was what Liora initially thought. But then, she discovered something surprising. She lowered her head and stared at one of the seemingly ordinary wooden tiles along the floor. There was nothing special about it, as it blended perfectly with the rest of the hut. But its lack of uniqueness was exactly what piqued Liora's interest. After all, in her consciousness, this wooden tile was invisible. It didn't block her investigation, but instead seemed not to exist. Interesting. Liora couldn't help but mutter as she slowly approached it and stopped before it. Once there, she conducted several experiments. After many attempts, she arrived at a conclusion. This floor tile did not exist. It was an illusion, a means to hide the thing behind it. Is there anything in a warrior sect that can escape my investigation? Liora wondered as she stepped onto the wooden tile. Immediately, her foot passed straight through it, and her body lost its support. As if she had suddenly teleported in the sky, she started to fall. The corners of her vision blurred, as darkness soon filled her vision and the wooden hut disappeared. The mountain's interior was empty. This was something Liora understood instantly as she sensed herself falling endlessly. With her strength, she could have stopped her descent at any time. However, she didn't. She allowed gravity to do its thing, only putting an end to it when a faint light emerged a few seconds later. With a surge of her demonic energy, Liora controlled herself and gently landed on the ground. With the end of her free fall, she found herself in a vast underground room, carved into the mountain's interior. Stone walls made out of the mountain itself encased it, while several giant torches hung on them and dispelled the darkness. The trembling fires reflected off Liora's face and allowed her to take a look at her surroundings. Or rather, to take a look at the thing within the mountain. It was a mountain of lifeless, cold corpses. Stacked on top of each other, blood flowed from the mountain's top to its bottom, creating a large blood pool right beneath it. There were thousands, if not tens of thousands, of corpses making up this mountain, and judging by their state, it was apparent that a portion of these people had only recently died. Although Liora had seen such scenes hundreds of times before, she was inevitably surprised, not only because of how gruesome this scene was, but also because she noticed several familiar auras. They belonged to the masters whom she had killed earlier, as their traces could be found on every single one of these corpses. The Heavenly Sword sect is considered a righteous sect and is famous for upholding justice. Even in the previous city, People praised it and wished to be accepted as disciples. But now, it seems that things are far from that simple. Sure enough, this world is different from that of the Knights. Without an organization suppressing everything, chaos has spread everywhere. And the ones who suffer the most are not the warriors themselves, but ordinary people. Liora had long seen the truth of the world and was not surprised by such a fact. The strong ruled over the weak, especially in a world with extraordinary power like this. Suppressing those thoughts, her gaze drifted off the corpses, and she continued investigating the mountain's interior. Soon, the colossal serpent painted across the floor got her attention. It was covered in black scales which shone with a unique brilliance and surrounded the mountain of corpses, as if protecting them. No. Upon taking a closer look, Liora discovered that the serpent's open maw seemed ready to devour the mountain of corpses instead. Since it was the center of the earlier battlefield, no one in the Heavenly Sword sect dared to approach the forbidden area, afraid of alerting the intruder. Therefore, when Liora left the mountain's interior and reappeared in the wooden hut, no one was there to see it. Similarly, besides her, no one was there to see the gruesome scene within the mountain, which went completely against common sense. I heard in the city earlier that several villages near the Heavenly Sword sect were destroyed just recently. People originally claimed that it was the result of a gang fighting, but now it seems that they were wrong. These people ended up here. Though she investigated the entire mountain, Liora still found no clue about why the Heavenly Sword sect slaughtered these people. However, she didn't believe that their actions would be meaningless. Did the sect obtain an evil warrior technique that requires the death of many people? Or did these masters go insane and thirst for blood? Liora had trouble making sense of the situation. Ultimately, she pushed this matter aside for now, preparing to deal with the battle's aftermath first. Pulling the wooden chair on the side, she took her seat and summoned the system panel. Not much time had passed since the last time she saw it, so not many changes had occurred. However, what Liora mainly looked at was the increase in her evolution points. With the death of several masters, her points had once again soared to almost 200,000. It's better to be weak. If I killed these people while I was a true devil, I would have probably gotten less than 1,000 points. Now, I obtained so many points this easily, Liora sighed, knowing that this was a unique advantage of weakening oneself. Still, she wasn't planning to suppress her strength and farm evolution points. Unlike what everything suggested, this was a medium-level world. Sooner or later, she was bound to meet people stronger than her. At that point, only her own strength would allow her to survive. Thinking of this, Liora didn't hesitate. Her mind moved as her eyes focused on the Bloodblade technique and clicked the button beside it. Then, she watched as the evolution points rapidly decreased. Information instantly poured into her mind. Her understanding of the Bloodblade technique quickly deepened, while its overall power was enhanced even further. At the same time, the chi and blood within her body underwent massive changes, almost doubling in quantity. Similarly, her demonic energy also received many benefits. As if supported by her warrior realm, her devil strength also began to increase. Just like the previous time, the transformation did not last for long. Only a couple of minutes later, everything was over. However, Liora did not stop there. Her attention shifted to the system panel, and after she had confirmed that only 20,000 points had been consumed, she clicked on the plus button once again. This time, 30,000 evolution points were used before the familiar transformation began to take place. Panic continued to spread among the disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect. In such a chaotic environment, no one would have ever guessed that a person was rapidly improving their strength at the mountain's peak. Information continuously poured into Liora's mind regarding the Bloodblade technique, which had by now become complicated enough to trouble her. She closed her eyes and concentrated, doing her best to digest the overflowing information. A tiny crimson light shone at the middle of her forehead as she did so. The light gradually grew bigger until it emerged completely and flew out, stopping in the air and floating right before Liora's face. It was a saber. Crimson in color and dripping with blood, it looked somewhat unreal, part illusory and part substantial. It trembled faintly and resonated with Liora's thoughts as her consciousness began to spread without her control. When she arrived at the Heavenly Sword sect, Her consciousness could only spread for about 1 kilometer. But now, in such a short amount of time, this had increased to more than 3 kilometers and was growing even further. Only when Liora opened her eyes and the saber retreated, merging back with her, did the enhancement in her consciousness cease, stopping at exactly 4 kilometers. However, Liora's mind was not on this. Instead, she recalled the previous state she had unknowingly entered, and couldn't help but subconsciously mutter an unfamiliar term. Manifestation, the ability to turn the illusory into real and use it to fight. Is this the ability that only Grandmasters possess? Since Grandmasters were legendary existences only existing in fairy tales, Liora did not have a deep understanding of this realm. However, as the system improved the Bloodblade technique, she got some precious information. This included information regarding the saber that had previously appeared. Just as she was planning to digest it fully and dig into its secrets, though, Liora's eyes narrowed. Because of her earlier breakthrough, she had yet to bring her consciousness back. Therefore, as it spread further, away from the mountain and into the surrounding lands, she soon noticed a fierce battle taking place not far away. If that were all, Liora wouldn't care. Unless Grandmasters fought and revealed their secrets, she would not pay much attention. However, though she could sense that the colliding parties were not Grandmasters, they still piqued Liora's interest. She could feel that neither of the two warring parties used chi and blood. Instead, they used a different type of energy of seemingly higher origin, just like her own demonic energy. This made it apparent they were not warriors. Just like Liora initially thought, there were other, perhaps stronger power systems in this world. Realizing it, Liora did not dare to hesitate, afraid that she would miss the chance. Without surveying the changes brought by her transformation, she hurriedly exited the wooden hut and soared into the sky, flying at a high speed towards the ongoing battle. Not far away from the Heavenly Sword sect, a small village had developed unknowingly, mostly occupied by the disciples' families who did not want to be away from their children. Being close to a famous righteous sect with several masters at the helm, the village's safety was guaranteed. Or at the very least, this was what everyone thought in the past. But now, a group of unwelcome guests had broken the place's tranquility. In a cave near the village, two parties were constantly clashing against each other, and the mere aftermath of their fight affected their surroundings. One of the two warring parties was the team that had just recently arrived in the northern lands. The group of young men and women surrounded their opponent, some of them engaging in close combat, while others struck from afar. The methods they used to attack were inexplicable and would have made any warrior doubt their life. But compared to their opponent, the methods used by these people looked ordinary. Just outside the dark cave, a woman stood with half of her body outside and the other half shrouded in darkness. Her skin was pale, as if it were made out of paper, while she wore a long white dress that perfectly highlighted her curves. Her long black hair flowed behind her back, and some of it fell on her forehead, while her curved eyebrows and shining black eyes made her particularly captivating. Unfortunately, no one had the time, nor the will to appreciate her beauty. Faced with the blows of the people besieging her, the woman's face had grown into a twisted grimace. Her black hair had seemingly transformed into tentacles that shot out on their own, fighting against the incoming attacks and sending the young people flying. Though she was alone, she was able to contend with the group of young people and slowly get an advantage. When the protector standing at the back of the group saw these people fail to deal with a mere evil spirit, he couldn't help but shake his head in disappointment. However, considering that this was the first time these people left the clan and they were inexperienced, he decided to take action and help them. With a move of his mind, a black serpent emerged from his body and fired at the ferocious woman. She did not have the time to resist. As the serpent's maw opened wide, it swallowed her completely. Once the protector's energy disappeared, the serpent and the woman also vanished with it. However, no one let their guard down. The next moment, a small white light flashed at the place where the woman had just died. It twisted eerily and quickly, and in the blink of an eye, took a material form. The ferocious woman reappeared. Her body was intact, and none of the earlier injuries could be seen, as if the previous scene had been a dream. Yet, as the fight resumed, something strange became apparent. The woman, who previously held an absolute advantage, was now quickly suppressed. Before long, a giant mace was smashed onto her head, sending blood and brain matter flying. But just like before, a light flashed, and the woman quickly recovered. The protector watched calmly as the group of young people killed the woman repeatedly, each time with a newfound ease. He gave instructions from time to time and pointed out their mistakes, giving those people advice on how to deal with evil spirits. He only stopped when the evil spirit had fallen to the blood awakening realm, as he no longer needed to pay much attention. However, just when he was about to prepare to deal with the aftermath, the protector's eyes suddenly grew sharp. He lifted his head and stared towards the empty sky with a stern expression. "Who?" His thunderous voice turned into sonic waves, startling both the young people and the ferocious evil spirit. But the man paid no heed. His expression grew increasingly cautious as he waited for the unexpected guests to show themselves. Hearing the man shout, Liora was slightly surprised. She was far away from the battle's location at the moment, and the pale domain covered her figure. In her opinion, there should be no way for anyone to discover her arrival. However, she soon recovered, not mulling over it for long. Staring at the evil spirit that was continuously being revived and then at the man, whose strength was equivalent to a grandmaster but who didn't possess any chi and blood, her eyes flickered. Though she was found out, she didn't rush to attack. Confirming that the man had indeed sensed her and was not merely bluffing her, she stopped hiding herself and stepped forward. With a flicker, she landed on the ground, appearing before the protector and the group of young people. The latter was shocked to see her, but the protector's expression remained unchanged. He sized up Liora, and feeling a clear sense of threat coming from her, he opened his mouth and questioned, "Which clan do you belong to? Why have you invaded the Ouroboros clan's territory? Are you planning to go to war with our clan?" He asked a set of questions, each one more pointed than the previous one. Hearing them, Liora remained calm on the surface, but was filled with confusion inwardly. Clans. Ouroboros clan. Territories. These were all unfamiliar terms, things she had never come into contact with before. However, she didn't dare to ask. She knew that she had finally come into contact with another side of this world, perhaps a side hidden from the warriors she had met before. With a calm expression, she stared at the middle-aged man and planned to extract more information from him. However, just then, the protector suddenly moved. His aura surged, revealing his power equivalent to a grandmaster, and two black serpents materialized, besieging her from both directions. Their maws opened wide, revealing a potent poison inside, as they looked ready to devour her. Though the man showed signs of communicating and no other abnormalities, Liora had never let her guard down. Thus, facing his sneak attack, she reacted immediately. Attacked from both the left and the right side, she didn't choose to evade nor defend. Instead, her right hand blurred, and she unsheathed her saber before several crimson lights flickered. The two serpents' forward momentum suddenly halted. The next moment, a thunderous bang echoed, and they exploded like fireworks, soon dispersing into nothingness. But Liora did not have the time to celebrate. The moment the two serpents vanished, another, equally terrifying attack came. The man flashed beside her and punched her on the abdomen, as his right hand transformed into a black snake, with two green eyes blinking continuously. As she stared into their indifferent pupils, Liora felt herself go dizzy. However, a loud clang suddenly echoed inside her mind and jolted her awake. An illusory crimson saber appeared beside her soul, and waving on its own, tore the snake's influence apart. The man failed to realize this. His fist continued unabated, and the serpent opened its mouth, ready to swallow Liora's existence whole. Liora would not miss such an opportunity. The saber in her hand slashed forward, and a trickle of blood followed as the opponent's hand was cleanly separated. Next, Liora aimed at the opponent's neck. Caught in surprise and immersed in the pain of having his hand cut off, the protector had no time to react. The edge of the blade sliced through his neck with ease, causing his head to shoot up and for blood to splatter. However, this surprisingly did not spell the end of the fight. Though his head had fallen to the ground, his body did not collapse. Instead, it took a few steps back, opening some distance with Liora. A golden light emerged across his neck, and the flesh began to granulate. Before Liora could stop him, The man had completely recovered. A new head had grown onto his neck, looking exactly the same as the one lying on the ground not far away. Liora was stunned, not because the man could recover from such injuries, but because of the method he used. Although it was somewhat different, she noticed that the power that healed him closely resembled the indestructible matter that only greater devils possessed. This made her curious, but most importantly, excited. She felt that this world had much more to offer than she originally predicted. Liora was full of thoughts, and the middle-aged man was also the same. "Aren't you a warrior? How can you hurt me?" he questioned in a deep voice, recalling the earlier scene of his death. Despite not being one, the man was more familiar with warriors than Liora could ever be. Thus, he was full of doubts. Even a grandmaster should not be this strong. Unfortunately for him, Liora did not reply. With a step forward, the space itself folded and wrapped around her figure before expelling her behind the man. Then, the saber was swung once again. Within a moment, hundreds of clean cuts had formed on the man's body. His entire back was easily torn apart, revealing the bronze bones and squirming internal organs inside. But, with another flash of the golden light, his injuries recovered. This time, Liora was paying more attention to this process. Therefore, she instantly realized something. It's quite similar to indestructible matter, but it's also somewhat different. Moreover, it seems that it does not belong to you. It operates on its own whenever you're injured. Unlike greater devils, who can produce indestructible matter on their own, yours is more like a consumable, Liora muttered in a low voice, as her figure flashed all over the place. The saber cut the man again and again, while he could only watch Liora roam around, unable to strike back. Like a cat playing with its prey, Liora's actions were casual yet brutal. She continuously destroyed the man's body, but would never go too far, instead giving him the time to recover. With her strength and combat experience, the man could not stop her. In the distance, the group of young people had finally dealt with the evil spirit. However, when they saw their own protector suppressed and beaten, they could not help but worry. Everyone turned to the young man in the middle, who held the highest status among them and was also the strongest. "Elder brother, should we escape?" a cheerful young woman beside him asked. But in response, the young man shook his head. "No, judging from the opponent's strength, we can never outrun her. Once she deals with Uncle, she will soon catch up with us and kill us one by one." Saying this, the man took a deep breath and made a decision. "My father gave me a divine projection before we left. If we can gather some energy and activate it, we should be able to deal with that woman," he said, and his eyes darted toward the village. "Brother, this is the territory of one of our affiliated sections. If we..." The man in the lead did not give the person interrupting him the time to complete their words. "These guys should be happy to have been of use to us. How dare they say anything just because of the lives of a few mortals? Let alone the village. Even if the entire sect is gone, they should grovel for our mercy." Saying this, the elder brother did not speak any further. His figure blurred, and he appeared above the village's square before he punched down. Instantly, the gathered people exploded. Their blood writhed and gathered towards the young man, entering his body and flowing towards his head. Soon, the other young people woke up and followed his instructions. They began slaughtering everyone in the village, without so much as showing a hint of emotion. Even the cheerful young woman, who looked innocent and naive, entered the houses and killed several unsuspecting families, as if they were not people, but animals in her eyes. The actions of the young people did not escape Liora and the Protector's eyes. Seeing them cruelly slaughter the villagers with an indifferent expression, the two had a different reaction. Liora sent the man flying and rushed forward, seemingly wanting to stop them, while the middle-aged man laughed loudly. "Ha ha! Where are you going?" He spoke and threw himself at Liora, preventing her from going to rescue the villagers. "Do you see? This is the fate of mortals. In the eyes of the clans, you're nothing but a bunch of ants, pigs waiting to be slaughtered," he taunted, hoping to make her lose her composure. It was apparent that the term mortal encompassed Liora in his eyes, too, even though she was significantly stronger than he was. The man's words appeared to have worked, succeeding in stimulating Liora. She swung the saber frantically and attempted to throw him off, as if she could not bear to watch the villagers die in front of her. Unfortunately, the man did not let her do as she wished. He remained entangled with her, ignoring the pain even when his head was smashed and his heart was pierced. In fact, if this went on for a few more minutes, the man knew that his divine aura would be consumed and he would die. Thankfully, things did not reach that. Less than a minute later, a powerful aura emerged from the now silent village. Haha, it's too late. It's too late. Liora heard the man in front of her shout as she watched a word appear above the village. Its letters were dripping with fresh blood, while the souls of villagers surrounded it and wailed, begging for mercy or cursing loudly at the perpetrators. Though the word was in a language that Liora had never encountered before, she instantly understood its meaning. Death, it read, and the moment it appeared, the word teleported above Liora. The crimson color of the letters grew deeper, and the stench of blood permeated the air as a higher-level power began to oppress her. The thing emerging from the village was only a word. Yet, as it teleported above her head, Liora felt her power being inexplicably suppressed. A higher-level power shot out and landed on her body. Instantly, it was as if gravity had increased hundreds of times. Her body crackled, and her blood turned into tsunami waves, hitting her skin from inside and smashing onto her bones. Most importantly, Liora felt her energy being suppressed. Both the demonic energy and the chi and blood hastily retreated. In particular, the latter became impossible to control, remaining dormant within her body as if it had been terrified. A strike of a true devil. Liora couldn't help but think, as her eyes fell on the word above, and she felt a strong sense of threat. Ignoring the laughter of the middle-aged man beside her, whose plan seemed to have succeeded, Liora's mind worked to think of a way to survive. Escaping was not an option. The word death had sealed the space around her, rendering her unable to dodge. Similarly, using her Grandmaster strength was also meaningless. Her chi and blood had gone out of control, as if it were a minister facing its emperor. Can I only rely on my devil abilities? Liora let out a sigh, somewhat reluctant. This was a world with greater devil beings after all. So far, she had consciously chosen not to use her most obvious devil abilities, unwilling to leave behind potential clues. Unfortunately, now that things had come to this, she no longer had any other option. Liora's demonic energy flared up and shot out of her body, as she was ready to activate Eclipse and shatter the suppressing word. But just then, her eyes suddenly narrowed. The demonic energy retreated, as another type of energy emerged. Her forehead shone with a crimson light that grew increasingly larger until it finally transformed into a saber and fell into her hand. Although it was immaterial, partly illusory, Liora had no issue holding it. Most importantly, she sensed a strange resonance between her and the saber. As her palm clasped it tightly, the suppression of the word decreased significantly. Even the dormant chi and blood was awakened, mustering up the courage to rebel. Liora entered a peculiar state. With no other thoughts other than to destroy the incoming threat, she raised the saber and swung it upwards. Immediately, her body began to thin down. Her life force entered the saber's blade, while faint mist flew out of her head and gathered around it. In an instant, the crimson saber grew several times more powerful. It blurred, seemingly ascending in dimension, before countless tiny crimson lights engulfed the word above. Several exploding sounds soon echoed. The air itself quivered while the land below trembled violently, affected by the aftermath of the confrontation. The middle-aged man, who had unknowingly ran away, was also hit. Several wind blades struck across his body and left many deep gashes behind, causing his blood to splatter everywhere. A golden light soon flashed, and he quickly recovered, but the next moment, another barrage of wind blades struck. Soon, he was stuck in the loop of being injured and recovering, unable to do anything but take the many attacks head-on. Liora did not have time to pay attention to him. Her body felt hollow, completely empty and devoid of any power. Even when she diluted her demonic energy and tried to heal, it only slightly alleviated the issues but didn't solve them. Liora understood why that was. The earlier strike had not only consumed her life force, chi and blood, and physical strength, but also the power of her soul. Fortunately, the result of this was that she exerted power far beyond her current realm. Liora was left stunned. The saber turned completely illusory and overlapped with the word death before it began shaking violently, like a hungry beast. A loud chewing sound rang in Leora's ears, and her eyes widened. In front of her eyes, the saber began devouring the word from within, with the latter unable to put up any resistance. It didn't last long. Just a few seconds later, the last crunching sound came, and the word turned into glass and shattered, vanishing from existence. Seemingly having completed its mission, the saber quickly turned back. It appeared before Liora and integrated with her head again, settling on top of her soul and nourishing it. The moment it returned, Liora sensed the weakness of her soul alleviate. Not only was the earlier consumption being made up, but the saber had also brought several great benefits with it. However, Liora did not rush to investigate them. Having dealt with the word, she finally had the time to take a look at her surroundings. She instantly discovered that the earth in a radius of a few hundred meters had cracked with her as the center, while the various plants in it had grown old and weak, as if sucked out of their vitality. Clearly, the word death did not only cause physical damage. Instead, it operated in a more conceptual way, closer to being an ability rather than a physical attack. Liora admired this scene for only a bit. She estimated that the power of the word had not only reached the true devil threshold, but had also surpassed it. After she analyzed the scene, she no longer remained motionless. Her figure blurred before appearing beside the unconscious middle-aged man. As a result of the earlier confrontation, he had fallen unconscious. Liora could see that this was because the indestructible matter-like substance he was using had been exhausted, and his recovery capabilities had disappeared. Leaning down, she picked him up from the scruff of the neck, planning to keep him alive for now and try to find information through him. Still, she didn't leave, but teleported above the nearby village. Her recovered consciousness spread out, wanting to see if there were any survivors, though she strongly doubted it. Even the middle-aged man had been knocked unconscious. Although the village was far from the epicenter of the battle, the group of young people was quite weak. She didn't believe that they would be alive. Affected by the earlier confrontation, there was a 99% chance that they were all dead. But soon, a faint exclamation escaped Leora's lips. She passed through a destroyed rooftop and landed on the ground, lowering her head and staring at the scene in front of her with a strange expression. Two people were hiding inside the house, leaning against a wall in an attempt to withstand the impact. This was hardly surprising. What made Liora feel strange was that one of them was still alive, though unconscious. A young woman with an innocent smile on her face and closed eyes stood behind the corpse of a young man, with her hands wrapped tightly around his waist. The man had indeed died from the aftermath, but beside those wounds, Liora noticed a clean slash at the back of his head, one that only a sword could make. Although it was impossible to be certain, she could already imagine the scene. These two people huddled together and tried to survive, working together to withstand the impact. Just when the young man had let down his guard, the woman suddenly attacked him and killed him in one strike. Then, restraining him and using his body as a shield, she tried to survive. Her plan had obviously succeeded. The young man's indestructible matter made him perfect for a human shield, thus helping the woman achieve her goal. Such ruthlessness. She deserves to be a person who slaughtered an entire village without blinking an eye. I didn't expect to find such a talent in this place. Liora couldn't help but sigh. Out of her love for talents and the need for an extra captive, she also picked her up and carried her together with her protector's body. Then, after confirming that she was the only survivor in the entire village, she collected the belongings of everyone and finally left. Silence shrouded the area. The once lively village had now become empty. The reason for everyone's death? To become consumables for an ability's activation. Liora did not take the road back to the Blood Devil sect. Instead, she returned to the Heavenly Sword sect, landing in the forbidden area and taking a look at the mountain below. As her consciousness swept out and spread outside, she discovered a set of familiar auras. "Have you finally arrived?" "Just in time," she muttered as she waved her hand. The space before her blurred, and the next moment, two people landed in the forbidden area. Rose and the elderly master were stunned. They didn't understand how they had arrived at this place. Their bodies tensed up, and they got closer, ready to defend against the culprit. However, when they saw Liora, they slightly relaxed. Still, both of them remained shocked. Sect leader. This. Rose's voice couldn't help but tremble. Liora did not explain. I've already killed the masters of the Heavenly Sword sect. However, I don't have the time to deal with the disciples. Take the people of the Blood Devil sect and suppress the chaos in the mountain. The people who are willing to surrender will become servant disciples. As for those who don't, kill. Rose and the old man were not surprised by such ruthless means. In their opinion, it would be fine even if all the Heavenly Sword sect disciples were killed. Now that some of them had been spared, it showed Liora's magnanimity. Sure enough, their leader was not as rumored. How could an evil person show such kindness to the weak? Liora did not know what they were thinking. Seeing them nod, she continued. It's been a while since the masters died, so some people should have taken the opportunity to escape. Send a few disciples to hunt them down. Liora did not stop there. She gave instructions on how to deal with the resources found in the Heavenly Sword sect, as well as how to deal with the overall aftermath. Then, seeing that the old man and Rose understood everything, she no longer lingered. With a wave of her hand, she gestured the pair to leave and begin their work. Only a few minutes later, several painful screams and pleas for mercy echoed in the mountains. But Liora did not care. After she gave the orders, she didn't pay attention to the mountain but entered the wooden hut and began taking stock of her harvest. Several fragments of weapons were laid in front of her, as well as many other common items. However, what Liora paid the most attention to were the two rings in her hand, one white and one bronze. They belonged to the unfortunate man hugged by the woman and the middle-aged man, respectively. They looked like ordinary pieces of ornament. But Liora, having possessed one of these items before, immediately discovered their real function. Storage spaces. Both of the rings were storage spaces like the space orb, with an entirely different space hidden within them. Liora was familiar with such things and tried to open them. But unexpectedly, an accident occurred. As she used her demonic energy to peep into them, she discovered that she couldn't open the rings. The same held true when she tried to use her chi and blood. Can they only be opened using the power of those freaks? Should I wait for those two people to wake up? Liora thought, but she decided to give it another try. The crimson saber in her soul trembled, and a small part of power flowed out, wrapping around her hands and pouring into the two rings. Instantly, Liora heard a clicking sound in her ears. Her consciousness expanded and washed over the two rings, suddenly appearing in another space. The space contained within the two rings was far smaller than that of Liora's space orb. Thus, under the investigation of her powerful consciousness, it didn't take long for every item within it to be inspected. Only a few minutes later, Liora sat in front of the table yet again. This time, however, there was no longer a pair of rings lying in front of her, but a small pile of objects. Liora held a book with one hand and quickly read through its contents, able to skim through it easily. She had to sigh that she was fortunate to have reincarnated. Otherwise, since this world had a completely different language, it would have taken her some time to grasp it. Fortunately, she was not illiterate. She could read. Suppressing these inexplicable thoughts, Liora continued reading. This was a book found in the young man's ring, and compared to the items found in the ring of his protector, it was far more useful to someone like her. These people refer to themselves as members of the divine race. More accurately, they are members of the Ouroboros clan, one of the 9 divine clans. According to this book, all members of the Ouroboros clan are born at the young devil stage. After a few years of practice, they can possess strength equivalent to a master. Reading this, Liora couldn't help but take a look at the unconscious protector lying outside the hut. This was a person who would be regarded as an ancestor-like figure in a warrior sect, but in the divine clan, he had a status only slightly higher than a newborn. Sure enough, everything changes according to one's perspective. A powerhouse in someone's eyes is very likely to be a weakling in another's. Liora sighed, but her eyes and hands did not stop. The former continued scanning through the words, while her hands quickly flipped through the pages. In fact, most of the book's contents were not about the divine race. Instead, it talked about creatures called evil spirits, who, according to this book, were the divine race's sworn enemies. If I'm not wrong, this book was written to explain some basic information to young members of the divine clan. As members of the race itself, there is no reason to specifically talk about the divine race. Rather, it makes far more sense to introduce its enemies. Liora realized why that was. Still, the sudden change of topic did not dampen her mood. Evil spirits. They were part of the negative side of the world and were born from evil, chaos, and destruction. Such beings possessed many different forms. Some looked like young women, others like old men, while others were eldritch-like monsters, with an appearance that was impossible to describe. Regardless, no matter what form they possessed, such beings were said to be immortal. For the warriors, at least. Only members of the divine race can harm evil spirits. Mortals and the so-called warriors are completely unable to. That's why we, the divine race, deserve to tower above these people. We protect the mortals from evil spirits. What's wrong if a few of them die in the process? This passage was written in the last pages of the book, and in Liora's opinion, was addressed to the young people reading the book. No wonder these guys are so arrogant. Even an education book is trying to brainwash them. I'm afraid that they have grown up hearing all these things, and have long regarded other people as lesser beings. Liora closed the book and shook her head, though she was in no place to say anything. Ultimately, the divine race could treat other people like this because of their powerful strength. It had nothing to do with some great and benevolent mission, nor with any other rational reason. Liora did not ponder over these philosophical questions for long. After putting the book aside, her gaze landed on another item among this pile. It was something she had discovered the very moment she opened the two rings, and something she had been restraining her impulse to devour all this while. With a wave of her hand, the tempting item shot out and stopped on top of her palm. It was a long strand of black hair that clearly belonged to a female human. It looked ordinary, seemingly being the result of someone's obsession with its owner rather than an actual spoil of battle. Or at the very least, this was how it seemed to ordinary people. In Liora's field of vision, the strand of hair was completely different. It was surrounded by faint white mist that revolved around it at a high speed, while even the composition of the hair itself was bizarre. At a microscopic level, it didn't look like hair, but like a gathered piece of energy, similar to the fire elemental cores she had encountered in the past. As soon as her eyes fell on this object, Liora couldn't help but swallow subconsciously. Other people might not be familiar with this energy, but she could recognize it. It was world origin. This was something left by the ferocious woman killed by this group of people. If I'm not wrong, she should be an evil spirit. If that's the case, the reason for their immortality might be obvious. Do they rely on the world origin? Liora did not contemplate these questions for long. After a couple more seconds, her hand holding the hair was clenched. Immediately, the hair shattered. It transformed into white mist, which, under Liora's guidance, fired towards her mouth. The World Devourer method began to operate on its own. It used the world origin as its nourishment and progressed at an incredible speed. Unfortunately, the world origin contained in the strand was not much in volume. In the blink of an eye, it had been completely consumed. Yet, Liora showed no signs of disappointment. Rather, her eyes shone brightly, and she was unable to hide her excitement. The book said that there is a seemingly endless number of such evil spirits, not only in the northern lands, but also in the central area and the other 3 major regions. If every evil spirit is made out of world origin, then... Liora did not finish her words, but in her opinion, it would only require a few hundred of them to reach the 3rd level of the World Devourer method. At that point, the shackles limiting her from becoming a greater devil would vanish. Liora only lost her composure for a few more seconds. Soon after, she calmed herself down and restrained herself from going on a rampage. She didn't know if every evil spirit was made up of world origin or if this one was a unique case. Most importantly, Liora had yet to take stock of the rest of her harvest. Perhaps once she did, she would find something equally shocking. Her consciousness swept through the pile of items. She originally had high expectations for them, believing that she was bound to find something precious. Unfortunately, she discovered only a few items of value in the end. Most of the objects were books similar to the one she had just read, while many bottles filled with blood, that of demons and humans alike, could be seen. The members of the divine race are indeed different. Others prepare weapons and trump cards before they go on an adventure. On the other hand, these people prepare bottles of blood. Liora shook her head, and with a move of her consciousness, placed all these items back in the 2 rings. She had to admit that these rings came at just the right time. Because of her reincarnation, the space orb was no longer with Liora. Knowing that she had no way to keep it during the reincarnation process, she had entrusted it to Alpha before they left, who had subsequently placed it in her mechanical core. Only in such a place would it be safe and would have no chance of being lost. Recalling this, Liora attempted to sense Alpha's location once again. Unfortunately, although she could sense that the other party was still alive, Liora was unable to pinpoint her exact location. She would most likely need to get stronger to achieve this, or at least get closer to Alpha's location. After making the attempt, Liora did not waste any more time. Her focus shifted to the other half of the battle's spoils. It was not the items, nor the 2 people she had managed to capture. Instead, it was the changes brought by the manifestation that only Grandmasters possessed, the saber born from the Bloodblade technique reaching the peak. Compared to before, not much had changed on the saber, at least on the surface. Yet, when Liora's eyes landed on it, she discovered that a small corner of the saber had unknowingly been dyed golden. The same held true for her own soul, as a tiny part of it, less than 1% of it, had turned golden as well. Liora could recognize the golden tinge on both of them. She had encountered it during her battle with Duke Bloodflower, and more recently, she had seen something similar on the members of the so-called divine race. Indestructible matter, a substance that only greater devils possessed, and which allowed them to be immortal. Unlike the true devil stage, the greater devil stage was more clearly divided. At the first level, a greater devil washed their physical body with indestructible matter and covered it completely, making them invulnerable to physical attacks. Then, they turned their focus to strengthening their soul using the exact same method. By the time the second level was completed, both the devil's physical body and their soul would be covered in indestructible matter, effectively making them immortal. This was something that most true devils knew about, but was actually none of their business. After all, they couldn't create indestructible matter. Even if they knew that they could improve their combat power this way, they had no way to do it. Yet now, Liora had actually accomplished this seemingly impossible feat. She had skipped over the physical stage and had reached the second level, having begun to cover her soul with indestructible matter. Liora did not get lost in excitement. She tried to think of the reason, knowing that this was far more important than the improvement itself. In the blink of an eye, she had a guess. Is it because the saber devoured the word death? No, I could sense that some changes, albeit smaller, were also happening during my fight with that middle-aged man. Can the saber devour the indestructible matter of these people and use it to strengthen my soul? Liora arrived at such a conclusion, though she had no way to confirm it. There was no longer the word death for her to devour, while her 2 captives had already exhausted their indestructible matter. Just when she was thinking of this, Liora's eyes suddenly opened, and her figure vanished from the wooden hut. With a flicker, she flashed beside the middle-aged member of the divine race, who showed signs of waking up. It took him quite some time to recover, as if the total consumption of the indestructible matter had dealt a big blow to him. It took him a few minutes to wake up and stare at his surroundings. When he found Liora towering above him and looking at him silently, his pupils shrank. When he noticed the innocent woman on the side and the completely different location, he understood his current predicament. However, he did not display any panic. Calmness and indifference washed over his face as he stared at Liora without any emotion. You should have kept us alive to find information through us. Unfortunately for you, no divine clan member will ever betray their clan. He shook his head before becoming angry. Much less to a mortal like you, he said and opened his mouth, about to spit at Liora. But before he could do so, a crimson light flashed. It struck at his abdomen and made him hiss in pain, putting a halt to his earlier movements. Damn it! He couldn't help but curse and bend over, as he felt his internal organs flow out. Such an injury would have been nothing in the past, but now that his indestructible matter had been exhausted, he had no way of recovering. Still, the man gritted his teeth and shut his mouth, remaining silent and ignoring the pain. Liora's eyebrows furrowed. Her hand moved again, and the saber sliced through the man's body, leaving several open wounds behind. Unfortunately, Although the man's body trembled from the pain and his eyes looked as if they were about to pop out, he refused to communicate with her. He didn't even curse, much less speak with her. Just when Liora was starting to miss Alpha and her torture capabilities, she felt a faint movement from the side. Perhaps because of the noise or perhaps because enough time had passed, the innocent-looking woman woke up. Just like her protector before her, she took some time to recover and take in her surroundings. When she did, the gruesome scene of her protector being dismembered while alive fell into her eyes. As Liora's gaze shifted to her, the woman couldn't help but imagine the scene of the same thing happening to her. Immediately, tears welled up in her eyes. "No, don't kill me. I'm not with these guys. I'm innocent," she began to wail loudly. The dismembered middle-aged man stared at the two women not far away, fury and dread mixed across his face. Seeing the Divine Clan's famous descendant kneeling down and begging for mercy from a mere mortal, he couldn't help but feel humiliated. Most importantly, he began to wonder whether he had made the correct choice. Liora should be able to get the information she sought, regardless. So, didn't this make his previous struggle completely meaningless? If he knew that this was going to happen, he wouldn't have acted so tough. Using some tricks and subtle guidance, he might have been able to survive by revealing some information. Standing not far away, Liora sensed the middle-aged man's gaze, though she couldn't possibly know what he was thinking. Even if she did, she wouldn't care. Most of her mind was preoccupied with what the woman in front of her was saying, pieces of information that were otherwise inaccessible to ordinary warriors. The central area is the very center of the world. It is the home of all clans. Among them, the 9 most powerful are the absolute rulers, commonly referred to as the Divine Clans. The woman, who called herself Ophis, did not give Liora the time to ask any questions of her own. She began chattering endlessly, revealing secrets and unveiling the mysteries of this world right before Liora. What interested Liora the most was some high-level information, as well as the division of the divine race members. Just like the book had previously mentioned, all members of the divine race were born with the power of a young devil. Such people were called newborns and were mostly of the younger generation. Above that were the awakened, the weapon masters, the demon saints, and finally, the demon sovereigns. Ophis lacked the knowledge and could not comprehend just how strong such people were. But through her descriptions, Liora was able to make a rough estimation. An awakened was equivalent to a ranked young devil, a weapon master to a lesser devil, while demon saints should possess the power of a true devil. As for demon sovereigns, judging from Ophis' descriptions, Liora judged that they were greater devil-level beings. It's rumored that each of the 9 divine clans has a demon sovereign at its helm. Although Ophis said that these are merely rumors and she has never met one before, it's very likely that there is a hint of truth in this, Liora thought as she touched her chin, seemingly falling deep in thought. Ophis, lying on the ground in front of her, did not dare to interrupt her thinking process. The terrified expression remained etched on her face, and her body trembled violently, as if she were about to wet herself from fear. Seeing her like this, the protector on the side couldn't help but curse in a low voice. "Useless, you're the shame of the divine race," he spat, and if it were not for being unable to move, he would cut down this unworthy descendant and feed her body to demons. However, what this man did not notice was that a small tremor suddenly occurred on the Heavenly Sword Sect's mountain. In its hollow interior, the black serpent painted below the pile of corpses was suddenly awakened. It moved. Its long body twisted across the floor, and its maw was pushed forward, swallowing the corpses in one bite. In the forbidden area, Ophis seemed to have established a connection with the black serpent. Endless power flowed into her head and poured into her trump card. Sensing its ever-increasing power, Ophis's eyes turned cold. She stared at Liora, who was oblivious to the incoming danger, with hatred, recalling the humiliation she had suffered so far. Not only Liora, even her protector was a target of her future revenge. How could she let a person who had seen her behave like this live and spread the news? Thinking of this, Ophis took action. A glint flashed deep in her pupils as a black light shot out of her forehead and landed on her right hand. Her body shook as she spat a mouthful of blood on the black light and urged it to activate. "You dare to humiliate me like this? Die, die, die." Ophis screamed inwardly, almost going crazy. However, just when Ophis believed that her plan had succeeded and that she would get her great revenge, a crimson light flashed. The red light covered her vision for only a split second before boundless pain assaulted her mind. "Ah!" Ophis yelled as she saw that her palm had been cut off and dropped to the ground. A fountain of blood rushed out of the wound, and the pale bones were revealed inside. But this was not the reason why Ophis shouted. With her palm having been cut off, the black light, her strong trump card, had also escaped her grasp. Unknowingly, it had appeared in Liora's hands. Liora ignored Ophis' unwilling wails and her struggle to resist. She stared at the corrupt word floating on top of her palm and inspected it. Unlike the death word she had previously encountered, the color of this one was black, and it was surrounded by a murky, dark liquid. Its aura was impressive, and Liora was able to see that this word was quite stronger than death. Death can unleash the strike of a true devil, but would actually never harm a true devil. At most, it can stop them for a brief moment. On the other hand, I'm afraid that corruption can hurt and even injure a true devil if they are caught off guard. Liora analyzed, and her eyes grew increasingly solemn. She had already suspected that the previous rumors were correct, but by now, she was 90% certain. There were indeed greater devil-level beings in the 9 divine clans. While many thoughts raced through Liora's mind, she showed none of them on the surface. After she inspected the word for a couple more seconds, she no longer suppressed her manifestation. Immediately, the crimson saber residing in her soul shot out and drilled into the black word. Although corruption was stronger and had not diminished in power like death, Ophis had failed to fully activate its power. Under the saber's overwhelming momentum, its essence was devoured in the blink of an eye. Then, the saber returned to Liora's soul, as a small amount of indestructible matter flew out of it and dyed her soul golden. The change was far more obvious than last time. Before, only 1% of her soul and the saber were covered in indestructible matter, but now, this portion had grown to more than 5%. Liora sensed that this change had brought her various benefits. But now was not the time to talk about this. Her focus returned to reality, and she looked at the petrified Ophis before turning her attention to the dumbfounded middle-aged man. Without hesitation, her hand turned into a fist, and she struck forward. The body of the man disintegrated. Without the power of the indestructible matter, he had no way to resist. In an instant, only his head was left behind, while his eyes remained wide open. Sect leader, the subordinates have followed your instructions and cleaned up the remnants of the Heavenly Sword sect. Just as expected, most of the disciples surrendered and were forced to join our sect. However, a portion of them, about 30%, refused to do so. In a makeshift meeting hall, Rose stood in front of Liora and faithfully reported the battle's outcome. Hearing her words, Liora nodded her head while taking a sip from the tea served by Ophis. Seeing this woman stand behind her back with an unwilling look on her face, Liora merely shook her head and ignored it. "Have you sent people to hunt the disciples who escaped the mountain?" She turned to Rose and questioned. Rose nodded, but after a brief pause, she shook her head. "I asked some disciples and elders to hunt these people down, but it's highly unlikely that they will succeed. By now, most of these disciples should have hidden themselves. Unless the sect leader personally searches for them, some are bound to escape." The members of the Blood Devil sect were not like Liora. Even the elders were only masters, far from being omnipotent. If the people who escaped were smart and acted cautiously, some of them would survive. Liora understood this very well, and thus did not make things difficult for Rose. But secretly, she shook her head. "Plans cannot keep up with the changes. I originally let these people escape to stir up some trouble in the northern lands. If a few of the great sects were alarmed and sent people to investigate, I would harvest another batch of evolution points and improve my strength. Unfortunately, having learned of the existence of the divine race and the evil spirits, Liora was no longer as tempted. Thinking of this, she took another sip of her tea and continued listening to Rose's report. It was only half an hour later, when everything had been accounted for, that Rose left the hall. Only Liora and Ophis remained in the room, with the latter having a thoughtful expression. Liora did not care about her thoughts. Recalling her earlier conversation with Rose, She couldn't help but think of something. With a thought, a small token flew out of a ring and appeared in her hand. You previously mentioned that you can summon the 6 great sects using their token. Is it this thing? She asked Ophis, who hurriedly nodded her head. Didn't you previously say that only half of the great sects are your affiliate forces? It's true. Ophis shook her head as if afraid that she would misunderstand. But the northern lands do not belong solely to the Ouroboros clan. Half of the so-called 6 great sects are under the command of the Dark Demon clan. Ophis did not point it out, but Liora knew from her earlier introduction that the Dark Demon clan was also one of the 9 divine clans. Have these guys unknowingly divided the world? Since the northern lands nominally belong to the Ouroboros and Dark Demon clans, the same should be true for the other regions, too. Liora pondered and called someone over. After they walked in, she handed them the token and gave a set of instructions. Then, she watched them leave silently. Behind her, Ophis was speechless at first, but she mustered up her courage and reminded Liora, "You shouldn't underestimate those warriors. Unlike us, you are not immortal. Every sect should have about 10 or so awakened, the so-called masters in your eyes. If you're not careful, you may very well perish." Ophis' tone was polite, and the content of her words made it seem as if she were really giving some kind-hearted advice. But when the words fell in Liora's ears, her expression couldn't help but darken. She didn't trust Ophis. That much was already obvious. The previous surrender and her sudden attack had made it clear that this woman was a ruthless person. It was very likely that she was plotting a way to escape her clutches. Unfortunately, Ophis had underestimated her. Now that she had become her captive, it was impossible for her to escape. If anything, she should feel happy that she was useful. Otherwise, she would have died long ago. Thinking of this, Liora ignored Ophis, a mere pawn, and didn't try to argue with her. Still, she felt that she should teach this woman a lesson. Otherwise, she would continue to trouble her. Secretly, a drop of blood appeared in Liora's hand, and following a tremor, it integrated into her body. Instantly, Ophis witnessed Liora transform. Her skin squirmed while her bones cracked and elongated, as her body quickly changed shape. Before Ophis could react, Liora was no longer in the meeting hall. Only a middle-aged man sat in the place where she once sat, a person whom Ophis could recognize. "Uncle." Her eyes widened, and she almost took a step back, but she soon regained her composure and shook her head. "No, Uncle is dead. I saw it with my own 2 eyes. Is it a disguise?" "Wearing his," Ophis muttered, unable to comprehend the scene before her. Seeing Ophis' stunned look, Liora nodded her head with satisfaction. Of course, she hadn't been replaced by the middle-aged man. Rather, Liora had used an ability that she had activated only one time so far, Overwrite. Using blood as a guide, she had overwritten the Protector's identity. She didn't do this to scare Ophis. This ability was vital to her next course of action. "It's not been long since I awakened my memories, yet I've already achieved such a level of strength. Creating the Heavenly Devil ability was indeed the correct decision. For me, getting rid of the world's suppression is the most important thing. Otherwise, just like in the world of knights, it would have taken me months, if not years, to reach my current state," Liora whispered, and secretly, she couldn't help but summon the system panel. True name: Liora Vathalis Dranthra Vexera. Rank: True Devil Grandmaster. Race: World Devourer. Strength: 255, 285. Agility: 270, 280. Vitality: 280, 295. Mana: 265, 275. Abilities. Techniques: Bloodblade Technique 4. Author's notes: you can redeem this code for 10 free passes. ABDHYZCQWG9NH7TGA. Only applicable for the first 10 people that redeem it. Although the northern lands were only one of the 5 major regions, their size was enormous. Being part of a medium-level world, just the northern lands region was larger than the entire world of knights. The same held true for the other major regions. If one were to ask what its most important landscape was, different people would have different answers. However, if the person asked happened to be a warrior, they would immediately give the same answer. The Grandmaster Summit. The Grandmaster Summit was an ancient mountain located at the very center of the northern lands. Just like several other major landscapes in the region, it was rumored that it was packed with demons in the ancient past. However, thousands of years ago, a powerful grandmaster emerged and happened to slaughter them. From then on, this mountain became a symbol of a warrior's power, hence the name. As these were only ancient legends passed down in the books, few people visited the mountain in the present day. Yet now, hundreds of powerful beings had unknowingly gathered in the Grandmaster Summit and were slowly ascending it. Sect leader, is there any reason why we've all gathered here? A young woman wearing a long white robe stared at the people around her with curiosity. She could see members from several powerful sects. Ice Phoenix Palace, Supreme Human Temple, Heaven Sect. These powerful sects, which one would only meet once in a while in the past, had now unknowingly gathered here. Moreover, though the woman had only just recently become a master, she could sense that all the people who came were very powerful. Clearly, unbeknownst to everyone, hundreds of masters had gathered in this otherwise ordinary mountain. The man leading the way did not respond. He merely shook his head and replied, "Junior sister, you're going to understand why later. Have you ever wondered why our Supreme Sword sect can remain so powerful? Why is everyone talking about the Blood Devil sect and about that crazy woman, yet none of the major sects care? Today, you might be able to take a glimpse at the truth of this world." As he spoke, the man's face shone with ambition as he led the group of masters towards the mountain's peak. Similar conversations were held in most of the sects, as several young masters were filled with doubts. None of the sect leaders answered the questions, merely giving them some hints and ordering them to remain respectful. Yet, for the first half of the day, nothing occurred at the Grandmaster Summit. Every sect found its own location and settled down, causing the mountain to fall into silence. It was only a few hours later, when the sun was about to set on the horizon, that everyone finally set out in unison. Before long, the sect leaders of dozens of sects led the masters to the peak of the mountain, where two people were already waiting. It was a young, innocent-looking woman and a middle-aged man. The two turned their attention to them upon their arrival, though none of them spoke. Although everyone here was a master, no one could sense any aura from these two people. Just when some elders thought they were mortals and were about to drive them away, however, several sect leaders respectfully bowed down. Welcome the divine envoys. The youngest masters were surprised, yet most of them seemed to already know the truth. They followed the lead of their sect leaders and bowed respectfully, the eyes of some of them flashing in fear. Get up. It was only when the middle-aged man among the pair spoke that these people dared to stand up. Several of them looked about to speak when one of the sect leaders suddenly stepped forward. It was the man who had previously expressed his disdain towards the Blood Devil sect, the sect leader of the Supreme Sword sect. I've long heard about the divine envoy's arrival. I've already prepared the sacrifices, numbering almost 100,000. Moreover, since I learned of the divine envoy's visit, I decided to add 100,000 more people to the count. As he spoke, the man's voice grew ever more flattering, and it was obvious that he wished to carry favor with the pair. A white-robed woman in the back, his junior sister, was stunned. How come her senior brother, who was usually cold and arrogant, now behaved like this? Not only was he respectful and flattering, but he seemed to be groveling to earn the two people's favor. The woman then grew even more shocked. Before anyone else could react, her senior brother bowed his head once more and spoke up. There have recently been rumors that the divine envoys are planning to take in some servants and have them follow the envoys to the central area. If that's the case, this sect leader is willing to stand up for the occasion. Though I'm not very strong, I've always been very talented. I believe that I might be able to become a grandmaster in the future. As soon as he finished speaking, the woman was no longer the only shocked person. Even the several sect leaders who knew the truth were now stunned. However, this was not because they were surprised. Instead, they were angry with themselves. How come they had not thought of this before? This was a supreme chance. As long as they reached the central area and had a chance to become stronger, would it really matter if they became servants? Divine Envoy, I'm also the same. Moreover, I've also studied several things over the past few years. I can serve tea, paint portraits, and even dance. Divine Envoy, don't pay attention to these old men. I have a junior sister. Although she is not very talented, she has a very nice figure. Divine Envoy. Soon, The famous Grandmaster Summit was plunged into silence, with the sect leader's words being the only sound throughout the area. The masters could only watch in astonishment. At first, the sect leaders were merely fighting over the chance to become the divine envoy's servants, but by the end, they were basically selling their subordinates. This continued for several minutes, and if no one stopped them, it seemed very likely that these sect leaders would end up selling themselves as prostitutes in the end. Fortunately, just when the elders were beginning to doubt themselves, a faint chuckle interrupted the offers. I've long heard of the sect leaders' great reputation. I've always admired their many achievements. However, I never expected that they would be like this when I met them in person. The voice obviously belonged to a woman, causing the warriors to turn their attention to the young woman among the pair. However, when they looked at her, they found that her mouth was shut. As some of them looked to the side, their pupils instantly shrank. They discovered that the previous words did not come from the woman, but from the rough, middle-aged man. Most importantly, some of them could recognize this voice's owner. The sect leader of the Blood Devil sect? What is she doing here? Several people who had met Liora doubted, wondering what was going on. In particular, the Supreme Sword sect's leader was the most shocked. Despite what his previous disdain would suggest, he had met Liora in the past, and was the most scared of her. Immediately, a shiver ran through his back as he shot back, opening distance between himself and the divine envoy. You deserve to be the leader of a major sect. You react pretty quickly. The middle-aged man spoke as his face began to squirm. Under the shocked eyes of the sect leader, a familiar face emerged in front of him. Just when he was wondering how this had happened, a crimson light covered his field of vision. It was not only his own. The entire Grandmaster Summit was covered. Soon, the mountain appeared to have been divided from the outside world by a crimson domain, as only painful screams could be heard from the inside. Is it fun to toy with a bunch of mortals like this? Ophis couldn't help but look at her protector. No, at Liora, and questioned. Staring at the broken corpses around her, all belonging to masters, she was speechless. She couldn't understand what Liora was doing. Although she and her companions regularly slaughtered people, and her clan accepted human sacrifices from hundreds of sects, they only did so to improve their strength. But Liora was clearly a warrior, albeit a slightly stronger one. What benefit would she gain by killing a bunch of ordinary people? Could it be that she practices some kind of bloodthirsty, murderous warrior technique? No wonder she has become so strong. But if that's the case, she may be useful in the future. Ophis thought silently. Liora did not know that Ophis was making plans for her future, but even if she were to know, she wouldn't spend any time giving her an explanation. After collecting the valuable items carried by the sect leaders, she stared at the peak of the mountain for a bit before she took action. Instantly, several black serpents emerged from her body and struck the mountain. Their mouths opened, and they devoured the earth, leaving behind deep craters. As if she felt that this was not enough, Liora thought for a bit, and her mind moved. Her soul deep within her body trembled, and a tiny portion of indestructible matter flew out, landing on the mountain and scattering all over the place. Then, Liora's hand blurred. The saber shot through the air and landed on Ophis' right arm, separating it from her shoulder and letting blood and the broken part fall to the ground. Ignoring the hateful expression on Ophis' face and her painful hiss, Liora surveyed the peak. No, there needs to be a little more damage. Moreover, some traces of shadow elements should be left behind, she judged as she took a step forward and the shadows around her squirmed. It was only half an hour later that Liora and Ophis left the Grandmaster Summit. By the time they left, the mountain's peak was completely unrecognizable. Bloody corpses, broken weapons, and deep craters were all over the place. If someone didn't know any better, they would think that a large war involving several parties had occurred, resulting in the mutual destruction of both of them. If anyone investigated deeper, they would sense the traces of Black Serpent's attacks, the power of shadows, and the scars left behind by warriors. Blood Devil Sect. Not much time had passed since Liora left this place, but in just a few days, everything had changed. She had visited the Heavenly Sword Sect, met the Divine Race, and killed hundreds of masters. Most importantly, in the span of a few days, she had regained her strength. Scanning over this sect, which she had developed single-handedly for more than a decade, she couldn't help but feel emotional. though this wasn't necessarily done by her. It's interesting to think what would have happened if I hadn't awakened my memories. Would I have continued on the path of a warrior and slowly created the next realm by myself? Or would I have simply died at the hands of the divine race and become a sacrifice? Having dealt with everything that needed to be taken care of, Liora finally had the time to think about the several things that she consciously ignored before. I can be certain that I was reborn as a human when I reincarnated in this world. Yet, the moment I awakened my memories, I instantly transformed into a pure-blooded devil. The same is true for the system. Before I awakened, I didn't have access to it. It was only when I regained my memories that it reappeared. Liora thought as her fingers lightly tapped on the table. Does the world devourer bloodline and the system exist in my soul rather than my body? Are they both only accessible to my real self, whatever that means? To this day, Liora could not understand how the system worked. She couldn't be sure if it was created by someone or was perhaps a talent that only she possessed and was presented in such a way. Though she might have ignored it in the past, this didn't mean that she was oblivious to its strangeness. I'm so close to becoming a greater devil, yet the system still remains a complete mystery. I doubt that becoming a greater devil is enough. Perhaps I can only understand the truth after becoming an archdevil or even an ancient devil. Thinking of this, Liora's resolve to improve her devil stage grew even stronger. Blindly pursuing combat power was meaningless after all. Only by improving her stage would she undergo a transformation and get a deeper insight into everything. Recalling her next course of action, she understood that she could not wait any longer. She had wasted enough time in the northern lands, and even though she had obtained hundreds of master souls, she had no reason to waste any more time. With that in mind, her consciousness moved, and she summoned Rose. After a slight pause, she also called over the old man, whose name she had long forgotten. A few days later, Liora silently left the Blood Devil sect, only informing Rose and the elderly master about her departure. She was not worried about the sect's safety. Pretty much all the masters in the northern lands had been killed at the Grandmaster Summit, and the few that remained were of no threat. The northern lands stretched seemingly infinitely. However, with Liora's strength, it only took her a few days to reach the border, despite carrying Ophis with her. While flying, she didn't forget to ask Ophis several questions. Some of these questions this woman answered, while some of which she expressed ignorance to, whether feigned or not. Still, Liora was able to get some valuable information. I don't know how the divine race came to be. It's rumored that we are the descendants of the people who left for the upper world. Ophis explained, and some youthful pride shone on her face as she spoke. As for why the divine race gathers in the central area, it's fairly simple. Only the central area possesses divine aura. In fact, it used to be called divine domain. Only by entering the divine domain can people become stronger. Liora did not comment on the first part of her words. She had no way of confirming this ancient rumor, though she suspected that it was, at least partly, true. After all, during her descent, Liora had seen that this world was surrounded by two higher-level worlds. Since that's the case, it came as no surprise that they would be related. As for the divine aura, Liora's eyes narrowed. The moment she left the northern lands behind, she sensed a peculiar change happening in the world around her. An ordinary person would have never noticed the shift. But having regained her true devil power, Liora had noticed a strange type of energy permeating through the air, an energy different from any other she had encountered in the past. Just when she was planning to investigate, Liora suddenly turned her head towards Ophis. At that moment, she sensed the strange energy enter her body out of its own accord. Then, a golden light shone on her shoulder, and her severed right hand began to recover, granulating and growing once again. Is this energy the source of the indestructible matter-like substance? No wonder these people don't leave the central area for long. It is only in the central area that these people can recover. Otherwise, they are not much different from warriors, Liora realized, and she subconsciously couldn't help but raise her head. World origin, evil spirits, indestructible matter, divine race. It seems that this journey will give me great surprises, she muttered. The Ouroboros clan did not have many members. In total, there were only tens of thousands of people in its ranks. Yet, As one of the 9 divine clans and the rulers of the central area, the Ouroboros clan's mansion looked more like a capital city rather than a mansion. Several guards wearing serpent-patterned armor patrolled the perimeter, while a team of soldiers stood motionless at the entrance, like stone statues. Since the mansion was part of a city, the nearby residents stared at these guards with awe and admiration. Still, nobody dared to step forward and start a conversation, as the guards' solemn and threatening faces threw them off. Suddenly, one of the motionless guards moved. He ignored the pedestrians and raised his head to look at the sky, while his companions next to him did the same. Seeing the black point in the otherwise blue sky approach the mansion, the man yelled, "Stop! Entry into the Ouroboros mansion is prohibited." Before the guard could finish his words, a person landed in front of the gate. It was a middle-aged man covered in blood who tightly held an unconscious young woman in his hands. Both of them were seriously injured, as the bottom part of the woman was missing, revealing the bones and internal organs along her waist. "Idiot! Why are you blocking my way? Don't you see that Lady Ophis is seriously injured? Are you going to take responsibility if she dies?" The injured middle-aged man roared as he ignored the guards and rushed into the mansion. The guard who had just spoken opened his mouth and was about to stop him, wanting to remind him of the rules. But before he could do so, another, older guard shook his head and gestured for him to give up. Unlike his younger companion, the older guard could recognize the two people. He remembered that a group of young people had left the mansion less than a month ago with the goal of sightseeing. Originally, their return was expected to take a couple more weeks. However, when he saw the injured pair and thought of the missing people, he couldn't help but shake his head. Something serious has happened. There were several priest descendants among the group of people. If this is not handled well, the Ouroboros clan will be plunged into chaos. A black-haired girl lay on top of a bed, as several people paced back and forth, some looking at her with worry and others looking thoughtful. The attention of the former was on the bottom part of the girl, or to be more accurate, on the lack of it. Golden light flickered as the flesh along her waist began to granulate, attempting to help her recover. Unfortunately, no matter how much the golden light tried, it was unable to fully heal her. At most, it could prevent the girl's injuries from getting more severe. While the people were waiting for the girl to wake up, the door of the room suddenly swung open. An elderly man stepped in, and his gaze scanned over the room before finally landing on the unconscious girl. "Where is my son?" His cold voice echoed, breaking the awkward silence of the room. The expressions of everyone changed. They could hear the anger in the priest's voice, as well as sense the boundless murderous intent accompanying it. Part of this murderous intent was aimed towards the unconscious girl, while the other part was aimed at everyone else. The weaker among them felt suffocated. Sweat covered their foreheads, as a soul-tearing pain assaulted their minds, and their heads looked ready to burst. Just when they believed that their lives would soon be over, a young man among them waved his right hand. Immediately, the gathered aura dispersed, and murderous intent retreated. The priest was forced to take a step back, as a tiny line of blood dripped out of his lips. I can understand why the elder is so anxious. However, there's no reason to do anything rash. We should wait until Ophis wakes up to learn the truth. Moreover, even if the worst were to happen, the priest should remember the clan's rules and remain calm. Saying this, the man looked at the person beside him and spoke. "Send a person to watch over the guy who brought Ophis back. Capture him if he attempts to escape or do anything weird." The man who spoke looked to be in his early 20s. Yet, although his tone was plain, no one dared to underestimate him. They all rushed to complete his orders, and even the priest, whose son's fate was unknown, did not dare to argue back. Seeing this, the clan head nodded. He paused for a brief moment and was about to add a few extra words when the body of the unconscious girl twitched. The clan head immediately flashed beside her. He lowered his hand and gently placed it on her shoulder, letting the divine aura flow into her body. His efforts proved worthwhile. Only a couple of seconds later, the eyelids of the young girl fluttered before her eyes opened, revealing a pair of black pupils. The girl's face contorted into a grimace as a painful hiss escaped her lips. Still, Ophis gritted her teeth and persevered, doing her best to ignore the pain. She moved her head to the side and looked at the young man standing beside the bed as she opened her mouth and struggled to speak. "Father, Her words made the clan head breathe a sigh of relief, knowing that his daughter had woken up. He immediately doubled his efforts and let even more divine aura flow into Ophis' body, wanting to stabilize her injuries. He was originally planning to wait, but seeing that the priest was getting increasingly more furious, he understood that this guy was about to explode. Thus, he had no other choice than to ask, "Ophis, what happened in the northern lands? Where is everyone else? Why did only you and the protector return?" Hearing this, a hateful look flashed across Ophis' eyes before she opened her mouth and began to explain. "The Dark Demon Clan? Did the Dark Demon Clan collude with the mortals of the northern lands to murder your team?" The voice of the clan head was filled with doubt, while the same confusion was carried by the other people in the room, too. According to Ophis, their team had encountered a Dark Demon Clan group that was cooperating with many mortal warriors. It was unknown if it was their plan from the start, or if they took advantage of the opportunity, but the Dark Demon Clan group attacked them. In the end, only the Protector and Ophis had survived, escaping with serious injuries. No one in the room was a stranger to the Dark Demon Clan. As one of the 2 rulers of the Northern Lands and one of the 9 divine clans, all members of the Ouroboros clan were familiar with it. Most importantly, the Ouroboros clan and the Dark Demon Clan were sworn enemies, having fought for thousands of years. That's why, though Ophis' explanation seemed outlandish, some people were led to believe it. However, a person among them did not care about the Dark Demon Clan at the moment. The priest, the father of the young man accompanying Ophis, trembled with anger and pointed his finger at her. With a cold expression, he asked a set of questions that plagued everyone's minds. "Where's my son? How could he die? I gifted him a divine projection before he left. Even if he faced a demon saint, he would have been able to escape. If even he died, how could you survive? Did you betray the Ouroboros clan?" The priest accused Ophis loudly as his aura surged. Though his title was priest, he looked more like a murderous demon at the moment. Accompanied by fierce murderous intent, he reached out and wanted to grab Ophis, ready to interrogate her, if not kill her. The gap between them was massive. Ophis was not even a weapon master, while the priest was a demon saint, equivalent to a true devil. However, just when his hands were about to grab her, the clan head snorted coldly. Instantly, the body of the priest began to shatter. Cracks appeared all over his skin, and his flesh parted, revealing the golden bones beneath them. Though his flesh wove together and he quickly recovered, it was apparent that his aura had become significantly weaker. The clan head did not care. Ophis is going to give a more extensive report later. Moreover, the clan is going to send a team to the northern lands to investigate what happened. But the most important thing at the moment is to help Ophis heal, the clan head said. With a wave of his hands, he wrapped up Ophis with his divine aura and rushed out of the room. "I'm going to let her enter the divine blood pool. After she has recovered and comes out, I'm certain that the truth will come to light." His faint voice lingered in the room, as both he and Ophis soon disappeared. Although the priest wanted to argue back, he knew that there was no way to get an advantage. The clan head was stronger than him and had already shown his stance. Still, this didn't mean that this would end here. After he cast one more look at the people in the room, he snorted coldly and left. The divine blood pool was one of the treasured places of the Ouroboros clan. Just like its name would suggest, it was a giant pool filled with blood, rumored to belong to a demon sovereign. The main function of the blood pool was to assist members of the Ouroboros clan in improving their strength, but in unexpected situations, it would also be open to help important members recover. Serving as the head of the clan, the young-looking man had the permission to open the divine blood pool once every other year. He was originally prepared to send one of his subordinates to help them grow stronger. However, now that his daughter had been seriously injured, this was no longer an option. After settling Ophis into the blood pool and giving a set of instructions, the clan head did not stay here for long, only leaving a few guards behind. He, on the other hand, quickly returned to his study room, closing the surrounding space and rendering people unable to observe. As soon as this was done, the shadow behind him squirmed. A person draped in a long black robe rushed out and faced him respectfully. "My lord." The clan head nodded and motioned him to get up. "Have you interrogated that guy? Did you find anything?" he questioned. The disguised person did not keep him waiting. He replied immediately, "My lord, that guy shut himself in his room right after his return, saying that he would try to heal his injuries. However, when this subordinate went to look for him, I found that he was dead. His soul was annihilated. It seems that the injuries he sustained during the trip were more severe than he expected." "Is he dead?" the clan head muttered in a low voice as a profound glint flashed across his eyes. He stopped and fell into thought for a few seconds before he stared at the black shadow and ordered, "A team is soon going to leave the clan and investigate what happened in the northern lands. Order the traitors of the Dark Demon clan under our forces to attack them and leave some traces behind. It's best to leave a few of them alive to spread the news. Also, send a person to keep an eye on the third priest's movements. If he steps out of line, immediately inform me." The clan head had just instructed him to kill members of the Ouroboros clan, but the Black Shadow did not so much as flinch. He merely nodded his head and blended into the shadows again, planning to do as ordered, killing the third priest's son to take out the competition while framing the Dark Demon clan. "Ophis, it seems that I underestimated you. Since that's the case, your father is going to help you clean up the mess," the clan head muttered to himself before he shook his head. It was unknown if he was angry or proud of Ophis' actions. Ophis did not know what the clan head was thinking. She could not have guessed that he had misunderstood the situation, believing that she had murdered everyone to get rid of the competition. At the moment, Ophis was floating on the surface of a giant body of water, surrounded by a sea of golden blood. Her lower body began to recover as flesh continuously sprawled out like tentacles, quickly gathering into a pair of legs. However, Ophis did not display much happiness. Instead, her gaze turned strange as she surveyed her surroundings. "I didn't expect that these guys would throw me into a sea of blood as soon as I infiltrated this place. Can this be considered a welcoming gift?" She couldn't help but think, and her thoughts revealed her true identity. That's right. From the very start, the person whom the priest wanted to murder and whom the clan had protected was none other than Liora. Although she had come to the Ouroboros clan as a man, this didn't mean that she was planning to stay as such for long. In her opinion, the identity of Ophis was much more important. "I killed the middle-aged man in his room and left his corpse behind. Even if someone suspects something and investigates further, no one will ever suspect that I'm an outsider. At most, these people will think that it's a fight between clan members," Liora thought silently as her body drifted along the large sea of golden blood. Feeling the waves strike on her body and sensing a faint movement on her soul, she couldn't help but recall her father's, the clan head's, words. "Absorbing this blood is extremely beneficial for divine race members. The divine blood pool can stay open for 3 days. In this amount of time, it's best to absorb as much of it as possible." Although Liora was not part of the divine race, her myriad devil's body could also absorb blood to strengthen itself. Most importantly, the faint tremor in her soul let her know that there were bound to be other benefits involved. Thinking of this, she didn't rush to get out of the blood pool. Letting her body float on its surface, she began absorbing the blood. Ordinary people, even warriors, would have been unable to do so. Only members of the divine race innately had this ability, and even for them, it would be quite difficult to achieve. But for Liora, absorbing resources, including blood, had become second nature to her. After all, the word devourer was as important as the word world in her world devourer bloodline. With a move of her mind, the surrounding blood began to gather towards her. Part of it was utilized to strengthen her myriad devil's body, while the other part flowed towards her soul. The golden blood drilled deeper and reached into her soul, flowing towards the crimson saber and pouring right into it. The indestructible matter along the saber's surface began to spread. Slowly but surely, the golden color covered a bigger part of the saber, making its aura even more refined, more perfect. The same changes took place in Liora's soul. Soon, a scene that would make every greater devil turn green with envy was unfolding. The divine blood pool was a forbidden area of the Ouroboros clan. Only when one had obtained permission could they go inside, and this restriction held true for even the clan head and priests. With the gate closed and no one to interrupt her, Liora did not do anything out of the ordinary. She continued devouring the divine blood, allowing it to slowly strengthen her. Under such conditions, the days passed by very quickly. Can the divine blood pool no longer hold on? A silent murmur echoed in the otherwise silent sea of golden blood as Liora glanced at the lowered level of the pool and let out a sigh. It seems that I can only stop here. She shook her head before her body slowly emerged from the liquid. Ignoring the gravitational pull of the blood, she jumped out and landed on a nearby platform, the only other thing besides this pool of blood. Standing there, Liora could see that the sea's level had decreased significantly. Although most of it was still there, she judged that she had devoured more than 30% of it. As for the rest of it, it wasn't that Liora was unwilling to devour it. Rather, she was unable. She could sense a powerful aura deep within the body of liquid, which, according to her judgment, was the source of this blood pool. It's stronger than a true devil. Although it's only a remnant, it has reached the greater devil level. Liora had noticed that the aura at the bottom grew stronger the more blood she devoured, as if a slumbering being was gradually awakening. I don't know whether this thing is a friend or a foe of the Ouroboros clan. Even if it is a friend, Overwrite cannot hide from the perception of such a being. Liora shook her head, slightly disappointed that she could not devour any more of this blood. Still, she quickly recovered. The disappointment on her face disappeared, replaced by a wide smile. The gains are already enough. Glancing into her own soul and seeing that more than 80% of it had been dyed golden, Liora had a hard time remaining calm. She had just arrived at the Ouroboros clan and had received such great benefits. Even if she were to leave at this point, the risks she took while coming here would have been absolutely worth it. Although this is related to Ophis status, the benefits obtained by infiltrating the world's most powerful force are indeed astonishing. My decision to come here was correct, Liora whispered inwardly. Pushing this matter aside, her focus quickly shifted back to reality. She knew that she would not be able to leave this place until the 3-day window was up. Knowing this, she didn't rush to leave. With a move of her mind, she summoned the system panel and began digesting the evolution points she had accumulated so far. She did not create any new abilities. Just like every other time since her arrival in this world, she invested her points into the Blood Blade technique. In the blink of an eye, they 4, besides the technique became 5, and continued flickering. Lord Sarathiel, are you here to pick the young lady up? 2 guards wearing black armor stood outside a tall stone gate. Their aura was fierce and ferocious, while their strength reached the demon saint level, equivalent to true devils. Yet, as soon as the 2 noticed the old man's arrival, their faces immediately broke into heartfelt smiles. They recognized the man and knew that he was the clan head's right-hand man. Most importantly, he was also a demon saint, and a powerful one in this realm. Sarathiel did not put up any airs. He nodded with a smile and greeted the 2 guards before he began to wait. The wait did not last for long. Shortly after, a colossal black serpent flashed across the tall stone gate, and it slowly parted. The 3 men had no time to look inside. The next moment, a black-haired girl stepped out of the gate as it quickly shut. None of them noticed anything strange. Sarathiel looked at the girl and gestured. Lady Ophis, please follow me. Halfway through his words, his speech suddenly paused. His gaze grew strange as he observed the girl in front of him once more, making sure that his previous feeling had not been wrong. When he confirmed it, a smile couldn't help but creep up his face. I didn't expect that Lady Ophis would turn misfortune into a blessing. Although you were previously seriously injured, the life and death situation must have unlocked your potential. Coupled with absorbing the divine blood, you have actually broken through to the Weapon Master realm so quickly. Ophis, or rather Liora, remained silent. She had devoured the real Ophis and had obtained some fragments of her memories. Thus, she knew that although Ophis acted innocent and cute when speaking to strangers, she remained cold and stoic when she was with the people she knew. As for her so-called breakthrough, there was, of course, none of it. After all, she was not a member of the divine race, and Overwrite was unable to fully mimic their abilities. Fortunately, revealing a slightly stronger aura was quite simple for Liora. Coupled with her disguise, she indeed seemed like a member of the divine race who had just become a weapon master. And this was exactly what Liora was hoping for. Thankfully, Sarathiel did not disappoint her. Nodding his head with a smile, he opened his mouth and spoke. The clan had originally instructed me to lead you to him. But now that you've just broken through, There are more important things to do. While your bloodline is still agitated, you should take the opportunity to establish a connection with your divine weapon. This time, Liora did not remain silent. She nodded coldly and immediately agreed. After all, wasn't this the entire reason why she had faked a breakthrough? How could she possibly refuse such an opportunity? Shortly after, Liora stood in front of a high tower. The building was only divided into 4 floors, yet its height was enormous, more than 100 meters tall. Clearly, each floor was very high, as if it were prepared for giants. Since Liora was following Sarathiel, she had no time to fully admire it. Under his guidance, she soon stepped alone into the tower. The moment she walked into the building, the door behind her shut on its own. But Liora did not show any fear. Her head turned as she scanned over the room, and various colors and shapes were reflected in her now black eyes. Hundreds of display cases were arranged neatly across the first floor. Inside each of them lay a weapon, as a glass surface enveloped them. Liora's expression was calm at first. However, as her gaze wandered around these objects, she soon couldn't help but show a hint of surprise. Unlike its name, the divine race members are neither gods nor immortals. They possess neither divinity, nor do they follow the path of faith. Instead, what the divine race relies on are divine weapons. By establishing a connection with a divine weapon and slowly refining it, a divine race member can quickly improve their strength. As for how to refine it, it's simple: kill. As long as the divine weapon devours enough blood and flesh of demons, humans, or any other creature, its quality will be enhanced. The divine race called such weapons divine weapons. But among the mortals and warriors of the central area, these armaments had a different name: demon weapons. In Liora's opinion, this was indeed a far more accurate term to describe them. As she recalled such information, Liora approached one of the display cases. A silver sword was lying inside, and as she stepped closer, it trembled. Voices rang inside her head, urging Liora to select it and promising her infinite power. Considering her power and the strength of her will, Liora quickly snapped out of it. She took a deeper look at this weapon, and her eyes grew colder before she moved on to the next display case. The second armament was not really a weapon. It was a golden mask, with bizarre crimson patterns painted on each of its cheeks. Though they are called weapons, this doesn't mean that they are really weapons. Demon weapons can be masks, clothes, anything. Liora recalled Sarathiel's earlier words, and her next experience confirmed this. She saw halberds, dresses, and even crumbs of metallic dust swirling eerily. Regardless, her footsteps did not stop. She continued going through all of them one by one, partly to satisfy her inner curiosity and partly because she wished to find something suitable. In total, there were hundreds of such display cases. Fortunately, Liora did not have to observe each one of them closely. After glancing at them for only a few seconds, she could roughly judge the weapon's characteristics and its quality. As such, it took her less than half an hour to go through them all. Before long, Liora stood silently at the room's center as a contemplative look flashed across her face. Many choices. There are ordinary weapons like swords, sabers, and halberds which can be used to kill. Strange items such as masks and clothes, which provide defense and other auxiliary abilities. Even chains and other unorthodox items can be found, each with a different, unexpected function. The selection of one's demon weapon was extremely important, perhaps the most crucial moment in a divine race member's life. In fact, the most obvious choice for Liora was to choose a saber. The Bloodblade technique was a saber technique, and the same held true for her manifestation. However, Liora had never been attached to a particular weapon. She had used swords, bows, spears, and even halberds in the past. In her opinion, these weapons were only external tools, items used to enhance her combat power. The same held true for the saber too. In the end, it doesn't really matter what I choose. At most, it can provide me another method in combat and make it easier for me to act as Ophis, Liora thought, and shook her head. With that in mind, she did not hesitate any longer. The next moment, her palm landed on a nearby display case, and the glass around it shattered under her touch. Ignoring the glass fragments flying everywhere, Liora reached into the display and grabbed the item lying inside. Then, without taking a look behind her back, she exited the tower. Liora was originally expecting that Sarathiel would lead her to meet her father. However, seemingly having forgotten about his earlier words, he didn't do so. After taking a look at the weapon chosen by Liora and congratulating her for her breakthrough, he hurriedly left, letting Liora return to her room. The latter did not pay much attention. Following the path according to her memories, she soon found Ophis' room and shut herself in. Sitting casually on the king-sized bed, she placed the weapon on her lap and looked at it with faint curiosity. It was not a saber, nor was it a sword, halberd, or any other commonly found weapon. Instead, it was a large umbrella. Pitch black in color and covered in serpent-like patterns, it looked ominous, yet eerily beautiful. Liora's fingers gently brushed against its surface. It was rumored that these weapons were made using the corpses of powerful demons, but she felt none of it. The umbrella felt soft to the touch, yet strangely cold, as if it were made out of ice. Liora hardly cared about these things. The reason she had chosen this as her divine weapon was not because of its eerie beauty, nor because she had suddenly become afraid of the rain. Rather, it was because this umbrella was surprisingly obedient. All the other weapons she had met in the tower were trying to tempt her to choose them and promised a future filled with glory, while this umbrella did the exact opposite, begging for mercy instead. A weapon should have the consciousness of a weapon. If the weapon is arrogant and has to be taken care of by its wielder, then what's its use? Liora shook her head and muttered. Ignoring the umbrella's pleas for mercy, she stretched her hand and placed her palm on it, while the saber beside her soul trembled. Indestructible matter poured out and flowed into the umbrella, as Liora controlled it in the way Sarathiel had previously instructed her to. The divine race members used the so-called divine aura to establish the connection. I wonder if I can use indestructible matter instead. Liora pondered, and the next moment, her eyes widened. She had originally expected that she would have to try several times, even using the methods mentioned in her bloodline memories, before she could accomplish her goal. But very quickly, Liora discovered that she was worrying over nothing. The moment the indestructible matter poured into the umbrella, the link between her and the demon weapon was instantly established. Immediately, the umbrella became smaller in size. Once it was only the size of a human fist, it shot forward and entered her soul. Just when the umbrella had appeared and was preparing to settle next to her soul, the crimson saber suddenly shook. A violent aura emerged and landed on the umbrella, suppressing it and forcing it back. Though the umbrella was not truly sentient, a look of grievance could almost be seen emanating from it. It was perhaps the first demon weapon in this world that had actually been bullied upon the connection's establishment with its master. However, Liora had no time to pay attention to its antics. The moment she merged with the umbrella, information about this weapon and its functions poured into her mind. For the next few days, nothing out of the ordinary took place in the Ouroboros clan. Unlike what everyone would have expected, the death of the group sent to the northern lands did not cause much reaction. Even the priest, whose son was nowhere to be found, didn't cause any trouble to Liora, seemingly having forgotten about what had happened. Liora did not remain idle. She spent most of her time collecting information regarding this world and the divine clans, while using the rest of her time to get familiar with her demon weapon. Just when Liora believed that this would continue on for a while, she received an unexpected invitation. It seems that you've already grown closer to your divine weapon. That's good. Besides lacking some combat experience, you can be considered a true weapon master. The clan head observed Liora and praised, nodding his head in satisfaction. Seeing that Liora was about to ask something, the clan head took the initiative to speak up. The clan has already investigated what happened in the northern lands and discovered the traces of the Dark Demon clan on the battlefield. Saying this, the clan head's tone grew a little confused as he wondered whether his previous guess had been wrong. Still, he continued. The group sent to investigate was also attacked by the Dark Demon clan. You don't have to worry. The third priest will no longer have any reason to trouble you. Liora seemed relieved on the surface, but inwardly, she remained utterly calm. She had gone to great lengths to hide her involvement in the death of the Ouroboros clan's members, going as far as creating a battlefield scene behind. Thus, the findings of the clan were not surprising to her. Still, Liora was a little doubtful when she heard the latter part of the clan head's words. Had the Dark Demon clan attacked the investigation team? Though this made perfect sense considering that the two divine clans were mortal enemies, Liora strongly doubted whether this was true. Many thoughts raced through her mind, and she couldn't help but take a deeper look at her father. The clan head did not notice the change in her gaze. After talking about the third priest for a little while, he switched the topic of conversation. The reason I summoned you is that the demon god cemetery is about to open again. The clan is preparing to select the 100 participants. Originally, this had nothing to do with you. However, since you've become a weapon master, the demon god's cemetery might be an opportunity. Of course, if you're unwilling to go, I will never force you. After he said this, the clan head remained silent, giving his daughter the time to think. Liora would have been confused if she had heard his proposal when she first arrived at the Ouroboros clan. After all, she had only received some fragmented memories and was not the real Ophis. But after spending a few days in the clan, and specifically in the clan's library, she was now familiar with this world. As such, information regarding the so-called demon god's cemetery resurfaced in her mind. It was called cemetery, but in fact, the demon god's cemetery was an ancient battlefield involving tens of demon saints and several demon sovereigns. It existed in a different dimension, and because of its chaotic environment, it suppressed stronger beings, allowing only weapon masters to enter. The demon god cemetery was extremely dangerous. However, since the 9 divine clans had chosen it as a common training ground, it was quite obvious that the danger was accompanied by many great opportunities. Recalling the cemetery's information, which overlapped with her goals, Liora pretended to think for a few seconds before she nodded her head. The demon god's cemetery opens only once every 10 years. I'm afraid that if I miss this chance, I will be unable to enter the next time. Moreover, I've only just become a weapon master. If I wish to catch up with the priest's descendants, I should take every opportunity that I come across. Liora looked at the clan head and said with a stern expression, giving a reason for her choice. The clan head had already expected this result. Though he doubted whether his previous guess, that his daughter had wiped out the Ouroboros clan's team, was true, it was apparent that she was very ambitious. Although entering the demon god's cemetery was bound to be dangerous, every divine race member longed to enter it. Looking at his daughter's expression, which reminded him of his younger self, the clan head was satisfied. Still, he knew that he should give her a few lessons. The demon god's cemetery is quite dangerous. Besides the dangers of the cemetery itself, you will also have to face the danger coming from other people. While inside, you shouldn't trust anyone. This includes the members of the Ouroboros clan, particularly those of the 4 priests. After giving Liora instructions, the clan head let her return to her room. Shortly after, Sarathiel arrived. He didn't stay for long, only visiting her to leave some things under the clan head's orders. Soon, only Liora was left in the room, standing among a pile of demon corpses. No blood dripped out of their bodies, and the corpses were relatively intact, with few injuries. To be able to kill lesser devil-level demons with ease means that at least a demon saint took action. The clan head truly values his daughter. Not only did he deal with the trouble that I caused, but he also provided resources for my improvement. So far, Liora had not met any demon sovereign in the Ouroboros clan. The clan's strongest members, including the clan head and the priest, were all demon saints, equivalent to true devils. Thus, it could be seen that the clan head truly valued Ophis to give her these demon corpses. Shaking her head, Liora did not think about it for long. No matter how great a family Ophis was, it didn't matter to her. Her gaze landed on the several demon corpses, and her mind moved, as a black umbrella shot out of her soul and appeared in her hand. Holding its handle, Liora pushed its sharp tip into the closest demon corpse. Surprisingly, this ordinary weapon easily cut through the demon's tough defenses. The umbrella's tip drilled into the corpse as the serpent patterns on its surface squirmed, and the demon weapon began to absorb its blood and flesh. A crimson, bloodthirsty glint ran across the umbrella. Because of the link between them, Liora could sense it growing stronger. Similarly, a torrent of energy followed their connection and poured into her own body. Whether it was her physical body or even her demonic energy, they grew stronger under the torrent's assistance. A black-haired girl stood in a closed, damp space, stretching for only a few tens of meters. Opposite her stood a hunched humanoid figure whose limbs were covered in fur and who wore a pair of brown gauntlets. Suddenly, the hunched figure's outline blurred before he reappeared in front of the black-haired girl. Its head was raised slightly, revealing a male wolf-like face, as his hands turned into fists and shot at the girl. The hunched man's strength was terrifying. The wind whistled violently as the gauntlets pierced right through it and attacked the girl. Just when it seemed that the girl's head was about to be smashed open, a black light flashed on her forehead. The light fired up and landed on top of her head before transforming into an eerie, yet beautiful umbrella. The umbrella shook. A translucent black veil descended and covered the girl below. The veil did not look very powerful. It seemed as if it would shatter at the first sign of impact. Yet, when the hunched man's gauntlet struck at it, it failed to break it. It only caused the veil to shake for a brief moment before it turned back to normal, as if nothing had happened. On the other hand, the hunched man was impacted. As if the umbrella could bounce back the damage, he was forced to take a few steps back as the skin along his hand shattered. A golden light flashed and wanted to help him recover, but it was already too late. For the first time since the battle began, the black-haired girl moved. With a step, she approached the hunched man, and with a wave of his hands, the black umbrella began to spin. The serpents painted across its surface were suddenly activated and obtained substance, turning material and targeting the hunched man. Half of them opened their mouths and aimed at different parts of his body, devouring them with a single bite, while the other half flicked their tails and struck at him. The hunched man was not very smart. Seeing the many attacks coming in his direction, he didn't try to evade but chose to face them head-on. The result was obvious. The serpent's attacks broke apart his body as the golden light grew even stronger, struggling to help him recover. "It's time to end this," the girl whispered, and as if in response, the black umbrella above her head suddenly closed. It fell into her hand, and her palm tightly clasped its handle before she waved the umbrella forward. Its sharp tip shone brightly. It seemed to disregard the difference in distance between them and landed on the hunched man's abdomen, leaving behind a large gash. However, the black-haired girl did not stop there. She waved the umbrella again and again, as if it were not an ornament but a terrifying sword. The hunched man could do nothing. Besieged by the serpents and attacked by the girl, he could only struggle for a few more seconds. Less than a couple of minutes later, the hunched man raised his head and roared towards the sky before his body disintegrated. Only a wolf's head that resembled the man's face remained in the place where he previously stood. Its eyes were still open, filled with resentment and boundless murderous intent. The girl did not care. Taking a step forward, she picked up the head and was about to leave. Just when she was about to turn around, the sound of clapping reached her ears. "Congratulations, Lady Ophis. I'm afraid that even your father did not expect that your combat experience would improve so quickly. In just a few days, you've become powerful enough to defeat one of the strongest evil spirits of the evil spirit prison." Sarathiel praised the girl, with a trace of admiration flashing across his eyes. "It deserves to be that person's daughter," he muttered inwardly, and the figure of her father roaming the central area and killing everyone like a demon god couldn't help but appear in his mind. Liora, disguised as Ophis, could not know that this powerful man was daydreaming. She merely nodded her head, while most of her focus remained on the wolf's head in her hands. She consciously restrained her urge to devour it, not because she was disgusted, but because now was not the time. After all, Liora knew that this head was not really an object, but an item constructed using a small amount of world origin. As long as she wanted to devour it, it would instantly transform back into its original form. The visit to the Ouroboros clan has been very fruitful. Not only did I obtain a large amount of indestructible matter, but I also obtained several portions of world origin. However, it might be time to leave. After the demon god's cemetery closes, I should take the opportunity to slip away. Seeing Liora stare at the wolf's head without speaking, Sarathiel thought that she didn't know what to do with it. Thus, he explained, "These items are the core of the evil spirits. They are said to be the source of resentment that gave birth to these beings. In fact, long-term exposure to such items is dangerous. The resentment will slowly affect the people around them, gradually changing their personalities. But for us, these items are quite useful. Over the past few days, you should have collected more than a dozen such things. If you were to integrate them into your divine weapon, its quality will improve significantly, and your trip to the demon god's cemetery will be smoother, Sarathiel advised her. Hearing his words, Liora nodded her head and thanked him. Then, she didn't stay here any longer. Together with Sarathiel, she left the evil spirit prison. Although she wished to devour every evil spirit trapped within this building, she understood that it was almost impossible. Unless she wanted to tear off her disguise and get besieged by several demon saints and even demon sovereigns, there was no way to achieve this. Under her father's suggestion, Liora spent the next few days fighting against both humans and evil spirits. In the clan head's words, she had to prepare herself for the journey to the demon god's cemetery, where she was bound to face several threats. Due to the short period of time, Liora had no way to improve her demon weapon much. Since that was the case, it was better to make up for her lack of strength with extraordinary combat experience. Although Liora felt speechless as she was forced to spend day after day fighting with a bunch of weaklings, she had no way of arguing back. All she could do was reveal a more powerful combat power step by step, as if her combat talent was extraordinary and she was improving at a rapid speed. Under such circumstances, time quickly passed. Soon, the day when the demon god's cemetery was ready to open arrived. As soon as Liora appeared in the giant plaza, she couldn't help but feel surprised. Besides her, many people had already gathered here. Although a few people were missing, Liora could see that most of the participants were already here. What surprised Liora, though, was that many of the people she saw in the plaza were completely unfamiliar to her. She had neither seen them over the past few days, nor had any of them appeared in Ophis memories. Yet, since these people had been chosen to participate in the demon god's cemetery, it was obvious that they were members of the Ouroboros clan. Had these people been in seclusion before, waiting for the demon god's cemetery to open? Or were they hidden somewhere and only just now let out? Liora couldn't help but wonder as she found a relatively remote place in the plaza and took her seat. After her arrival, several other people came and mixed among the participants. Before long, the final person arrived, making the total number of people in the plaza exactly 100. At that moment, seemingly having waited for everyone to gather, several figures appeared in the sky above. When she raised her head, Liora saw that the clan head was standing at the very front, accompanied by several other people. Although she had never met most of them, when her eyes landed on an old man standing behind the clan head, she realized their identities. They were the priests of the Ouroboros clan, tasked with safekeeping the clan's most precious treasure. The moment they appeared, the people below immediately stopped talking. They all lifted their heads and stared at the demon saints in the sky, with admiration and yearning flashing in their eyes. The one to break the silence was none other than Ophis' father, the clan head. Looking at the 100 weapon masters below, he nodded his head and opened his mouth. Since everyone has chosen to participate, I believe that you already know the basic information regarding the demon god's cemetery. While inside, you're bound to face the threats of the cemetery itself, as well as the people sent by the other divine clans. Saying this, the clan head paused, and after a brief pause, he continued. While inside the cemetery, I don't ask you to cooperate. However, I hope that none of you take the initiative to attack the members of the same clan. No matter your relationship, you should resolve your differences outside. Hearing his words, most of the people nodded their heads while a few chose to remain silent. Only the third elder snorted coldly and stared at Liora below, his eyes flashing with faint murderous intent. However, he didn't speak. It was unknown whether the clan head did not notice his movements or if he simply did not care. After giving a few more instructions to the participants, he suddenly waved his hand. Immediately, a giant black serpent, more than 100 meters in length and several meters in width, flew out of his body and landed beside him, while an invisible hand picked up the participants and gently placed them on top of it. With a flicker, the clan head and the priest landed on the serpent's head and sat down. Then, the black serpent roared. Following a flick of its tail, it soared into the sky, soon disappearing into the horizon. The central area was huge, larger than the other 4 major regions combined. The demon god's cemetery was located near the center of this region, while the Ouroboros clan was at its northern end, close to the northern lands. Still, with the colossal serpent leading the way, this long journey ended up taking only a few hours. Before long, the black serpent abruptly came to a stop, pausing midair and floating in the sky. It was only then that the 100 participants, including Liora, realized that they had reached their destination. With a sweep of her consciousness, Liora realized that the Ouroboros clan was not alone. Several colossal beings had gathered in a circular shape, unsurprisingly numbering to a total of 9. Just like the black serpent, these beings also carried the participants of the other clans. Their shapes and forms were different. Some beings appeared to be animals like the Ouroboros clan's serpent, others were giant weapons like swords, while there were even some that looked like demons. Upon the Ouroboros clan's arrival, a muscular man standing on top of a demon surrounded by darkness turned his head and stared at the serpent. Or to be more accurate, he looked at the clan head standing on its head. The Ouroboros clan is getting weaker and weaker. I heard that not long ago, a team of several powerful descendants was lost in the northern lands. The man clicked his tongue and shook his head. Maven, why don't you step down from your position as the clan head? You're no longer who you were a few decades ago. Maybe it's time to give up. Otherwise, the Ouroboros clan will be ruined sooner or later under your leadership. The man's voice was plain and not particularly loud, but despite this, it reached everyone's ears. Everyone, including the Ouroboros clan's team, heard his words clearly. In response, Opha's father, Maven, did not get angry. He merely glanced at the muscular man and replied, Liord, the Ouroboros clan's business should be none of your concern. However, I heard that a powerful genius has emerged from your dark demon clan. It's said that they were able to escape from a demon saint despite being only a weapon master. This time in the demon god's cemetery, I'm afraid that your dark demon clan will be the biggest winner with such a person in charge. Originally, none of the other 7 divine clans paid any heed to the confrontation between the Ouroboros and the dark demon clans. After all, the 9 divine clans had been established several thousand years ago. During this time, there were bound to be conflicts among them. Not only these 2 clans, but every divine clan had its own enemies and allies. However, when the demon saints heard the Ouroboros clan's head's words, their eyes couldn't help but wander around the shadowy demon. Soon, their eyes landed on a young man sitting at the very back, as if he were hiding himself. His aura looked weak, as if he had just broken through the weapon master realm. But when these demon saints paid closer attention, they saw the truth. The young man's power was overwhelming, almost reaching the demon saint realm. Immediately, their eyes flickered and they couldn't help but secretly remind their descendants to be wary of this young man. Entering the demon god's cemetery was quite dangerous. Each time the cemetery opened, almost 1,000 people would enter, but only a few hundred would leave alive. This high casualty rate was partly because of the cemetery's own dangers and partly because of the other participants. In fact, each weapon master stepping into the cemetery considered everyone else a competitor. Most of the deaths did not happen because of the creatures inside, but at the hands of other divine race members. As such, although everyone could understand the reason behind Maven's sudden reveal, their faces still turned solemn. The arrival of the young man was bound to put their descendants and clan members into danger. Most importantly, it was very likely that he and the Dark Demon clan would emerge as the biggest winners. With a flicker in their eyes, the minds of the many clan heads moved as they secretly communicated with each other. Seeing this, the clan head of the Dark Demon clan snorted coldly. He knew without saying that the Dark Demon clan's members might become the target of everyone when they reached the cemetery. Just as he looked at Maven and was about to say something, an old man standing on top of the giant sword coughed loudly, earning everyone's attention. Now is not the time to fight with each other. The space around the demon god's cemetery has already begun to weaken. If we don't take action now and instead miss this opportunity, we will have to wait for 10 more years. The words of the old man calmed everyone down. In fact, neither Maven nor anyone else was planning to fight against each other at this point in time. Now that the old man had let them take a step down, they immediately took the opportunity. After communicating for a few more minutes, the faces of the 9 clan heads turned stern and they hopped off the giant beings carrying them. The clan's priests followed right behind them. Standing on top of the black serpent, Liora stared at the many people and couldn't help but let out a sigh. It deserved to be a medium-level world. Just for the demon god's cemetery, more than 50 demon saints had gathered here. This meant that, as a whole, this world might contain more than 100 true devil-level beings. While Liora was roughly estimating the strength of this world, the many demon saints did not remain idle. As if they had made an agreement beforehand, their auras surged at the same exact time, and they all took action. Some of them brandished their weapons while others expanded in size, transforming into humanoid monsters. Regardless, they all targeted the space before them. Sword slashes, punches, and many other abilities fell on the exact same point in the space. The aftermath of their attacks did not spread, evidence of the demon saints' extraordinary control over their power. The many weapon masters did not notice anything strange. However, Liora was far stronger than they were and immediately understood what they were doing. As the power of the demon saints gathered, it merged together and struck at the space, tearing it apart. Then, as if the veil concealing it had been taken off, a second space was revealed inside. A demiplane. Liora couldn't help but mutter inwardly, realizing that the demon god's cemetery did not exist in this world per se. Instead, just like the hollows in the 173rd layer of the demon world, it was a demiplane attached to the membrane of this world. Break! Suddenly, the clan heads and the priests roared. The bodies of some of them cracked while others had blood dripping from their mouths. Yet, their power didn't weaken in the slightest. Instead, it grew even more terrifying. The space shattered at an extraordinary speed, and before long, a large hole, hundreds of meters in diameter, formed. By now, even the other weapon masters could see the demiplane behind it. In the eyes of most of them, the demiplane looked like a giant coffin floating in the air. However, upon taking a closer look, they realized that this was an illusion. The clan heads did not care about their opinions. Feeling that the space was rapidly healing and that the demon god's cemetery was fading away, they didn't hesitate. Instantly, their respective power wrapped around their clan members, and like giant hands, they tossed them into the cemetery. By the time the last person was thrown in, the space had already recovered. Only the demon saints remained in this place, while everyone else had disappeared. The demon saints were gravely injured. Obviously, opening the demon god's cemetery had taken a heavy toll on them. However, they didn't mind. One by one, the clan heads took out several corpses of demons. Although they were dead, the demons exuded an aura comparable to demon saints. Still, under the attack of the clan heads, the demons could only be torn apart and devoured by them and the priests, working as nourishment and helping them heal their injuries. The sound of loud chewing could soon be heard, as if a feast of monsters was taking place. Several minutes later, only bones remained, and the demon saints had fully recovered. I wonder if the seal will be broken this time. I can feel that we don't have much time left. 30 years. In at most 30 years, he will fully recover from his injuries and escape the seal, a clan head whispered. At that time, the central area and this whole world will change, he said, with a tremor in his voice. The other clan heads did not mock him for his gaffe. Most of them nodded their heads and echoed his words. Among them, only a few people remained calm. What's the point of worrying? We were able to kill him back then. Even if he recovers and escapes, we will kill him again. The Dark Demon Clan's head gritted his teeth and said. At such a time, Maven should have taken the opportunity to rebuke him. However, he didn't say anything. Instead, he looked silently at the demon god's cemetery hidden deep within the space, and his eyes couldn't help but show a thoughtful look. No one among the participants knew of the conversation taking place in the outside world. Being thrown into the hole, they felt themselves float in a dark space. Just when some of them were beginning to feel anxious, the coffin-like demi-plane on the horizon suddenly shook. A vast pulling force emanated from it and acted on the weapon masters, pulling them in its direction. None of them had the ability to resist. Only Liora sensed that she could break free from that force, but after a brief hesitation, she didn't. Allowing it to control her body, she watched silently as she rapidly approached the demi-plane. Once she was close enough, the pulling force grew even stronger, turning into a miniature black hole. With a bang, she soon entered that black hole. Almost 1,000 flickering lights suddenly appeared in a pale white sky and streaked through it. As if it were a star shower, the lights quickly fell down and landed on the continent right below. With a bang, Liora felt her feet touch the ground. Ignoring the small crater beneath her and the dust flying all over the place, she patted her shoulders lightly and rose to her feet. Immediately, a crimson land appeared before her eyes. Stretching endlessly and without any signs of life, it closely resembled the demon world. Even the chaotic and brutal atmosphere was also there, almost making Liora believe that she had returned to her hometown. Fortunately, this is not the demon world. Liora shook her head before she turned to the side. Instantly, a crimson light flashed on her forehead and shot out. A shrill cry followed. In the direction she was looking, a blurry humanoid figure appeared and stared at her with bloodthirsty eyes. However, it was currently entangled with a crimson saber, unable to reach her location. The saber moved on its own and continuously struck at the figure, leaving behind wounds of varying sizes. Although golden light flashed and tried to help the figure recover, it was all for naught. Only a few seconds later, the saber tore apart the figure and returned to Liora. With a wave of her hands, an item emerged and settled in her hands. It was a small piece of metal, seemingly having broken off an iron armor. Yet, as soon as Liora opened her mouth, the metal disappeared and transformed into white mist that soon entered her body. Under the operation of the World Devourer method, the world origin was quickly devoured. It said that there are countless demons and evil spirits inside the demon god cemetery. It now seems to be the truth. I've only just entered this place, and I've already been targeted by an evil spirit. Liora couldn't help but mutter. According to the information she had collected before coming, the demon god cemetery was the location where an ancient battle had occurred. With hundreds of demon saints and even demon sovereigns participating and dying here, a large amount of resentment had gathered. The resentment turned into evil spirits, while the blood and flesh of the fallen transformed into demons. A sentence she had read in an ancient book emerged in Liora's mind, though she had no way of confirming its authenticity. It was true that the fall of the strong could affect the world around them. For example, when Liora died in the world of knights, a sea of blood had emerged and devoured half of the continent. Still, she strongly doubted that the death of a bunch of demon saints could cause such a thing. In her opinion, only the death of several demon sovereigns could possibly create a place like the demon god cemetery. Shaking her head, Liora pushed this matter aside and turned her focus to the situation at hand. Her consciousness entered her space ring and took a small token out. The moment she touched it, Liora sensed that it was connected with more than a dozen other people. Using this token, she could sense their locations and, if she wanted, could choose to meet up with them. The clan head really values his daughter. Afraid that I would suffer in this place, he prepared more than a dozen guards for me. Liora chuckled, and with a move of her hand, she tossed the token far away. She could see that the other token holders could also sense her position, and if she were to keep this thing with her, they would surely come to protect her. Unfortunately, although having a bunch of cannon fodder might be somewhat useful, it went against Liora's plans. Thinking of this, Liora did not stay here for long. The next second, her figure flashed away. A mere demon dares to block my way. If you were an evil spirit, I might have been careful, but even a trash like you dares to provoke me. In a large clearing, a young man and a demon were facing each other. Unlike the demons in the outside world, who could judge the situation, the demons in the demon god cemetery were all bloodthirsty and mindless. No matter how powerful their opponents were, they would rush to devour them, as if they were not afraid of death. Ignoring the young man's powerful aura, the leopard-looking demon shot forward and used its claws to tear him apart. The man became furious. With a thought, a spear covered in crimson veins materialized in his hands, and he thrust it forward. Without facing much resistance, the spear's tip pierced through his opponent's head, harvesting its life. Damn it! Even a demon who has not become a weapon master dares to cause me trouble. The young man couldn't help but curse as he approached the corpse, planning to let his spear devour it. But just then, the man sensed a faint movement behind him. Before he could react, a hand slapped his head from above, smashing it into his sternum. Just as a golden light flashed to help him recover, a tiny red blade entered his body. It slashed through his brain, muscles, and internal organs, and just like he had done to the demon before, harvested his life. In a split second, the body of the weapon master disintegrated. Even the golden light flickering violently was unable to keep him alive, as if a higher-level power had wiped him out. This is already the 14th. Liora took back her manifestation and muttered, feeling that the indestructible matter had now covered more than 95% of her soul. Such a chaotic place is indeed the most suitable for me. Killing so many weapon masters would have long attracted the attention of powerful people in the outside world. But in here, the death of dozens of weapon masters has gone completely unnoticed. She thought as she let her demon weapon devour the demon corpse, and even the demon weapon of the young man. Sensing the feedback sent by the umbrella, Liora couldn't help but feel satisfied. The demon god's cemetery was indeed her lucky place. She could slay evil spirits to obtain world origin, kill divine race members for indestructible matter, and even devour demons and demon weapons to improve her umbrella. Even if she ended up having no other gains in the cemetery, just these were more than enough. Just as Liora was about to resume her journey, her eyes suddenly narrowed, and her head moved to the side. Subconsciously, she couldn't help but look into the distance, at the place where a faint movement that interested her had just occurred. The Crimson Land was mostly empty. There was nothing else besides the demons and the evil spirits, as even encountering humans was quite difficult. This held true for the places where Liora had traveled so far, and she believed that this would also hold true for the rest of the demon god cemetery. Yet, the moment she arrived at the place where the earlier movement had occurred, she discovered that she was wrong. Covered in a pale domain that concealed her presence, Liora floated in the sky and stared at the small building in the distance with faint curiosity. It resembled a military fortress, or to be more accurate, a part of it, a barracks. The barracks walls were dilapidated, while some traces of battle could be seen in and out of it. A translucent wall encircled it in a circular shape, as if protecting the building at the center. However, this wasn't the strangest thing about it. Liora quickly noticed that the building was gradually growing taller, or more accurately, was slowly emerging from the ground and revealing its true might. Liora was not the only person attracted by the earlier movement. Some people had already gathered here even before her arrival, while more and more weapon masters kept coming. By the time the barracks had completely appeared, more than 24 people were here. I didn't expect that I would encounter a ruin the moment I entered the demon god's cemetery. I heard that it's pretty rare to encounter one. Usually, anyone who does will receive great benefits. Judging from this building's appearance, this ruin should be part of a military base. I'm afraid that there should be many precious items inside. Divine weapons, powerful combat techniques, and even resources that can help one achieve a breakthrough. Maybe some of us will become demon saints today. A frail man stared at the barracks and laughed, as if he could see his bright future. His words immediately stunned the people around him. Though some of them knew about the existence of ruins, their concept was completely foreign to some. Most importantly, even those who knew did not expect that there would be such great benefits. Although the frail man's words were not to be trusted, it was highly unlikely that he would lie at a time like this. Moreover, sensing his weak aura and seeing the several grave injuries on his body, most people let down their guard about him. The more reckless among them rushed forward and tried to enter the barracks, afraid that they would miss the opportunity. However, the moment they touched the translucent wall surrounding it, a mighty force arrived. Several painful screams echoed. The bodies of those who tried to enter were sent flying, and while they were still mid-air, began disintegrating. The power of their divine aura was unable to help them recover, as if it had been rendered ineffective. By the time these people landed on the ground again, all signs of life had disappeared. Only several tangled-up skeletons remained, making it difficult to believe that these once belonged to humans. The people waiting around the barracks were stunned. They opened some distance between them and the translucent wall, as if afraid that they would also be counterattacked and end up the same. Only the frail man remained calm and composed. Bringing his hand in front of his mouth and coughing violently, he ignored the blood on his palm and explained, "Ruins are usually protected by a powerful formation. If you wish to go inside, you should first exhaust its power. It's not too difficult. As he said this, the man raised his head and struck at the formation. Instantly, the same mighty force arrived and targeted him. However, compared to before, when the force easily killed several people, this time it seemed considerably weaker. The frail man was only forced to take a few steps back, as more and more blood dripped out of his mouth. The surviving people were not shocked by this. Rather, they grew excited, confirming that his words were true. Moreover, the fact that ruins were protected was surprising, but not unexpected. If anything, it confirmed that the items inside were precious and thus needed protection. Sensing this, the dozen or so people still alive exchanged a glance and communicated. The next moment, they all struck at the formation at the same time. A banging sound echoed as the same mighty force as before arrived. These people immediately brandished their divine weapons and placed them in front of them, ready to defend against the formation's counterattack. They were not very worried. Since the unprepared, frail man could withstand the power while only sustaining some faint injuries, they would hardly be in any danger. But the next moment, everyone's eyes widened. Damn it, it's a trap. Several voices echoed as the bodies of the weapon masters cracked all over. Their skin broke apart, and blood spilled out of the holes, before their bodies were divided into pieces. Soon, the cursing voices and wailing screams ceased. Only the frail man and the translucent wall remained in front of the barracks, as well as several piles of mangled human remains. But the next moment, the formation began to crack. With a thunderous crashing sound, the wall protecting the ruin finally disintegrated. The frail man showed no surprise. After taking out a handkerchief and wiping the blood on his mouth, he looked at what remained of his companions and shook his head with regret. Why? It's all because you're too greedy and don't wait for me to finish my words. Exhausting the formation's power is very easy. All one has to do is perform some human sacrifices. Dozens of weapon masters should be just enough, the frail man whispered, and his tone grew ever more sorrowful, as if truly saddened by everyone else's death. After muttering a prayer in a low voice, seemingly sending them to the underworld, the frail man turned around and approached the building. I can't bring myself to waste your sacrifices. I can only collect the treasures inside and work hard to take revenge on those who killed you. Don't worry, I will do my best to avenge you. Saying this, the frail man opened the half-broken door and was about to step in. But the next moment, a crimson light arrived and cut his head off. Then, the light fell down and wiped out the lower part of his body, leaving only a bodiless head behind. Liora stared speechlessly at the frightened head in front of her, lying right on the doorstep of the barracks. To be honest, even she was surprised by what had happened. Although she had never heard of ruins before and didn't know as much as the frail man, she had immediately sensed that it required a bloody sacrifice. Of course, with her current strength, breaking through the wall would not have been difficult at all. Thus, when she heard the frail man's earlier words, she thought that he was just fooling around. She had never expected that this guy would be as shameless as to send everyone to their deaths with only a couple of sentences. Moreover, you are at the peak of the weapon master realm, while everyone else has just broken through. If you wished to, you could kill everyone easily. What's the point of doing all this? Is it some kind of strange hobby? Although Liora had heard that some powerful beings enjoyed toying with mortals and weaker people, it was the first time she had encountered such a situation in person. Moreover, the person who did it was not a 1,000-year-old monster or some kind of extraordinary being, but a man who looked to be in his early 20s. While Liora was sighing that this world was dangerous for naive people, the face of the frail man below displayed several different emotions. Shock, surprise, apprehension, and a hint of fear. Most importantly, a well-hidden trace of excitement. Obviously, in that split second, the man had thought of a myriad things and constructed countless plans. My lord, don't kill me. Aren't you curious about the demon god's cemetery and the ruins? Although my strength is not strong enough to help you, I am very knowledgeable about ancient history. I don't want to brag, but I'm the greatest historian of our time. Even those demon saints and demon sovereigns don't know as much as I. Hearing his pleas of mercy and his introduction, Liora recovered from her thoughts. She stared at the frail man for a few seconds, and, just when he was beginning to become fearful, nodded her head. I can see that you're very talented indeed. You should follow me for the rest of the journey in the demon god's cemetery, Liora said, and with a thought, the mangled bones not far away flew in front of her. Under the control of her consciousness, the bones slowly merged together and clicked in place, transforming into a small skeleton. Before the frail man could understand what was going on, his head was placed on top of the skeleton's shoulders. Following the flash of a golden light, his head and the skeleton were seamlessly attached. Okay, let's go in. Liora slapped him on the back, sending him flying into the building. Then, hearing no painful scream and sensing no particularly great danger, she also walked in. The interior of the ruin was many times larger than it seemed from the outside. Although it was just its entrance, the room the two found themselves in stretched for hundreds of meters. The moment she stepped in, Liora sensed a chilling, murderous intent flying in the air. The fragmented weapons, the broken corpses, and the traces of battle all over the walls and the floor suggested that a bloody battle had occurred in this place. The frail man quickly recovered from his current undead-like state and rose to his feet. He surveyed the room with curiosity before he approached one of the corpses and leaned down. Staring at the insignia on its chest and seeing the weapon lying on the ground, he couldn't help but exclaim, "It seems that the rumors are true. The battle back then must have been very sudden, and people were not prepared. Even the Divine Army had no time to move out. They were attacked directly in their military base and forced to fight here." His words seemed unintentional, but piqued Leora's interest. She felt that it was indeed the right decision not to kill this guy. Do you know how the demon god cemetery was formed? Was it a war between the 9 divine clans and the so-called Divine Army? She questioned as she rummaged through the room. Her words did not make the frail man suspect her identity. After all, this was a piece of ancient history, one that ordinary people would find difficult to encounter. Even most demon saints did not know what happened back then, much less a mere weapon master. Of course, this excluded him, the greatest historian that ever lived. Thinking of this, the frail man raised his head with undisguised pride, and as if he were teaching his young student, explained, "You're not entirely wrong. The 9 divine clans were indeed one of the parties involved in that war and the ones that started it." Saying this, he paused, shook his head briefly, and continued, "However, you're also mistaken. The Divine Army is merely one of the forces under the other party's command, and not a very strong one for that matter. Among the 9 halls back then, the Divine Army." Just as Liora thought that he was going to reveal some great secret, the frail man paused once again. His mouth shut as his gaze alternated between the broken corpse and Liora. Although he didn't say anything, Liora could guess his implicit meaning. After a moment, she nodded her head and gave him her approval. A smile appeared on the frail man's face, as if he had emerged victorious in the battle of wits between them. Looking at the corpse, the smile remained etched on his face as a golden light shot out of his head. It landed on the corpse and began devouring it piece by piece, like a bunch of maggots swallowing their prey. As a result, blood and flesh began growing along his skeletal body. They wove together, building a body based on the skeleton and helping the frail man recover. "You're too young after all. I might have been scared of you if you had killed me on the spot. But you wish to use me? Hee hee. I want to see which of us will leave the cemetery alive." The frail man chuckled inwardly, feeling that his encounter with Liora might not have necessarily been a bad thing. If he handled the situation well, he might emerge as the final victor of the demon god's cemetery this time. Just when he was finding it increasingly difficult to contain his mocking smile, however, the frail man sensed something amiss. Not with Liora, nor with the ruin. Instead, he sensed something strange happening in his own body. With apprehension, he couldn't help but lower his head. The next moment, a blood-curdling scream echoed in the barracks. "No!" The frail man looked down at his own body in astonishment and horror. He had not noticed anything wrong before, but as the flesh and blood wove together and his body was reconstructed, he came to a shocking discovery. His body did not seem to belong to a human. With 2 extremely short legs, 2 small hands, and an abdomen protruding, he looked more like a pregnant monster than a person. Most importantly, the frail man discovered that his 5th limb was missing. There was nothing in between his 2 legs, making it impossible to call him a man anymore. The frail man was stunned. As a member of the divine race, he had died countless times over the years and had turned into a skeleton hundreds of times. However, it was the first time that he found himself in such a bizarre state. Seeing him gnash his teeth at her with undisguised hatred in his eyes, Liora had the urge to bash his head in. But soon, she restrained that impulse and merely shook her head. "What's wrong? You're about to become a demon saint after all. How can you act like this just because of a tiny change in your appearance? A body is merely one's vessel. People who wish to accomplish great things should not care about their external appearance. You disappoint me." Liora continuously shook her head, looking saddened by the frail man's intense reaction. Unfortunately, her words did not help calm down the man. Judging from the look in his eyes and his trembling body, if it weren't for his current state and for the lack of divine aura, he would have pounced on her long ago. It required great effort from him to restrain his murderous intent, afraid that showing such an intention would result in Liora killing him on the spot. Liora did not seem to notice his predicament. Now that the two had completed their deal, she continued with the previous questions. "Go on. Who did the 9 divine clans fight against? What are the 9 halls you previously talked about?" she questioned as she walked to the side, moved through a gap in the door, and entered another room. Just like the one before, this room was also massive. However, perhaps because the battle had been contained in other places, the traces of battle were far less prominent. Seemingly being the place where the army's weapons were stored in the past, several demon weapons were lying in wooden racks, ready for soldiers to pick up. They were not too strong, similar in power to the weapons that Liora once had the chance to select from. Still, Liora did not ignore them. The black umbrella appeared and slashed at those weapons, devouring their essence, and using them as essence to grow stronger. The black serpents on its surface became increasingly more real, while the umbrella's handle and tip shone with a sharp glint. The frail man followed behind her and also entered the room. Unable to control his current body, he left deep pits on the floor beneath him. However, he ignored the damage and the demon weapons, choosing to answer Liora's questions instead. "You are very lucky to have found me. Even demon saints are not qualified to know such secrets." He prefaced his answer and continued. "My favorite activity is excavating ancient tombs. I believe that only in such a way can one discover the greatest secrets and find out the truth about what happened. And in one of my adventures, I actually discovered something shocking. In ancient times, thousands of years ago, there were not only 9 divine clans like now. Instead, there were once 10 of them. The war back then was not a battle between the divine clans and another outside party, but an infighting between the divine clans. Such a revelation would have been shocking to an ordinary divine race member. After all, they had learned from a young age that there were only 9 divine clans who worked together to control the world. The suggestion that this was not always true was unbelievable, similar to someone telling a person on Earth that there was once not 1, but 2 suns in the sky. However, Liora was not an ordinary person. Her way of thinking was far more flexible. Still, she found several loopholes in the frail man's words. "I've read in an ancient book that the ancestors of the divine clans were all acquaintances and established the divine clans at the same time, in the same exact year. The number of the divine clans was also explicitly mentioned to be 9. Are you claiming that all the history books have been altered?" Just when she was about to continue, the frail man shook his head, and the previous smugness returned on his face. His lips curved into a slight smile that looked quite terrifying considering his monster-like body, but he seemed not to notice. "Who said that the 10th divine clan was a divine clan from the very beginning? Aren't there thousands of smaller clans in the central area? Among them, most are weak, but there are still some with demon saints in charge who are relatively autonomous. Is it hard to believe that one of them can become a divine clan in the future?" Not giving Liora the chance to interrupt him, the frail man answered his own questions. In fact, this was exactly the case back then. Almost 1,000 years after the divine clan's establishment, one of the clan heads of those smaller clans received a great opportunity. In just 100 years, he became a demon sovereign, able to contend against an entire divine clan on his own. However, that person also had subordinates who grew alongside him. Mimicking the structure of the divine clans, he established 9 halls, each led by a powerful demon saint. The frail man continued his speech, even though he didn't need to. Liora could already guess what happened next. That person and his subordinates grew increasingly powerful, ending up threatening the 9 divine clans. Afraid that he would suppress them in the future and they would lose their extraordinary status, the divine clans launched a war against them. So, does the term demon god refer to that person? Is this place his tomb? Liora asked. But this time, the frail man did not give an exact answer. He shook his head helplessly. I don't know. It's very likely that this is true, but it's also as likely that the title refers to someone else. The information about the suspected demon god and the 10th divine clan might prove useful to Liora, but that would be for the future. At the moment, her main focus was to obtain more indestructible matter and world origin, helping herself advance to the greater devil stage and improve her combat power further. As for what secrets this world held, that was a matter for the future, if at all. Thus, pushing the matter aside for the time being, she continued her journey through the ruin. The duo, one devil and one monster with a human head, went through several rooms. Some contained demon weapons, others were full of corpses, while there were even some that contained resources useful to divine race members. Clearly, just like the frail man had previously suggested, the divine army had not been ready to fight back and was caught by surprise. They had no time to hide their resources or take them away, and most likely, the war had ended in mutual destruction, leaving those things here. Liora would not waste them. She let the umbrella devour the demon weapons and the corpses littering the barracks, while putting the resources into her space ring. Though she had not obtained the umbrella for long, Liora could sense that its quality had reached the peak of the current realm. As long as it had an opportunity, this demon weapon would break through the demon saint realm, becoming equivalent to a true devil. However, as it was always the case with things, such a rapid improvement had not come without a price. Seeing the black umbrella trembling beside her soul and hearing the voices in her mind trying to tempt her, Liora could not help but turn furious. Snorting coldly, she urged the blood blade technique. Instantly, her manifestation moved. A thunderous clanging noise rang in her mind as the aura of the crimson saber surged and suppressed the black umbrella with all its strength. The demon weapon attempted to fight back. However, the bloodblade technique had been improved many times, and the manifestation had absorbed indestructible matter countless times. By now, the saber had turned more real than illusory, making its power ever more overwhelming. Therefore, although the demon weapon tried to resist, it was ultimately unable to. After several more attempts to break free, the umbrella finally stopped struggling. Sensing its submission, the crimson saber circled it a few more times as if taunting it, before finally returning to Liora's soul. Though now free, the demon weapon did not dare to provoke her again. It could only settle far away from Liora's soul, as if afraid that approaching any further would offend her and result in its death. A demon weapon is a demon weapon after all. Although the black umbrella was originally obedient, it became far more arrogant after it was strengthened. If I were an ordinary weapon master, the previous situation would have been extremely dangerous. At best, their personality would have been affected, while at worst, they would have become the demon weapon's incarnation. A mere puppet. This was a danger that every divine race member faced, and was also the reason why, although practicing was easy for them, there were actually very few powerful members among their ranks. A normal divine race member has to balance the progress of their demon weapon's improvement and match it with the tempering of their own will. Otherwise, they will eventually lose themselves. Still, the hidden dangers are there. Liora strongly doubted that this was the biggest reason why divine race members were so arrogant and considered themselves to be another race, deeming everyone else inferior. Though Liora wished to confirm this, she understood that now was not the time to conduct further experiments. By now, she and the frail man had traveled through the entire ruin. In the end, only a single room remained unexplored. Standing in front of a closed gate and feeling the faint sense of threat coming from the inside, Liora paused for a few seconds, and her eyes narrowed. On the side, the frail man thought that she was judging the situation. Thus, without her needing to ask, he took the initiative to explain on his own. Although ruins are real, their existence is actually based on a certain item. Just like evil spirits, it's said that the resentment of the armies back then manifested and gave birth to the ruins. It's exactly the items that the ruins are based on that are the most valuable. However, they are also the most difficult to obtain. If you wish to break the ruin and collect them, you have to go through a challenge. It might be a battle against an evil spirit, a test of will, or even a test of talent. My lord, if you want to, I can go in and give it a try. Halfway through his words, Liora opened the closed gate. Then, without waiting for the frail man to finish his words, she slapped him in the back and sent him flying into the room. After waiting for a couple of seconds and sensing that he was still alive, Liora finally stepped in. Instantly, her vision went dark. Commander, the divine clans have attacked. An army led by a demon saint has attacked the barracks. The sound of a door being opened and a person rushing in echoed in Liora's ears, followed by a terrified report. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself in an orderly room, standing in front of a laid-out map. The map contained several complicated markings, with 9 red dots branded clearly with the word enemy. At any other time, Liora would have taken a deeper look at the map and the room. But the man's terrified words and the several auras she sensed in the distance were far more important at the moment. She didn't respond to the messenger. With a flicker, her figure vanished and appeared on top of a high wall. With a sweep of her consciousness, everything around her came into her view. Behind her, an army wearing golden armor and shouting things like, "For the divine army," and "For the demon god," could be seen, while outside the military base, another army was marching with murderous intent, roaring to kill the blasphemous mortals. Without the need to guess, Liora understood their identities. They were the divine army and the army of the 9 divine clans, respectively. An illusion based on the fight that took place back then? Is this one of the so-called challenges that the stupid guy mentioned? Liora felt that the world around her had become extremely illusory. Although other people might not have noticed, her strength was extraordinary, and she had already regained her true strength. As such, she was hardly impacted by the illusion. Still, although she knew that she could tear apart this entire world and return to reality, she didn't rush to do so. Standing on top of the high walls, her consciousness moved and covered her figure as she continued watching the marching army from afar. Only a few seconds later, the army sent by the 9 divine clans arrived. Though it was divided into 9 different sections and was not truly integrated, the soldiers looked menacing and especially threatening. With a sweep of her consciousness, Liora immediately saw that there were several hundred weapon masters in their ranks, while several hidden demon saints could also be seen. Such a power should have been beyond what a mere military base could possibly contend with. However, the divine army in the base did not display any fear. After a brief pause, all the soldiers rushed towards the walls and opened the large gate before rushing out. Clearly, their decision was to engage in combat outside the military base, unwilling to affect it. It didn't take long. A split second later, the 2 armies collided outside the walls and engaged in a fierce conflict. Liora jumped off the walls and gently landed at the center of the battlefield. She didn't take any action, and the people around her ignored her existence, as if she didn't exist in the same world as them. Liora wandered through the battlefield, calmly observing the battle between the 2 parties. The screams and bloodthirsty shouts echoed in her ears as a deep resentment assaulted her mind and urged her to participate, too. Liora suppressed this sensation. She remained composed and steady as she analyzed her surroundings. The soldiers of the divine clans are stronger individually than those of the divine army, which actually doesn't have a single demon saint. To contend against a demon saint, several weapon masters have to cooperate to hold them back. However, this is also the divine army's achievement. Normally, a demon saint should be able to easily kill a bunch of weapon masters. She thought silently as she watched a dozen figures besiege a middle-aged man holding a long spear. Although the middle-aged man was stronger and far more powerful than his opponents, the weapon masters cooperated seamlessly, as if they could communicate telepathically. Before long, the man found himself at a disadvantage, ending up with several large wounds riddling his body. This was not a unique case. Several such sights could be seen throughout the battlefield. The demon saints were held back and were even at the risk of dying at the hands of weapon masters, while the weapon masters themselves were also besieged by weaker soldiers. The divine army is worthy of its name. Despite facing a stronger opponent, It actually has the upper hand. Liora let out a sigh. She could see why that was. Not only was the cooperation between the Divine Army soldiers better compared to the divided army of the Divine clans, but these soldiers also held a certain resolve and belief. Unlike the Divine clan soldiers, who wanted to deal with their opponents while suffering the least harm, the Divine Army soldiers were ready to die. Even when their bodies were broken apart and they were ready to die, these soldiers would rush forward and entangle with their opponents, ready to take them down with them. I've heard that the rulers of the demon world have giant armies under their command, tasked with invading other worlds and other demon world layers. I'm afraid that such armies also hold a similar resolve. This was an eye-opening experience for Liora. On the road to get stronger, numbers rarely played a factor. Even if hundreds of true devils besieged a greater devil, the latter should be able to kill them. Yet now, she saw something different. While Liora was deep in thought, the fight continued. Corpses, broken demon weapons, and shattered armors littered the ground, as the army of the Divine clans was pushed back again and again. For the demon god, Liora heard a murderous shout, as a weapon master disregarded his state and rushed forward, catching a demon saint by surprise and killing him at the cost of grave injuries. His achievement caused everyone to erupt in cheers. The Divine Army's momentum grew even further, and the gap between the two armies became even more apparent. But Liora knew that everything was far from over. Judging by the situation in the ruins, it was apparent that the Divine Army had lost in the end. At best, the war had resulted in the mutual destruction of both parties. As such, she predicted that a great change would soon occur. It didn't take long for her suspicions to be confirmed. Just when another demon saint was about to die, a cold snort sounded in the distance. A powerful aura emerged from the horizon, and from that direction, a claw reached towards the battlefield. Time stopped, while the air froze. The enormous claw plunged the entire battlefield into its shadow before it abruptly slammed down. Liora was also affected. The claw seemed to regard her as its enemy, too, wishing to harvest her life as it descended at a terrifying speed. Liora instantly recognized the identity of the person who took action, or rather, she had recognized their level of power. The claw obviously belonged to a demon sovereign, a being equivalent to a greater devil, and the first person of its kind that she had seen so far. Facing their power, although she judged that they were slightly weaker than a true greater devil, the difference was not too big. For a true devil like her, facing a greater devil should have sealed her death and brought her despair. Fortunately, Liora was far from being an ordinary true devil. I've fought and even killed a true greater devil in the past. She shook her head. How dare a mere imitation living in an illusion hurt me? Liora questioned, and without hesitation, also raised her hand. Although her figure was many times smaller than the opponent's and her moves did not carry the same awe-inspiring momentum, their respective power was not much different. The moment the hand and claw touched in the air, the momentum of the latter suddenly halted, as if it had met an immovable object. Sensing that the power remaining on her body was about as expected and not too threatening, Liora was about to soar into the sky and slaughter her opponent. Unfortunately, before she could do so, countless giant space cracks appeared in the sky and the earth. The originally illusory landscape transformed into bubbles that looked ready to burst. It seemed as if the dream could not contain Liora's true power. An illusion is an illusion after all. When the power gets too strong, the illusion is bound to burst. Liora's regretful voice was the last thing that could be heard in the gradually shattering world. In the last moments, a still image flashed in her field of vision. The battlefield was filled with the mangled corpses of the Divine Army, while the Divine clans did not fare any better. Only a small portion of the latter remained alive, and they all carried the same insignia of a three-clawed beast. Was this the outcome of the fight in the real world? Are the Divine clans still fighting among each other at times like these? Several questions arose in Liora's mind, but she couldn't get an answer. Before long, the world finally broke apart. Liora quickly regained her consciousness and returned to reality. The moment she exited the illusory battlefield, she found herself in a large hall supported by temple-like columns. Unlike the rooms she had visited so far, the hall was relatively intact. No traces of battle could be seen, while neither fragmented weapons nor corpses littered the floor. Only a giant throne could be seen at the center of the hall, and a colossal figure was silently sitting on it. It was a young man. He wore an impressive golden armor and held a blood-covered sword in his right hand, whose tip was embedded in the floor below him. His body was intact, and he didn't have any apparent injuries, while his eyes were open and staring in Liora's direction, as if scanning over the intruder. However, Liora did not show any fear. She could see that the man lacked any signs of life, and despite there not being any obvious traces of it, he was already dead. He had died thousands of years ago, in the ancient battlefield she had just witnessed. Only a ferocious resentment kept him alive, spreading throughout the hall and making the atmosphere akin to hell's. Why? Why must the divine army be destroyed? Why should the divine dynasty be torn apart? I don't believe it. The divine dynasty will emerge again. How could the demon god fall? Several manic sentences rang in Liora's mind, all belonging to the same man. As she took a small step forward and approached the throne, the voice grew even louder and more manic. The man cursed the divine clans, cursed the world itself, while begging for the demon god to return and rebuild the divine dynasty. As she listened, Liora matched this person's appearance with a portrait she had seen in the military base during the earlier battle. Is he the commander of the divine army? Was this ruin born from his resentment? She speculated, but her movements did not pause. In the blink of an eye, she had arrived before the massive throne, practically standing next to the young man. The voice in her head was now almost impossible to ignore. However, at the same time, Liora sensed something else. A deep yearning. The closer she got to the throne, the more intense that yearning became, and by the time she stopped in front of it, even she found it difficult to suppress it. Both her body, soul, and even the demon weapon were urging her to get closer to the commander, as if that would bring unimaginable benefits to her very being. Liora did her best to suppress these instincts at first, but as she stared at the commander and took a deeper look at him, she understood why that was happening. Is this what the ruin is based upon? The resentment that gives birth to evil spirits, the body of a dead demon saint that is about to become a demon sovereign, and a higher level power that is keeping them all together. Saying this, Liora couldn't help but shake her head. This world is hopeless. The situation in the world of knights was already complicated, but compared to this one, it's nothing. By now, Liora had guessed a lot of things. In fact, whether it was the power of evil spirits or the demon weapons, they both originated from other worlds. Recalling what she had seen during her descent, Liora was led to believe that they came from the two higher-level worlds surrounding the demon weapon world. In her opinion, these two worlds were using the demon weapon world as a place to confront each other without harming their interests. This was why this world was so bizarre and so closely resembled the chaos of the demon world. But such a situation is good for me. Only in such a chaotic world can I possibly thrive. If this world were normal and several greater devil beings were not afraid of something, how would I be afforded the time to improve myself? Liora couldn't help but smile. After a brief pause, she stopped restraining herself. Instantly, her aura surged, becoming similar to the one exuded by the giant claw before. Her body squirmed, and her skin was torn open as several tentacles made of blood reached out and shot towards the corpse sitting on the colossal throne. The tentacles were not alone. Soon, the crimson saber and the black umbrella also emerged, pouncing on the corpse like wolves meeting their prey. The three distinct powers seemed to have reached an agreement. The black umbrella pounced on the corpse and began devouring its essence, while the crimson saber swallowed the golden armor the man was wearing. On the other hand, the most mysterious of the three parties was the bloody tentacles. They didn't devour anything from the corpse itself, but instead targeted the aura emanating from it. Its resentment, the reason behind the birth of evil spirits. Or at least that was what the natives of this world thought. Liora, being far more knowledgeable, understood that this resentment was actually the world origin of a higher-level world. Instantly, Liora's oppressive aura began to fluctuate, becoming even more prominent. The black umbrella devoured the majority of the demon saint corpse and appeared to have broken through its limits, reaching another, completely new level. It was transforming into a demon saint demon weapon at an astonishing rate. At the same time, the world devourer method operated on its own, using the world origin as nourishment. Information poured into Liora's mind as her relationship with the land of nothingness grew more intimate and their connection even stronger. The Crimson Saber was not to be outdone. It turned the golden armor into indestructible matter and integrated it into its own body. In the blink of an eye, its entire surface had been dyed golden, and the same held true for Liora's soul. The next moment, the indestructible matter overflowed. It poured out of her soul and spread throughout her body, causing a tinge of gold to appear on it, too. Liora did not have much time to think about what was happening. The three distinct powers affected her, too, showing the results of the great benefits the three received. The advancement of her demon weapon was by far the least significant among them. Although the improvement of the demon weapon gave her feedback and brought her closer to becoming a demon saint, it ultimately didn't affect her combat power by much. She was a true devil after all, and possessed combat power beyond her stage. This extra power was now the cherry on top. On the other hand, the two other powers were far more influential. The result of the World Devourer method's operation was apparent. This devil technique was related to whether Liora could become a greater devil. Liora had never stopped practicing it since she first obtained it. Coupled with the world origin she had devoured in the demon world and during her stay in this world, she was only a sliver away from reaching its third level, thus completing the condition restraining her advancement. Now, her connection with the land of nothingness was growing increasingly closer, bridging the final gap between the second and third levels of the technique. The above were all expected. Liora had long known that she was only an opportunity away from advancing in both power systems. What stunned her instead was the situation of her manifestation. The moment the indestructible matter covered her soul completely, it seemed to have nowhere else to go. Unwilling, it began rushing to the rest of her body, using it as an outlet. With the golden armor being dissolved and pouring into the saber, part of her body lit up with a golden color. Surprisingly, after her soul, her body also started to integrate with indestructible matter. This signified a massive change. The Greater Devil stage was divided into 3 substages, with the first 2 among them requiring the devil to integrate indestructible matter into their body and soul, respectively. In fact, Liora had actually skipped over the first stage and jumped straight to strengthening her soul instead. Originally, she believed that she would focus on integrating the indestructible matter with her body once she advanced to a greater devil. Yet now, Liora discovered that there was no need to wait until then. As long as she let her manifestation devour enough divine race members, she could make up for this shortcoming while still at the true devil stage. Of course, Liora had no time to think about all of the above. At the moment, she was occupied with regulating the 3 powers entangled in her own body, afraid that the rapid improvement would have unintended negative effects. Fortunately, her consciousness was very strong and suppressed the impact of the 3 powers for long enough. A few seconds later, the black umbrella glinted with a sharp light as its advancement was finally completed. A thunderous, ferocious roar echoed in the hall as the black serpents came to life and flew around the umbrella. After opening their maws wide and letting out a shout, the serpents quickly returned to their positions. An advanced demon weapon should bite back at its wielder at times like these. Taking advantage of the opportunity where it had broken through, it could counterattack its wielder and suppress them, turning them into its puppets or slaves. However, although the umbrella wished to do the same, it did not dare to. The crimson saber was still in the distance, devouring the golden armor, while the undisguised aura emanating from Liora caused it to shiver in fear. Like a mouse meeting a cat, this demon weapon did not dare to attack. Helpless, it could only settle at the side and protect its master dutifully. If any other demon weapon happened to see such a scene, they would immediately curse at the black umbrella. Damn it, this thing was the shame of all demon weapons. When had the infamous demon weapons ever been humiliated like this? Was this guy a traitor? Liora did not pay much attention to the umbrella. Feeling that one of the 3 streams of energy had been cut off, she finally relaxed. With much less urgency and anxiety, she now had the time to pay attention to her manifestation. By now, the Crimson Saber had devoured more than 95% of the golden armor. As a result, almost 20% of her body had been covered in golden light. Such a rate of progress was astonishing, but it also let Liora understand something. It was much harder to integrate the indestructible matter into her body compared to her soul. Perhaps it was because the manifestation was a part of her own soul and was separated from her physical body, thus causing part of the energy to be lost in the process. Regardless, Liora was quite satisfied. Indestructible matter is the reason why greater devils are nearly impossible to kill. Before, integrating it with my soul had made it pretty much immortal and indestructible. Now that part of it has integrated into my physical body is also able to recover on its own. This ability overlapped with blood rebirth, but Liora understood that it was many times more powerful. In the past, a greater devil might have been able to invalidate her blood rebirth, but now, they needed to be far more powerful than her to achieve this. As Liora was observing the changes, the saber finally finished devouring the armor. In the meantime, the golden light spread even further, albeit barely. As the manifestation returned, the light representing the indestructible matter retreated. Now, the only thing that had not been digested from the ruin was the world origin. However, it didn't take long for that to be accomplished, too. Only a few moments later, Liora heard a loud crashing sound in her ears. The space above her head was torn apart, and the image of a faraway land could be seen inside, a continent covered in gray substances that was slowly expanding, swallowing its surroundings like a black hole. It was the land of nothingness. As expected, the world devourer method had reached the third level. When it advanced, Liora felt that the shackles restraining her had been shattered. As long as she wished to, she could choose to become a greater devil. Liora did not hesitate. She understood that there was no reason to hold herself back. An advancement would bring forth a further transformation to her combat power and let her have a bigger say in the future of the demon weapon world. However, just when Liora's aura flared up and her blood began to boil like scorching magma, an intense sense of threat suddenly assaulted her senses. A cold shiver rushed down her spine as an ability that had not been used in a long time, Void Whisper, activated on its own once again. Countless overlapping murmurs echoed in her ears, urging her to interrupt her advancement as that would mean certain death. If that was all, Liora might not have stopped. However, besides all the other warnings, even her own natural instincts warned her of the danger. Although Liora did not know why, she was certain that advancing at this point in time would result in her death. Is it because of the demon weapon world, or because of the environment of the demon god's cemetery? Will something target me once I become a greater devil? Liora couldn't help but wonder and subconsciously raised her head towards the sky. Her gaze penetrated through the demi-plane and reached outside, observing the world outside the demi-plane. Although her eyes were unable to see what she wanted, the image of the two higher-level worlds surrounding the demon weapon world emerged in her mind. Is the danger brought by those two worlds? Has some being over there noticed me? Or could it be, suddenly, a piece of information that she had almost forgotten resurfaced in her mind? It was an event that was mentioned only once or twice in her bloodline memories, and thus something she had not given much thought to in the past. If my theory is correct, then my current situation is more dangerous than imagined. I can only hope that the danger stems from the demon weapon world instead, Liora whispered. With a thought, she suppressed her fluctuating aura. Instantly, her bloodline returned to normal, as the advancement process was interrupted halfway. In the end, Liora failed to undergo a transformation. Yet, although she was still a true devil, her combat power had improved massively. The indestructible matter had not only granted her relative immortality, but had also further strengthened her physical body. At the moment, she had the confidence to fight against a greater devil based solely on the strength of her physical body. Such an achievement would have been nothing in the past, as improving her stage would have had similar effects. But considering her current situation, Liora felt that it was noteworthy. If my guess is true, then the person targeting me is terrifying. My main focus in the near future should be on improving my combat power. The easiest way to achieve this should be by collecting more indestructible matter. I don't believe it. Will I still be in danger if I were to complete the first substage 2 and advance straight to the third substage of the Greater Devil stage? At worst, I will skip the Greater Devil stage and advance straight to an Archdevil. This setback did not affect Liora much, and she still retained her composure, unlike other devils who had found themselves in her situation. Although unwilling, Liora's first thought was not to grieve or curse, but to think of ways to resolve her current issues. After thinking for a few more minutes and creating several contingency plans in the process, Liora finally stopped thinking about her failure in advancing. Her focus drifted back to reality, where she found herself standing alone in an empty crimson land. With her having devoured everything about the Divine Army's commander, the ruin had nothing to be built upon and had quickly crumbled. Just like the previous ancient battlefield, it disappeared from Liora's vision and ejected her back to the demon god's cemetery. Instantly, Liora's consciousness swept through her surroundings. She found nothing wrong, as no traces of other people could be seen. However, it was exactly this discovery that made Liora frown slightly. Where did that arrogant guy go? Did he take the opportunity and slip away while I was busy, or did he perish in the ancient battlefield? Despite how it may have seemed, the illusory ancient battlefield was actually quite dangerous. Most people would slowly lose themselves in the illusion and integrate with it. If they were then killed in the illusion, the damage would also affect their real bodies. At best, they would suffer serious injuries. At worst, they would perish. After checking for some time, but still finding no traces of that man, Liora shook her head. If he escaped, I can only praise his good luck and quick reaction. If he is dead, then there is nothing I can possibly do, she whispered, and quickly stopped thinking about it. The life and death of a mere weapon master hardly interested Liora. She wouldn't deliberately seek the frail man, nor would she spend any time chasing him down. Raising her head, Liora looked at the bright sun above her head. Although she had no way of telling the exact time, she could see that it had not been long since she entered the ruins. From start to finish, less than an hour had gone by, including the time she spent transforming. The demon god's cemetery is supposed to stay open for a month. Once the time comes, all participants will be forcefully teleported out. I should make use of this time. So many weapon masters gathered in one place is a rare sight. If I'm lucky, I might be able to collect enough indestructible matter to cover my entire physical body. Just when Liora finished that thought and was about to turn around and leave, a low whisper suddenly rang in her mind. The whisper was strangely familiar. It closely resembled what she had heard earlier, when the Void Whisper had warned her of the impending danger. However, when Liora paid closer attention, she discovered that the current mutterings were different. Not only did they all belong to the same person, but the content of their words was actually clear. Outsider, come here. Come. Let's have a deal. You help me. I help you. It was just a few plain sentences, but they caught Liora by surprise. Not because the voice's owner had guessed her identity as an outsider. After all, her previous transformation had caused her aura to stir and had revealed some of her devil characteristics. If there happened to be a powerful and knowledgeable person nearby, they would indeed have a chance to guess her identity. What shocked Liora instead was that she sensed the power carried by that voice. Its owner was far stronger than Duke Bloodflower, the only greater devil whom she had fought and defeated in the past. Peak of the greater devil? No. Faintly beyond that, Liora couldn't help but estimate as her eyes unconsciously narrowed. Upon a closer investigation, she discovered that there seemed to be a veil between her and the voice's owner. The veil was thin, but it clearly separated the two. Coupled with everything she had seen and heard so far, Liora soon guessed that person's identity. She didn't hesitate. Listening to the voice urging her to approach it, she did a 180 and took a step forward. Immediately, the space before her cracked and swallowed her whole. The next moment, her figure appeared several kilometers away, before the same space cracked and swallowed her figure once again. The structure of space was complicated. In the simplest of terms, it was divided into many different layers, one stronger than the other. Depending on the level of the world and the environment itself, breaking through those layers could be both easy and difficult. For example, Liora could tear apart space in the world of knights and use it to teleport. On the other hand, she was unable to cause the slightest fluctuation in the space of the demon world, and that held true even in her current state. Only with the use of abilities such as Null Step could she make use of the power of space. Otherwise, she currently had no way of getting into contact with such a high-level power. Fortunately, the space of the demi-plane was far weaker than that of the demon world. It allowed Liora to more easily travel through it. But most importantly, it allowed her consciousness to reach into its deepest layers. As Liora struck a weapon master from afar and landed on a seemingly empty plot of land, she continued tracking that voice. Her consciousness moved and investigated her surroundings, searching for its owner. The more she searched and the closer she got to locating them, the louder the voice in her mind became, until finally, her consciousness spotted a small gap in one of the space's deepest layers. The moment she saw it, the veil separating them vanished. "Outsider, you've finally come." A young male voice echoed in Liora's ears, and their close proximity made the intervention of space almost non-existent. Liora did not greet the man back. Ignoring his words, she asked a question of her own. "How should I call you?" Her rudeness did not displease the owner of the voice. As if he had predicted such a question, he swiftly responded with an expected yet also unexpected answer. "The people of this world used to call me Demon God in the past. If you wish to, you can also refer to me as such." Liora noticed that the tone of the voice was quite polite. Although he revealed such a shocking piece of information, he didn't show much pride, nor did he display any arrogance. "Why did you summon me here? What's the deal you wish to talk about?" Liora jumped straight to the topic, having already roughly understood the predicament of the demon god. And the demon god obviously knew that this would happen. As such, he didn't speak any nonsense and went straight to the topic. "As you can see, I'm currently trapped in this place. In fact, the whole demi-plane exists solely to seal me. Those guys from the divine clans like to call this place Demon God's Cemetery, but in my opinion, it would be more accurate to call it Demon God's Prison." The demon god chuckled, showing no anger at having been imprisoned for thousands of years. Ignoring Liora's doubts, he continued. "During the war back then, the clan heads of the 9 divine clans banded together, shattered my body, and built this seal to imprison my soul. Although thousands of years have passed, and the seal has weakened significantly, I'm still unable to break free due to my current weakness. That's why I summoned you. I can sense that you possess a power that can help me break out of the seal. I might be rash, but I don't want to miss such an opportunity." The demon god's explanation did not last for long, but it contained very valuable information. Some of it was stated explicitly, while some of it was implied. Perhaps the most important information of the latter kind was that this guy possessed a method to monitor the demon god's cemetery. Otherwise, he wouldn't have spoken so casually, mentioning the ancient war and the divine clans, as if he were certain that Liora already knew about these secret events. In fact, Liora strongly doubted that this person had noticed her existence since her arrival in the demi-plane. It was not a coincidence that he summoned her here the moment she completed her transformation. Still, although Liora guessed all of the above, she did not specifically point them out. Her focus instead shifted to the latter part of his speech, and more specifically, to the power that could help him break out of the seal. She didn't feign ignorance. Her mind moved, and several different energies and powers emerged from her body. Her demonic energy, the indestructible matter, the power of her manifestation, and even the power of nothingness. A hodgepodge of powers emerged from Liora's body, powers that would have caused anyone seeing them to be stunned. After all, each of these powers was enough to create a powerful individual. It was a truly shocking phenomenon that all of these had now gathered on a single individual. Fortunately, the demon god was a native of the demon weapon world and had never ventured out of it. Thus, he did not fully understand Liora's monstrosity. Suppressing his astonishment, his consciousness reached out from inside the seal and inspected the different powers. At first, his consciousness did not have any reaction and exuded some disappointment. However, when it reached the final one, the power of nothingness, the consciousness of the demon god suddenly trembled. "This is it," his voice rang in Liora's mind, and although she could not see his face, she could already imagine his excited expression just based on his tone. However, Liora did not care. Ignoring his enthusiasm, she took back her powers and pushed his consciousness back into the seal. Then, as if nothing had happened, she resumed the earlier conversation. "Since you chose to summon me, you should have an idea regarding my character and goals. If you wish to get my help, you should show something of similar value," she said coldly, similarly not afraid that her words would offend the demon god. The demon god did not rush to reply. It was only a few seconds later that he finally answered. I've consumed most of the resources I carried with me in order to retain my vitality while sealed. At present, only a few items remain. I'm willing to use one of them to trade with you, he said. First of all, I happen to collect some of the divine weapons that were shattered during the ancient war. Although they are not too precious individually, altogether, they should be able to help you and your umbrella advance to the demon's sovereign realm. Saying this, the demon god hesitated for a few moments. Then, gritting his teeth as if he had made a difficult decision, he gave a second offer. The only other item I have on me is this, he spoke, and the space before Liora cracked. From the crack, a transparent droplet of liquid flew out. It was beautiful, half real and half illusory, seemingly containing scenes of the past and the future. As Liora's eyes reflected this item's outline, a term couldn't help but emerge in her mind. A wisp of time, she muttered subconsciously. Huh. An exclamation came from within the seal. You recognize this? If that's the case, things will be far easier. Since you recognize it, you should understand its value. A wisp of time, or more commonly known as a drop from the River of Time. It is one of the few items related to the power of time. By consuming it, one can return their state to the past. No matter whether they are injured or are affected by negative effects, consuming a wisp of time can help them jump back to their unaffected state. Hearing his words, Liora nodded solemnly. Although she understood that the demon god was trying to highlight the value of the wisp of time to reach an agreement, she also knew that he was not necessarily lying. In fact, the demon god might have even underestimated the value of the wisp of time. The power of time was a high-level power that very few people could come into contact with, similar to the power of space. Even compared to the power of nothingness, time was not weaker in the slightest. Something like the wisp of time would be extremely precious even in a place like the demon world. Upon seeing it, Liora immediately had the urge to agree to the demon god's proposal and choose the wisp of time as part of the deal. But recalling the ease with which the demon god took this item out, she quickly restrained that impulse. Disregarding the demon god's previous words of having to choose one of them, she gave an offer of her own. The power of nothingness is extremely important to me, and it requires great efforts to condense it. She shook her head. For it to be worthwhile, these are not enough. You at least have to give me enough materials to reach the peak of the demon's sovereign realm, as well as 100 wisps of time. Only then will I agree to help you break the seal. Seeing Liora's stern expression and recalling the sense of threat that the power of nothingness had previously brought him, the demon god tended to believe her words. Unfortunately, Liora's proposal was simply unacceptable to him. 100 wisps of time? He might as well sell himself at that point. I don't have any more materials. Moreover, I only possess 2 wisps of time. At least 50. Any less than that, and it's not worth my efforts. Liora shook her head and interrupted him. 3. That's the best I can do. The conversation between the two almighty beings suddenly turned strange. Liora and the demon god continuously went back and forth, bartering over the number of wisps of time and the materials that the latter had to fork out. This scene looked bizarre considering their status and strength. But in fact, beings on their level truly valued their own interests. No one would take a step back for no reason. They would fight for even the slightest hint of benefit, much less for a precious and rare treasure like a wisp of time. In the end, the two reached an agreement after a while. The amount of materials remained the same, just enough to help Liora become a demon sovereign, but the wisps of time had now turned into 10. The moment the two agreed, the space fluctuated. A space ring flew out of the seal and landed neatly in Liora's outstretched hand. As her consciousness entered it, she discovered that it was filled with materials useful for demon weapons. At the same time, a small pool of translucent liquid could be seen at its very edge. It amounted to exactly 10 droplets. Seeing this, Liora had to admit that the demon god was really honest. Wasn't he afraid that she would take these things and run away without helping? The idea of doing so indeed passed through her mind. However, she decided against it upon further thought. To be confident enough to give me these, this person must have something to rely on. Perhaps he can bypass the seal and exert his strength for some time. Or perhaps he can control the demon god's cemetery to attack me. she thought secretly as she placed the space ring away. Then, she looked towards the seal and spoke up. How can I help you break the seal? If there's any danger, I won't be involved. Hearing her words, the demon god couldn't help but complain inwardly. She should have said this before she pocketed the items rather than waiting until now. Still, considering his current predicament, he didn't care to argue with Liora. There's no danger. I only need you to pour some of that power into the seal. Not much of it is required. Just enough to corrupt the seal and help me break out, he said and guided Liora on how to achieve this. Liora followed his instructions. The power of nothingness emerged and poured into the seal. The eerie gray substance bypassed the outer layer and flowed deeper, seemingly targeting the core of the seal. A faint cracking sound echoed in Liora's ears, as if a piece of glass was starting to shatter. Seconds passed as the power of nothingness continued to flow into the seal. Liora's face gradually lost its color while her aura fluctuated violently, like a candle that was about to go out. Just when it seemed that she would collapse to the ground, the demon god finally spoke. Okay, that's enough. The inner layer of the seal has been broken. I only need to spend some time to corrupt the rest of the seal before I can break free, he said. Hearing this, Liora stopped supplying the seal with the power of nothingness. Her body trembled as she rushed back, opening some distance between her and the seal. The deal has been completed, and we've both obtained what we wished for. I won't keep you busy any longer. I hope that your excellency will soon emerge from the seal and return to the real world, Liora said, and then soared into the sky without hesitation. She didn't take a look behind her, nor did she observe the seal's state, choosing to leave as fast as she could. Within the seal, the demon god felt speechless. He stared at Liora's back with faint doubt, secretly estimating how heavy a toll the loss of the power of nothingness had taken on her. Although he knew that not much of it had been used, it was normal for such a high-level power to require a high price to pay. Although it's not much, it should be more than enough. It's worth it trading for those things. The demon god's words reverberated through the seal. In fact, if Liora had taken the initiative to step into the seal, she would have discovered that the demon god was nowhere to be seen. Only a small light was confined within the dark space, shining with a colorful brilliance. Part of the light was golden, while the other part was divided into a bloody crimson and a murky black color. As time passed, the latter two colors slowly spread. It seemed as if their goal was to wipe out the golden part. Fortunately, the destined person arrived just at the right time. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to suppress their influence for any longer, the demon god whispered, and a torrent of gray substances appeared before the light. If Liora were here, she would recognize that these gray substances were the power of nothingness she had just poured into the seal. The demon god struggled to control them and let them wash over the colorful light. Instantly, the crimson and black colors began to retreat. The light fluctuated and looked ready to go out, but its aura grew stronger rather than weakening. It's almost time. I should be able to leave this damned place very soon. The demon god spoke as the two colors were slowly wiped away under his gaze. He continued manipulating the power of nothingness, while part of his attention fell at the edge of the dark space. Where the ordinary eye could not see, 3 large pools of blood existed. A giant corpse was floating in each of them, as the blood slowly seeped into the bodies and worked to nourish them. 3 demon sovereigns. Coupled with my own power, everything should work out fine. On the other side, Liora did not know what was going on inside the seal. The space around her fluctuated as she jumped through it again and again, leaving the demon god and the seal behind her. It was only several minutes later, when she was far away from the two, that she finally came to a stop. Surveying her surroundings and sensing no danger, she slowly descended and landed on the ground. The moment she did, her pale face immediately regained its color. Her fluctuating aura became unfathomable once again, showing none of the weakness from before. Her eyes shone brightly, filled with excitement. What a steal! Has the demon god gone crazy from solitude? He gave me all that for such a little amount of nothingness. Liora couldn't help but shake her head, feeling that the demon god had underestimated her. With her connection to the land of nothingness, Liora could manipulate the power of nothingness at will. With just a call, boundless nothingness could descend into this world without her paying any price. The amount of nothingness that the demon god asked for was minimal. Liora would actually spend hundreds of times more every time she used nothingness to fight. So, for her, this was more profitable than even robbery. The demon god had suffered a great loss by giving her 10 wisps of time and countless materials. Of course, Liora understood that this was a matter of perspective. For her, the power of nothingness was nothing, but for the demon god, it was his lifeline and hope of breaking free. As long as he could achieve this goal, he wouldn't hesitate to pay any price, no matter how high it may be. However, is that guy really sealed? Liora suddenly frowned. Although everything suggested so, she had a reason to strongly doubt it. Could such a small amount of nothingness really break the seal, imprisoning a powerful greater devil? She didn't believe so. Yet, ultimately, this didn't matter. She and the demon god were not enemies, at least for now. Even if he was plotting something and had some great conspiracy, it would not be targeted at her. If anyone ought to be worried, it should be the 9 divine clans. After all, the demon god was bound to try and get revenge. Since I can't advance to a greater devil, I have to focus on improving my combat power instead. To do so, some risks are bound to be taken. Overall, the benefits of cooperating with the demon god far outweigh the potential risks. In the worst-case scenario, I will just leave this world. This was an advantage that Liora held over her opponents. As long as she wished to, she could always choose to give up. On the other hand, natives like the demon god had no such choice. After analyzing the situation and confirming that she had not made any major mistakes, Liora stopped thinking about it. Engraving a small defensive formation around her, she sat on the ground, and her consciousness poured into the space ring she had just received. Instantly, a small droplet flew out and stopped in front of her face. It glistened with a bright but illusory color and caused many fragmented images to form in her mind. The sound of waves pushing forward rang in her mind, forcing Liora's eyes to become confused for some time. It was only a few seconds later that she finally recovered. When she did, her eyes narrowed, and she took a deeper look at the wisp of time. Soon, she let out a sigh. It deserves to be an item related to the power of time. I'm afraid that the rumors of it being a drop from the River of Time are not baseless, she whispered. The demon god had mentioned during their previous deal that the Wisp of Time's main function was to help people return to their past state. However, Liora scoffed at this idea. The Wisp of Time could indeed be used like that, but doing so would be a complete waste of it. In fact, the reason why this item was so precious was not because of its functions per se, but because it contained the power of time. As long as one studied it, there was a small chance that they would be able to get into contact with this power. The power of time might prove helpful. If things are indeed as I thought, then it might break the balance during the future confrontation. Thinking of this, Liora had the urge to conduct research on the Wisp of Time as soon as possible. However, she quickly shook her head. Now was not the time. The Wisps of Time would not go anywhere. There would be more opportunities to conduct research in the future. For now, she had to deal with something else first. After she placed the Wisp of Time back into the pool, Liora did not rise to her feet. Instead, her consciousness reached into the space ring once again and took the materials stored inside out. Precious metals, the blood of demons and other powerful beings, as well as countless fragments of demon weapons soon turned into a miniature mountain in front of her. Seeing them, Liora did not waste any time. Her demon weapon emerged, and after a spin, it began devouring these materials. If it were in the past, such a process would have taken months, if not years, to complete. But fortunately, the umbrella was now a demon saint weapon. Its digestive abilities had improved significantly. Coupled with Liora's own immense strength, the time required to digest these resources was bound to be much shorter. Adding the fact that Liora did not have to fight against the demon weapon's influence, her rate of improvement was unmatched by ordinary divine race members. Material after material was quickly broken down and became nourishment for the Black Umbrella, as each of them brought an incremental increase in its quality. Participating in the demon god's cemetery was fraught with danger, but was also extremely beneficial for divine race members. Ruins were scattered across the land, waiting for weapon masters to encounter them and unearth the precious resources hidden inside. At the same time, the other participants also served as a source of benefits. Their demon weapons and even their own corpses could be devoured, used as nourishment for one's improvement. Even the fight itself was advantageous, as the dangerous environment allowed the young divine race members to unleash their potential and break through during the battle. All of the above meant that the competition was extremely fierce. Many weapon masters died in the first few days, while hundreds of them had been severely injured. Due to the chaos and the vastness of the continent itself, no one could possibly guess that in one of its edges, a devil was slowly undergoing a transformation. Or rather, it would be more accurate to say that it was a demon saint who was undergoing the transformation. Surrounded by the formation, Liora controlled the black umbrella to devour the materials she had robbed from the demon god. Though only a few hours had passed, the original mountain of metals had now mostly vanished. Only a few fragmented demon weapons remained. As a result, the aura exuded by the black umbrella had grown far more refined. It was no longer sharp and fierce like a murderous sword, but elegant and silent like a slumbering moon elf. Suddenly, a crashing sound reached Liora's ears. Fractures formed all across the umbrella as its body began to crumble, breaking into tiny pieces. Soon, part of the umbrella was nowhere to be seen. Only its handle remained, making it look like a cane rather than an umbrella. Fortunately, Liora's mind was linked with the demon weapon, and she could sense its state. Thus, she did not show any panic despite witnessing such a bizarre scene. She continued watching closely, observing the process of its transformation. The demon weapon did not keep her waiting for long. Only a few seconds later, the broken pieces of the umbrella transformed into a silver light and shot upwards. They revolved around the handle and turned into a small canopy, gradually merging into its top and taking form. A moment later, a clicking sound rang in Liora's mind. A silver light flashed brightly and engulfed the umbrella. Liora felt a large amount of energy enter her body. It was the feedback brought by the demon weapon, signaling that the last shackle restricting it had been broken. Using a large number of materials, it had jumped to the demon sovereign realm, and the same was true for her. Demon sovereign. This was a realm equivalent to the greater devil stage. Although they did not possess as many methods, nor the indestructible nature of greater devils, demon sovereigns were not to be underestimated. In an instant, Liora noticed a significant improvement in both her physical strength and the demonic energy rushing through her body. Through a quick investigation, she arrived at a conclusion. If she could fight against greater devils at the first stage before, then she was now able to contend against greater devils at the second stage. Though this improvement seemed small, it was in fact not. Greater devils at the second stage were able to easily suppress those at the first stage, as the significance of their entire bodies integrating with indestructible matter was massive. Sensing her overwhelming strength, Liora was happy but did not lose her composure. Taking the umbrella back into her body, she made a surprising decision. With a thought, she resumed the process she had previously interrupted, her advancement to a greater devil. Her bloodline was instantly activated, ready to help her advance to another life level. However, before Liora had the time to be happy, the familiar sense of threat arrived once again, accompanied by the sound of countless overlapping murmurs. Seeing this, Liora immediately terminated the process of advancement. However, she didn't show any dissatisfaction. Instead, a look of enlightenment flashed across her face. I can sense that the danger has decreased a lot. Although I will still most likely die if I were to advance, there is now a small chance that I will survive. Saying this, she nodded her head. It seems that my previous theory was correct. As long as I enhance my combat power and reach a certain level of strength, I should be able to advance without facing much danger. Moreover, this let Liora confirm that it was specifically her advancement to a greater devil that brought her the danger. Other power systems were not included in this equation. Thus, she tended to believe that her previous guess had been correct. Her current issue was indeed related to the rare event that was briefly mentioned in her bloodline memories. Having confirmed this, Liora arose to her feet and deactivated the formation surrounding her. The advancement to a demon sovereign had been accompanied by several visions and had made a lot of noise. But thankfully, the formation had concealed everything. No one had noticed that her strength had improved dramatically, nor did anyone know that a new demon sovereign had unknowingly been born in this land. Lifting her head, Leora's consciousness swept across her surroundings. Several weapon masters immediately caught her attention. Although she couldn't recognize them, their fluctuating auras made her arrive at a natural conclusion. These people had obtained a lot from the trip to the demon god cemetery. If they were lucky and happened to leave this place alive, it would only be a matter of time until they became demon saints. This is good. Although demons can also provide me with indestructible matter, hunting down divine race members is far more efficient. Liora thought calmly as her figure soared into the sky. Stretching her hand, she slowly extended it into the distance before she clenched her fist. A split second later, the sound of an explosion echoed from not far away. There, a weapon master and a demon who were entangled in battle suddenly exploded in unison. A crimson light flashed by their location, and the next moment, their remains vanished. Though far away, Liora was able to capture this scene. Part of her body lit up with a golden light as her manifestation returned and poured indestructible matter into her. The rate of progress was not very great. However, Liora did not display any dissatisfaction. This degree of progress was already enough considering the low amount of effort it took from her. Moreover, there should be hundreds of divine race members and tens of thousands of beasts in the demon god cemetery. As long as all these creatures are devoured, kill him. If he doesn't die, then we will. Members of the Sword Clan, come with me. Dark Demon Clan, do you really want to protect him? Several parties were confronting each other on top of a high mountain. Or to be more accurate, several parties had banded together to deal with a single opponent. On one side stood many members of the 8 divine clans. After so many days, many of them had encountered each other and teamed up. By now, more than 100 people had gathered here under the instructions of their leaders. On the other side were also members of the divine clans. However, they all belonged to a single one, the Dark Demon Clan. At the center stood a muscular young man with a chiseled face, while behind him stood the rest of the Dark Demon Clan members. Hearing the taunts of his opponents, the young man sneered coldly. If you wish to attack me, then just do it. What's the point of talking at this point? A bunch of cowards, he said with contempt. Wherever his gaze passed, the people he faced would flinch and take half a step back. Fortunately, there were some courageous people among the members of the divine clans. Darian, you should surrender and cripple yourself if you know what's good for you. Don't cause the other people of the Dark Demon Clan to die with you. Otherwise, even if you survive, you will be unable to give an explanation to the priests outside. These words indeed caused the expression of Darian to change. But most importantly, it caused the members of the Dark Demon Clan to hesitate. Although the clan head had told them to cooperate with Darian, this didn't mean that they were willing to die for his sake. If their lives were in danger, they would rather betray him than really die. Their thoughts were immediately noticed by Matt. Though he understood their positions and might have done the same if he were in their shoes, he also couldn't help but feel speechless. We should do a reshuffling of forces when I return to the clan. The clan has really gotten worse under the leadership of my father. How can my Dark Demon Clan dominate the world if its members are but a bunch of cowards? Darian shook his head. His silence made the people besieging him delighted. They felt that he was about to give up and surrender. But the next moment, Darian's expression turned stern. Following a loud shout, a bronze light engulfed his body while a demonic figure emerged behind his back. When the light disappeared, the demonic figure merged with his body and transformed into a pair of bronze gauntlets. Darian did not speak any further. The next second, he glided forward and flashed beside the person who had previously taunted him. Turning his hand into a fist, he punched him in the abdomen. His opponent had no time to react. The force of the bronze gauntlet raged inside his body. Under his shocked eyes, his body suddenly exploded. Although a small light flickered, appeared in the distance, and turned back into the man, his face was still filled with shock. No, how is this possible? The man couldn't help but mutter, and he instantly had a faint guess. This guy has broken through. He is not a weapon master. He has already become a demon saint, he shouted, trying to remind his companions, but it was already too late. The demonic figure behind Darian reappeared and, mimicking his own movements, punched down, sending dozens of weapon masters flying. Blood splattered as their flesh was torn apart. Before they could recover, Darian launched himself forward and entered the enemy's formation. He ignored their attacks and allowed his opponents to strike him, disregarding his injuries to kill them instead. No, show mercy. Damn the Dark Demon Clan. You won't have a good ending. Several curses cut through the air as only a few minutes after the fight started, dozens of weapon masters collapsed to the ground, dead. Although Darien also suffered some injuries, they were all surface level. With his demon saint strength, he was able to gain the upper hand in the confrontation. Seeing this, the Dark Demon Clan members behind him cheered. No longer as hesitant, they rushed forward and entered the battlefield. In complete opposition, the Divine Clan members' momentum grew weaker. Some of them wanted to run away, but they were forced to stay under the threatening glares of their respective leaders. Such a situation made the fight even more chaotic. The noise caused by the battle quickly spread, prompting more and more people to gather here. When they saw Darien's powerful aura, which resembled that of a demon, they didn't choose to escape, but rather to participate. In the blink of an eye, the situation got out of control. Several hundred weapon masters had gathered in the mountain, and by this point, few people could identify exactly who their opponents were. Still, the battle continued. Golden lights flashed, demon weapons were brandished, while the blood turned into a sea and slowly spread down the mountain's base. The eyes of the weapon masters turned red, losing themselves in the bloodlust. Resisting the temptations of their demon weapons became increasingly difficult, and some of them even began to kill their own teammates. When Liora arrived, this was the scene that she witnessed. Several hundred weapon masters were all attacking each other, with a demon saint rampaging through the battlefield and killing everyone blocking their path. Standing in the sky and taking a look below, Liora shook her head and chuckled. Interesting. Pretty much everyone in the demon god's cemetery has gathered here. If all these people were to die, the divine clans are going to be furious. Sensing that the battlefield below was becoming increasingly chaotic, Liora did not stay put. Following a silver light, an umbrella materialized in her hand before her figure blurred. When she reappeared, she was standing right at the center of the battlefield. Her arrival didn't attract much attention, and no one suspected anything. Only a few weapon masters turned around and attacked her, branding her as their enemy. However, before these people's blows could truly reach her, Liora's hand holding the umbrella lightly shook. Instantly, several silver lights flashed across its body, and after transforming into silver blades, fell towards her opponents. Their defenses proved meaningless. The silver blades cut easily through their bodies and annihilated them from within. As a crimson saber flashed and returned, their essence turned into indestructible matter and supplied Liora with energy. Liora did not pause to savor her increased power. She took another step forward as if nothing had happened, wielding her demon weapon once again towards those blocking her path. Very quickly, a small road opened in the otherwise chaotic battlefield, a road connecting Liora and Darien. Before long, the two were practically next to each other. However, just when Liora was about to launch an attack, the frenzied expression on Darien's face changed. His gaze wandered through the battlefield, and he yelled, "What are you waiting for? Kill her." The moment Darien's words fell, several powerful auras surged on several locations across the battlefield. The leaders of the divine clans suddenly all broke through in unison, turning from weapon masters to powerful demon saints. No, based on the stability of their aura, it was apparent that they had become demon saints long ago. Instantly, the movements of everyone in the battlefield halted. Everyone was confused. However, the 8 demon saints and Darien did not care about their opinions. The moment they showed their true strength, they all attacked. A black serpent emerged on one side of the battlefield, while a large sword appeared in another. A 3-headed monster, a tentacled creature, a long spear. Even the rampaging Darien turned around and manipulated the demonic figure to strike at his opponent. His blow merged with that of the rest of them. 9 demon saint attacks blended together, and even veteran demon saints at the peak of the realm would have trouble defending. Shockingly, the target of these people was none other than Liora. She didn't have time to react. Countless flickering lights soon engulfed her figure, as 9 demon weapons attacked her from all sides. The weapon masters near her exploded. Their divine aura could not help them recover, and they were instantly exterminated. Although the dead people included members of their own divine clans, The 9 demon saints did not pay any heed. They continued delivering blow after blow, causing the entire mountain to break apart. She should be dead, right? One of the demon saints muttered a few seconds later as he sensed Liora's aura disappear. Hehe. Even a demon sovereign might have died under our combined attack. I'm afraid that even her demon weapon has been destroyed. It's such a pity. A woman clicked her tongue and smiled on the side. That's what she gets for targeting our companions. Does she think that she can rule the demon god's cemetery just because she has broken through? Another one sneered. Their conversation revealed the truth. Surprisingly, these people had not gathered here to hunt down Darien as everyone believed, but were targeting Liora from the very beginning. Everything, including the sacrifice of their own clan members, was nothing more than an act to lead their opponent here. Even Darien himself was involved in their plans, or rather, he was the mastermind behind everything. That person must have obtained a treasure from a ruin and made rapid progress. No one in the cemetery recognizes her. I'm afraid that she used to be an ordinary weapon master before. Matt judged as he took back his gauntlets and stared at the flickering lights in the distance with a greedy expression. His body secretly tensed up, ready to rush forward and take the spoils of the battle when Liora's death was finally confirmed. The other demon saints had a similar plan. They stared at Liora's previous location, waiting for the dust to settle and for everything to become clear. Once they did, another, perhaps more bloody fight would start. However, when the lights went out and the crumbling pieces of the mountain disappeared, everyone was left stunned. Where the demon saints were expecting to see destruction and ruin, they only saw an unscathed piece of land. Most importantly, they discovered a woman stood alone on that piece of land. With long crimson hair, red eyes, and a silver umbrella hovering above her head, she was staring in their direction with faint interest flashing across her eyes. I underestimated you fools. It's unexpected that you all gathered together to attack me. However, do you really think that you can hide yourself from my perception? She shook her head. Still, I have to thank you. If you hadn't gathered all these people here, I would have needed to spend days searching for them. Liora chuckled, her gaze piercing through the silver veil covering her and falling on the 9 demon saints outside. When her gaze landed on them, the demon saints couldn't help but tremble instinctively. They had the illusion that they were being stared at by a murderous beast, similar to how they felt when they were facing their fathers and ancestors. Kill. Run. Ultimately, the 9 demon saints made different decisions. Half of them rushed forward and wanted to kill Liora, while the other half ran away, believing that they would never be able to deal with such an opponent. Unfortunately, no matter what choice they made, their final fate was not much different. Since you've chosen to attack me, I should also reciprocate the favor. Liora smiled and said before lightly waving the umbrella forward. Not much momentum accompanied her movements. But the next moment, every demon saint, regardless of their actions, stopped in their tracks. A silver light illuminated their bodies, and they were suddenly attacked. Several punch marks appeared on Darien's body, the result of gauntlets striking at him. Sword slashes appeared on the body of the Sword God clan's demon saint, while part of the body of the Ouroboros clan's demon saint turned into food for serpents. Similar events happened to everyone else. The attacks were eerie and inexplicable, seemingly coming out of nowhere. Most importantly, the attacks were directly related to everyone's combat style. In an instant, everyone was riddled with injuries that were seemingly caused by their own attacks. In fact, this was indeed the case. Liora's advancement to a demon sovereign had greatly improved the power of her demon weapon. Moreover, the advancement had helped the umbrella awaken 3 brand new abilities. Among the 3, 2 were directly related to each other: Sovereign's Sanctuary and Counterattack. Sovereign's Canopy. The demon weapon can form a domain of absolute defense around the user. Unless a blow surpasses the maximum limit that the demon weapon can withstand, any damage the user faces will be completely negated. Retribution. The demon weapon can return the damage it has previously negated. Depending on the opponent's strength, the damage will be increased or reduced accordingly. The gap between a demon sovereign and a demon saint was massive, similar to the gap between true devils and greater devils. Don't be mistaken by Liora's situation and her past achievements. Even among devils, Liora was truly a freak. No other true devil besides her could possibly contend against greater devils. Similarly, Demon saints could not fight against demon sovereigns. As such, the moment retribution was activated, the demon saints all suffered a great deal of harm. Not only did they have to suffer their respective attacks, but the power of their blows had also significantly increased. The first to collapse was none other than Darien. He was the strongest among the demon saints besieging Liora, and exactly because of that, the damage he suffered was the most serious. Instantly, his body shattered like glass. Just as a golden light flickered and wished to reconstruct his body, Liora's manifestation appeared. His essence was devoured by the crimson saber, spelling out his total annihilation. Before everyone could be shocked, the world trembled. The blue sky above their heads parted, and bloody droplets started to rain down, as if the world itself was mourning for Darien's death. But just when everyone was affected by the sorrowful atmosphere, the vision disappeared. The bloody rain was wiped away at once and was replaced with a colorful rainbow. One moment, the world was mourning for the demon saint's death, and the next one it looked to be celebrating. This contradictory behavior confused everyone, and they could not comprehend what was happening. However, they soon didn't have the will to pay attention to this phenomenon. Not long after Darien died, another demon saint, this time from the Sword God clan, fell. Then another, and another. Within mere seconds, the previous alternating vision occurred several times. Bloody rain fell and was subsequently wiped out, as if the world itself had a split personality. Once, twice, thrice. The weapon masters counted silently in their heads and were starting to doubt their lives. It was only when the counter had reached 9 that the visions finally stopped. But no one was happy. They knew what this meant. The future clan heads of the divine clans, the 9 demon saints who had just broken through, had all met their demise. They were all dead. Raising their head, the ordinary divine race members couldn't help but stare at the culprit with fear. From the moment she was attacked till now, Liora had not moved from her position. She remained motionless and stood calmly with the umbrella shielding her head from the rain, as if the death of everyone was none of her business. However, everyone understood. This seemingly unassuming woman was different than what her appearance would suggest. In their eyes, she was simply a demon. Without so much as doing anything, she had caused the death of 9 demon saints. Just when they were wondering about their future, Liora shifted her attention to them. She didn't attack on her own. Instead, she lightly tossed the umbrella forward and let it transform. The umbrella's body squirmed. It elongated and grew many times larger in size, while its texture also gradually changed. Before long, the silver umbrella was nowhere to be seen. A colossal dragon had unknowingly replaced it. A fierce yet aloof look flashed in the dragon's eyes before it opened its mouth and let out an earth-shattering roar. Then, ignoring the terrified gazes of the people below, it raised its front limbs and brought them down like claws. The sound of flesh being torn apart reverberated, followed by loud screams and pleas for mercy. Unfortunately, the silver dragon didn't seem to have heard their pleadings. Like a beast that had been unleashed, it rampaged through the battlefield. It didn't take long for the battle to be over. With the death of the demon saints, none of the remaining weapon masters were able to compete with Liora. She didn't even need to take action. Just by letting the silver dragon, the transformation of her demon weapon, take action, she wiped out all the weapon masters. As the silver dragon returned and reluctantly transformed into an umbrella again, Liora ignored the ruins and blood around her and took her seat on the ground. That guy is indeed my savior. Could it be that Darien is a spy sent by other worlds? I would have never been able to kill so many weapon masters if it weren't for him. Considering the vastness of the continent and the fact that they can choose to hide, I would at most be able to locate half of these people. Moreover, killing 9 demon saints is an unexpected harvest. Liora couldn't help but observe her current state. Although the golden light had long disappeared, she could sense that even more indestructible matter had been integrated with her physical body. By now, more than 50% of it had been fully integrated with indestructible matter. The advantages of this were apparent. Liora's recovery abilities had been massively improved, while even her physical strength had been enhanced somewhat. However, perhaps the most significant change was something else. Suddenly, Liora made a surprising move. Her right hand slashed at her left shoulder, and like cutting through paper, sliced her left arm off. Ignoring the pain and blood dripping, She clutched the arm and threw it to the ground beside her. The arm squirmed. The flesh, bones, and blood shook violently before they merged together. Just like the silver dragon had done before, her left arm also transformed. When the transformation was completed, a second person had appeared amidst the ruins. With crimson hair, shining red eyes, and a beautiful face, she looked exactly the same as Liora. Or rather, she was Liora. Feeling that her consciousness had been divided into two and she was now able to control both bodies, Liora had to admit that this was a novel experience. Thankfully, her consciousness was very powerful, and she quickly got used to this feeling. Her gaze turned her second self, and she inspected her state. I should have the strength of a lesser devil. Coupled with my abilities and experience, I should be able to deal with an ordinary true devil. She made a rough judgment. This level of strength was actually shocking. After all, this body was created merely from one of Liora's arms. If she were to cut her other limbs off, wouldn't that mean that she would be able to get 4 more true devil clones? Once she recovered, would she be able to form an army on her own? Unfortunately, things are not that simple. This thing cannot be considered a clone, nor is it made from my flesh and blood. In fact, it's mostly made from indestructible matter. The flesh and blood merely serve as a vessel for it, Liora thought. Looking at her own body, she discovered that almost half of her indestructible matter had been consumed. Similarly, 1/4 of the indestructible matter within her soul had also disappeared. Seeing this, Liora immediately shook her head. No wonder I've never heard of any greater devil creating an army of clones. It's simply not worth it. For me, the existence of a true devil-level clone is meaningless. The amount of help it can provide to me is minimal. Losing so much indestructible matter far outweighs the benefits of having a weak clone. Understanding this, Liora stopped the experiment. With a thought, her second self exploded and turned back into blood and flesh, which quickly blended into her left shoulder and helped her recover. At the same time, the indestructible matter that Liora had consumed to create the clone also returned with it. Although part of it had been lost due to the clone's activity, the overall consumption was barely noticeable. Even if this ability itself is useless, it signifies a lot. The gap in the life level between devil stages is becoming increasingly apparent. I'm afraid that by the time one becomes an ancient devil, their every particle and cell can be considered a different individual. It only requires a thought to create millions of clones. Combat power was combat power, while life level was life level. The two should not be confused. Even if Liora could previously suppress or even kill a greater devil before, she didn't possess such an ability. But now that she had integrated with more indestructible matter, she could achieve something other true devils could not. In fact, Liora was no longer considered a real true devil. Although she had not advanced yet, her life level had already taken a leap forward. If one had to say, one could regard her as a pseudo-greater devil. Author's notes: longer chapter to speed up the plot. This is the last chapter in the Demon God Cemetery. There is only the final fight remaining for the Demon Weapon World arc. Thanks for reading. It's about time for the demi-plane to send people out. Who do you think will be the biggest winner? If you ask me, the most likely person is Darien. Unless everyone bands together, he should be able to suppress everything with his strength. I don't think so. Maven showed a great amount of confidence before. I'm afraid that the Ouroboros clan has something to rely on. Outside the Demon God Cemetery, several demon saints were waiting. Almost a month had passed since the weapon masters were sent in, and by now, it was time for the cemetery to open. Although the clan heads remained silent, the priests accompanying them did not. After so many years, the relationship between the divine clans was quite complicated. Some demon saints were close friends while others were mortal enemies. Such relationships disregarded the one between the clans. There were demon saints from the Ouroboros clan who were friends with the Dark Demon clan, and the same was true for the demon saints of the other divine clans. Just when the demon saints were chattering among themselves and making guesses about the outcome, the expressions of the 9 clan heads suddenly changed. It's time. The Sword God clan's head spoke up, and following his words, his momentum surged. The same was true for the other clan heads, too. They took action in unison and, just like during the Demon God Cemetery's opening, they shattered space itself and revealed the demi-plane hidden beneath it. The demi-plane trembled. Only a moment later, several dots rushed out of it and flew towards the main world. Wandering through the space, they passed through the gate that the clan heads had opened and exited the space layer. As soon as the dots emerged, their identities were revealed. They were the weapon masters who had been sent to the demon god's cemetery. However, none of the clan heads were happy with their return. Too few. From the almost 1,000 participants who had been sent in, less than 100 had come back. Moreover, those who did return were weak and currently in a miserable state. What happened? Did the demon god awaken and attack you? Where is everyone? Where is Darian? The head of the Dark Demon clan caught one of his descendants and asked a barrage of questions. The latter trembled in fear. He was originally reluctant to break out the news, but when he sensed the deadly gaze of his clan's head, he mustered the courage and spoke with a trembling voice. Dead. All dead. Everyone's dead. That lunatic killed them. They killed them all. His words caused everyone's expression to shift. In particular, the hand holding him tightened as the demon saint's pressure grew even stronger and fell on him. Who killed them? Who killed Darian? He questioned, but the descendant shook his head and gave a surprising answer. I don't know. I really don't know. I didn't see anything. He repeatedly shook his head like a mental patient, and it was apparent that the trip to the demon god's cemetery had affected him severely. Just when the clan head was about to press further, and the other demon saints were about to question their own descendants, a person among them could no longer keep calm. Where is Ophis? Where is my daughter? A cold voice cut through the air, and Maven's eyes wandered through the returning participants. His daughter, Ophis, was nowhere to be seen. Did she fail to return? Or, seeing that none of the Ouroboros clan members dared to say anything, Maven's gaze became even colder. Didn't I ask you to protect her? Is this how you're protecting her? You've all returned while her fate is unknown. If that's the case, what's the point of keeping you trash alive? The moment he finished his words, several explosion sounds echoed. Under the stunned eyes of everyone, the Ouroboros clan weapon masters all exploded. Before anyone could comprehend what was happening, Maven's gaze drifted towards the weapon masters of the other divine clans. The bloodthirsty light in his eyes shocked everyone. Maven, what are you doing? Do you wish to start a divine clan war? Don't forget, the demon god is about to revive. Do you wish for the world to be destroyed? One of the clan heads couldn't help but threaten him. Unfortunately, his words did not serve to calm down Maven. If anything, they made him even more frantic. What's the point of this world existing if my daughter is dead? He muttered in a low voice before he stared at the clan heads with bloodshot eyes. It's you. It's you. You conspired to kill my daughter. You should all die. You should die. The more he spoke, the more deafening Maven's voice became. By the end, he was practically screaming with fury. Before anyone could understand the significance of his words, he turned towards the Ouroboros clan and stretched his right hand out. Instantly, the whole central area began to shake. A black light shot out of the Ouroboros clan, causing the mortals along its path to evaporate. It was not that the light targeted them, but its mere aura was impossible for them to withstand. As the black light teleported through space, it landed on Maven's outstretched hand. Resonating with the weapon, Maven's aura became even more terrifying. A certain shackle on him seemed to have been shattered. From the original demon saint, he quickly became a demon sovereign. Die, 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 he roared, and, waving the curved blade in his hand, he targeted the Dark Demon clan's head. His actions were unacceptable. Maven, you're crazy. You dare summon the demon sovereign weapon. One of them couldn't help but scream. Everyone knew what this signified. Things were about to become complicated. Indeed, faced with Maven's attack, the Dark Demon clan's head had no other choice. Another earthquake occurred in the central area. In the distance, the Dark Demon clan was devastated. A similar light flew out and teleported in his hands. Another demon sovereign weapon. Holding it in his hands, the Dark Demon clan's head urged the gauntlets to defend. Sensing the fluctuations of their battle, the other clan heads were terrified. Without any hesitation, they also summoned their respective demon weapons. Auras surged, lights flickered, while earthquakes of several magnitudes assaulted the central area. Unbeknownst to everyone else, a greater devil-level battle was about to take place. After thousands of years of peace, another demon sovereign battle broke out. Maven's sudden attack caught the other clan heads off guard. However, they quickly reacted and summoned their own demon sovereign weapons to defend. In an instant, 9 demon sovereign auras appeared. Clearly, things were not as simple as they seemed. These ordinary clan heads, who appeared to be demon saints on the surface, were actually powerful demon sovereigns. Because of Maven's outburst, they were forced to reveal their real power. Although Maven had gone crazy and became the public target of everyone, he did not stand out alone. Several demon sovereigns took his side and helped him fend off some of his opponents, urging everyone to calm down and put down their weapons. Unfortunately, their efforts did not prove very useful. Not only did the battle not calm down, but it instead intensified. Maven waved his curved blade around and tried to open a path amidst the demon sovereigns, as if he had vowed to wipe out the surviving weapon masters. While the demon sovereigns were trying their best to contain him, the priests were not idle. With a wave of their hands, they wrapped their respective clan members with their divine aura and rushed away, opening some distance between them and the battlefield. Although they were all demon saints, they found it difficult to withstand the impact of the fight's aftermath. The bright lights flashing all over the place blinded them, rendering them unable to see what was going on. They all knew that their clan heads were engaged in combat, and the situation was serious, but they could not figure out exactly what was happening. If that was the case for them, the demon saints, then one could only imagine the helplessness that the weapon masters felt. At least, all but one of the weapon masters. Among the group protected by the Dark Demon Clan's priests, a certain girl looked at the battle in the distance with faint curiosity. Unbeknownst to everyone, her gaze followed the rapidly moving figures. TSK. How crazy. Does Maven really dare to fight all the demon sovereigns? The girl, or rather, Liora, couldn't help but shake her head with amusement. Even she had not expected such a result. The moment she entered the demon god's cemetery, she had discarded the identity of Ophis and acted under her real appearance. Thus, when the demi-plane opened and was about to force them out, she didn't return to the Ouroboros clan, but rather infiltrated the Dark Demon Clan group. She had originally predicted that Maven would do something, such as blame one of his enemies. However, she had never expected that he would actually target everyone instead. However, this guy's power is astonishing. He can fight against 3 demon sovereigns to a standstill. Although this is related to the fact that these people are unwilling to risk their lives, it's still quite impressive. Coupled with the 2 demon sovereigns who chose to take his side and restrain the remaining 3 clan heads, the fight was not as one-sided as one would expect. Observing their fighting methods, which were all geared toward their respective demon weapons, Liora silently analyzed their combat power and means. They are all very strong. Even though demon weapons are outside forces, an ordinary demon sovereign should be able to fight against a greater devil at the first stage. A more powerful one like Ophis' father might be able to compete against someone at the second stage. Even if he is defeated, he has a chance to escape. While Liora was thinking, Maven's curved blade teleported through space and arrived before one of the clan heads besieging him. The latter looked anxious and immediately raised his shield to defend. With a crash, the curved blade bounced off the shield, and Maven retreated. Unfortunately, the demon sovereign was sent flying as a result, and his right arm was cut off. It was only then that the other 2 demon sovereigns stepped forward and stopped Maven from resuming his assault. Seeing this, Liora shook her head once more. The 9 divine clans are all divided. Although they are currently teaming up to restrain him, their alliance is one of interests after all. In fact, these clan heads secretly hope for some of them to die. However, everyone already knew that now was not the right time to do so. The demon god was about to revive, and every dead demon sovereign increased the chances of something going wrong. Therefore, the battle of the 5 clan heads on the side gradually decreased in momentum. In Liora's opinion, it was only a matter of time before these 5 would put away their weapons and try to convince everyone to give up. Seeing this, Liora turned her head back to the other part of the battlefield. Staring at Maven, who was rampaging but whose eyes possessed a very clear look, a frown emerged on her face. But it was soon replaced by a smile. You might all want for the battle to be over, but how can I let you guys do as you wish? It's better for the situation to be even more chaotic. In fact, it would be best if you all died. After scanning over the dumbfounded demon saints and making sure that they weren't paying attention to her, Liora's right hand secretly moved behind her back. Her consciousness connected to her space ring, and a translucent drop suddenly flew out and landed on it. Then, with a flick of her fingers, it was sent flying towards the battlefield in the sky above. Her power wrapped around the droplet and concealed its presence. It was only when the droplet reached the center of the battlefield that she finally stopped protecting it. Instantly, the droplet exuded a very faint, almost impossible to detect aura. The demon saints did not notice it. However, the clan heads immediately captured its arrival despite being engaged in a fierce battle. A trace of surprise flashed in the eyes of everyone. They were all confused by this sudden change, but they soon all woke up. This aura. It's the aura of the demon god. It's true. I can sense the power of time. Only the demon god possesses such a power. The many demon sovereigns showed fear, but their eyes also shone with unabashed greed. Sensing the aura and seeing the droplet floating not far away, they appeared to have recognized it. Immediately, several demon sovereigns took action from afar and tried to intercept it. Unfortunately for some, Maven did not pay any heed to the wisp of time. He continued being entangled with the three demon sovereigns, rendering them unable to compete over the treasure. Maven, you've gone too far. Damn it. His actions made the three clan heads furious. If before, they fought against him just to defend themselves and did not wish to suppress him, then their efforts had now increased. After all, a treasure like the wisp of time had appeared. Maven stopping them was akin to robbing them of their treasure. These clan heads were filled with anger, but the rest of them were not. In fact, they really wished to thank Maven for removing some of the competition. With four demon sovereigns unable to compete, the chances of them obtaining the wisp of time had increased significantly. A giant claw, a sharp sword, a hand made of wriggling matter, and other inexplicable attacks rushed towards the wisp of time. They collided in the air and tried to bypass each other, ready to pocket the treasure and run away. 5 demon sovereigns attacking at the same time took a heavy toll on the world itself. Several layers of space cracked and quickly expanded, swallowing the closest demon saints who had let down their guard. The aftermath of their fight had now begun to affect the surroundings, too. However, the demon sovereigns did not care. Their powers continued entangling each other, fighting over the ownership of the wisp of time. However, just when one was about to emerge victorious and grab the droplet, this inanimate object suddenly moved. Making a U-turn while in the air, it escaped the grasp of the demon sovereign, dodged the other attacks, and rushed into the distance. "How dare you?" The person couldn't help but shout in fury, but his anger was ultimately meaningless. The droplet ignored his words and shot through the air, gradually approaching the demon god's cemetery. The expressions of the clan heads changed. Their fight paused for a brief moment, and they exchanged a quick glance. Within a split second, they reached an agreement. They no longer targeted each other. Their blows whistled through the air and merged together, all aiming at the fleeing wisp of time. Due to its proximity to the demon god's cemetery, the demi-plane was also affected. The entire world shook violently, as if it were about to burst. If it were any other time, the clan heads would have never taken the initiative to attack it, afraid that something would go wrong with the demon god's seal and he would reappear. However, now that the wisp of time had emerged, it meant a lot. Most likely, the demon god had already broken free. If that was the case, what did they have to fear? For what reason would they hold back? With that in mind, even though the demon sovereigns saw the demi-plane being affected, they did not suppress their attacks. Instead, their momentum surged even further, causing the space around them to shatter. Now, they were not only targeting the wisp of time, but also the demi-plane itself. Considering their extraordinary power, the demon god's cemetery had little power to resist. Cracks appeared all over its surface while its lights started to dim at a terrifying rate. The demon sovereigns were ruthless. They were planning to destroy the entire demi-plane. And, with their full efforts, they were about to succeed. Sigh. Just then, though, a faint whisper echoed from within the demi-plane. The demon god's cemetery trembled faintly before 3 lights shot out. At the same time, an inexplicable power appeared and smoothed out the impact of the demon sovereign's blows. The space turned back to normal, while the flickering light of the demi-plane soon regained its former brilliance. However, almost no one had time to pay attention to this phenomenon. The moment the three lights emerged in the main world, their identities were revealed. Three enormous beings, 2 men and 1 woman, showed up, each possessing an aura that could compete with the people outside. Ha! We've finally returned. You traitors, are you ready to die? The glory of the divine dynasty is about to reappear. The three beings all spoke loudly one after another, and their deafening words spread throughout the battlefield. The 5 demon sovereigns were stunned at first and let the wisp of time slip away. However, when they saw the 3 newcomers, their expressions changed. There was a hint of fear at first, but it was soon replaced by amusement. It's you. I remember that the other 6 hall masters were found dead. Only you 3 were nowhere to be found. It seems that you survived the war. No, not only did you not die, but you 3 have broken through the demon sovereign realm. As they spoke, the expressions of the clan heads grew solemn. However, they soon regained their composure. But you overestimate yourselves if you think that you can stop us. So what if you have broken through? Can you compete with us? Having said this, neither party spoke any further. The 8 demon sovereigns all took action, dividing the chaotic battlefield into 2 parties once again. Unfortunately, there was a huge gap between the 2 this time. The clan head who had spoken earlier was correct. Although the 3 hall masters had indeed broken through, they had only just done so. On the other hand, the clan heads were veteran demon sovereigns. Moreover, there were 5 of them compared to the opponent's 3. As such, the outcome had already been decided the moment the fight began. Only a few seconds later, the 3 hall masters found themselves injured. One of them coughed out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying, while another one had half of their body eaten by a monster. Although they quickly recovered, it was only a matter of time before their divine aura would be exhausted. The demon saints in the distance had no idea about what was happening. They only knew that 3 new individuals had appeared, though none of them could understand their identity. Only Liora heard the words of the clan heads and, coupled with her understanding of this world's history, guessed that these 3 were under the command of the demon god. Placing the returning wisp of time back into her space ring, she looked at the demon god's cemetery with some regret. I thought that the demon god would be forced out. I didn't expect that guy to have secretly trained 3 subordinates. Sure enough, such a person must have grand plans and several trump cards. It's impossible that he has wasted the past thousands of years. Ultimately, it was to be expected. Moreover, in Liora's opinion, the demon god was bound to leave his seal. Didn't you see that his 3 subordinates were being tossed around everywhere, having turned into the demon sovereign's punching bags? Could it be that the demon god was going to watch them die? Thinking of this, Liora decided against taking action. She continued observing from the side, mingling with the rest of the weapon masters with a terrified expression on her face. Her body trembled, and her teeth clattered with fear, causing the nearby weapon masters to look at her with pity. Although they could not recognize her, judging by her young appearance and her intense reaction, this girl must be really innocent. Perhaps this was the first time she had left the clan. Yet now, she was forced to become a witness to an earth-shattering battle. If any powerful being were here to witness the entire sequence of events, though, they would immediately curse at these people. Was Liora an innocent girl who was unintentionally affected? It hadn't been long since she awakened her memories, yet she had already made the strongest people in this world fight each other. Maven engaging in a life-and-death battle was her doing, and the same was true for the battle between the Hall Masters and the clan heads. In fact, this whole battle, involving 12 greater devils, was all the result of her involvement. Maven, have you betrayed the 9 divine clans? Are you going to let the demon god return to this world? One of the people engaged with Maven couldn't help but scream in horror as his blood spilled across the land, crushing the mountains and cities below. The demon sovereign had to admit that he was truly scared. He no longer wished to fight with Maven. This guy was a complete lunatic. If the fight did not stop, at least 2 of the 3 demon sovereigns would have to die in order to take him down. Maven, have you considered that this is all the demon god's plan? What if your daughter died in his hands instead? His plan is to sow discord among us and divide us. Knowing that Maven could not be convinced through logic, one of the demon sovereigns decided to change the subject and try something else. And indeed, their seemingly naive idea actually worked. The attacks of Maven gradually turned less fierce, as his eyes became increasingly cloudy. Indeed. What if Ophis died at the hands of the demon god? Did the demon god kill my daughter? Yes. He must have. He muttered in a low voice as his actions suddenly halted. Raising his head, he revealed a pair of bloodshot eyes beneath his messy dark hair. He stared in the direction of the demon god's cemetery with overwhelming fury. Damn you. It's you. You killed my daughter. Demon god. I'll never rest as long as you're alive, he roared. Ignoring the three demon sovereigns, he rushed towards the demi-plane. The curved blade in his hand shone brightly, and his aura grew even more powerful as he prepared to strike at the cemetery. The three demon sovereigns immediately made way for him, unwilling to mess with him. They couldn't help but wipe the imaginary sweat on their foreheads as they watched him leave. They cursed inwardly. How come Maven had turned completely insane? Watching the situation from afar, Liora immediately noticed his sudden shift in movements. She also accurately captured the clan heads fighting against the Hall Masters, deliberately making way for him, holding the Hall Masters back, and indirectly helping Maven. Of course, their purpose was not really pure. They wished to let Maven test the demon god, allowing them to investigate his current state and how much of his strength he had recovered. Fortunately, Maven did not seem to have noticed or cared about their plans. Lost in the death of his own daughter, he had long lost his sanity. Approaching the demon god's cemetery, he let out one final thunderous roar before his divine aura started to burn. The indestructible matter-like substance in his body was quickly consumed, being the price of his strength increasing for a short period of time. Although Liora was far away, she felt threatened when looking at Maven's curved blade. In his current state, he might be able to suppress or even kill a greater devil at the second stage. Liora was not the only one who noticed him. Seeing that his three subordinates were being held back and that the frenzied Maven was about to strike at the demi-plane, the demon god knew that he could no longer sit still. With a flicker, the light within the dark void disappeared and emerged in the outside world. Compared to not long ago, its golden color had grown even further, though the murky black and crimson red colors had not been completely wiped out just yet. The demon god was disappointed to see this. However, after he let out a regretful sigh, he began to construct his own body. The light shook as divine aura rushed out and quickly took a material form. First, a lifeless head appeared, then a torso, and finally, the four limbs were attached to it. The moment the body was formed, the colorful light settled onto it. The body's eyes opened wide. A terrifying aura, faintly surpassing the demon's sovereign stage, spread from him at the center, as his outline blurred before vanishing. In the outside world, few people sensed those changes. Though the process sounded complicated, less than a second had gone by in reality. The fight between the clan heads and three Hall Masters was still ongoing, while Maven was still getting ready to launch his desperate strike. However, just when his very existence was about to burn, the air suddenly froze. A figure emerged before everyone. With unkempt red hair that fell on his wide shoulders and a tall but lean build, a man appeared at the center of the battlefield. His oppressive aura attracted everyone's attention. The clan heads' attacks paused for a brief moment, while the Hall Masters turned towards the man with a pious gaze. Demon God! Both parties muttered, one in fear and hatred, and the other in a frantic excitement. Yet surprisingly, the clan heads recovered quickly. The three demon sovereigns that had besieged Maven earlier, and two of the remaining five stepped forward and surrounded the demon god with Maven serving as their spearhead. The demon god noticed their actions, but he didn't lose his composure. After glancing at the clan heads and observing them, he shook his head lightly and spoke up. Why don't we all stop here? There is indeed bound to be a battle between us, but now is not the right time. Let the three Hall Masters go and stop targeting the demon god cemetery. Otherwise, the consequences will be grave, he stated calmly, as if everything was under his control. It was as if he were not the one being besieged by several beings on the same level, but rather held the absolute advantage. The eyes of the clan heads surrounding him flickered. Although they didn't know exactly what the demon god was talking about, They had formed some guesses regarding his goals over the years. Therefore, they hesitated to make a decision. However, just when it seemed that the battle would fall into a null, there was one among the demon sovereigns who disregarded the situation. Maven ignored the demon god's words and launched an attack. The curved blade he was holding transformed into a giant black serpent, which opened its maw wide and shot in the demon god's direction. Though they cursed at him for his recklessness, Maven's attack made it easier for the clan heads to make a decision. Since they were here, it would indeed be best to deal with this opponent. As for the so-called consequences, this was a matter for the future. Thinking of this, the demon sovereigns, several of whom had previously fought against Maven, now helped him. Their demon weapons shone brightly, with some transforming into living creatures, before they fired at their common enemy. Everything went as Liora expected. Forced by the situation, the demon god had to emerge while his enemies banded together to deal with him. Still, when she witnessed the attacks launched towards the demon god, she was inevitably surprised. The power of 6 demon sovereigns cooperating was terrifying. Even she, standing afar, flinched subconsciously, and the situation of the demon god was bound not to be much better. Liora's eyes narrowed as she focused on the point of the impact. Secretly, her demonic energy boiled, and she prepared herself to deal with the situation, planning to take action if she deemed necessary. Now that things had come to this, she knew that she had to maintain the delicate balance. If the demon god looked ready to die, she was planning to help him. However, she soon discovered that she had no reason to worry. Facing the many demon weapons firing in his direction, the demon god casually raised his hand and slapped out. A crashing sound echoed, followed by a wailing scream. The demon weapons that had transformed into a beast form were forced to regain their true form, and with the rest of them, were sent flying back to their respective owners. I've already said that now is not the time. Why do you have to force me? Why don't we just make peace? The demon god's faint sigh cut through the silence as he remained motionless with his hands clasped behind his back. His aura spread and oppressed everyone, while the previous sight of him suppressing 6 demon sovereigns made him look unfathomable. Coupled with his own history and his great achievements during the ancient war, it looked like everything was truly under his control. However, some people were not fooled. Glancing at the clan heads next to him, who had grown somewhat fearful, Maven seemed to have regained his sanity. Don't be afraid. Did you forget who the demon god is? Considering his arrogant nature, he would never stay here and chat with us. He would have suppressed and even killed us all long ago. If I'm not wrong, he is either not fully recovered from his past injuries, or something is restraining him from using his full power. His words were not baseless and woke up the other stunned clan heads. Their consciousness swept out and probed further, soon discovering something amiss. The right hand behind the demon god's back had been crushed, and only the trembling bones remained beneath it. Obviously, the demon god was not as relaxed as he appeared to be. Attacked by 6 demon sovereigns, he was at a disadvantage. In fact, even if Maven did not mention it, the clan heads would not have been fooled by the demon god's act. Having reached this point, who among them was truly a coward? At most, Maven's reminder made them recover slightly quicker. The demon god is injured. Kill him. The sword god clan's head shouted, brandishing the long sword in his hand and slashing forward. The other clan heads followed his lead. They quickly worked together to besiege the demon god, launching another barrage of attacks. Surrounded by the demon sovereigns, the demon god had no way to escape. He could only face their attacks head-on, raising his hand once again to block them. Mingling among a bunch of weaklings, Liora's gaze and consciousness followed the battle. She saw the demon god send the demon weapons flying once more at the cost of injuries. Then, seemingly understanding that he could not continue on like this, he suddenly flashed in front of the weakest demon sovereign. Raising his hand, he slapped them on the abdomen, sending them flying through the sky. His divine aura entered his opponent's body and raged inside, wishing to wipe them from within. However, just when the demon god wanted to press further, the other demon sovereigns stepped forward and stopped them. This time, they didn't hold back. They understood that only by working together could they emerge victorious today. Still, with one of them seriously injured, their formation had weakened significantly. Just when Liora was wondering how they would recover from this, the injured clan head made a shocking decision. Their gaze landed on the nearby demon saints and weapon masters, and, ignoring their confused and terrified expressions, he grabbed them from afar. Instantly, 3 demon saints and dozens of weapon masters exploded. They transformed into pure energy and entered the demon sovereign's injured body, speeding up their healing process. In an instant, they regained their full energy. Then, as if nothing had happened, they didn't give any explanation but hurriedly returned to the battlefield. None of the other clan heads batted an eyelid, including those whose clan members had just been devoured. This sudden turn of events shocked the demon saints and weapon masters, who had been acting as onlookers all this time. They had previously been mostly unaffected by the battle, thus having the false perception that they were safe. But now that they witnessed a demon sovereign slaughter them in order to recover, they understood that they had been mistaken. The fact that they had survived so far did not mean that they were safe. If anything, the demon sovereigns, who had previously been protecting them from the aftermath, were actually the biggest threat. Upon realizing this, everyone was horrified. The divine race members, including the powerful demon saints, did not dare to stay here any longer. They scrambled away, taking the opportunity to escape now that the clan heads were busy fighting. Among the fleeing group was Liora. Although she was not scared like the rest of them, she knew very well that there was no real reason to stand out. When one acted weak, they had to play the entire role. Pretending to be terrified like the other weapon masters, she was about to rush away and find a place to hide. However, just before she could leave the battlefield, a familiar voice rang directly within her mind. "Outsider, please wait." The familiar voice of a young man echoed in Liora's mind. Her escaping figure briefly paused as she turned her head and looked towards the battlefield. Or to be more accurate, she stared at the red-haired man who was currently being besieged. Although his current situation was grave and his body was riddled with injuries, seemingly having no time to pay attention to his surroundings, she recognized that he was the source of the voice echoing in her mind. Before her consciousness could extend and reply, the demon god continued on his earlier words. "Outsider, I know that you plan to take advantage of the situation. In fact, the reason I was forced to appear is partly because of you causing trouble. However, you have to understand. Once I die, these people are bound to turn their attention to you next. Although your disguise is good, some clues can still be found by the demon sovereigns." Listening to his words, Liora's eyes narrowed. She knew that what the demon god said was the truth. If anything, the situation was even more complicated than the demon god stated. Most likely, there was a person here who had already discovered her hidden identity. Still, she didn't rush to give a positive answer to the demon god. Instead, while continuing to flee in panic, her consciousness fluctuated, and she answered back. "Since you know that I'm an outsider, you should understand that I have no reason to confront so many powerful beings for your sake. If you wish to get my help, you should be prepared to pay a certain price." Her words hardly surprised the demon god. Evidence of this was that he answered back only a split second later. 100 wisps of time. Moreover, all the spoils of the battle will belong to you. The demon god shed off his previous disguise. While he was still in the seal, he was bartering over a couple of wisps of time, like a greedy businessman. Yet now, he offered 100 without any hesitation. Similarly, Liora didn't make a counteroffer, nor did she try to ask for more. She understood that the demon god would have already offered the highest price possible given his current situation. Thus, after only a brief moment of hesitation, her consciousness fluctuated, and she agreed. Upon reaching the agreement, Liora abruptly changed course. Seemingly terrified of a demon saint who happened to be going in the same direction as her, she turned around and fled in the opposite direction. Perhaps it was a coincidence, but her fleeing route led her to approach the edge of the battlefield. A few seconds later, when she was only a few kilometers away from the fight, Liora no longer concealed herself. Her body squirmed, and she regained her original appearance before her figure vanished. For beings at their level, the distance of a few kilometers was nothing. Before the demon sovereigns could notice her arrival, Liora had already flashed beside one of them. Her demon weapon, an elegant silver umbrella, materialized in her hand, and with a casual wave, its sharp tip was thrust onto her opponent's forehead. Liora's strength already surpassed that of an ordinary demon sovereign. Coupled with the fact that the opponent was engaged in battle and had never expected that someone would sneak attack him, he was left with no time to react. The umbrella displayed a terrifying piercing ability, blasting through his head and leaving a headless corpse behind. Liora flicked her wrist, lowered the umbrella, and was about to wipe out the rest of the opponent's body. Unfortunately, before she could launch her next attack, a barrage of demon weapons came in her direction. Shaking her head with faint regret, Liora withdrew the umbrella and shook it lightly. A silver veil fell down and draped over her figure before it was subsequently attacked by several demon weapons. Unlike the last time that she was besieged, the sovereign's canopy now violently shook. It showed signs of cracking, like glass that was ready to shatter. Although the veil ultimately absorbed the impact, it caused Liora's movements to pause for a moment. Though that time was brief, it was more than enough for the injured demon sovereign to escape. He looked around and searched for a demon saint to devour, only to find that everyone had already fled away. Cursing inwardly, this clan head made a ruthless decision. Stretching his hand, it grew in size and reached down in the central area, grabbing a populous mortal city. Following the clenching of his fist, the city shattered while everyone in it instantly met their demise. They quickly transformed into pure energy, helping the demon sovereign recover from his injuries. In the blink of an eye, his head reappeared, while his aura grew even mightier than before. It was only then that everyone had the time to take in what had just happened. Who are you? Do you know what the consequences of helping the demon god are? This is the common enemy of all 9 divine clans. No, he is the enemy of the entire world. Are you willing to stand against the whole world for his sake? Besides Maven, the Sword God clan's head was the strongest demon sovereign among the clan heads. Thus, he took the lead in expressing the divine clan's stance and communicated with Liora. Though he could not understand how a demon sovereign had been born without them knowing, he understood that now was not the time to mull over it. His goal at the moment was to neutralize this person. Otherwise, such a variable might mess up the good situation they had finally created. Unfortunately, his piercing words did not scare Liora. She smiled at the Sword God clan's head and asked with some curiosity in her tone. The demon god promised that he would share half the world with me if I sided with him. Can you, the divine clans, offer a better condition? She fiddled with the umbrella and questioned. Though she didn't explicitly state it, her meaning was obvious. I'm merely a mercenary. As long as you are willing to pay a price, I can turn from an enemy into a friend. Her words and innocent expression almost made the Sword God clan's head choke. Could the divine clans really offer something better than half of the world? Let alone the clan heads. Even the demon god grew speechless. He didn't remember having promised her such a thing. Seeing the silence of the Sword God clan's head, Liora shook her head with regret. If that's the case, then we have nothing more to say. Let's fight. We will judge the winner based on the result, she stated and shook her umbrella. A silver glow shot out. It wrapped around the 3 demon sovereigns, pulling them closer to her and away from the original battlefield. Demon god, I can at most help you hold back these 3. The other 3 are left for you to deal with. Don't forget our agreement, she said casually and cast retribution. Instantly, the attacks her demon weapon had negated were returned to their owners. Though the demon sovereigns were not injured, they were forced to stop and had no time to retreat. Seeing this, the demon god was delighted. Despite his grave injuries, he laughed heartily. Ha ha, don't worry. After this battle is over, the world will be ours. The 3 clan heads who were enveloped by Liora's aura were forced to stay here. Retribution returned the damage they had previously lashed out, rendering them unable to break free. Before they could recover, a gray blade formed in front of Liora and shot towards one of her opponents. It teleported in front of his head and swung horizontally, only barely missing their head and slicing through their neck instead. Though a golden light flickered and helped the head and the body reattach, the clan head who had been targeted was shocked, not only because of Liora's unexpected involvement in the fight, but also because of the power he sensed raging inside his body. The power was of an extremely high level. It seemed to devour everything along its path, including his physical body, his vitality, and even his divine aura. What is this? The demon sovereign couldn't help but exclaim in horror as he urged his divine aura to suppress the impact. Though he succeeded, The consumption was shocking. More than 5% of his divine aura had been depleted in an instant. This amount didn't seem like much. However, it basically meant that Liora only had to injure him 20 times for him to die. For beings of their level, such a situation was terrifying. Be careful. Her divine weapon is weird. Don't let her power reach your body. Otherwise, you'll be in trouble. The shocked demon sovereign yelled to remind his companions, afraid that they would make the same mistake as him. In fact, his worries were unnecessary. These people had already discovered the clan head's state and witnessed the bizarreness of Liora's blow. Thus, they immediately stared at the silver umbrella hovering above her head with fear and apprehension. Liora faced their gazes calmly. She didn't rush to launch another attack, but merely floated in front of the three clan heads, blocking their path and making them unable to leave. Her agreement with the demon god was not for her to kill these people. As long as she held them back for a while, her part of the deal would be completed. She had no reason to risk her life and push these people to the brink of death. Who knew if they suddenly turned crazy and exploded like Maven? This was also why Liora decided to showcase the power of nothingness from the very beginning. She believed that these people would never dare to act rashly if they knew that she could threaten them. And her guess was proved correct. Feeling that Liora might be weaker than the demon god, but was perhaps even more troublesome, the momentum of the three clan heads receded. Although they brandished their demon weapons and tried to pass through her, their attacks had grown less threatening and more wary. On the other side of the battlefield, the demon god looked at Liora's situation and frowned subconsciously. He had long known that Liora was very strong, and, having obtained a demon sovereign weapon, her power was bound to increase even further. However, he hadn't expected that Liora would be able to fight against three demon sovereigns with ease. Her combat power might not be any weaker than his. Moreover, is this the full extent of her power? The demon god was quite doubtful. But soon, he shook his head. He didn't care how powerful Liora was. In fact, the more powerful she was, the better it was for him. After all, he understood that his future plans did not clash with Liora's. If anything, he was going to need her help in the future. Though many thoughts raced through the demon god's mind, not much time passed in reality. Seeing that there were only three demon sovereigns besieging him, he directly took action. His figure blurred once again and arrived in front of Maven, who was still stunned by the sudden changes. His right hand stretched out and clasped the curved blade he was holding, while his other hand struck at his abdomen. A mouthful of blood flowed out of Maven's mouth. He wanted to retreat, but the demon god pressed him further. He ignored the attacks coming from behind and didn't put up any defense, as if he was planning to exchange his own life for Maven's. The demon god had ample combat experience and was used to being ruthless. He understood that Maven was the strongest on the battlefield besides him and Liora. As long as he was killed, the outcome would be sealed. Even if he had to pay a certain price to achieve this, he was willing. Liora was perhaps the most relaxed person on the entire battlefield. While fending off the attacks of the three clan heads, she even had the time to pay attention to her surroundings. She was not surprised by the demon god's decision. It was fairly obvious that Maven was the biggest threat among these people. However, she had a hunch that the demon god would fail to achieve his purpose. Maven must know my identity. No, he must have guessed my identity the very moment I entered the Ouroboros clan. My disguise was not effective against demon sovereigns before. It was only after the umbrella became a demon sovereign weapon that I was able to better conceal myself and hide my aura. It could be said that my coming to the demon god's cemetery and meeting the demon god was Maven's plan. Does he want me to revive the demon god? If that's the case, what's his source of confidence? Liora's eyes narrowed. Countless thoughts raced through her as she tried to analyze the situation. She attempted to think of ways in which Maven could tilt the scale of balance. The next moment, she suddenly guessed something. Her head turned towards another part of the battlefield, a part that almost everyone had forgotten about, that between the three hall masters and clan heads. It was perhaps the most ordinary part of the battlefield, with the six demon sovereigns holding each other back without anyone suffering any injuries. However, as if Liora's gaze had become a catalyst for the change, something strange soon occurred. Receiving the attack of one of the clan heads, the female one among the hall masters was sent flying. Her trajectory coincided with her companion's location. No one suspected anything. But these familiar movements couldn't help but make Liora speechless. How similar were this woman's actions to those of Liora's before she sneak-attacked the demon sovereign? Guessing something, her mouth opened, and she was about to remind her allies. However, she ultimately shut her mouth and remained silent. The next moment, the thing she had been waiting for finally happened. Just as the Hall Master regained her balance, she didn't turn to fight against the clan head, but instead launched an attack at her own companion. A beast that resembled a scaled lizard emerged above her head before it swallowed the Hall Master's whole. The movements of everyone on the battlefield paused. They stared at the Hall Master who had betrayed her companion in astonishment, not quite understanding why she had done so. Even the clan heads besieging her seemed oblivious to her purpose. "Carla, how dare you attack another Hall Master? Have you betrayed the divine dynasty?" The last male Hall Master was also stunned. He immediately opened some distance between himself and the female Hall Master, fury and fear engraved on his face. He was angered by Carla's sudden betrayal, but above all, he was terrified. The Hall Master, who had been devoured, was not much weaker than him. If that was the case, didn't this mean that there was a chance that he would have been the unfortunate? For all intents and purposes, he had survived merely by chance. "Carla, you were able to become a demon sovereign only because of the demon god's help. How dare you betray him?" The Hall Master voiced the question that everyone in the battlefield had. They recognized Carla, one of the 9 Hall Masters of the ancient divine dynasty. As a Hall Master, her devotion to the divine dynasty was a given. Otherwise, the demon god wouldn't have appointed her to such a position. Most of all, he wouldn't have saved her during the ancient war and helped her reach her current realm. To their dismay, Carla didn't answer the question. She merely shook her head before chuckling eerily. "I didn't expect that I would have to show this trump card this soon. Sure enough, you can't account for variables. Even if you plot against them, they are bound to bite back. It took me thousands of years to form my plans, but they were all shattered not long after she arrived." Carla spoke mysteriously as she took a step back and approached the demon god's battlefield. Her aura surged as she grew closer, but this was hardly important. Rather, what shocked everyone on the battlefield was that her aura was resonating with someone. It was Maven. The 2 demon sovereigns' auras entangled in the air, and under everyone's stunned gaze, they began to merge. The gaze of the demon god grew sharp. With his strength and insight, he noticed some clues. "What a Maven! What a Carla! It seems that I underestimated the divine clans. You're not as useless as I thought," he muttered. "1 person, 2 bodies, 2 divine weapons." Though he didn't explain any further, some people guessed his meaning. Among them, Liora did not even need his reminder. The moment the female Hall Master betrayed her companion, she had already seen some clues. By the time her aura surged, she had already predicted what would happen next. Sure enough, the 2 people did not disappoint her. As their auras integrated, the 2 began to transform. Carla's body turned into wisps of light and washed over Maven's, not only healing the injuries he had sustained, but also strengthening him further. At the same time, her demon weapon, a lizard-like creature, also merged with the curved blade. The black color of the blade grew even deeper, while countless serpent eyes emerged and covered its entire surface. The transformation did not last for long. Only a split second later, Carla was nowhere to be seen, and only Maven remained standing. His aura had grown stronger than ever before, as if he had broken through a certain shackle and reached a new realm. A colossal beast emerged behind his back. It was a serpent covered in black scales, which was currently doing a circle around itself and biting at its own tail. The outline of a person could be seen inside its stomach, as its owner struggled to break free. Unfortunately, the Hall Master's struggle was meaningless. Their efforts grew weaker and weaker until finally, they came to a complete stop. The moment it did, the sky suddenly cracked. Bloody rain fell down and spread throughout the entire continent. The phenomenon looked eerily similar to what had happened inside the demon god's cemetery, except that it was now many times more shocking and earth-shattering. Everyone understood what such a phenomenon meant. A demon sovereign had died. The person did not die at the hands of the demon god or besieged by several demon sovereigns, as one would expect, but under the sneak attack of his own companion. The death of the Hall Master might have surprised everyone in the past, but everyone paid little attention. At the moment, Their entire attention was on Maven, wariness and fear in their eyes. Maven faced their gazes and understood their thoughts. His eyes wandered through the battlefield, pausing at Liora for a brief moment, before he spoke up. "Everyone, let's all work together. The demon god and that unknown woman are still our biggest enemies at present. Haven't you noticed? So far, the demon god has yet to summon his divine weapon. When he does, no one will be able to stop him. I'm afraid that he has already taken half a step towards that realm. Perhaps his title is not a coincidence. He can already be considered a pseudo-demon god." Maven's words jolted everyone awake. Seeing his strength surge and learning of his sinister plans, the other clan heads had originally become wary of him, labeling him as a threat equal to the demon god. It was only after hearing his words that they realized. Indeed, since the battle started, the demon god had only fought using his physical body. He had yet to summon his demon weapon. What did this mean? Various clues were pieced together, and the clan heads arrived at a certain conclusion. Perhaps his demon weapon was currently advancing. Was the ancient war a scheme for you to lay low? To get time for your divine weapon to complete its transformation? No wonder. No wonder you claimed that now was not the right time. No wonder you didn't want to fight against us. What a demon god! What a demon god! A clan head muttered, seemingly astonished by the demon god's careful planning. The situation had reversed several times in such a short time. From Liora's sudden appearance, to Maven's outburst, and to demon god's plans being unveiled. The other clan heads were terrified. They never knew that the situation of this world was so complicated. Though scared, everyone made a quick decision. Maven was right. The demon god was the biggest threat at the moment. Thus, after exchanging a quick glance, only a single person was left to deal with the lone hall master, while the other demon sovereigns entangling them went to help the rest of them. Instantly, the great situation that the demon god had created was ruined. Besieged by 5 demon sovereigns, one of whom was not much weaker than him, he instantly found himself at a disadvantaged edge. The massive serpent behind Maven opened its mouth and spat out a black mist, devouring everything in its way, including the surrounding divine aura. Feeling his power gradually get weaker and his injuries becoming increasingly severe, the demon god frowned. After taking a deeper look at Liora and seeing her stare back at him, he contemplated for a little bit before making a decision. The next moment, the golden light inside his body flickered. In a faraway place, a sword covered in chains trembled violently within a silent, dark void. It was unable to break free of its shackles at first, but seemingly having received a large amount of power, a thunderous clang rang, and the chains shattered. The sword shook, causing the space to fluctuate as a large hole opened in front of it. Then, sensing the call of its master, the demon weapon drilled into the hole and vanished. With its disappearance, no signs of life remained in the dark void. After thousands of years, the seal imprisoning the sword was finally broken. No one could know what happened inside the space that Liora had glimpsed during her descent to this world. The only thing that everyone on the battlefield could see was that the space above the demon god shattered, and a sword fell right into his right hand. The demon god showed a nostalgic look. His fingers brushed against the sword's surface, showing intimacy as well as hesitation. But soon, that hesitation was wiped out. His expression grew cold. He stared at Maven and then the rest of the demon sovereigns, with boundless murderous intent emanating off his body. "You forced me to do this. Why? Why do you have to force me?" He muttered a few words that few people could understand before he waved his demon weapon and slashed at them. Though the demon god's aura had remained the same, everyone, including Maven, felt a huge sense of threat. They had a hunch that if they were to face his attack, they would surely die. "Cooperate with me. Defend together," Maven yelled, and the clan heads instinctively did as told. Their divine aura surged, and their demon weapons displayed their supreme power, working with the black serpent to form a wall of defense. The wall succeeded in withstanding the impact at first, but before anyone could be happy, a wailing sound echoed. The demon weapons trembled, and cracks appeared on their surfaces. Blood poured out of the clan heads' mouths, affected by their weapon's state. The demon god did not care. His aura became even more ordinary as he waved his sword once again, launching another attack. Although Liora was not the target, her void whisper was activated and warned her of danger. Unlike the demon sovereigns, who could not understand why this had happened, Liora could see two large threads growing out of the void and piercing through the demon god's body, pulsating eerily and supplying him with strength. Though that power was not his own, it was enough to make him equivalent to a peak greater devil. No, as more power poured into his body, the demon god became even stronger. Before long, he could barely contend against an archdevil. Liora's eyes narrowed as she focused on the two pulsating threads. Her mind raced, and she soon recognized their aura. The two higher-level worlds surrounding this one. Has the demon god been corrupted by their power? Is this why he didn't summon his demon weapon before? No wonder he was so desperate to obtain the power of nothingness. Does he want to use it to get rid of their influence? Liora's mind quickly pieced together all the clues, and she gained a rough understanding of the situation. If her guess was true, then the following events were bound to be dangerous. A sane demon god might not be willing to be her enemy, but a corrupted demon god would surely try to get rid of her. At this point, the smartest decision was for Liora to leave this place and return to the demon world. However, she didn't. I haven't found Alpha yet. Although I've regained my power, my connection is still extremely weak. It's as if she is no longer in this world. Liora frowned, unwilling to give up on Alpha unless it was truly necessary. Moreover, this might be an opportunity, Liora thought, and she raised her head to look towards the sky. She sensed that two powerful auras had locked onto this place and were trying to descend onto this world. It was the two higher-level worlds. Using the corrupted demon god as the coordinate, they were about to arrive and fight in this place. Sensing the warnings of Void Whisper become more and more obvious, Liora understood that it wouldn't take long. Her eyes flickered. A contemplative look flashed across her face, and many emotions alternated before they finally settled into one of madness. The crimson color in her eyes became deeper. Just take a gamble. Even if it fails, I will at most be severely injured and fall into slumber. Even if I were to die, there is still a chance for me to revive hundreds or thousands of years later. Liora whispered inwardly, and she was no longer as hesitant. Ignoring the battlefield around her, she suddenly moved and rushed into the distance. No one had time to pay attention to her, and thus no one stopped her movements. Before long, Liora had arrived at the demon god's cemetery. Although the battle had been going on for a while, and even a demon sovereign had perished, the demiplane had not suffered any damage throughout this time. Liora could sense the sweet world origin lying inside, as well as the boundless life force of the demons. Her mind moved. The ability she had gained by completing the third level of the World Devourer method was activated. Instantly, her body grew bigger. Her skin cracked, her bones shattered, and blood seeped out as her body found it difficult to accommodate her increased size. Fortunately, indestructible matter quickly poured out and prevented her from exploding. Her transformation was almost instantaneous. 1 second, she was in her original form, and the next moment, she had grown into a more than 100-meter giant. Liora did not have the time to admire her condition, though. Sensing the battlefield behind her grow more intense and the power of the two higher-level worlds arriving, she took action. Her right hand drilled through several space layers and arrived before the demi-plane, before enlarging even further. Or rather, it was the continent below that had become smaller. In the eyes of the demons within the cemetery, a massive hand suddenly appeared in the sky and reached down. 5 fingers clasped around the continent before they pulled it away. Feeling the weight of the continent in her hand and knowing that her indestructible matter would soon run out, Liora understood that she did not have much time. After taking a last look at the tiny demons and evil spirits below, she tossed the continent into her mouth as if it were a snack. Devour was activated. The continent dissolved and transformed into a boundless source of energy that poured into Liora's body. Half of it turned into world origin, while the other half transformed into indestructible matter. Instantly, her manifestation manipulated the latter. It controlled the indestructible matter to wash over her body, slowly integrating with it. At the same time, the World Devourer method began to operate on its own. Liora's connection with the land of nothingness became even more intimate. Before long, her bloodline started to boil on its own. Liora found that she could no longer suppress her own advancement. Without her support, The size of Liora's body soon turned back to normal. The injuries she had suffered quickly recovered, burning through her indestructible matter as a consumable. However, Liora did not care about the consumption. The moment she devoured the demon god's cemetery, the demons transformed into indestructible matter with the help of her manifestation. It began to integrate with her body bit by bit, faster than ever before. 50%, 60%, 90%. In the blink of an eye, Liora's entire body was glowing with a golden light. As it subsided, her skin shimmered with an eerie glow while her bones glistened. By devouring the demi-plane, the integration between her physical body and the indestructible matter had been completed. Now, both her soul and body were covered in this substance, making her practically indestructible and immortal. Most importantly, it signified something else. Before even advancing to a greater devil, Liora had already completed the first two stages. As long as she advanced, she would directly reach the third substage of the greater devil stage. And that time was bound not to be far away. Similar to the demons residing within the demi-plane, the evil spirits and the ruins also burst once they entered her body. They transformed into world origin and flowed naturally under the world devourer method's control, strengthening her at an astonishing rate. Liora was no longer able to suppress her own advancement. As her connection with the land of nothingness grew closer, her bloodline began to boil on its own. Like a sea that had grown out of control, tsunami waves started to rage inside her body. A faint clicking sound echoed. The invisible weight on Liora's shoulders vanished. The world paused. The movements of the demon sovereigns fighting outside abruptly halted, while even the descent of the two higher worlds slowed down. Standing amidst this silent and motionless world, Liora had the illusion that she had turned into the center of the universe. No, it was not merely her illusion. As her strength improved, the projection of the land of nothingness appeared above her head, and Liora entered a peculiar state. Her eyes gained the ability to pass through the film of the world and stared outside, straight into the origin sea. Countless lights flickered there. Some were close while others were far away, each representing a different world. The lights stood silently, eternally unmoving as if they were the centerpieces of the multiverse. That was, until Liora's advancement to a greater devil. Under her piercing gaze, the worlds scattered throughout the origin sea trembled. White mist flowed out of them and rushed in her direction. The mist was able to ignore distance. Within an instant, it had arrived beside Liora and merged into her body. Liora felt herself becoming comfortable, as if she had returned to the time in the River of Oblivion. The rate at which her strength grew increased even further, as if every world in the origin sea was helping her advance. Of course, Liora knew that this was not really true. Rather than say that the worlds were helping her, it would be more accurate to say that she was the one plundering the world's essence. She didn't care. Her attention shifted inward, and she surveyed her current state, ensuring that nothing would go wrong. Her advancement was not complicated. She had long reached the peak of the true devil stage, and her combat power was far beyond that stage. Thus, unlike many true devils who faced issues upon their advancement, she faced none. Just like the previous advancements, becoming a greater devil was not only an improvement in strength, but also a test. During this process, the strength of the devil's physical body, the quality of their demonic energy, and the power of their own would be tested. Liora quickly passed through those tests. Her body was integrated with indestructible matter and had become practically indestructible, while her demonic energy was extremely pure, having undergone several transformations. Similarly, her experiences had made her will as solid as a rock. No matter how much pain she was in or how many illusions appeared in her eyes, they had no effect on her mind. Liora did not know how much time had passed. It could have been seconds, minutes, or even months. Yet, suddenly, a deafening crashing sound came from within her body. The lights of the world surrounding her retreated. The projection of the land of nothingness vanished. The several energies raging inside her body were quickly stabilized. Before long, Liora opened her eyes once again. She stood up and flexed her muscles, feeling the boundless power lurking within. However, the improvement of strength was hardly the most important thing. Liora was happy to find that she had undergone a bigger, more fundamental change, as if her very essence had transformed. She had taken another leap in her life level. Similar to how a caterpillar turned into a butterfly and its viewpoint changed, the way Liora looked at the world had also shifted. Unfortunately, Liora had no time to admire the results of her advancement. The moment she was about to familiarize herself with her state, the threat, which her intuition had been warning her about all this time, finally arrived. Liora's eyes turned cloudy, and a confused expression flashed across her face. Without her permission, she was forced to enter her soul space, the space where her soul resided. Instantly, the translucent Liora within that dark space opened her eyes. This was her soul. Compared to before, Liora could see that it had become many times more agile, and it was far easier to control. As long as she was willing to pay a certain price, her soul could exist in the outside world for some time. Perhaps I can now even try to take over other people's bodies, Liora thought for a brief second, but she soon shook her head and pushed that matter aside. This didn't matter at the moment. Raising her head, she stared silently above her. Liora had investigated this void many times in the past, but she had never found anything else besides her soul. However, as Liora now investigated, she discovered a giant gate hovering in the space above her head. True Spirit Gate. This term emerged in her mind, and she knew that this gate was directly related to her advancement to an archdevil. As long as she pushed the closed gate open, her true spirit would break free, and she would instantly transform into an archdevil. Liora was hardly excited to face this gate, though. Not because she didn't want to advance further, but because she sensed something amiss. The True Spirit Gate differed in appearance from person to person. To some, it looked like an ordinary stone gate, while to others, it was the entrance of a magnificent palace. For Liora, her True Spirit Gate was an enormous crimson gate that stretched infinitely, seemingly leading to heaven. However, there was something covering this colossal gate at the moment. Gray in color and looking much like a miasma, it was attached to the gate and slowly spread, covering more and more of its surface. It looked similar to a parasite. Although she had never seen such a thing before, Liora instinctively knew that she would be in trouble if the gray miasma were to completely cover the True Spirit Gate. Unfortunately, there was nothing she could do to expel this parasite. No, not only could she not expel the miasma, but she also had to be careful. The moment her eyes landed on the parasite, the opponent seemed to detect her gaze. Instantly, gray substances dripped down and tried to engulf her like gray ink, while a humanoid face appeared on the door. The face chuckled eerily, and its two crimson eyes stared at Liora with greed and expectation. Liora had little time to pay attention to the humanoid face. As she watched the gray substances come closer, her familiarity with them let her know that she could not let them come into contact with her soul. Instantly, the crimson saber sitting beside her flashed and settled in her right hand. Clasping it tightly, she swung it lightly above her head, cutting off the gray substances and shielding herself from their corrosive power. Her efforts were effective, but at the same time, were not. They were said to be effective because the corruptive substances were indeed stopped before they could touch her. However, they were also ineffective because the gray substances proved endless. As they missed their target, they quickly turned translucent and rushed back towards the gate, before dripping down once again. Liora inwardly frowned, but she didn't show anything on the surface. While swinging her manifestation to defend against the rain of nothingness, she raised her head and stared at the enormous face squirming across the gate. She didn't ask any meaningless questions like, "Who are you?" or "Why are you targeting me?" as she already had the answer. Instead, she asked a completely different question. "I'm quite curious. Since you wish to take over my body, your current state should not be very good. Otherwise, there would be no need. Are you dead and want to be reborn into the bodies of your descendants? Or is this a way to get out of trouble? Perhaps to escape a seal?" Liora's questions sounded outlandish. Especially when she used the word descendants, it seemed as if she had gone crazy. After all, it was a known fact that devils had no parents. If one had to say, their parent was the will of the demon world, and they were all born under its power. Yet, since Liora dared to use this term right now, it was apparent that she would not be wrong. Hearing her questions, the humanoid face etched across the True Spirit Gate stopped chuckling for a moment. However, it quickly regained its composure and continued laughing eerily. Just when Liora thought that it would choose to ignore her, a voice echoed directly inside her mind. "Since you know my identity, what's the point of resisting? Why don't you surrender and let me take over your body? I promise, once I recover my strength, I will help you revive. Perhaps I can even let you serve as my subordinate." The voice of the face was inexplicable. It sounded like an overlap of thousands of people, young but also old, male yet female. Hearing its proposal, Liora snorted inwardly. However, she neither agreed nor refused. Rather, she continued on her previous line of questioning. "What was your strength before you died? Archdevil? Ancient devil? Or perhaps even stronger?" she asked, as crimson lights flashed and created a wall of defense above her head. Although the face was communicating with her, the opponent did not stop their attacks. In fact, their attacks became even more threatening, as if they wished to submerge Liora in their power. "Does it matter, my child? I used to be an archdevil at my peak. However, you should have personally witnessed the power of my bloodline. I don't want to boast, but my strength should be the strongest among all archdevils. I can even compete with some ancient devils." The conversation between Liora and the unknown person made the latter's identity clear and confirmed her guesses. The words previously used, descendant and bloodline, cleared up any confusion. This unknown person, living as a parasite in Liora's true spirit gate, was actually none other than the ancestor of the world devourer bloodline. Serving as its source and possessing control over their bloodline, they were now trying to take over Liora's body. They tried to revive through her. While the two were communicating, time slowly passed. It was unknown if the time within this void matched the time in the outside world, but Liora could sense that almost half an hour had gone by. As time went by, the world devourer ancestor gradually got the upper hand in their confrontation. More and more power of nothingness dripped down like ink, gradually wiping out most of Liora's breathing space. This was to be expected. While fighting here, Liora had to consume the limited power of her own soul. On the other hand, the world devourer ancestor seemed to possess an unlimited amount of energy. The power of nothingness was used without any restriction, as if they were the personification of the land of nothingness. It was only because of her manifestation, which directly doubled her strength while in this void, that Liora was able to compete with them for so long. Unfortunately, as more and more of her energy was consumed, she found it increasingly difficult to keep up with the incoming soul attacks. Just as Liora was starting to feel anxious, though, wondering whether she should activate her trump card, the frown on her face disappeared, and her tense body relaxed. She sensed that the change she had been waiting for had finally come. Since Liora sensed it, the world devourer ancestor was also the same. The laughing face turned into one of fear and anger, as its attacks towards Liora grew even more intense. The power of nothingness turned into a dense miasma and fell down like a gray curtain, wanting to wipe out Liora completely. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Just when the curtain was about to cover Liora and injure her, the face on the true spirit gate suddenly contorted. A look of pain and struggle flashed across its face before it melted away and merged with the miasma covering the door. The same was true for the power trying to injure Liora. In an instant, it turned back into its master and reintegrated with the miasma. Seeing this and feeling the world devourer ancestor falling into slumber, Liora couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Her gamble had paid off. Although she had not managed to expel this parasite, she had ultimately won this battle. Or at least, she had forced the other party to retreat for now. Unfortunately, Liora had no time to celebrate her victory. The moment the world devourer ancestor disappeared, two waves of high-level powers washed over her body. Shockingly, one threat had vanished, but another one had arrived not long after. Just like Liora suspected, time inside her soul space flowed differently from the outside world. Although the confrontation between the two world devourers had lasted for more than an hour in the dark void, only a few seconds had passed in reality. The demon god was still engaged in battle with the demon sovereigns, who were doing their best to defend against his attacks. Suddenly, the sword in his hand flashed. It slashed across the space and arrived in front of a clan head, slicing his head off. Before the opponent could resist, the demon god struck once again. Only 3 blows later, The demon sovereign was completely wiped out. Bloody rain descended from the sky, signaling the death of another top-tier powerhouse. However, this was not the only change. With the death of the demon sovereign, an unexpected transformation seemed to have taken place. Seemingly acting like a light at the end of the tunnel, the death of the clan head alarmed the two higher-level worlds. Their power descended even more quickly. In the blink of an eye, the film protecting the world was abruptly broken, like a piece of paper. A giant gash emerged in the sky above the continent, and two giant eyes appeared etched across it. One eye had a crimson pupil, while the other one was murky black. Regardless, both of them were cold and indifferent, scanning the world below without any emotion. Their respective power collided in the air, creating space cracks along the way. However, neither of the two emerged victorious. The surviving clan heads were stunned. They had already noticed that something was wrong during the demon god's outburst, but it was only now that they truly grew scared. Feeling two distinct powers wash over them and dig through their secrets, the demon sovereigns had a sense of impending death. They knew that as long as these two eyes wanted to, they could wipe them out with just a mere thought. Fortunately, the projections of the will of the two higher-level worlds did not care about the lives of these ants. They scanned over the continent without pausing, analyzing the world's laws and doing their best to prevent the other from succeeding. They ignored everyone, including the powerful demon god, and continued their examination. It was only when their cold gaze passed by the place where the demon god's cemetery once stood that the two eyes showed a faint emotional fluctuation. The two noticed a powerful aura, which, although weaker than theirs, could stand on the same level. The two wills paused for a brief moment and focused their attention on Liora. They had a hunch that she was the reason behind this abnormality. However, no matter how much they investigated, they were unable to discover anything. Although Liora was indeed powerful, she was of no threat to them. Thus, feeling that they may have been mistaken, the two worlds resumed their scanning. Neither of them noticed that the person responsible for their worries breathed a sigh of relief as their powers went away. Liora felt the two wills go away and almost collapsed to the ground. The previous situation was dangerous. Not only did the world devourer ancestor attempt to take over her body, but the two worlds almost sensed something amiss with her. If they were to find anything, her end would never be good. But soon, Liora couldn't help but break into a smile. Everything was worth it. Her gamble had indeed paid off. Using the power of the two higher-level worlds, she had forced the world devourer ancestor to retreat. Although the opponent was not completely expelled, Liora had managed to survive. That person has almost completely parasitized my true spirit gate. Taking advantage of the moment that I became a greater devil and my true spirit gate materialized, they pulled me into my soul space and attacked me. Fortunately, they no longer have the chance to do this after my advancement. Until I attempt to open the gate and become an archdevil, I will be safe. Liora knew that she had not completely wiped out this hidden danger. She had only managed to postpone the inevitable. When she tried to become an archdevil and had to come into close contact with the true spirit gate, the danger she would face would be even more severe than today. It was during that time that the final showdown between her and the world devourer ancestor would occur. Thinking of this, Liora's happy expression gradually became solemn. She had little time to celebrate her advancement. She lifted her head and scanned over her surroundings, only to see that the two higher-level worlds were still analyzing the laws of the demon weapon world. Space cracks accompanied their gaze, and their powers collided, obviously being in opposition with each other. Turning to the side, Liora noticed that the demon god had grown even stronger after the demon weapon world was invaded. With just a swing of his sword, he killed a demon sovereign, and with another, he sliced the merged maven into two. The sword in his hand squirmed as he did so. It absorbed the blood of its opponents and became more powerful, as if it were about to become a divine artifact. Unfortunately, as a price for his strength improving, the demon god became even more maniacal. The powers of the two worlds corrupted him and used his body as a battlefield, driving him to the brink of insanity. The intelligence and vitality in his eyes were soon wiped away. Raising his sword once again, he swung it at the nearest demon sovereign. That person had no chance to resist. Their body was quickly cut in two, and their divine aura was unable to help them recover. Another bloody rain emerged above everyone's head, and the atmosphere of the continent became increasingly gloomy. Although the rain would vanish upon touching the earth, as it were merely a vision, the impact of the demon sovereign's deaths was to be expected. The mortal people were terrified, afraid that the world would soon be destroyed. On the other hand, the members of the Ouroboros clan were not much better. They had seen their clan's demon weapons fly out and shoot into the air. Who else could have summoned them but their own clan heads? Clearly, a decisive battle was taking place, and judging by the many alternating phenomena, many powerful people had already died. On the other side, Liora did not care about the thoughts of the mortals and the ordinary clan members. Having survived the world devourer ancestor's attempt to take over her body, as well as the subsequent investigation of the two higher-level worlds, she was slightly relieved. However, she knew that the danger had not passed just yet. The two worlds did not care about her, indeed. As long as the aura of the world devourer ancestor did not appear, they would not deliberately target her. However, the fact that they didn't target her did not mean that she was safe. Looking at the two eyes flickering in the sky and the increasingly powerful aura of the demon god, Liora guessed something. Analyzing the demon weapon world allows these eyes to exert more power and influence in this world. Once the two eyes complete their analysis, they will have the ability to directly descend onto this world. Perhaps they can even take form, she judged, knowing full well that at that time, the situation would be truly grave. Even if the two higher-level worlds did not target anyone, this world would suffer a devastating impact. Even she would be affected, much less those weaker than her and the ordinary people. Liora made a quick decision. She raised her head and looked at the two fleeing demon sovereigns. Having witnessed the sudden changes, the Hall Master and the clan head entangling him no longer had the will to fight. Before everyone could react, they had already split up and made their escape. Seeing their escaping figures, Liora's eyes narrowed. The space above her head split, and the projection of the land of nothingness appeared, as boundless power of nothingness fell down and transformed into a revolving black hole. Upon casting Eclipse, Liora controlled the sphere and threw it towards the clan head. Then, staring at the Hall Master, she calmly reached out with her right hand. Her palm traveled through space and arrived before the opponent, expanding in size and wrapping around him. The clan head was shocked. His intuition warned him of a deadly threat, not much weaker than that emanating from the demon god. Spitting a mouthful of blood, the clan head let it drop onto his demon weapon. Then, he swung it towards the outstretched hand. The opponent's demon weapon possessed the form of a spear. A black flame flickered along its tip as it struck at the giant hand, wanting to open a hole and use it to escape. Unfortunately, something shocking soon happened. As the tip touched the hand, a thunderous clang echoed in the clan head's ears. A large amount of force poured into his right hand and raged into his body, as the flames around the spear went out and he was forced to step back. On the other hand, Liora's hand was completely intact. Not only did it not suffer any damage, but it instead seemed to have become even stronger. Before the clan head could react, her palm clenched with him at its center. A painful shout soon echoed as the clan head disappeared. The eerie sound of bones breaking apart spread throughout the battlefield as drops of blood dripped down Liora's palm. A moment later, Liora's arm retreated and turned back to normal. Similarly, a sphere made of nothingness appeared beside her, bringing a mangled corpse with it. Not long after she had advanced, Liora had already slain two greater devil-level creatures. And the most terrifying thing was that she did it with utmost ease. Even greater devils who had spent tens of thousands of years in this stage were not as powerful as her. Liora did not celebrate, though. Glancing at the remains of the two greater devils, her eyes narrowed for a moment before a small formation was arranged in front of her. Then, she stuffed the two corpses inside. The formation quickly transformed into a gluttonous beast. The devil runes flashed violently, and the demon sovereign's essence was devoured in an instant. The next moment, the formation activated on its own. A translucent light appeared at its center and began to spread, soon covering the entirety of the demon weapon world. Expectation flashed in Liora's eyes, as well as faint worry. But very soon, when the light reached this world's end, That expectation was shattered. Where is she? Did Alpha fall into a demiplane? Or has she ascended to the two higher-level worlds? Liora couldn't help but whisper, knowing that the detection formation she had arranged had failed to find this subordinate of hers. Most likely, Alpha was no longer in this world. She may have already entered one of the worlds surrounding this. Liora frowned. However, she did not give up just yet. Turning her head towards the demon god's battlefield, she reached out and grabbed the remains of the fallen clan heads. The demon god did not stop her. He seemed to have completely lost his mind, acting as a machine created solely for slaughter. Soon, several demon sovereign corpses appeared beside Liora and were hurriedly tossed into the formation. The light at its center grew even more brilliant. It penetrated deeper into this world, scanning over the deeper layers of space. But just like before, Alpha was still nowhere to be found. Liora really wanted to give it another try, but by now, she no longer had the chance. The two eyes above her head had covered almost the entirety of the sky. A human-like intelligence flashed within them, as countless runes were arranged around their pupils, seemingly representing the essence of the world. Liora understood that she didn't have any more time upon seeing this. The two higher-level worlds had completed their analysis and were about to really descend. Sensing the warnings of her intuition and listening to the overlapping murmurs ringing within her ears, she no longer hesitated. Her consciousness dove into her space ring and took a miniature formation out. The moment it appeared, Liora was about to activate it and return to the demon world. However, before her demonic energy could pour into the devil runes, her movements paused for a brief moment. A scream filled with hatred reached her ears, and, as she turned her head, Liora discovered that it came from Maven. Or rather, it came from what little remained of this once powerful demon sovereign. Maven was full of resentment. He couldn't understand why things had turned out like this. He had planned for this moment for thousands of years, even going out of his way to create an independent clone. By placing this clone beside the demon god and gaining his trust, he was prepared to betray him and become the final victor of this fateful day. Unfortunately, everything had gone wrong. First, the appearance of the outsider forced him to reveal his second clone and forcibly merge the two bodies together. Then, the demon god showed his terrifying side. Although Maven was not as knowledgeable as Liora and could not guess the truth of this world, he had already seen some clues. However, he had never expected that the strongest person in this world, the demon god, would have secretly been controlled by two higher-level powers. Staring into the bloodthirsty demon god and feeling his own vitality gradually flow away, Maven's eyes grew bloodshot. He was unwilling. He didn't want to die. He hadn't yet reached the apex of this world. He wanted to see the world outside, to break free of this world's shackles and become a true powerhouse, able to roam free across the heavens. As his resentment surged, Maven seemed to have broken free from his shackles and achieved enlightenment. If he were to find a place and practice in seclusion, he might be able to break the shackles of the demon sovereign realm within a couple of years. However, it was already too late. A horrifying light flashed in his field of vision, and the demon god slashed at him one more time. It was the final attack. The vitality in Maven's eyes dispersed. The sky cracked once again, and bloody rain fell down, this time more intense than ever before. But soon, the bloody rain also dispersed, not on its own, but because the two eyes in the sky blinked and exerted their power. Time paused. The demon weapon world became still, and the two eyes were the only people that could move. Everyone else, including the demon god and the other demon sovereigns, became motionless, powerless to resist under the two higher-level worlds' power. The only person who could still persist was none other than Liora, not because she was the strongest, but because the projection of the land of nothingness appeared on its own and protected her. Although it didn't help her to completely break free, it at least enabled her consciousness to move. Without hesitation, Liora was about to activate the world-descending array and leave. But before she could do so, her gaze suddenly moved. She stared at the demon god and frowned slightly. She had sensed something amiss at this moment. Just when she was wondering whether to investigate further, a familiar voice rang in her mind. "How about we make another deal? Haven't you been searching for your companion all this time? In fact, I found their location long ago." As long as everything is over, I can help you two reunite. The person who spoke was none other than the demon god. Despite what his frenzied state would suggest, his voice was calm and composed. Seeing this, Leora's eyes narrowed. What do you want? Don't expect me to fight against these two beings. If you want to die, you can do it on your own, she stated, and the demon god was quick to reply. I don't need you to fight. What I want is for your help after everything is over. I want you to wipe out the powerful beings in this world. It's best if all the divine race members, the divine weapons, and the evil spirits were killed and destroyed. His answer caught Liora off guard. She had originally expected the demon god to use Alpha to threaten her. If he had done so, Liora was planning to leave. She wouldn't let herself be threatened. At worst, she would return to this place once she became stronger, reviving Alpha and taking revenge by the way. Fortunately, the demon god seemed to have guessed her thoughts and didn't dare threaten her. Indeed, for beings of their level, they had already seen through life and death. They knew that as long as they became powerful enough, the past did not matter. If they reached the apex of the heavens, reviving someone, or even going back in time required nothing but a thought. Since that was the case, Liora did not rush to activate the formation. She nodded to the demon god and waited, wanting to see what he was planning to do. Thankfully, the demon god did not keep her waiting. Upon reaching an agreement with her, he directly took action. The crimson in his eyes receded, and they regained their vitality, as a tiny light flashed across his forehead. The golden part of the light had almost disappeared. Most of it was dyed black and crimson, with less than 5% remaining being normal. Clearly, the demon god's corruption had become extremely severe. Just when Liora looked at the light and understood something, the demon god raised his head and stared at the two eyes covering the once blue sky. The latter seemed to have sensed his gaze. Their attention shifted to him, and they became furious. How could a mere pawn try to escape their control? This person should die? They did not voice their thoughts out loud, but the demon god seemed to have guessed what they were thinking. He looked at the eyes and chuckled, before his smile turned into full-blown laughter. Thousands of years. I have been waiting for thousands of years. Do you know how I've lived all this time? Do you think I wish to huddle in a dark space for thousands of years? Damn it. This whole world is a trap. Evil spirits. Divine weapons. Both powers are sources of corruption. You dare to call yourselves the divine race? We are all nothing but puppets. Are we powerful? When our master arrives, we have to bow down and have no chance to resist. The voice of the demon god was calm at first, but grew increasingly crazed the more he spoke. His face and voice were full of resentment. Maven believed that he was unfortunate, but had he ever gone through what the demon god had gone through? Compared to him, Maven's life was nothing but a paradise. Recalling the resentful look that the opponent had displayed in his final moments, as if cursing him for his ruthlessness, the demon god became even more furious. Damn it! Damn it! You're all forcing me. You're all forcing me to do this. Since that's the case, die, die, die. The moment the final die fell, the already powerful aura of the demon god surged even further. He raised his sword and pointed towards the sky. An oppressive aura spread from him as he gathered his momentum. Liora, on the side, looked at this sight solemnly. She could sense the demon god's current state. He was planning to launch an attack similar to her Bloodblade technique. One strike, putting everything on the line. Using his life as fuel, he bet that he could kill them. If the opponent didn't die, then he would. However, Liora was still doubtful. Was this the demon god's trump card and his source of confidence? If that was the case, then he might have underestimated the power of the two higher-level worlds. Just as she was about to shake her head in disappointment, her pupils suddenly shrank. The sound of a river flowing echoed in her ears as a translucent river emerged behind the demon god. The river was semi-transparent, existing between reality and illusion. Yet, as soon as it appeared, its momentum spread everywhere. The world itself was already still, but this was achieved through the oppression of the two eyes. However, as soon as the river appeared, time itself seemed to have really stopped. Even the two eyes stopped blinking, and they had no way of contacting the outside world. Only Liora possessed the ability to look at what was happening around her. Instantly, she saw countless figures appear on the river behind the demon god. Countless figures emerged from the river behind the demon god. They all had a slightly different appearance, with some of them being young and some old. Yet, they all closely resembled the demon god. Perhaps because of the land of nothingness blessing, or perhaps because of some other reason, Liora discovered that she was able to see some images when glimpsing at these figures. As her eyes wandered around them, she guessed their identity. These figures were all the past of the demon god. The young men were him, and the same held true for the other people, too. With that in mind, the identity of the river also became apparent. It was the famed River of Time, or at the very least, one of its many tributaries. Liora had little time to admire this famed landscape, though. As her eyes scanned over the figures, she seemed to have personally experienced the life of a man, going from a little kid to a top-tier powerhouse. Liora witnessed a young boy without much talent struggling to survive, barely being able to become a warrior after years of hard training. Then, just when he was about to despair, he unearthed a treasure during one of his adventures. The treasure did not look very impressive. It was a small, weathered clock, small enough to fit in even the tiniest of pockets. However, this seemingly unassuming treasure completely changed the young man's life. It granted him a special ability to foresee the future. At first, the man could only glimpse events that happened a few seconds into the future. But as time passed, the future he could foresee became more and more distant. Using that ability, the man rapidly became more powerful. He continued unearthing treasures and soon became a master, before finding a fragment of a demon weapon. After nourishing it with his own blood for several years, he succeeded in becoming a member of the divine race. From then on, his journey was mostly smooth and uneventful. He quickly grew into a weapon master, a demon saint, and finally a demon sovereign. It was only then that he clashed with the 9 divine clans, and the ancient war occurred. Liora watched the scenes unfold before her, with faint emotional fluctuations. She was not very shocked by the demon god's experience. She had peeped into the lives of many people before and had seen countless outstanding people. What piqued her interest instead was the treasure that he possessed, the small clock with the ability to glimpse into the future. Time. This was a power that only extremely powerful beings could manipulate. As far as Liora knew, only ancient devils could come into contact with time. Therefore, this treasure, which allowed the demon god to foresee the future even while extremely weak, truly shocked Liora. While deep in thought, her gaze continued tracing the figures and witnessing more of the past events. The next part matched what she already knew. Faced with the attack of the 9 divine clans, the demon god was forced to fight back. He took in subordinates and established the 9 halls, wishing for every one of them to become equal to a divine clan. However, not long after the ancient war broke out, the demon god discovered something that made him despair. He had unknowingly been corrupted. Throughout the years, he had established a close relationship with his own demon weapon. At the same time, he had killed countless evil spirits. It was exactly because of these that he had been influenced. His soul was corrupted by 2 higher-level powers, and he would soon lose himself, allowing these beings to descend. The demon god was about to go crazy upon learning that fact. He had prepared to self-destruct and die together with the other demon sovereigns. However, before he could do so, he was lucky to glimpse a certain future with the small clock's help. In the distant future, an unknown person would descend into this world. Although she would be weak at first, she would rapidly get stronger, enough to help him break free of the 2 higher-level worlds' control. It was with that in mind that the demon god made his next plans. Faking his own death, his soul was sealed by the 9 divine clans, using that opportunity to suppress the influence of the 2 worlds. The rest did not require Liora to watch. She already understood that the person the demon god had been waiting for was her, and the time he had been waiting for had indeed arrived. Watching a plan spanning thousands of years and the several preparations that the demon god had made, Liora subconsciously shook her head. Time. It's truly a wonderful power, she couldn't help but whisper. With the power of time, the untalented demon god had managed to become an apex powerhouse within only a few years. With the power of time, the demon god was able to contend against the 9 divine clans on his own. With the power of time, the demon god had managed to predict her arrival and hatch a plan to save himself. Countless thoughts raced through Liora's mind, and the more she thought about it, the more shocked she became. However, she soon pushed these thoughts aside and shifted her attention back to reality, back to the real demon god. She had spent hours watching the pictures, but in reality, not even a moment had gone by. The demon god was still accumulating momentum, while the figures behind him became increasingly clear. Finally, the illusory figures grew truly lifelike. The confusion in their eyes vanished, and they suddenly turned their head. Their gazes seemed to trace through time and space and arrive in reality. They stared at the world outside and at the frenzied demon god, seemingly understanding something. So that's how it is. A unified whisper echoed in Liora's ears, followed by a faint sigh of regret. Under her eyes, a sword appeared in the hand of those figures. It looked exactly the same as the one that the demon god held, and they all mimicked his movements, pointing it towards the sky. Their figures overlapped with the demon god, and their power poured into him. Some of these figures were weak, while only a few were powerful. However, considering their huge number, their integrated power was truly immense. The body of the demon god began to crack, unable to withstand the impact. His aura soon broke through a certain limit and truly entered the archdevil stage before it continued, improving even further. The eyes of the demon god reflected the silhouette of the two eyes etched across the sky. Turning around, he looked at the world behind him for one last time before he swung his sword with all his power. The future is left to you. Don't disappoint me. Liora heard the demon god sigh as a tiny object was thrown in her direction. Liora didn't have the time to examine the object. Her entire focus was on the sword slash that the demon god had made, which was obviously targeting the two giant eyes in the sky. The blow looked plain and simple, like an ordinary sword strike made by a mortal. It didn't look threatening. If anything, it looked uneven and clumsy. However, as Liora's eyes traced its outline, she was stunned. She could be certain that if this sword were to fall on her, she would instantly die. Even her indestructible body and soul would be rendered invalid, much less a skill like blood rebirth. If that sword were to land on her, both her past, her future, and even the present would be completely wiped out. Since that was the case for Liora, the danger that the two eyes in the sky faced was not any weaker. In fact, being the target of the sword attack, they were even more threatened. A trace of human-like fear flashed within their pupils, and, in a split second, the two enemies decided to cooperate. The two eyes blinked, and their power fell down, crushing the space along the way and folding it to create a layer of defense before them. As if they felt that this was not enough, two translucent figures materialized on either side. One was a woman with pale, paper-like skin and hissing snakes instead of hair, while the other was a demon-like figure carrying a colossal halberd. The personifications of the two wills of the higher-level worlds did not need to communicate. Banding against the common enemy, they swiftly attacked. White mist poured out of the woman and bound around the demon god's sword like chains, while the halberd struck down, as if it was about to divide the world into two. The two attacks went far beyond the greater devil stage. However, their efforts ultimately proved meaningless. As the two came into contact with the sword's edge, the latter blurred and passed right through them. The next moment, their figures exploded. Like glass withstanding an impact far beyond its limit, they cracked and burst apart. Something similar occurred to the layer of space, too. The moment the sword appeared near it, time seemed to revert, and the space returned to its previous appearance. It was quickly smoothed out, as if it had been controlled by the two worlds. The two eyes in the sky were stunned. They instantly understood that they were facing an opponent far beyond their current capabilities. After all, these two were not the real wills of the world, but a mere part of their overall power. Their true forms might not have been scared of the demon god, but the power they carried was hardly enough to match him. Immediately, the size of the two eyes grew smaller as they wished to use the gap in the world's film to escape this place. However, it was already too late. The sword suddenly arrived in front of them. It grew bigger in size, large enough to cover the entire sky, before striking at the two eyes. Liora was expecting a fierce confrontation between the two. At the very least, she believed that the two eyes would be able to resist for a while. But to her surprise, this was simply not true. The moment the sword touched them, the two eyes turned illusory. Then, like bubbles that had exhausted their lifespan, they burst apart and vanished. One moment, two giant eyes were etched across the sky, oppressing everyone in this world like two omnipotent gods, but the next second, the two eyes had vanished. Only a lone sword remained in the sky, which flickered violently, as if about to disappear. Just when the demon sovereigns recovered and believed that everything was over, a figure appeared beside the sword. It was the demon god. Just like the sword, his figure was also translucent and flickering, like a candle that was about to go out. However, he didn't show any fear or disappointment. Instead, he laughed loudly towards the sky. Ha ha! After thousands of years of torture, I can finally take my revenge. You dare to scheme against me? So what if I'm destined to die? Before my death, I will make sure that you too will suffer. He roared and gripped the sword for one last time. Then, he swung it upwards, disappearing halfway through that motion together with the weapon. Two deafening sounds echoed throughout the continent the moment he disappeared. Everyone, including mortals, noticed that something had changed in this world. The divine race members captured these changes even more quickly. They immediately realized they could no longer sense divine aura. From this moment on, their power would become a consumable. Without divine aura to absorb, they would only be able to recover by consuming the blood of other beings. If it were not for the occasion, chaos would have already spread throughout the continent, with the demon saints and demon sovereigns going crazy. But considering the several earth-shattering events that had occurred so far, no one dared to step forward and cause chaos. They were afraid that another hidden figure would appear and slap them to death. Only Liora understood why divine aura had disappeared. In his final moments, the demon god had chosen to sacrifice himself to sever the connection between the demon weapon world and the two higher-level worlds. From now on, not only would divine aura cease to exist, but no evil spirits would be born in this world. Liora might have wished to investigate further at any other time. But besides laughing loudly, the demon god had relayed a secret message to her before perishing. The agreement between us stands. I want you to exterminate every extraordinary power in this world. With your strength, doing so should be fairly easy. As for my part of the deal, you should take a closer look at my gift. Recalling these words, Liora couldn't help but lower her head and glance at the object in her hand. It was a small clock. Its 3 pointers constantly moved back and forth, making a constant clicking sound as they did so. The moment her eyes fell on the clock, Liora felt a familiar sensation reappear. The connection between her and Alpha had been re-established, or rather, it had become normal once again. Liora instantly discovered that she could sense her location, as if the veil preventing her from doing so had been removed. With a wave of her hands, the space in front of Liora shattered, and she appeared in another place within the demon weapon world. Then, striking at the space before her once again, she shattered several space layers at once. The bottomless darkness was quickly revealed within. However, besides that unending darkness, there was also a tiny flickering light. It was a demi-plane attached to the main world, just like the demon god's cemetery. It was just that, unlike the place where the demon god was sealed, this space was far better protected. The demi-plane itself was attached to the deepest layer of space, requiring the strength of a peak greater devil to reach, while a bizarre power circulated around it, resisting exploration. The demi-plane seemed to exist in the past and the future. Its timeline never overlapped with the present. Liora instantly understood why she had failed to find this place upon seeing this. Holding the small clock in her hand and feeling the bizarre power disperse, she couldn't help but sigh about the power of time once again. With a thought, the clock was put away, and with another, she flashed beside the demi-plane. Just when she was about to enter it, however, her movements suddenly paused. Her eyes narrowed, and she turned to the side, where a person had unknowingly appeared. Cough, cough. My lord, I don't have any bad intentions. Please don't make a mistake. The master has already informed me of your arrival. I'm here to ensure that nothing goes wrong. Please don't misunderstand. A timid voice echoed in the otherwise silent void, interspersed with the sound of bloody coughing. The voice's owner was familiar, or at least, they were familiar to Liora. I didn't expect that you would be under the command of the demon god. Indeed, coincidences are often the scariest. Liora spoke casually as she glanced at this newcomer. The person tasked with guarding this demi-plane was none other than the frail man she had once met in the demon god's cemetery. The two had jointly explored a ruin, and he had provided Liora with valuable information. His appearance had not changed compared to before, while the frailty and timidness were still etched across his face. Yet, Liora discovered that his aura was unpredictable. Sometimes it was powerful, reaching the demon's sovereign realm, while at others it was weak, looking like a weak weapon master. I'm merely following my master's orders. In fact, it's my honor to have spent some time with your excellency. After this is over, I will find a hidden place to settle down. After all, the divine race is no longer. The frail man looked both regretful and relieved, but his pupils shrank halfway through his words. Why? He tried to argue, but it was already too late. Liora's hand had arrived before him. His body was instantly shattered. Blood and bones flew everywhere, while his aura vanished. But just a moment later, a golden light flickered, and he quickly recovered. The frail man was not happy, though. The previous sense of death seemed to have terrified him, and he stared at Liora with horror as he took several steps back. My lord, don't kill me. I'm willing to be your servant. I'm willing to betray the demon god and serve you instead, he shouted, as if he were ready to kneel down and beg for mercy. Seeing this, Liora chuckled and waved her hand. Okay, there's no reason to pretend. The demon god is indeed extraordinary, she stated before she struck once again. The frail man exploded. The moment he recovered, another attack was launched at him. Then a second one, and a third. Within moments, the man had perished hundreds of times. His aura grew weaker the more times he died. From a demon sovereign to a demon saint, a weapon master, and then even weaker. It's unexpected that the demon god found a way to make you retain some of your divine aura. Is this why he wished me to kill every extraordinary person? To make you the overlord in this world? Liora spoke casually in between her attacks. But then, she shook her head. No, although you are strange, you're not worthy of the demon god paying attention. Since that's the case, does that mean that the demon god has found a method to revive himself? Are you the pawn he left behind to carry out his revival? So when I leave, he can revive and once again dominate this world. The frail man showed little change in expression at first, but when he heard the latter part of Liora's words, he was stunned. His pupils shrank once again, this time many times more realistically than before. Though he didn't outright state it, his intense reaction proved that Liora's words were not without merit. Seeing this, Liora couldn't help but shake her head. Sure enough, the demon god had a backup plan. She had already expected this. Since he had foreseen her arrival and his destined death, there was no reason that he didn't leave a chance for himself to revive. Thinking of this, Liora finally stopped killing the frail man. After letting his aura drop to the minimum, she waved her hand and gestured for him to go inside the demi-plane. No matter whether he was willing or not, the frail man could only follow her lead. He didn't dare to say anything, as if his opponent was not the one who had just killed him hundreds of times. The demi-plane guarded by the frail man was quite different from the demon god's cemetery. It was only a few cubic meters in size and looked more like a room than a real demi-plane. Of course, the small size made the defensive power of the demi-plane even more apparent. Unfortunately, in front of Liora, such a defense meant nothing. The moment she tore apart the demi-plane's defense, Liora stepped inside and looked around. The demi-plane was unassuming. There was no source of light, with only a blood pool serving as the earth. The pool was bottomless, seemingly extending down endlessly. Yet, when a rune flickered in Liora's eyes and she investigated it deeper, she discovered something floating inside. With a wave of her hand, a light shot out of the pool and landed in her palm. The object had the shape of a sphere. Countless runes wriggled eerily along its surface, while the sphere itself exuded a powerful aura despite being a supposed inanimate object. Holding it, Liora roughly judged its strength. Slightly stronger than a greater devil, but weaker than an archdevil. Realizing this, she couldn't help but feel speechless. Although the appearance of the sphere had changed significantly, Liora recognized that it was Alpha's mechanical core. Exactly because of that, she was stunned. Before their arrival in this world, Alpha was far weaker than she was. But now, by seemingly soaking in a pool of blood for a few years, Alpha had managed to keep up with her. Speechless, Liora turned her attention to the frail man beside her. Unwilling to investigate whether his terrified expression was real or an act, she asked him the question plaguing her mind. "For how long has this been in here?" The frail man stammered. But under her threatening gaze, he soon answered, "My lord, this thing was collected by the demon god during the ancient war. I don't know what it is. All I know is that the master values it greatly. The master has taken great care of it over the years. Most of the people who died in the demon god cemetery were transported here and fed to this sphere. I suspect that the master is planning to use it to forge a powerful divine weapon. Thousands of years." This answer was both expected and unexpected at the same time. Liora frowned. She took a deeper look at the mechanical core, and after a few minutes of silence, she gestured to the frail man and walked outside. The moment the two left, the demi-plane that had stood for thousands of years began to crack. A giant hand appeared in the sky above it and held it like a toy before tossing it into a giant black hole. Perhaps it was an illusion, but the hole looked much like a human mouth. Coupled with the loud crunching sounds that soon followed, the final fate of the demi-plane was apparent. Liora did not care about the frail man after devouring the demi-plane. Although she planned to keep an eye on him in the future, she wouldn't stop him from reviving the demon god. After all, without divine aura to support his practice, the demon god was of little threat. Even if he were to revive, he would never pose a danger to her. With that in mind, Liora did not stop the frail man from leaving. After teleporting a couple of times, she left the central area behind and arrived at a familiar place. The Northern Lands, or to be more accurate, the Blood Devil sect that she had established before awakening her memories. Unbeknownst to everyone, including the several masters staying behind, their sect leader had returned from her long journey. Sweeping this place with her consciousness and looking at the disciples outside, Liora couldn't help but let out a sigh. Not much time had passed since she left. If she were not wrong, less than 2 months had gone by. Yet, during this otherwise short period of time, everything had changed, not only in herself, but also in the world itself. Feeling that the higher-level worlds were no longer connected and their power could no longer corrupt this world, countless thoughts raced through Liora's mind, and she had several ideas about the future. However, she didn't rush to put them into action. Taking her seat, her consciousness dove into her space ring, and she took Alpha's mechanical core out. Holding it tightly, she sensed the boundless power inside while her gaze grew deeper. Alpha and I arrived at the demon weapon world at the same time, yet there was a difference of thousands of years between our real arrival. Was this manipulated by someone, or was it a natural occurrence? Could it be that my reincarnation was delayed? Perhaps we both arrived in this world thousands of years ago, but it took me thousands of years to be reborn. In fact, there were only 2 options for this dilemma. Either this occurred as a result of human intervention or because of the reincarnation process itself. For no logical reason, Liora tended to believe the latter. Reincarnation. She subconsciously muttered the name of another high-level power similar to nothingness and time. However, she also understood that this was far away from her current self, and she had no real way to investigate it. With her strength, there was no way that she could find the truth. After all, she had already searched this world for a place similar to the underworld or hell, where the souls of the fallen would reside after their death. Unfortunately, she found nothing. Shaking her head lightly, Liora pushed that matter aside for the time being. She stared at Alpha's mechanical core for a few more moments, and after making sure that there was nothing wrong with this subordinate of hers, she poured her demonic energy into the core. The latter seemed to have transformed into a gluttonous beast. As if it had not eaten for decades, it devoured Liora's demonic energy, and the patterns along its surface grew even more prominent. Feeling the slumbering will inside slowly waking up, Liora made a rough estimate. For Alpha to fully recover, it would take several years of nourishment. Thousands of years of slumber had made her will weaker, and her rapid advancement made it difficult for Liora to awaken her at all at once. It's good to be alive, don't you see? Eleanor has already turned into a painting. Compared to her, your situation is far better. Being a slumbering core, you can consider yourself lucky, Liora joked, but the mechanical core did not seem to enjoy her humor. It shook instinctively and almost escaped her palm, as if it wanted to showcase its anger. Liora chuckled. After teasing the slumbering alpha for a few more minutes and getting no real response, she placed the core aside and let it devour the essence of a few demon saint beasts. Then, her eyes narrowed, and she began taking stock of the gains she had made while she was in this world. The biggest one was none other than her advancement to a greater devil. Although the advancement did not grant her any new abilities, it had helped her life level take a leap forward, while her actual combat power had improved significantly. By now, Liora had a great understanding of the devil power system. The practice of various other power systems and her experiences had elevated her insight, allowing her to tear the power system apart and examine it far more easily. Both little devils and young devils are cannon fodder, created by the will of the demon world to select the most suitable for cultivation. The former is tested on the banks of the River of Oblivion, while the latter is tested in the many crucibles. It is only when someone becomes a lesser devil that they can be considered a real devil. At this stage, one begins to come into deeper contact with their bloodline, gradually unveiling its mysteries. During the true devil stage, devils are tasked with fully understanding the source of their bloodline. This is mostly done through the practice of devil techniques. For example, I understood the concepts of world and devouring. As for greater devils, at this stage, a devil has begun to transcend their own bloodline. They gain relative indestructibility and can be considered immortal. Knowing this, Liora was not surprised not to have gained any new abilities. Especially when she recalled the characteristics of the Archdevil stage, the reason became obvious. By the time one became an Archdevil, they had grown into this source of their bloodline. They could directly influence their descendants, and it could be said that the bloodline abilities and devil techniques that those descendants awakened were developed by them. The leap from a greater devil to an Archdevil is massive, far bigger than any other stage before it. In fact, the Archdevil stage is the beginning of one's transcendence. There are countless greater devils in the demon world, but the number of Archdevils is relatively small. Thinking of this, Liora was initially excited, knowing that she was very close to this stage. However, when she recalled her own situation, she couldn't help but grumble. To become an Archdevil, one had to push their true spirit gate open, thus separating the core of their soul, their true spirit, from their bloodline. This usually required great strength, persistence, and a strong will. Liora did not lack any of these, but she faced an important issue. There was an Archdevil blocking the door. Moreover, was the World Devourer ancestor really an Archdevil? These were merely their one-sided words. After checking her current state and roughly understanding her future path, Liora stopped thinking about herself and shifted her focus to the other major benefit she had obtained in this world. Or rather, to the gift that the demon god had given her before perishing. It was a small clock, the treasure that made the demon god who he is. As Liora pulled it out of her space ring, time itself seemed to blur around her, and a vision of a river flowing appeared. Her mind was connected with the time clock. Perhaps because the demon god had presented it to her, this treasure had already recognized her as its master, and she could already make use of it. At the same time, its functions were revealed to her. Prophecy. The time clock will randomly predict future scenes. Depending on its wielder's strength, the scenes that one can glimpse become more and more distant. Time warp. The time clock can form one wisp of time every year. Unpredictability. The future of the wielder becomes harder to detect. Information about its functions resurfaced in Liora's mind as her fingers lightly brushed against the time clock's backside. Each one of these functions was extremely strong, making it worthy of being a treasure that could utilize the power of time. The demon god had already fully displayed the power of prophecy. Through the information gained, he had been able to lay out a plan spanning thousands of years. Similarly, although the other two functions seemed far less significant, they were equally valuable, if not even more. Besides them, what made Liora interested was the time clock itself. The materials used to forge it were far from extraordinary. Though it was difficult for her to break, Liora could see that it was far from being indestructible. Thus, it was obvious that it was not a truly precious treasure. The reason why the time clock possessed such abilities remained an enigma. Liora, however, did not pay heed to this for long. After playing with the time clock for a few more minutes, she casually set it aside. Then, she raised her head and looked outside. Her gaze was able to pierce through the landscapes and arrive at the central area. Seeing that the few surviving demon saints and demon sovereigns were becoming increasingly anxious and were ready to harvest the world to replenish their divine aura, she knew that she had to take action. Otherwise, it was only a matter of time before they killed everyone. Even if it were not for the demon god's words, Liora would still calm down the chaos, solely because a chaotic environment was not very beneficial for her. With that in mind, a silver umbrella appeared in Liora's hand. She tossed it forward, and the umbrella flew out of the Blood Devil sect, rushing towards the central area. Halfway through the journey, this demon weapon transformed into a silver dragon. Letting out a powerful roar, its eyes shone with surprising intelligence, and it flew towards the surviving divine clans. As if thinking that this was not enough, Liora didn't stop there. A crimson light flickered on her forehead before a saber materialized. Then, just like the demon weapon before it, her manifestation also shot towards the central area. After doing this, Liora no longer paid any attention to these people. Her focus shifted back to herself and the Blood Devil sect, as she summoned the elders and passed down several instructions. Huff. A young girl with red hair stood in a large backyard, wielding a sword to strike against a wooden training dummy. The girl was not too strong. Yet, her movements were quite refined and ethereal. Each wave of her sword was accompanied by a mysterious atmosphere, evidence of her extraordinary swordsmanship. After a few hours of training, the girl placed the sword aside and took a deep breath while wiping the sweat off her forehead. I can feel that I'm getting closer and closer to the blood awakening realm, but this is far from enough. I have to practice harder. I have to get powerful enough to get revenge for my master. The girl whispered with clenched fists, and thinking of her master, she skipped over and entered the building. After wandering through the corridors, she arrived at a silent, dimly lit room. A white-haired woman was sitting with her back facing the door, staring at a portrait in front of her with undisguised hatred. The woman did not look old. In fact, her face and overall body looked to be only in her early 20s. However, the white hair and the cloudiness in her red eyes made it clear that she did not have much time to live. At best, a few more years. At worst, a couple of months. Master. Seeing the woman look absent-minded, the girl bowed respectfully and called out. She didn't immediately get an answer. It was only after several minutes that the white-haired woman spoke up. Have you finished today's training? That's good. I can feel that you are extremely close to the blood awakening realm. With your talent, there is a chance that you'll one day surpass your master. The woman's voice was normal at first, but it became increasingly rough towards the end. She coughed loudly, a few drops of blood dripping down her lips. Hearing her tone and feeling her master's body tremble, tears welled up in the girl's eyes. She could see it. Her master, who had raised her since she was little and had taught her everything she knew, didn't have long to live. Although she was a warrior, she had suffered grave injuries at the hands of her enemies. As such, she was destined to die soon. Master, don't worry. I vow to take revenge on your enemy. Once I become strong enough, I will surely kill them. The girl gritted her teeth and spoke, as her gaze landed on the portrait that her master was holding. Seemingly sensing her gaze, the white-haired woman hastily put it away. She didn't turn around, but remained with her back facing the girl as she waved her hand. It's okay. Everything is already in the past. I only wish for you to be happy. As for revenge, it's best to forget about it, she said, and the girl understood that she was sending her off. Although unwilling, she could only accept it. After bowing one last time, she exited the room. However, the face she had just seen in the portrait remained etched on her mind. It was of a man with unkempt red hair and a tall but lean build, holding a giant sword. The girl did not realize it, but the man closely resembled her, not only in appearance, but most importantly, in the way the two carried themselves. If anyone saw them side by side, they would mistake them for father and daughter. Sensing the girl return to her room and dreaming about revenge, a smile flashed across the white-haired woman's face. The cloudiness in her eyes vanished, and she chuckled before her smile turned into full-blown laughter. Haha, demon god, you didn't expect this, did you? You wish to reincarnate? It's fine. I won't stop you. But you have to become my disciple in your next life. The woman's words made her identity apparent. and the same was true for the girl who had previously called her master. The white-haired woman was Liora, while the girl was the demon god. Or rather, she was the demon god's backup plan. Many years had passed since the connection between this world and the two higher-level worlds was severed. During that time, the world had undergone dramatic changes. However, Liora had not forgotten about the demon god. Thus, after discovering that he was about to be revived, she paid a special visit and collected his soul. After helping him reincarnate into a woman, she specifically accepted his reincarnation as her disciple. Recalling the past few years and the once heroic demon god calling her master, respectfully, Liora finally understood why powerful devils liked to toy with weaker people. She had to admit, teasing unsuspecting people was indeed very enjoyable. The fact that the demon god was a powerhouse who had once tricked the entire world made the process even more amusing. Liora hadn't had so much fun in a long time. It took a few minutes for Liora to regain her composure. Ignoring the demon god's hushed mutterings about taking revenge on her master's great enemy, she raised her head and looked in the direction of the northern lands. As she did, the situation in the outside world became clear. She had not been idle over the past few years. She had kept her part of the deal and had killed the powerful divine race members while wiping out the surviving evil spirits. By now, only warriors remained in this world, who could be considered the native power system of this world. Humans are indeed the most adaptable creatures. It's only been a few decades since divine aura disappeared, but several grandmasters have already appeared. Although this is related to my secret help and guidance, it's evidence of the humans' adaptability. Without the divine race suppressing them, warriors are finally showing their extraordinary side. Recalling the many grandmaster techniques that the warriors of this world had developed, even Liora had to sigh. The integrated wisdom of countless people was indeed unfathomable. At the very least, it had helped her make her Bloodblade technique even more perfect. Liora had a hunch that if warriors were given enough time, they would be able to create a warrior realm equivalent to demon saints and even demon sovereigns. Unfortunately, I won't have the chance to personally experience it. It's about time that I leave. Liora shook her head. With a thought, the skin on her hand parted, and a drop of blood landed on the floor. It squirmed and elongated, quickly taking a human form. Before long, it had transformed into a person who looked exactly like Liora. Although the clone's strength was weaker, it was almost invincible in this world. After doing this, Liora did not stay any longer. With a wave of her hand, the space before her parted, as if she were opening a veil. Then, she stepped into the crack and disappeared. The clone left behind remained silent. She kept watching until the space fully recovered before sitting down and replacing the original Liora. Everyone, including the reincarnated demon god, did not realize that Liora had unknowingly been replaced. When Liora walked out of the space crack, she had returned to the northern lands. Compared to the past, the entire region had changed. The once rare warriors could now be seen everywhere, with masters being common and grandmasters not so rare. In total, the northern lands had thousands of masters and almost 100 grandmasters. Many sects and similar forces had been moved to the northern lands, causing this place to replace the central area as the center of this world. Among the many forces, there was a sect that stood out, the Blood Devil sect. This sect was not only famous for its terrifying strength, but also held a special status in the hearts of all warriors. That was because the founder of the Blood Devil sect was the first grandmaster to show themselves in this world. It was because of that person's efforts and her impartial teachings that so many grandmasters had broken through. Without her, warriors would still struggle to deal with the aftermath of the world's changes. Watching the changes in the region and sensing an invisible energy gradually pour into her body, Liora couldn't help but feel a little emotional. However, she quickly recovered and appeared in the forbidden area of the Blood Devil sect. Her arrival did not alert anyone. Liora did not summon the sect's elders. Even though she didn't hide herself, no one could detect her presence. After she took a look at the ground, her body turned incorporeal and she fell down, passing straight through the earth. 10 meters. 20. 100. Liora continued falling for several kilometers, ignoring the rising temperature around her. Finally, a few minutes later, she arrived at her destination. It was a giant underground cave covered in crimson flames. Liora had almost reached the center of the world, and as such, the temperature was already high. Even lesser devils would have trouble staying at this place for long. However, compared to the temperature of the crimson flames, this temperature was nothing. Let alone lesser devils, even true devils would turn into nothing upon coming into contact with the red flames, as if it were their natural enemy. Only greater devils could survive in this cave, and to do so for a long period of time required having extraordinary strength. Fortunately, the flames were not strong enough to hurt Liora. Her demonic energy swirled on its own and formed a layer of defense around her, expelling the crimson flames. Then, she ignored them and dove deeper into the sea of flames. Before long, she stopped in front of a translucent light. This was the only thing that existed here besides the flames, and it flickered violently, as if to showcase its existence. As Liora approached it, the light trembled, as if celebrating her arrival. Liora ignored its antics. Her consciousness swept past it, and she investigated its current state. It's already much stronger than an ordinary demon sovereign weapon. Even the demon god's sword is not any better. Of course, this is to be expected. I've consumed pretty much every demon weapon and precious material that this world has. After my plunder, this world has been completely exhausted of its resources, she whispered, though she felt that everything was worth it. Sensing that the weapon was extremely close to reaching its final stage, Liora knew that it was about time. A silver umbrella materialized in her hand. Perhaps sensing its future fate, this demon weapon shook violently and tried to break free. Unfortunately, Liora's hand clasped its handle tightly. A weapon with a consciousness of its own is not what I seek. No matter how obedient you may appear at the moment, there's always a chance that you will betray me, Liora muttered, and her plain yet cold words terrified the umbrella. Its struggle grew even more intense, and it wished to transform into a silver dragon and escape. Unfortunately, Liora was not planning to let it do as it wished. Her hand clasped its handle even tighter, causing giant fractures along its surface before she tossed it towards the translucent light. The sea of flames surged. The crimson flames pounced forward like beasts and wrapped around the umbrella, trying to obliterate this weapon. Their progress was very slow at first. However, after Liora's demonic energy poured into the sea, their power surged. The umbrella began to melt under the terrifying temperature, and only a few minutes later, it let out its final, deafening cry. A wailing sound spread throughout the sea of flames. It was full of resentment and hatred, cursing at Liora for her ruthlessness and betrayal. However, Liora remained calm. She let the melted umbrella pour into the translucent light, guiding the latter to devour it. It didn't take long. With her help, the light soon swallowed the umbrella's remains and improved its quality even further. As if it had reached its final stage, it began to take form. If any divine race member were here, they would immediately understand what was going on. The light had reached the final stage of forging. Unless something went wrong, a demon weapon would soon be born. And, judging from its current strength and the many materials that had been used during its creation process, the forged demon weapon was bound to be terrifying. Liora sensed that this weapon had a high chance of surpassing the greater devil stage. However, despite this realization, her eyes showed no emotional fluctuations. Such a powerful weapon might have helped her when she first descended to this world. But having become a greater devil and reached the third substage of that stage, Liora no longer needed it. At most, it would slightly enhance her own combat power. However, could Liora have spent so many years and so many materials just to barely enhance her combat power? This was obviously impossible. Seeing that the demon weapon was about to be completed, the time clock appeared in Liora's hand. Time around her blurred, as if she had reached the shore along the long river of time, immovable and unaffected by the waves of time. Glancing at this precious treasure that would make even archdevils drool with greed, Liora's face shone with determination. Without any hesitation, she threw it towards the translucent light and allowed the latter to devour it. At the same time, a crimson light flickered along her forehead. Her manifestation emerged, stronger than ever before. Although the saber looked like an object, Liora understood that it was, in fact, not. Her manifestation was part of her own soul, and the two were deeply interconnected. If her manifestation were to be destroyed, she would also suffer great harm. Despite this, Liora made a shocking decision. Following the time clock, she tossed her manifestation towards the translucent light. The crimson flames around her surged even further. They wrapped around these two extraordinary items and began doing their best to melt them. Liora's face grew pale. A soul-tearing pain assaulted her senses, while her vision became increasingly blurry. Still, her movements didn't pause for even half a second. She ignored the pain of having her soul melt and controlled the crimson flames to burn the time clock in her manifestation. The process was long and painful, requiring not only great focus but supreme determination. Yet, Liora did not flinch for once during this time. A few hours later, the melted remains flowed towards the light. After it absorbed them, its brilliance became even more apparent. Its outline was reflected on Liora's bloodless face before a faint clicking sound echoed. The next moment, the light retreated. The final forging stage had been completed. A bizarre demon weapon, created through consuming countless demon weapons, materials, and corpses, as well as Liora's own manifestation and the precious time clock, had been created. The moment the weapon was unveiled, the sky above the Blood Devil sect cracked. A terrifying aura spread throughout the world, making the old people remember that unfortunate day many years ago. An unfathomable aura spread from the Blood Devil sect as the center. Initially, it only impacted the nearby forest and the sect itself. But in just a moment, the powerful aura had spread throughout the northern lands, and then even further. In the blink of an eye, it had covered the entire continent. At the same time, a giant gash appeared in the sky above the Blood Devil sect, revealing the dark void outside and stunning everyone. A white light flickered within the boundless darkness, causing everyone who looked at it to feel a strong sense of unease and gloom. These people did not understand what the white light represented. But Liora, despite being deep underground, could see the light's true appearance. It was a colorful streak of lightning. It emerged from the depths of the Origin Sea and quickly shot towards the demon weapon world. Although it was very far away, Liora instantly noticed its threat. Even compared to the ordinary mortals and warriors, the danger she faced was even more obvious. That was because the lightning's target was none other than the weapon she had just forged. Recalling the various rumors she had heard in the past, Liora reacted pretty quickly. With a move of her hand, her demonic energy wrapped up the demon weapon prototype, and with another, the space cracked and swallowed them both. When they reappeared, Liora and the demon weapon were no longer in the demon weapon world. Instead, they were in the dark void that served as the home of countless worlds, the Origin Sea. Liora had been here before, and as such, did not feel the need to admire this place for long. After setting up a defense around the demon weapon world, she flashed towards the distance, sat beside the weapon, and waited. She did not have to wait for long. A few seconds later, the lightning appeared at the very edge of her vision and rushed in her direction. Only a blink of her eyes later, the lightning was practically next to her. Liora sensed its power and her body instinctively trembled, as if it were her natural enemy. She could see that the lightning's power surpassed the greater devil stage, and this was just the beginning. Judging from the rumors and her bloodline memories, the situation was bound to become even more grave in the near future. However, Liora did not fret. She did not wait for the lightning to strike at her and the weapon, but instead took the initiative. Her demonic energy enveloped the weapon prototype, and her figure flickered, appearing in front of the lightning's trajectory. Then, she put up several layers of defense. Devil runes flickered and formed several defensive formations, while the power of nothingness descended and covered her and the weapon. Her demonic energy flared, while her myriad devil's body was pushed to its limit. The moment she finished her preparations, the lightning in the distance struck. A deafening crash echoed throughout the Origin Sea, spreading not only in the demon weapon world, but also in the world surrounding it. Liora and the weapon's silhouettes vanished. They were engulfed in the brilliance of countless blinding lights. White, purple, red, blue, gold. Several types of lightning assaulted them at the same time, each targeting a different aspect of them. Some hoped to deal directly with one's consciousness. Others sought to destroy their physical body, while others targeted other parts of one's existence. Standing at the epicenter of the impact, Leora's body shook. Her skin was torn apart, and her bones shattered, while her soul seemed to be bitten by countless tiny ants, as if her very essence was slowly being wiped out. The indestructible matter covering her body and soul reacted on its own. It began pouring into her and helping her recover, consuming large amounts of it with every passing second. Fortunately, Liora had already advanced and could now create indestructible matter on her own. Otherwise, if she were still a true devil and had to use her manifestation to absorb the divine aura of other creatures, the consumption would have long drained her away. Liora suffered great harm. Yet surprisingly, she was actually not the lightning's main target. Most of the damage was actually borne by the weapon prototype, which was actually the lightning's real target. Thunder Tribulation. This was the name that people in the worlds practicing cultivation would call this phenomenon, and although it was somewhat different, the cause of the lightning was roughly the same. The weapon that Liora was planning to forge seemed to surpass the limits set by the Origin Sea for the creatures living under it. The power of time within the weapon had defied the supreme laws, and it was now suffering their punishment. The weapon prototype started to crack as the lightning poured into it. Although it was tougher than Liora just based on its identity as a weapon, it had yet to be truly born. It was only Leora's demonic energy and indestructible matter that really held it together. Otherwise, this weapon would have long been destroyed. Unfortunately, Leora's meddling seemed to have provoked the supreme laws even further. Not only did they not stop bringing forth their punishment, but the lightning became even more dense and powerful. Even more colors appeared on its surface, and it continued striking at the two rebels. The confrontation between the three was fierce. Just its aftermath was enough to seriously injure an ordinary greater devil, much less the surrounding worlds. Only a few seconds after the Thunder Tribulation started, the weaker worlds nearby were driven to extinction. Their brilliance gradually went out, and before long, their world origin ran out. As a result, the worlds were led to their final destruction. The continents, planets, or whatever form they had, split apart, and all the creatures in them inevitably perished. Liora had no time to pay attention to these. She continued fighting against the lightning while doing her best to keep the weapon she had forged intact. Time passed. Seconds, minutes, hours. Liora gradually lost track of the time. She couldn't remember how many times her body had been destroyed only to be reborn thanks to the indestructible matter's help. All she could know was that the Thunder Tribulation had now become even more violent, able to threaten even creatures at the peak of the Greater Devil stage. However, it should be ending any time now. The Thunder Tribulation is both a punishment and a test. Although this weapon defies the supreme laws, it hasn't reached the point where it must be destroyed. As long as it withstands the divine punishment, it should be okay, Liora thought. Her thoughts were soon proven to be correct. Only a few moments later, the colorful lightning finally began to retreat. Its volume grew less, until finally, it completely vanished. Soon, only Liora and the fractured weapon remained beside the mostly ruined worlds. It seemed as if the two had really succeeded. However, Liora was not too happy. Although the lightning had indeed vanished, her intuition was still sending her warnings. If anything, the sense of danger had now become even more apparent. It was not any weaker than when she faced the projections of the two higher-level worlds, making it clear that the threat had reached the Archdevil level. Only a moment later, Liora understood why that was. From the depths of the Origin Sea, where the supreme laws resided, a black brilliance suddenly appeared. It teleported through time and space and ignored the worlds along the way, soon appearing above Liora. Following a thunderous clang like the ring of a death knell, the black-colored thunder descended at a terrifying speed. Destruction. This was the concept that the black thunder represented in Liora's eyes. Unlike the thunders that had previously attacked, which at least gave one a sense of hope, the black thunder seemed to be made purely for destruction. It wouldn't rest until its opponents were completely wiped out, as if it represented the end of all things. Just by taking a brief look at it, Liora felt her soul being torn apart. Her body melted, destroyed from within, as if her very concept of existence was gradually being erased. She was momentarily stunned. It was only when her demonic energy surged on its own that she had a chance to recover. Looking at the black thunder, which was quickly approaching her. The urge to retreat emerged within her. However, seeing the almost completed weapon and recalling the efforts she had gone through to reach this point, she gritted her teeth with determination. Flashing in front of it, she blocked the Black Thunder's trajectory and took action. This time, she didn't hold back at all. The projection of the land of nothingness, the myriad devil's body, eclipse, abyssal maw, spear of divine punishment. Every ability that Liora had was hastily activated. As if she felt that this was not enough, her figure grew bigger. Her hand reached out and grabbed the surviving worlds, bringing them closer and using them to form a wall of defense as if each world were but a tiny brick. Her actions sounded complicated and time-consuming, but in reality, less than a moment had gone by, and the Black Thunder had yet to arrive. It was only when she moved the final world that the thunder finally struck. There was no earth-shattering impact nor an overwhelming momentum like before. No sound echoed, nor did any blinding light flash. The destruction brought by the Black Thunder was silent and invisible. The projection of the land of nothingness shattered instantly upon coming into contact with it, together with the rest of Liora's abilities. Then it was the turn of the Wall of Worlds. The wall was only able to hold back the enemy for a brief moment before they were all driven to extinction. They were quickly extinguished, causing the wall to break apart. With both layers of defenses destroyed, the Black Thunder continued unabated and fell on Liora and the weapon behind her. Neither was able to withstand its impact. Liora's body and soul were instantly extinguished, while the already fractured weapon let out a sorrowful wail and shattered. The Black Thunder did not become complacent. It continued striking at the place where the two had once stood, almost breaking the space within the Origin Sea. It was only seconds later, after it had confirmed the death of the rebels, that it finally retreated. Following a hum, the Black Thunder vanished, and the trembling supreme laws in the distance returned to normal. Silence returned to the Origin Sea. The strongest beings among the heavens stared at the supreme laws with thoughtful expressions, wondering who was daring enough to confront them. However, judging from the supreme law's reaction, it was apparent that the daring one had already died. Seeing this, the powerhouses soon stopped investigating and resumed their practice. The chaos in the Origin Sea soon receded. In the place where the Thunder Tribulation had just landed, only a few worlds remained intact. All the lower-level worlds had already shattered, while the medium-level worlds had suffered greatly, with some nearly being driven to extinction. Only the few higher-level worlds remained intact, evidence of their extraordinary status and immense strength. Among those worlds, there was a relatively small one that stood out. Because of Liora's preparation, the demon weapon world had not suffered much damage. Although the formations protecting it had ultimately cracked, they had succeeded in sharing most of the impact. Still, just like the rest of the worlds surrounding it, it now remained utterly silent. That was until suddenly, the sound of water flowing broke through the silence. As if waves were pushing forward one another, the serene sound of a river echoed. In the dark space near the demon weapon world, a translucent river materialized out of nowhere. It had the shape of a circle, with its end also leading to its beginning, like an Ouroboros snake eating its tail. As the river constantly flowed forward, a small droplet flew out, as if by accident. Yet, before the droplet could fall down, it began to transform. A head, 2 hands, 2 limbs, and a torso appeared. Very quickly, the drop had taken a human appearance. Or rather, it had taken the appearance of a familiar person, none other than Liora. A small river flashed within her crimson pupils and washed away the confusion as they regained their brilliance. Her translucent body shook, and before long, the illusory body had turned into flesh and blood. Seeing this, Liora couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. She waved her hand, and the river behind her grew smaller, finally turning into the size of an ordinary ring. Black dye seemed to have fallen into the river as it turned black and took the shape of a self-eating serpent, landing on her finger and covering it. Liora felt herself become whole as she wore the black ring. Feeling its extraordinary power, she couldn't help but be filled with excitement, feeling that everything was worth it. However, when she recalled the previous situation, a shiver ran down her spine. Too dangerous. If it were not for the weapon being completed in the final moments, I would have really died. Is this the price paid for defying the supreme laws? If that's the case, who can possibly withstand it? Liora spoke from personal experience. She understood that although she had survived, she had actually failed to pass the Thunder Tribulation. It was only because she got lucky and the weapon was successfully forged in the final moments that she had a chance to survive. Otherwise, she would have really perished. Liora did not stay in the Origin Sea for long. After she confirmed that everything was fine, including her own and the ring's state, she approached the demon weapon world and calmly waved her hand. Instantly, the film shielding the world from otherworld invasions parted on its own, as if welcoming her to enter. If other people were here, they would be stunned. When had a world ever reacted like this in the face of an intruder? Even if the world didn't directly send out its punishment and attempt to kill her, it should at least try to keep Liora out of it. However, Liora was hardly surprised by this phenomenon. She had realized long ago that the demon weapon world had begun to favor her. It had already become obvious when she killed the divine race members and evil spirits, and it became even more apparent as she spread various warrior techniques and helped people become grandmasters. This also confirmed something that Liora already knew. Every world had its own instincts and knew how to seek benefits. If they believed that someone was helpful to them and could help them improve, they would actively favor them. Evidence of this was that Liora could now freely exit and enter this demon weapon world, and another piece of evidence was the invisible power that was constantly pouring into her body. World Origin. Without Liora extracting it, the demon weapon world was providing her with world origin on its own. Although the amount was minuscule, considering that Liora had spent decades in this world, she had actually obtained a large amount of world origin. Feeling the nearly inexhaustible power arrive once again, the moment she stepped into the demon weapon world, Liora couldn't help but let out a sigh. Compared to personally extracting and plundering world origin, this was many times easier. Moreover, given enough time, the world origin that one would obtain in this way would far surpass that obtained through forceful methods. The Thunder Tribulation in the Origin Sea did not affect the demon weapon world much. At the very least, the natives, mortals and warriors alike, did not notice that they were previously on the brink of death. After Liora returned to the Blood Devil sect, she didn't rush to do anything. Instead, her attention fell on the ring on her hand, the weapon that had previously alarmed the entire Origin Sea and caused the Thunder Tribulation to form. Its true form was not really a ring. With a move of her mind, the black, self-eating serpent grew bigger, transforming into a translucent, constantly flowing river. Though there were faint differences, Liora could see that it closely resembled the river that had appeared behind the demon god during the battle against the two higher-level worlds. Integrating the time clock has indeed influenced this weapon. Although it was also affected by the demon weapons melted during the process, this ring is still a weapon with the power of time. Liora could sense the ring's functions. It possessed a mix of the time clocks and the Silver Umbrella's abilities, including prophecy, time warp, sovereign's canopy, retribution, etc. All those abilities had been improved to varying degrees, with some now being able to contend against archdevils. However, this was not the thing she paid the most attention to. As Liora shifted her focus inward, she noticed that a similar river had also appeared beside her soul. The sound of a river flowing resounded throughout her soul space, while her soul seemed to exist in a different timeline, being invulnerable to all present attacks. At the top of the soul space, where the true spirit gate was located, the gray miasma parasitizing it shook violently. It appeared fearful of the river's power and quickly stopped its outward expansion. It began growing smaller, as if it wished to integrate its defenses and fight against the river. Seeing the World Devourer ancestor's instinctive reaction, Liora was not too surprised. Since her manifestation was used during this weapon's creation process, it could also be used in soul battles. With Liora's own strength and the help of the ring, she now had a higher chance of dealing with the World Devourer ancestor. Sensing the fear of her opponent and feeling her soul be filled with power, Liora almost had the urge to try and fight them. As long as the World Devourer ancestor died, opening the true spirit gate and becoming an archdevil was but a matter of time. However, she restrained that impulse quickly and shook her head. Now is not the time. Various preparations are still to be made. Although there is a high chance that I can now deal with the World Devourer ancestor, there is no reason to take a risk. I haven't reached the peak of the Greater Devil stage just yet. Moreover, Liora strongly doubted something. Could such a being really have no trump cards? In her opinion, this was highly unlikely. Although the opponent might not use them at ordinary times, if Liora were to show signs of threatening them, they would be forced to use them. With that in mind, she decided against fighting them at the moment. Putting away the river and turning it into a black ring that covered both her and her soul's fingers, Liora shifted her attention elsewhere. With a thought, the long-lost system appeared in her field of vision. True name: Liora Vathalis Dranthra Vexera. Rank: Greater Devil, True Spirit Stage. Race: World Devourer. Strength: 815. Agility: 850. Vitality: 890. Mana: 790. Abilities. Techniques. Evolution points: 2,507,209. Current absorption efficiency: 100x. Normal Devil equals 1x. Her displayed information had changed significantly. Although her advancement had not brought her any new abilities, her enhanced base stats were enough to showcase how massive the transformation she had gone through truly was. The Greater Devil stage was divided into 3 substages: Indestructible Body, Indestructible Soul, and True Spirit. Each of them brought a massive transformation to the Devil, equivalent to a leap in major stages of the past. As such, a Greater Devil at the Indestructible Soul stage could easily deal with one at the Indestructible Body stage, and the same was true for the True Spirit. As for True Devils, even the weakest Greater Devil could suppress them with ease. Looking back, Duke Bloodflower should not have been that weak. It's very likely that he had already reached the Indestructible Soul stage. It's only because of some outside influence that he was unable to exert his full combat power. Otherwise, our fight might not have had such a result, Liora concluded. Her gaze briefly paused on her enhanced base stats. After a few seconds, it moved to the Techniques column. This was a new addition during her journey in this world. Before, she had improved the Bloodblade technique several times, granting her strength equivalent to the peak of the True Devil stage. Yet, now that her manifestation had merged with the weapon, the technique had vanished. Instead, it was replaced by a long line of question marks. Indeed, although the ring has the form, it's actually more like a technique, Liora realized, and a name couldn't help but appear in her mind. Immediately, the column changed. Techniques: Snake of Time 1. Nodding her head, she originally wanted to see what would happen if she were to upgrade it. But to her dismay, despite now possessing millions of evolution points, there was no way to further improve this technique. Not because this technique was impossible to upgrade, but because she lacked sufficient evolution points. Liora immediately had a hunch. If she wanted to upgrade Snake of Time further, she would have to wait for a long time. Or rather, she would have to devour countless souls. After taking stock of her harvest and counting her gains, Liora left the Blood Devil sect and arrived at a familiar location, the Grandmaster Summit. Compared to a few decades ago, when she turned this place into a slaughterhouse, this place had barely changed. No warriors could be seen in the entire mountain, despite the fact that this was the place where many powerful warriors had once died. This was not because the warriors did not know the truth, nor because they didn't want to come here. Instead, it was because the #1 person in the world, the founder of the Blood Devil sect, had forbidden everyone from coming to this place. As Liora descended onto the mountain, the reason became clear. A crystal-clear coffin surrounded by devil runes was floating at the very peak, with a beautiful woman silently lying inside. The woman had long brown hair and amber eyes. Although she was sleeping, she emanated a cold aura, as if she were not a person but a frozen iceberg. As Liora leaned closer and brushed her fingers against her cheek, she saw that this coldness was not only in her aura. The woman's body was completely cold, devoid of any signs of life, looking like a corpse that was ready to decompose. If it were not for the powerful aura that it exuded, enough to stun even true devils, everyone would have thought that the woman was long dead. Of course, this was not true. This woman was obviously none other than Alpha. Although decades had passed since Liora found her mechanical core, this subordinate of hers had yet to truly recover. Over the past decades, Liora had slain many demons and divine race members and helped Alpha devour their essence. Unfortunately, even though this had allowed Alpha to rebuild her body, she had still not woken up. She had already harvested every benefit that this world could provide to a being of her level. If she were to remain here any longer, her strength was bound to stop improving. For other greater devils, not making any progress for a few decades was perfectly normal. But for Liora, who had reached her current state in less than half a century, wasting so much time was impossible. Originally, she was preparing to take Alpha with her and hoped that she would awaken in the demon world. But thankfully, after the Snake of Time was successfully forged, there was no longer a need for this. Retracting the hand brushing Alpha's cheek, Liora's mind moved, and the serpent in her hand transformed into a small river. As the Ouroboros-shaped river landed before her, she scooped a handful of translucent water and let it fall onto Alpha. Though the time her hand was in contact with it was very brief, her palm withstood a great deal of damage. Her fingers bent backwards while her bones twisted in impossible ways, as if she were not holding water but a mountain. No, considering Liora's current strength, holding mountains was easy for her. Rather than say that, it would be more accurate to compare the water to an entire world. Liora disregarded her injuries and concentrated on Alpha. As the water fell on her, Alpha did not crumble under its immense pressure. The dangerous droplets seemed to have turned into something harmless. They were quickly integrated into her body, and Alpha started to transform. Time seemed to blur around her, passing many times faster with her as the center. Although only a few minutes had passed in the outside world, it seemed as if Alpha had gone through thousands of years. Her cold body began to regain its heat. Her slumbering will gradually became stronger. At the same time, various other signs of vitality started to appear. Watching from the side, Liora had a solemn expression. This was the first time she used the Snake of Time. Although she had a rough idea regarding its abilities, she still felt that she had to be careful. After all, Alpha's life was on the line. Time quickly went by. For Liora, less than half an hour had passed, but for Alpha, centuries or even thousands of years had quickly gone by. Still, she didn't wake up. Just when Liora thought that the experiment had failed, Alpha's eyelids fluttered. A moment later, her eyes opened wide and looked in her direction. Glancing at the confused and clueless amber eyes facing her, the stern expression on Liora's face vanished. Without saying a word, she breathed a sigh of relief as her lips curved upwards. From that day on, the founder of the Blood Devil sect disappeared from the world. According to various clues and the cryptic words she left behind, many people believe she had broken through a new realm and thus ascended to the upper world. Her ascension brought great shock to every warrior in the demon weapon world. However, it didn't result in many changes. The Blood Devil sect continued to be the most powerful force, enjoying a transcendent status. Similarly, the many grandmasters continued their research on warrior techniques, hoping to reach that person's realm and follow in her footsteps. Among the many warriors, there was perhaps only one person who didn't care about the founder's disappearance. That was the demon god's reincarnation, or as she was called in this lifetime, Mira. Master, just who is your enemy? So many years have passed, but I still haven't found any clues. I've already become a grandmaster. I've even broken through the realm beyond that. Yet I still haven't found them. Just who is he? Kneeling in front of a tall stone grave, Mira's facial features had changed significantly compared to the past. From a young teenage girl, she had transformed into a mature, heroic woman who would leave most men stunned by her beauty. From her powerful aura, it was clear that she was not boasting. Mira had indeed surpassed the Grandmaster realm, becoming the strongest person in the demon weapon world. Yet Mira was not satisfied. She could still vividly remember that day many years ago. Her master, who had watched her grow up and had taught her everything she knew, could no longer hold on. Succumbing to the injuries she had suffered in the past, she took her last breath and died in her arms. Mira had been left stunned. She had spent weeks crying in anguish, cursing her master's enemy and vowing to take revenge. Yet, although decades had passed, she still had no clues about them. All she had was a picture of a red-haired man, a painting she had been sticking on her training dummies over the past few decades. If it weren't for that guy, Master would not have died. With my master's talent, She should have been able to become a grandmaster. Don't let me find you. Otherwise, I swear that I will tear your body into pieces. I will let your soul burn for eternity and listen to your painful screams. Mira clenched her fists and cursed at the red-haired man. After several minutes of venting, Mira bowed one final time and was about to get up. But just when she was halfway through the motion, a small light appeared at the center of her master's tomb. Before Mira could react, the light shot forward and merged with her body. Mira wanted to resist at first, but the moment the light touched her, her eyes instantly became confused. A huge amount of memories burst through her mind, all with a red-haired man as the protagonist. A few minutes later, when Mira regained her consciousness, her eyes were full of contradictory emotions. Confusion, hatred, and fury constantly alternated on her face. Lowering her head and staring down at her current body while recalling her memories over the past few decades, Mira's face turned red. Her aura surged, and her sword was unsheathed before she pointed it towards the sky. Masked, no? Liora, how dare you do this? How dare you plot against me? Damn it! Damn it! She spoke with clenched teeth before striking at the tomb in front of her. Gravel flew everywhere. Yet, her master's corpse was nowhere to be found. Though this was expected, it made Mira even more furious. Thinking of how she had been cursing at herself every day for the past few decades while longing for her master, she couldn't help but tremble with anger. I'll find you. I'll never rest until I find you. Her roar spread throughout the region as she cleaved the mountain in two and left with bloodshot eyes. From that day, her vow changed. From finding her master's enemy and taking revenge, she now wanted to find her master and torture her for eternity. Author's notes. Bigger chapters to speed up the plot. Liora will return to the demon world after this. Liora did not know what took place in the demon weapon world after her departure, much less what would happen far into the future. After awakening Alpha with the help of Snake of Time, she didn't stay in that world for any longer. Leaving behind a set of instructions and a few warrior techniques she had created over the years, she arrived at the edge of the world and easily tore the world's membrane apart. Then, taking a step forward, she entered the Origin Sea and watched the membrane rapidly recover. Glancing at the world behind her, some faint emotional fluctuations flashed in Liora's eyes. She had spent many years in this world. In fact, it could be said that she had spent most of her life in this place. During this time, she had grown from a true devil to a peak greater devil, with strength powerful enough to easily suppress her peers. As memories flashed through her mind, Liora's hands moved, and she arranged several formations around the world. Some of them were designed to conceal the world's existence, others to defend against possible intruders, while others simply altered the world's environment, making it more suitable for the practice of warriors. The seeds have been left behind. I can feel that the warrior power system has great potential. At the very least, it's stronger than the demon weapon one. Given enough time, establishing a realm equivalent to a greater devil is very possible. If there is a chance, I should return to this place in the future. Liora whispered as she carefully kept the coordinates of the demon weapon world. Having done this, she turned around and walked away. Although Liora could return to the demon world using the world descending array, just like she had done in the past, she didn't rush to do so. She planned to wander in the Origin Sea for a while. With a move of her consciousness, a familiar silhouette appeared beside her. It was Alpha. Her expression was still one of confusion as she struggled to accept the fact that she had been slumbering for thousands of years. Moreover, not only had she been comatose all this time, but when she finally woke up, she possessed the strength of a greater devil. Even till now, she had doubts about whether she had fallen into an illusion and everything was simply a dream. Cough, cough. Liora coughed to attract her attention. You don't have to worry. It's fine. Who hasn't made the mistake of sleeping for a few thousand years? There is no reason to act like this, considering your old age. You should act more maturely in the future. Liora's words of comfort did not lessen Alpha's emotions at all. If anything, they turned her even more furious. Especially when she heard the words, old age, she wanted to argue back. Unfortunately, she had no way. After all, Liora's words were undoubtedly true. Although she had slept for most of the time, it was a fact that she was now thousands of years old. To call her old was nothing but a fact. Sensing Alpha's embarrassment and looking at her angry expression, Liora chuckled. She could see through Alpha's thoughts and understood that she needed some time to accept everything. There was nothing she could say or do to comfort her at the moment. At most, she could help Alpha turn her attention elsewhere. Let's go. Let's have a look at this place. It's quite embarrassing that two greater devils have barely been to the Origin Sea. Liora gestured for Alpha to follow her as she took a step and left the demon weapon world behind her. Alpha wanted to say something at first, but staring at Leora's back, which was gradually fading away at the edge of her vision, she could only swallow her words and hastily follow her. The Origin Sea was extremely mysterious. It was not only the birthplace of all worlds and the point that connected them all, but it was also a place that held countless other secrets. At first sight, the Origin Sea looked like an endlessly stretching, dark void that was completely devoid of anything else besides the worlds themselves. Yet, as Liora and Alpha made their way through it, they soon discovered that this was not really the case. Liora stretched her hand and tightly clasped the opponent's head. Following a shrill scream, the opponent turned into ashes. Their pitch-black body covered in inexplicable white patterns quickly crumbled, as if this being had been erased from existence. Only a giant black heart remained floating in the dark void, pulsating eerily even after its owner's death. Have we come across a Chaos Beast's nest? This is already the fourth one we've met so far. Aren't such beings supposed to be rare? Liora muttered as she placed the black heart onto the space orb. Alpha behind her echoed her words. She nodded solemnly, and thinking of the earlier events, she couldn't help but remind Liora, "Lord, we should be more careful from now on. Although the Chaos Beasts we have met so far are weak, there should be many powerful beings among them. These beings would most likely take action if they were to discover our existence." "I know. Don't worry," Liora responded, knowing that Alpha's worries were not without reason. In fact, she knew way more than Alpha because of her bloodline memories. World Devourers, as the name would suggest, were like fish in the water while in the Origin Sea. Devils as a race were quite adapted to the environment of the Origin Sea. But even among all the devil bloodlines, World Devourers were among the best in terms of familiarity with this place. As such, Liora had ample information regarding the Origin Sea. Chaos Beasts occupied a small part of it. According to what other members of the World Devourer bloodline had recorded, Chaos Beasts were a type of creature native to the Origin Sea. They were said to be born from the energy left behind by the destruction of higher-level worlds, and, just like World Devourers, like to feast on World Origin. Encountering such a creature was quite rare, and if one didn't possess enough strength, meeting them would mean certain death. Liora knew that Alpha's earlier words were not alarming. Even though the Chaos Beasts the two had met so far were only at the true devil stage and were thus easily dealt with by them, there were powerful individuals among them. At least, it was certain that there were Chaos Beasts with strength equal to ancient devils. As for whether there were any stronger beings among their ranks, Liora did not know. Countless thoughts raced through her mind in just a moment. However, though she kept Alpha's reminder in mind, she did not choose to stop her journey. After cleaning up the traces of the battle and erasing any possible clues that could be used to track her down, Liora nodded to Alpha, and the two resumed their walk. The Origin Sea was vast. That was something that Liora had already known. Only true devils possessed the ability to wander in it, and even greater devils were likely to get lost if they stayed here for a long time. Besides Chaos Beasts, perhaps only archdevils, or even ancient devils, could freely roam and survive in this dark void. As Liora and Alpha continued their journey, they met countless worlds along the way. Among them were higher-level worlds, as well as weak worlds that had just been born and didn't possess much world origin. In both cases, Liora did not take action. Even though her instincts urged her to grab all these worlds and devour them, she was able to restrain the impulses of her bloodline. I didn't expect that the Origin Sea would look like this. It's really barren. Among 1,000 worlds, 950 are only lower-level worlds. 49 are medium-level worlds, and only one among 1,000 is a higher-level world. Liora shook her head. No wonder I haven't met a single other person so far. In such an environment, it's really difficult for a being powerful enough to wander in the Origin Sea to be born, she whispered. In fact, This made sense. The Origin Sea was extremely vast, while there was only a finite number of beings able to roam here. As such, meeting another person was extremely rare. Even in her bloodline memories, people meeting in the Origin Sea by accident was a rather unique occurrence. It's fine if we don't meet any other person, but why do we keep being pestered by these creatures? Suddenly, Liora let out a sigh. Her head turned to the side where there originally existed nothing, only to see the dark void squirm. Out of nowhere, a giant scaled creature emerged and attacked her. Although its main target was her, Alpha, standing on the side, was also affected. A terrible sense of gloom emerged in her hand as a three-fingered claw struck down from the sky. Just like the chaos beasts the two had met so far, this one was also colossal in size. However, what set it apart from the previous beasts was its overwhelming strength. Unlike the other chaos beasts, this one possessed the power of a greater devil. Seeing this, Alpha moved. Her eyes shone brightly as she was about to step forward and give it a try. However, before she could do so, Liora shook her head and gestured for her to stop. Although Alpha had become a greater devil, chaos beasts were quite difficult to deal with. Even though Alpha might be able to defeat it and ultimately kill it, doing so was bound to take some time. At any other time, Liora might have let her test her combat power. However, sensing that several powerful auras were rapidly approaching this place, she understood that time was of the essence. With that in mind, she didn't hold back. Staring at the black claw closing in on her, her mind moved, and the black ring on her hand fired out. This time, it didn't turn into a river. Instead, it transformed into a giant serpent, equivalent in size to the chaos beast facing her. Unlike the silver umbrella's real form, the snake transformed by the snake of time was not silver, but translucent, as if it were an illusion. Still, the change in shape and form had not diminished its power in the slightest. If anything, the snake had grown even more powerful. Following a thunderous roar, the massive serpent shot forward. Its body twisted along the claw, using it as a way to quickly approach its enemy. The snake did not attack the outstretched claw. Yet, the mere contact between the two caused the claw to crumble. The black scales broke apart while the skin behind them wrinkled, as if its owner had run out of lifespan. Then, the chaos beast's front limb vanished. Liora remained calm. She didn't celebrate this win, but continued controlling the snake of time to strike at the enemy. Soon, the chaos beast and the snake were face to face. The former let out a shrill scream and used its remaining front limb to attack, while the snake merely opened its mouth and breathed out. A wave of transparent water shot out of its maw. When the water came into contact with the incoming claw, the latter instantly shattered. The chaos beast screamed in pain. Just when it was about to regain its balance, a figure flashed behind it. A black hole revolved above Leora's head as the power of nothingness fell into her hand and transformed into a shiny spear. The spear of divine punishment overlapped with it, and two distinct powers were perfectly integrated. Without any hesitation, Liora thrust the weapon towards the torso of her confused opponent. The scales serving as the first layer of protection were quickly penetrated, and the same held true for the black skin beneath them. In the blink of an eye, the spear's tip had dug deep into the chaos beast. The latter let out a painful scream and shook its body, wishing to escape, but its struggle was meaningless. With the serpent holding the chaos beast back and blocking its way, no one could stop Liora. As the spear pierced through her enemy's flesh, the twofold power of divine punishment and nothingness poured into its body. The two attacked it from within and cooperated seamlessly, working together to destroy the chaos beast's very essence. If any greater devil were in its position, there was a tiny chance that they would survive. However, the chaos beast possessed no indestructible matter. Besides its bloodline abilities and its powerful physical strength, its other means were far weaker than those of a normal devil. Thus, it was unable to resist. Its body was gradually wiped out until it completely disappeared. Until the moment it took its final breath, the chaos beast was unable to let out a roar to vent its fury. It could only die silently and unwillingly, as quickly as it had killed the true devil-level beings in the past. Watching the chaos beast perish, Liora did not have any emotional fluctuations. At most, she sighed at her own strength, muttering that it was worth the time she spent at the peak of the true devil stage. Otherwise, this chaos beast, equivalent in strength to someone at the indestructible soul stage, would not have been killed this easily. Shaking her head, Liora calmed down. She glanced at the massive black heart left behind by the chaos beast and sensed the overwhelming power surging within it. These hearts were the condensation of the chaos beast's power. If one were to consume them, both their physical strength and overall strength would improve significantly. Although this might not provide much help to the current Liora, she still cautiously put it away, placing it beside the other hearts she had collected so far. Then, she didn't stay here any longer. Glaring at the stunned Alpha on the side, she quickly wrapped her up with her power and flew away. Half an hour after the two left, several Chaos Beasts arrived at the location where the battle had taken place. The Chaos Beasts scanned the dark, as if searching for potential clues. Unfortunately, they found nothing. Seeing this, the most decisive among them could not stay put. Feeling that the person who had led them here had already left, it understood that it would have no chance to find them. Immediately, a bloodthirsty light flashed across its black eyes. Contrary to what its earlier behavior would have shown, Chaos Beasts possessed little rationality and intelligence. Thus, feeling that its prey had escaped and its chance to become stronger had disappeared, it lunged at the next best target, the Chaos Beasts around it. Although the other Chaos Beasts were not as quick to react, they also made a similar decision. Soon, an unexpected fight occurred in the Origin Sea, a battle between several greater devil-level Chaos Beasts. Judging from the large number of participants, it was going to take a long time to judge the winner. As for the two people responsible for this fight, Liora and Alpha had already left. Not only this place, but the Origin Sea as a whole. After several years of exploration, Liora had decided to return home. Liora quickly recovered from the bizarre feeling of teleporting. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself in a familiar, vast crimson land. The aura of death and destruction filled the air, while the smell of sulfur instantly assaulted her nose. Her bloodline boiled on its own, while her demonic energy seemed to have become extremely active. Liora felt that her combat power had become stronger, even though her strength had not improved. Blessed by the chaotic atmosphere of the demon world and the will of the demon world, she was now able to exert a greater part of her own strength. Sure enough, there's no better place than the demon world for devils. No wonder every devil chooses to return to this place, no matter how strong they may be. Liora couldn't help but sigh, watching as her essence gradually adjusted. While waiting for her body to adapt to the environment of the demon world, she carefully surveyed her surroundings. Not much had changed since her departure. The sun in the sky was still lit up, casting its color over the land, while the surrounding landscapes remained eternally unchanged. This was the demon world. Towering above higher-level worlds, it stood at the apex of heavens. No matter how many years passed, no matter what happened, this place would remain the same. Even if the Origin Sea were to be destroyed and the supreme laws were to exist no more, the demon world would still operate without issue. While she was admiring her birthplace, Liora's body completed its adaptation to the environment, and she finally moved. This location was near the hollow she had once explored and the place where the strange amalgamation of various powers had been born. Liora could still remember the instinctive fear she had when she faced that creature. Now, looking back, she realized that her fears were not without reason. I'm afraid that the amalgamation did not care about me at the time. Otherwise, even if I had reacted quickly, destroyed my body, and was then reborn using blood rebirth, I wouldn't have had the chance to escape. Liora once thought that the reason she had escaped was because of her quick reaction and decisive actions. But now, she felt that she might have been mistaken. With her current strength, she could easily prevent a greater devil from destroying themselves. Therefore, there was no reason why an archdevil could not do the same. Most likely, it's because of my low strength at the time. On the other hand, Duke Bloodflower was not as lucky. Because of his own high strength and the power that corrupted him, he became the target of the amalgamation and died unwillingly. Within a couple of moments, Liora had analyzed every tiny event of the past and reached several conclusions. It took some time before she was able to suppress her thoughts. The moment she did, she raised her head towards the sky, and her eyes narrowed. just when her demonic energy surged, and she was about to soar into the air, though her movements suddenly stopped. A flicker flashed briefly within her crimson eyes, and the next moment, her figure vanished. An elderly hunched figure walked on the ground, waving an uneven wooden cane and striking at the earth below with it from time to time. Every time the cane struck the earth, the figure would pause for a brief moment, and his ears would perk up. He would concentrate fully on the noise, as if peering into heaven's secrets. The man's face was focused and stern throughout his journey. Judging by his sneaky behavior and his bizarre route, it was apparent that he had a goal and was actually searching for something. After he struck the ground and paused once more, the man's eyes suddenly lit up. "It's here. I've finally found it." He couldn't help but mutter, and his hunched back abruptly straightened up. His figure blurred, and his silhouette reappeared several kilometers away, standing in front of a giant hole. Lowering his head, the man faced a giant gate covered in dust with excitement. The gate to the hollow. "This should be the place where that infamous creature came out of," the man whispered, and a greedy look flashed across his face. He hadn't expected that he would be the lucky one to find this place among the many competitors. If everything went well, such an opportunity might allow his strength to undergo a massive transformation. The man stared at the gate below and touched his chin, wondering what he should do next. Although he had found this place, the hollow had already shattered. Even if he wanted to search for that creature's inheritance or the treasures it left behind, he had no idea where to start. Many emotions alternated on his face. After thinking for a few minutes, he raised the cane and was about to bring it down on the gate below. But just then, a whispered voice echoed behind him. "I didn't expect that there would be someone wandering near here. Is the hollow your target? Have news spread about this place?" A female voice reached his ears. The man was stunned. Although his combat power was not great, he was still a true devil, close to advancing even further. To be able to sneak up behind him without him noticing, only a greater devil possessed such an ability. Moreover, judging from the other person's words, she seemed to be very familiar with this place. A shiver ran down his spine as countless thoughts raced through his mind. Still, in reality, he acted without hesitation. He turned around and opened his mouth, mustering the courage to speak. "My lord, I stumbled upon this place by accident. I was merely searching for clues related to the catastrophe devil. I didn't expect that someone was staying here. Please forgive me for the disturbance I might have caused." The hunched man spoke and bowed his head, while secretly trying to take a glimpse of the newcomer. Unfortunately, the woman did not give him a chance. Ignoring his subservient look and his honest expression that said, "I'll tell you everything you ask," she casually waved her hand. Before the man could react, his body exploded. Only a soul remained at the place where he once stood, as even his bloody remains were wiped out. The next moment, a hand clasped at his remaining soul before chewing noises echoed. Liora closed her eyes and silently digested the memories of her opponent. With her having advanced to a greater devil, it had become far easier to obtain memories useful to her. Coupled with the difference in strength between her and the hunched man, Liora was able to obtain the information she sought pretty quickly. The moment she opened her eyes, she couldn't help but let out a sigh. "I didn't expect it." Although thousands of years have gone by in the demon weapon world, less than a year has passed in the demon world. Is the time difference between the two worlds this big? Liora was not surprised by the existence of the time difference itself. It was perfectly normal for the time in different worlds to flow differently, let alone a difference of thousands of times. Even if millions of years were equivalent to a mere moment, it wouldn't be completely out of the ordinary. Still, since she was not used to such a situation, it took a few moments for Liora to recover. After she accepted this fact, she shifted her focus to the rest of the information she had just obtained. This information was very valuable, exactly what she needed to navigate through the demon world at the moment. "The amalgamation of creatures that I created has indeed caused chaos in the 173rd layer of the demon world. Over the past few months, thousands of cities and millions of devils have died in its hands. The more it kills, the more destruction it seeks. Exactly because of that and its bloodthirsty nature, that creature has been named Catastrophe Devil by weaker devils. The Catastrophe Devil had become widely known by now, and even lesser devils were aware of its existence. Its many slaughters had brought fear to most devils, plunging the lair into chaos as they scrambled to find ways to survive. The result of such chaos was simple. Many devils had already left the 173rd layer and chose to escape into other layers, unwilling to return before the catastrophe devil was killed. This didn't mean that the creatures in the lair had become less, though. As the news of the catastrophe devil's existence spread, many devils from other layers were alarmed and traveled here, hoping to reap some benefits. The man that Liora had just killed happened to be one of them. Through luck and his own special bloodline abilities, he had managed to trace the catastrophe devil back to this place. Then, feeling that the catastrophe devil might have left a treasure or inheritance behind, he hastily came here to collect. The rest was history. Recalling the greed that the man had displayed and his earlier mindless behavior, Liora couldn't help but shake her head in disapproval. How dare a mere, true devil meddle in the affairs of archdevils? Isn't this person simply seeking death? She let out a sigh, feeling that this person was bound not to live for long. Even if he hadn't died at her hands today, it would only be a matter of time before he died at the hands of someone else. Unwilling to investigate the thinking process of a true devil for long, Liora lowered her head and glanced at the gate of the hollow within the gap of the earth. Unlike the hunched man, she knew that the so-called catastrophe devil had not left anything of value behind. There was no such thing as inheritance or hidden treasure. Not only was this place not a land of opportunity, but it was, in fact, quite dangerous. After all, this was where the catastrophe devil had been born. No one knew if it had left any power behind. Moreover, any sudden movements in this place might cause the catastrophe devil to notice something amiss. Thinking of this, and knowing that there was no benefit to be had, Liora did not linger here for long. After taking a final look at the gate below and engraving the remaining auras into her memories, she finally left. The structure of the 173rd layer of the demon world was fairly simple. Devil cities were scattered along the continent, with the strongest among them, those with a greater devil in charge, being known as true cities. Besides them, the only other special landscapes were the 4 forbidden areas and the hollows. The process of the formation of the former was unknown, but hollows were known to emerge because of the rulers, the hollow ancestors' influence. This structure was something that everyone in the 173rd layer was familiar with, and no one, including Liora, had ever doubted. However, Liora discovered something astonishing upon returning this time. A piece of information had appeared in her mind the moment she returned to the demon world and had revealed the truth of this layer. Standing many kilometers above the ground, Liora stared at the vast continent below and discovered that it looked endless even from this high in the sky. Although she had become a peak greater devil and was thousands of times stronger, Liora could still not see the end of the 173rd layer, as if it stretched infinitely. Such a discovery might have stunned her at any other time. However, Liora had neither the time nor the will to admire the scenery at the moment. Her entire focus was on the world floating in the distance, or to be more accurate, on the enormous city. Hollow City, a giant city attached to the 173rd layer, with essence higher than an ordinary higher-level world. According to the information that had appeared in her mind, the Hollow City was the real hidden center of the 173rd layer. Only greater devils and stronger beings had access to it, while the city was invisible to weaker beings. I used to believe that the devil cities built by greater devils were truly vast, and almost nothing could match them. But now, I realize that those cities are nothing. Is this what a city built by an ancient devil looks like? Using an entire higher-level world as a material to build a city. What a great undertaking. Though she was far away, Liora could glimpse into the city's information. Giant buildings of all kinds and types, creatures powerful enough to shatter worlds with ease, and precious treasures that were enough to transform a mortal into a terrifying existence. All of the above could be seen everywhere in the city. The Hollow City was not surrounded by any wall, nor was there any guard patrolling its perimeter. Yet, Liora understood that this didn't mean that it was unguarded the very moment she stepped through the entrance. As she did, her expression turned solemn, and she subconsciously raised her head towards the sky. Although nothing had changed compared to a moment ago, her keen senses had allowed her to sense something. the world around her had changed. A formation, she couldn't help but mutter, and, although she showed no emotions on the surface, was deeply shocked. The existence of the formation was not what shocked her. Instead, it was the formation's large range. Considering that she had noticed its existence the moment she stepped into Hollow City, wouldn't this mean that the formation covered the entire city? One had to know that this was not an ordinary city, but one built on top of a higher-level world. It stretched endlessly, being several times bigger than the demon weapon world she had previously been to. Just its range was already astonishing enough. Yet, as Liora felt an invisible power wash over her body and investigate her state, she understood that its size was not its only extraordinary characteristic. I'm afraid that the formation might have already awakened intelligence. Considering its range and power, the creature born from the formation may have the strength of an archdevil. Even among all archdevils, it should be fairly powerful. Liora judged as she watched the invisible power disappear after confirming that she posed no threat to the city. Knowing that this was the process everyone had to go through upon entering the city, she didn't say anything. After taking a deep breath, she continued her journey and walked deeper into Hollow City. However, she hadn't gone far before a voice suddenly echoed in her ears. "Your Excellency, are you new to the city? Do you need a guide to show you the way?" A set of familiar words was heard. When Liora turned her head, she saw that their source was a short creature with a long tail extending behind its back. Seeing her stare at him, the short devil stepped forward with a smile on his face. "Your Excellency, I'm afraid you don't know, but Hollow City is truly enormous. Without a guide leading the way, it's likely that you will spend years, if not centuries, searching for what you're looking for." Although Liora guessed the purpose of this person saying this, she also understood that he was not necessarily lying. Not only was Hollow City massive, but because its essence was a higher-level world, space had become nearly impossible to shatter. Thus, unlike the demon weapon world, where she could roam freely, she lacked the ability to teleport within the city. At most, she could fly, or even just walk while within its confines. "What's the price?" Liora asked, and the smile on the short devil's face grew bigger. "Your Excellency only needs to spend one true devil soul, or something of equivalent value," he said while fidgeting with his small limbs. Liora frowned at first and was about to argue, but after a few moments, she threw a soul to the short devil and motioned him to walk. "Come on, lead the way." Facts proved that Liora's decision to hire the short devil was correct. As the two wandered through the city filled with buildings of various types and eras, she almost had a headache. Turning her head and looking at the Victorian-era Western castle on the side, followed by an Eastern pavilion, and then a cyberpunk-like, futuristic building, she had to admit that this world was truly wonderful. Seemingly sensing her thoughts, the short devil took the initiative to explain. "The residents in the city are at least true devils, and even greater devils are quite common. Such beings have had various adventures during their trips to other worlds. Once they return to the demon world, most of them choose to adopt the styles of those worlds out of habit," he said. "I thought that Hollow City was only open to greater devils. Where did all these true devils come from?" Liora stared at the short devil and questioned, noticing that this person was also at the true devil stage. The short devil laughed. "Hollow City is indeed undetectable to people below the greater devil stage. However, as long as one is accompanied by a greater devil, they can always find their way to this place. Moreover, it's not like creatures cannot be born directly in the city. Take me for example, I used to be the test subject of a greater devil. Unfortunately, my master died at the hands of his enemies a few thousand years ago. Now, I have to do such simple jobs to survive." The short devil showed a sorrowful expression on his face, as if he was reminiscing on the days spent with his master. However, Liora merely sized him up and chose to remain silent. She didn't believe his words. Although this short guy was not a naturally born devil, but the result of someone's research, he still retained most devil characteristics. How could he possibly possess traits such as loyalty? Did he think that she had just been born? Seeing that Liora did not say anything, the short devil quickly regained his composure. As if nothing had happened, he regained his smile and led her through the city. While on the way, he didn't forget to introduce some basic information. The rules of Hollow City are fairly simple. Besides forbidding fighting outside the permitted areas, The rules are roughly the same as those of the demon layer below. Hearing his words, Liora nodded and listened attentively. When he finished speaking, she sensed the many powerful auras surging throughout the city and couldn't help but bring up the matter of various forces. The short devil answered immediately. Unlike the demon layer below, only archdevils can establish their own organization in Hollow City. Although greater devils can also do so and nothing really stops them, they can only establish some small organizations that are barely profitable enough to support their practice. However, archdevils are also divided based on their strength. Your Excellency should understand that there are differences from archdevil to archdevil. Though he didn't explain any further, Liora understood what he was implying. Not every archdevil was equal, just like not every greater devil was equal. Take Liora, for example. With her strength, few greater devils could match her. If she were to meet a greater devil who had just advanced, it wouldn't take much effort to kill them. Thus, although they were both greater devils, how could their status be the same? While she was thinking, the short devil continued. Among the many organizations, there are 4 major ones that everyone needs to pay attention to. Compared to other forces, these are the ones that hold real power. If you were to offend any other power, you might be safe as long as you stay in the city or flee to other demon layer or worlds. But if you happen to offend any of these 4, you'll surely be hunted down. Primordial Sin Temple, Slaughter Tavern, Destruction Cult, and above all, the City Lord's Mansion. The names of these 4 organizations popped up in Liora's mind as she recalled the short devil's earlier reminder. According to him, these were the strongest organizations in the city, holding real administrative power over Hollow City. Each of them was led by a peak archdevil, and there were several archdevils among their ranks. The City Lord's Mansion held the most transcendent status. This was because this was an organization nominally under the name of the Hollow Ancestor, tasked with ensuring the city's stable operation. As such information resurfaced in her mind, Liora stared silently at the enormous building in front of her. The building looked like a pavilion but also like a temple, while its high walls were covered in flickering blue stars, making them look like a painting of the starry sky. A large plaque was erected above the entrance, and even though the words on it were written in a language that Liora could not understand, their meaning was conveyed directly in her mind. Astral Pavilion, an organization introduced by the guide, famous for gathering and selling intelligence. Its status was quite extraordinary, only lower than the 4 major organizations. Since Liora had just arrived in the city, paying a visit to the Astral Pavilion was the first thing she did upon separating from the guide. After all, she knew the importance of information. She was no longer in a small world within the Origin Sea, but in the demon world, where countless powerhouses gathered. While in the demon weapon world, she could act recklessly, knowing that her many trump cards could ensure her survival. But while in the demon world, one had to know their limits. And to do so, gathering information about potential dangers was perhaps the most important thing. As Liora thought of this, she raised her leg and stepped into the pavilion. Immediately, her vision darkened. Her consciousness captured a faint teleportation force acting on her body, and the next moment, she had appeared in a luxurious room. The room was vast, seemingly a demi-plane of its own. An enormous sofa made from the corpse of a greater devil-level creature stood at its center, as if it were made specifically for giants. A smaller, unassuming wooden chair could be seen across the sofa, as a lone figure currently sat on it. When Liora took her seat on the sofa and sized the figure up, her eyes shone with faint surprise. The figure was a woman. With long white hair and smooth but pale skin, she wore a long red dress that perfectly highlighted her curves. Her golden eyes were somewhat teary, while she stared back at Liora with a frail look. Succubus. Liora instantly recognized this person's identity, having come into contact with members of this race before. While Liora was sizing her up, the white-haired succubus on the other side smiled and slightly lowered her head. The Astral Pavilion is really lucky to have welcomed Your Excellency. My name is Asira. I'll do my best to satisfy all of Your Excellency's requests. As she spoke, the woman slightly leaned forward and revealed most of her bare cleavage, as if inviting Liora to admire. Her actions indeed attracted Liora's attention. However, she didn't display any lust, but frowned instead. She would not be fooled by Asira's unintentional movements. nor did she let down her guard. She could see that this person was a powerful greater devil. Moreover, recalling how she had instantly appeared in the demi-plane without meeting any other people, Liora guessed that she should not be the only customer currently in the astral pavilion. Most likely, there were several such demi-planes, each having a different receptionist in charge. Asira fitted the characteristics of what Liora considered attractive. Similarly, Liora believed that the other demi-planes should be the same, each catering to the preferences of the customers. Assuming that each demi-plane has a greater devil in charge, finding a person that suits the aesthetics of each customer should be nearly impossible. Yet, this seems to be the case at the moment. The power of the astral pavilion is indeed extraordinary. She couldn't help but sigh. Suppressing her thoughts, she shifted her focus to Asira and nodded her head. I've heard that the astral pavilion conducts intelligence selling business. I've just arrived in Hollow City, so I need some of the city's basic information. Also, I heard that there is a devil wreaking chaos in the 173rd demon lair. If possible, I want all the relevant information. Asira did not show any surprise that her charm failed to capture Liora's heart, nor was she offended by her straightforward behavior. She pretended that nothing had happened and leaned back on the chair, crossing her legs and smiling slightly. Your Excellency has come to the right place. I don't dare to boast, but the intelligence-gathering capabilities of the Astral Pavilion are unparalleled. Even the 4 major organizations cannot compete with us in this field, she said with pride in her voice. But soon, her smile receded, and she frowned. Biting her lower lip with her teeth, she showed a distraught look and continued. However, Your Excellency's demands are a little excessive. Although you seek basic information regarding the city, it's difficult to satisfy your request just based on the large volume. Moreover, such intelligence involves the information of dozens of archdevils and thousands of greater devils. Similarly, the catastrophe devil situation is quite complicated. Several extremely powerful beings are involved. Asira's eyes darted around and didn't dare to meet Liora's, as if she were ashamed of her inability to satisfy Liora's request. However, Liora ignored her embarrassed look as she understood her hidden meaning. Such information was very expensive. If she wanted to get it, she had to pay a high price. Liora rolled her eyes, feeling that she was being looked down upon. Immediately, her consciousness dove into the space orb. She took a greater devil chaos heart out, then another, and a third one. At first, Asira's frown remained etched on her face. But as several hearts of chaos beasts appeared, this frown was soon replaced by a heartfelt smile. Thankfully, Your Excellency does not have to worry. I shall take it upon myself to complete this deal, she said and patted herself, causing her chest to shake violently. Asira waved her hand, and the image of a starry sky appeared in front of her. Countless tiny planets constantly revolved around their stars, with each galaxy being but a tiny dot among this vast blue sky. Looking at this scene, Asira's expression grew solemn. A blue light flashed within her eyes, and the next moment, she reached out and flicked the starry sky with her index finger. The sky quickly dissolved, as if it had burst apart. But in its place, several blue lights remained. The lights did not stay motionless. Under Asira's control, they fired out and arrived in front of Liora, soon merging with her body. Liora did not resist. She watched silently as the stars entered her soul space and settled beside her soul. Although she didn't try it at the moment, she could sense that she could touch the stars with her consciousness. Once she did, the information she had just purchased would be unveiled to her. A smile appeared on Liora's face upon seeing this. She felt that using a few hearts of chaos beasts in exchange for such valuable information was absolutely worth it. However, when she noticed the wide smile on Asira's face, she understood that the other party had not made a loss either. Clearly, both Liora and Asira felt that their deal had been fruitful. Just when Liora was preparing to get up and leave, Asira stopped her with her eyes and reached into her bosom. She took a blue card out and slid it in her direction. The guest has reached the minimum threshold to become a VIP in the Astral Pavilion. Holding this card, Your Excellency can enjoy a 10% discount on all future purchases. Moreover, information that would otherwise be unpurchasable can now be accessed by you. Liora reached out and took the card. Ignoring the warmth of the card caused by long-term contact with Asira's cleavage, She merely nodded her head. Though she had just arrived in the city, she understood that this card was extremely valuable, not only because of the discount, but also because of the increase in one's status. With this VIP card in her hands, Liora could now access intelligence regarding more powerful beings and more hidden mysteries. Despite knowing this, she was in no rush. At the moment, her main goal was to settle in the city and achieve the goals she had set before coming here. As for purchasing more intelligence, that could always wait for later. Before long, Liora left the astral pavilion behind her. She showed no signs of leaving the city. Instead, following the instructions given by the short devil beforehand, she wandered through the streets and slowly approached the closest market. While on the way, her consciousness moved and touched the blue stars revolving around her soul. Instantly, information flowed out of them and poured into her mind. Although Liora had never encountered this before, she had experienced several situations similar to this in the past. Thus, despite having to consciously digest the information, her footsteps never stopped. Hollow City was truly massive. Since Liora did not fly but simply walked along the streets, it took her several hours to reach her destination. As she approached the market, the mostly empty city gradually became filled with devils. Countless powerful auras were gathered, as if a world-destroying army had assembled and was ready to march. Yet, when Liora arrived at the crime scene, she discovered that this was merely an illusion. The devils that had gathered here were not prepared to invade any world or any other demon lair, but had instead come here to trade. Walking with her hands clasped behind her back, Liora passed by several shops. Some of them were giant buildings emanating an oppressive aura that stunned even her, while others were simple wooden huts, the ones that one would find in most ordinary mortal towns. Liora did not rush to approach any of them, but as her consciousness swept around, many voices echoed in her ears. This is the coordinate of a medium-level world. The extraordinary people there call themselves gods. By absorbing the faith of mortals, they can almost infinitely improve their strength. Your Excellency, I'm looking for companions to invade a higher-level world together. I've already reached an agreement with 6 other greater devils. If you're interested, I won't trade this weapon. Unless you possess several fire-related devil techniques, there's no reason to bargain. Liora quickly filtered through the noise. With raised eyebrows, she approached one of many shops and looked around. The owner was the person who had previously mentioned the world of the gods. At the moment, he was talking with a Balrog-looking devil and boasting about his product's immense value. Liora did not interrupt their conversation. She wandered casually throughout the shop, and her consciousness swept out, investigating the precious products. Nothing piqued her interest at first, but before long, her attention fell on a bunch of moving runes. Though they were different from the devil runes she was familiar with, Liora could roughly judge their function. Moreover, her keen perception allowed her to sense an invisible power surrounding them. Coupled with the shop owner's earlier words, she recognized their identity. The owner proved unable to complete the deal with the Balrog devil. He was originally quite dissatisfied, cursing at the customer and claiming that they did not know how to appreciate treasures. However, when he noticed Liora staring at the runes, his eyes lit up. This guest is far more knowledgeable than those idiots. He approached Liora and said, "These runes are the condensation of the god power system that I just talked about. Natives refer to them as godheads." He explained and grabbed one of the many runes. Its blue color fell on his terrifying face as he continued. These gods are all related to a certain concept. Take this godhead as an example. I collected it after slaying the god of water. Similarly, I've gathered the godheads of the god of fire, the god of blacksmiths, etc. Liora did not need any further explanation. Her past life and bloodline memories allowed her to easily grasp the shop owner's meaning. Staring at the many godheads lying in front of her, she pondered for a few seconds before finally speaking up. I want the godheads of the god of fire, water, earth, and wind. Her request caused a smile to flash across the shopkeeper's face. Your Excellency has a keen eye? These 4 godheads are the most valuable items in the entire shop. In fact, there are rumors that the 4 elements are the cornerstones of the world of the gods. These 4 godheads might hold a great secret. It's just waiting for the destined one to uncover it. The shopkeeper looked excited. It seemed as if the godheads could turn a mortal into a devil emperor the very next moment. Unfortunately, before he could continue his boasting, Liora rudely interrupted him. Okay, stop talking nonsense. These godheads are useless for beings of our level. Their main function should be to allow mortals to quickly get stronger. However, such a god is at most equivalent to a greater devil. Even if one were to ignore that, the influence of faith has major drawbacks. Which greater devil is stupid enough to merge with such a thing? Don't try to trick me. She waved her hand dismissively. If it wasn't useful to my current research, I wouldn't have spared a glance at such useless things. Shortly after, Liora exited the shop with several new runes sitting within her space orb, exchanged for items that were no longer useful to her. Having obtained what she sought not long after she arrived in the market, Liora couldn't help but nod in satisfaction, especially when she saw that she had explored only a small part of the overall market. She felt that her choice of coming here was correct. With a newfound expectation, she resumed her journey, searching for anything that could help her improve her strength. The City Lord's mansion was the organization responsible for maintaining Hollow City's stability. At least nominally, the city was under its rule. As such, if one wished to purchase a residence in the city, they had to go through them. Fortunately, the process was not too complicated. Besides requesting the fee and some basic information, the City Lord's mansion did not conduct any in-depth research on the purchaser's identity. Coupled with Liora's power as a greater devil, she didn't face any difficulties along the process. Within a day of her arriving in Hollow City, she had purchased her own dwelling. This is where we'll stay for the near future. Liora spoke to Alpha while staring at the large mansion before her. It was called a mansion, but in fact, it looked more like a small city. Hundreds of small and big buildings were interconnected, enough to house thousands of people. Seemingly noticing this, Liora turned to Alpha and spoke up. Unless something goes wrong, we will stay in Hollow City for quite a while. You should find a few people to help you take care of the mansion. You're now a greater devil, after all. It's impossible to ask you to keep an entire city clean. Who knows? You might think that it's unworthy of your status and try to rebel, Liora jokingly said. Alpha did not laugh at her jokes, though. She pursed her lips and grumbled audibly, staring at Liora with obvious dissatisfaction in her amber eyes. Since her identity as an old woman had been revealed, Alpha had been pouting, seemingly full of complaints. Although Liora had the urge to tease her, she also understood that now was not the right time. She had a hunch that Alpha was on the verge of going crazy. If she were to press any further, Liora was afraid that she would try to fight her. Thinking of this, she changed the topic of conversation. I'm going to practice for the next few days. You will be in charge of the mansion during this time. I will set up a formation before I leave. With your strength and its help, you face no danger unless an archdevil attacks. Hearing the seriousness in her tone, Alpha's fierce gaze receded. Her face turned solemn, and she nodded her head, showing that she understood. Don't worry, my lord. I will keep the mansion safe while you're in seclusion. She swore, her tone as reliable as ever. Liora felt safe leaving Alpha in charge of the mansion. After engraving a few arrays and giving control over them to Alpha, she shut herself deep within the mansion. Closing her eyes, her consciousness focused on a certain blue star and went through the information contained within it. The astral pavilion is not to be underestimated. The guide might have been correct. The pavilion's power and influence are perhaps only lower than that of the 4 major organizations. Liora's eyes narrowed. She had gone through the information about Hollow City and had already memorized it while in the market. What she digested at this time was the intelligence regarding the catastrophe devil. As the person responsible for its birth, Liora claimed to be the most knowledgeable about the matter. Yet, as she went through the intelligence given by the astral pavilion, she found bits of information that even she was unaware of. For example, the identity of the creatures that resulted in the catastrophe devil's birth. The catastrophe devil is the result of the amalgamation of several unique creatures. It's suspected to be a test experiment gone rogue. Creatures confirmed to be part of the catastrophe devil: Blood God Ancestor, Hydra Ancestor, for Elements Devil, Duke Bloodflower. Due to the amalgamation of several different powers, the catastrophe devil has awakened the power of devouring. By swallowing creatures, items, and even concepts, it can rapidly become stronger. Liora was only familiar with one of the names listed by the Astral Pavilion, while the other ones were completely foreign to her. Fortunately, a brief description was given to each of these names, as if the person responsible for assembling the information had already expected it. Blood God Ancestor. Strength. Ancient Devil, Other Shore. Description. Went missing 4 million years ago. He was confirmed dead not long after. Powers. Blood. Hydra Ancestor. Strength. Ancient Devil, Other Shore. Description. Went missing 4 million years ago. He was confirmed dead not long after. Powers. Rebirth. 4 Elements Devil. Strength. Archdevil, Ascension. Description. Went missing 2 million years ago. Current whereabouts unknown. Suspected of having been imprisoned. Powers. Fire, Wind, Water, Earth. Duke Bloodflower. Strength. Greater Devil, Indestructible Body. Description. Perished less than a year ago. Powers. Puppetry. Duke Bloodflower was the least impressive among the long list of participants. This was not because he was weak, but because all the other people were extremely powerful. 2 ancient devils and 1 archdevil. Moreover, the lone archdevil was not an ordinary one, but someone who had reached the peak of that stage. Sure enough, these people are not simple at all. I was right to get rid of all those things. Liora sighed, roughly understanding which being represented each item. The Blood God Ancestor and the Hydra Ancestor were the owners of the pink droplet of blood that had accompanied her from the Crucible to the demon world. On the other hand, the 4 Elements Devil was the creator of the 4 Elements token and perhaps the fire elemental core. As for Duke Bloodflower, he was merely an unfortunate bystander whose soul was devoured and coincidentally merged with the rest. No wonder no one can stop the Catastrophe Devil. With such a background, most archdevils would struggle to defeat it, much less slay it. Perhaps only ancient devils have the absolute confidence to kill it. As far as Liora knew, the Hollow Ancestor was the only ancient devil in the 173rd demon lair. Unless he personally took action and chose to hunt it down, the Catastrophe Devil would continue to wreak havoc. Countless thoughts raced through Leora's mind, and she went through the information again and again. Her eyes would narrow sometimes and flash with doubts at others, as she gradually digested and analyzed it. A few hours later, her consciousness retreated from the blue star, and she finally opened her eyes once more. Although everything pointed to the fact that she and the Catastrophe Devil were destined to meet again, Liora did not contemplate this matter for long. The situation between the Catastrophe Devil and the Archdevils and Ancient Devils was none of her business at the moment. At present, her goal was nothing but to escape her current predicament. Even though Leora's trip to the demon weapon world had proved fruitful and her strength had undergone a massive transformation, it had also showcased a future problem. Namely, the World Devourer ancestor parasitizing her true spirit gate. If she wished to advance further and become an archdevil, she had to think of a way to expel or even kill the opponent. With my current strength and the help of the Snake of Time, I should be able to deal with an ordinary archdevil trying to take over my body, Liora thought, but soon shook her head. Unfortunately, the World Devourer ancestor is not an ordinary archdevil. In fact, it's very likely that they are an ancient devil and not an ordinary one at that. The World Devourer ancestor claimed to be a powerful archdevil during their previous confrontation. However, Liora had no reason to believe the words of her enemy. She believed that there was a high chance that the purpose of these words was to mislead her. For example, to cause her to let down her guard and attack the true spirit gate without making sufficient preparations. Thankfully, Liora was not like other devils and could restrain her instincts yearning for advancement. Thus, after returning to the demon world, she immediately rushed to Hollow City and began making preparations. Thinking of this, several squirming runes appeared in Leora's hand. They were the godheads that she had just purchased from the market, each belonging to one of the 4 major elements, namely, fire, water, earth, and wind. As Leora's consciousness swept past the runes, information regarding them appeared in her mind. Though she had never visited the world of the gods and had never seen one, she could roughly guess some things about them just based on these godheads. The gods of that world effectively merge with one of the world's operation rules. With the help of the faith of their believers, they can obtain subtle control over certain concepts. For example, The godhead of the god of fire allowed one to control fire elements. Similarly, the ice godhead gave control over ice elements, etc. Liora could sense that she would also gain partial control over the relevant abilities if she were to integrate with the godheads in her hands. However, just like she had mentioned while in the market, such temptation was easy to suppress. The reason she purchased these runes was not to absorb them. Instead, it was to use them as resources to advance the practice of one of her 2 devil techniques. 4 Elements Method, the first devil technique she had collected in the demon world, and the one she had yet to master. Recalling its information, Liora closed her eyes and activated Devour. Instantly, several bloody tentacles grew out of her body as if she had become an outer god. The tentacles seemed to possess a consciousness of their own and quickly approached the runes, wrapping around them and starting to swallow them. The tentacles pulsated and flew all over the place, like monsters gone out of control. However, Liora paid no heed to them. Her mind remained on her own body, and she watched herself slowly transform. The essence of the 4 elements poured from the tentacles into her body while the 4 Elements Method began to operate. With Devour's assistance and her own powerful strength, Liora faced little difficulty while practicing. Only a few minutes later, the runes lost their luster, and their originally beautiful colors turned gray. Following a barely audible click, the items that Liora had paid a heavy price to obtain exploded. Unlike what one would expect, Liora was not disappointed by this result. Rather, she was quite satisfied. Opening her eyes and staring at the 4 elements surrounding her that used to be invisible to her, Liora had a hunch that she could control them with just a thought. And that idea soon proved to be correct. With a move of her mind, several lights flashed in front of her. A large dragon made of fire emerged and roared, before it quickly disappeared, replaced by a blue sword made purely out of ice. Then, a small mountain appeared, followed by a revolving whirlpool, and then back to towering creatures made of fire elements. Within moments, Liora controlled the 4 elements to create a variety of phenomena. Sensing their power and feeling her absolute control over them, she couldn't help but nod her head with a smile. It deserves to be a technique developed by the 4 Elements Devil, a peak Archdevil. Although it's only a technique at the true Devil stage, mastering it is enough to significantly enhance my combat power, Liora thought as she waved her hand and dispersed the gathered elements. The room returned to calm. Having finished practicing the devil technique, Liora still did not rush to go out. Instead, her focus shifted to another devil technique, one that she had awakened upon her advancement to a greater devil and could be considered the upgraded form of the World Devourer method. Primal Abyss Technique, the inherited greater devil technique of all world devourers. Unlike at the true devil stage, where devil techniques were mainly used to improve one's understanding of certain concepts and thus advance, at the greater devil stage, techniques were purely meant for fighting. Some of them focused on enhancing the devil's physical strength. Others helped them awaken certain abilities or talents, while there were even some that completely changed one's state. The Primal Abyss technique was a mix of the first and the third types. By perfectly combining the power of nothingness, their demonic energy, and their indestructible matter, a world devourer could give birth to Abyss power. Abyss power was merely a name. Its most important function was to temper one's physical body and soul, while it could also be used while fighting to enhance one's combat power. Although this was the first greater devil technique that Liora had ever obtained, she quickly judged that its quality was extremely high. Provided that a greater devil fully mastered it, it was more than enough to help them leapfrog, allowing them to contend against a person a substage higher than them. Even for the current Liora, practicing this technique would significantly enhance her combat power, much more than the 4 Elements method ever did. Unfortunately, this technique cannot be practiced. Liora shook her head and concluded. As something passed down through bloodline memories, it was very likely that the Primal Abyss technique was created by the World Devourer ancestor. At the very least, this person had partial control over the technique and might have left behind some loopholes. As such, to practice this technique while being destined to confront them was not only reckless, but also extremely naive. Thankfully, I was already aware of this and made sufficient preparations, Liora thought, and her focus fell on another greater devil technique. one she had just found in the market. Demonic body art was its name. Just like the primal abyss technique, it was based upon the integration of different forces. It was just that, unlike the former, the demonic body art only integrated indestructible matter and demonic energy. This meant that its effects were far weaker than those of the primal abyss technique. Regardless, Liora felt that it was worthwhile to practice it. Every bit of extra combat strength she had was enough to tilt the scales of balance and give her an advantage in her future confrontation with the world devourer ancestor. With that in mind, Liora didn't hesitate to begin its practice. Visit and read more novel to help us update chapter quickly. Thank you so much. The demonic body art was divided into 6 levels. The first 2 were equivalent to the indestructible body stage, the middle 2 to the indestructible soul stage, while the rest were equivalent to the true spirit stage. The energy born was the same for all 6 levels. However, the demon force quality and overall volume would increase significantly with each breakthrough. As this information resurfaced in Liora's mind, 2 different energies appeared and floated right in front of her eyes. One was golden, seemingly sacred and representing indestructibility, while the other was crimson, chaotic, and deeply evil. The 2 powers were distinct and repelled each other, as if they were polar opposite magnets. Yet, as Liora manipulated them according to the demonic body art, the 2 gradually grew closer. The moment the 2 touched each other, the expected combination did not occur. Instead, the 2 shook violently and became unstable. They trembled, looking ready to explode like TNT that had been ignited. An aura of destruction emanated from them and spread throughout the mansion. Though Alpha was far away, her pupils shrank, and a shiver ran down her spine. Fortunately, just when she was worried, about to rush into the room and investigate what had happened, the overwhelming aura retreated. Liora's consciousness swept out and suppressed the outburst of the 2 energies, forcibly combining the 2. With her extraordinary soul and soul will, she quickly succeeded. The 2 energies soon became one. The 2 distinct colors swirled on its surface for a while before turning pitch black. In the blink of an eye, a new type of energy had been created in front of Liora. Demon Force, a unique energy born from practicing the demonic body art. Though this was merely a tiny portion of it, Liora could already sense its immense aura. Compared to the demonic energy in her body, this demon force was many times more powerful. If she were to use it to activate her abilities, their power would be significantly enhanced. Realizing this, a trace of excitement flashed across her eyes. However, she did not choose to experiment just yet. Instead, after taking a deeper look at the demon force and analyzing its peculiar structure, she opened her mouth and swallowed it. The demon force quickly integrated with her body, as if the 2 were originally one. A faint click echoed, and Liora's aura flared. The demon force flowed throughout her body and increased her physical strength, and perhaps more importantly, dug into her soul and enhanced its quality. The overall improvement was minuscule since Liora had only just reached the first level of the demonic body art. But the significance of this phenomenon was self-explanatory. Creating a bit of demon force had already improved her strength. If she were to continue practicing and reach the 4th, 5th, or even 6th level of the demonic body art, just by how much would her strength actually improve? Thinking of this, Liora found it hard to retain her composure. Without any hesitation, she resumed the practice of the demonic body art. This time, she didn't need to do the combination of the 2 energies outside. As her consciousness moved, the indestructible matter and demonic energy merged with her body as the vessel and demon force was born. The first integration took her half an hour, while the second one just a quarter. Gradually, the time spent became less and less. But Liora was still not satisfied. At this rate, it would take her months, if not years, to reach the 4th level of the demonic body art, much less the levels beyond that. With that in mind, her mind moved. The black serpent coiled around finger fired out and appeared above her head, transforming into a tributary of the River of Time. A translucent droplet fell out of it and dripped on Liora. Instantly, the time around her blurred, as if she had ascended in dimensions. Her thinking process became several times more active, while her movements suddenly became extremely fast. Her consciousness moved, and the demon force within her body was now being created at a terrifying rate, several times faster than before. At least, this was how it seemed from the outside world. But for Liora, nothing had changed. While Liora was working hard to improve her strength, Alpha did not remain idle. Although Liora had not told her what difficulties she was facing, her rush to become stronger had already betrayed her inner worries. As such, even though Alpha could not help her deal with the incoming danger, she chose to do her best to support her. Just like Liora had previously instructed, she hired several people to help her take care of the mansion. Perhaps because she was a puppet herself, Alpha did not choose to purchase slaves or any other sentient creature. Instead, she specifically bought a bunch of puppets. Even though these creatures lacked intelligence and were completely unlike her, a smile couldn't help but appear on her face as she stared at the hundreds of puppets wandering around the mansion. Compared to fighting, killing, and always being on the run, she very much preferred the serenity of this scene. Unlike Liora, whose main goal was to become more powerful and reach the apex of heavens, Alpha did not have such grand ambitions. As a puppet, her main purpose was to serve her lord. Although she had by now transcended her instincts and was no longer merely a machine, this goal remained engraved on her mind. Not out of necessity, but out of her own will. It would be nice if these days lasted forever. Alpha couldn't help but whisper with a smile. However, when she recalled the previous oppressive aura emanating from Liora's room, that smile disappeared, and her expression grew solemn once again. A flicker of determination flashed in her amber eyes. After taking one final look at her compatriots, she gave a set of instructions before shutting herself in her room. Even though Liora had not mentioned it, much less requested her help, Alpha was silently preparing herself for the future. She vowed to become powerful enough to help Liora deal with the incoming danger before that time arrived. Liora's arrival was hardly noticed by anyone in Hollow City. Only the nearby residents discovered her purchase of the mansion, but they didn't visit her, nor did they try to befriend her. After all, this was Hollow City. A greater devil was hardly of note in this place. There were thousands of such beings permanently staying in the city, and the number of them going in and out of the city every day was many times greater. Under this relatively rare time of peace, time quickly went by. Liora was busy practicing the demonic body art and making plans for the future, while Alpha was also doing her best to catch up to her and prove to be of help. Before anyone could notice, almost a week had gone by. Liora's eyelids suddenly fluttered. A moment later, her eyes opened, and a deep black color flashed within them. An oppressive aura spread with her at the center as the demon force accumulated in her body rioted. The projection of a giant demonic figure emerged behind her back, seemingly representing the apex of everything demonic. Fortunately, Liora reacted quickly. Before the aura could spread far and alarm anyone, her consciousness swept out and suppressed the many phenomena. The demonic figure behind her crumbled and returned with her body, while the destructive aura vanished. The fourth level of the demonic body art is completed, Liora muttered as she retracted the snake of time and let time return to its natural order. Scanning her current body and seeing that a large amount of black energy, demon force, had silently accumulated in her body, Liora couldn't help but nod her head. Especially when she noticed that as the demon force wandered, her physical body and her soul would be slowly tempered, the satisfaction in her eyes became even more apparent. Although the demon force power is not as high as the abyss power of the primal abyss technique, its strength is still quite impressive. Liora decided to give it a try. Immediately, a small part of the black energy within her was consumed, while the elements around her rioted. The next moment, fire elements gathered, and a small fireball the size of a head appeared before her. It looked unassuming, like the fireball that even the weakest extraordinary being could create. Yet, as Liora's gaze landed on the fireball, she sensed a hint of danger. A bunch of black matter could be seen deep within the fireball, and as long as it landed somewhere, the matter would quickly explode, causing massive amounts of damage. Seeing this, Liora's eyes wandered through the room, and she was ready to test its power. Soon, she had a target. Controlling the fire elements, she manipulated the fireball to approach her. Then, before anyone could react, she tossed it into her own arm. Her skin, which was invulnerable to true devil attacks, immediately melted upon touching the fireball. The black matter in its depths exploded and dug into her bones like maggots, using her arm as a road to reach into the rest of her body. Ignoring the pain and unbearable sensation, Liora estimated the fireball's power with a calm expression. At first, she was merely gauging its strength, preparing herself for the future. But very quickly, her eyes flickered, and a trace of surprise flashed within them. Something's amiss. Why is the demon force suppressing my indestructible matter? Having gone through the indestructible body stage, Liora's body could recover in an instant. Yet, even though golden light constantly flashed, trying to help her recover, the almost omnipotent indestructible matter had now failed. The black matter, demon force, remained attached to her arm, quickly dispelling the golden light and preventing her arm from regrowing. It's strange. The demonic body art did not mention anything about this. Indestructible matter was the representative ability of greater devils. So far, Liora had only seen the power of nothingness possessing the ability to suppress it. As it was a high-level power descending from the land of nothingness, this was to be expected. Yet now, Liora had discovered another type of energy with such a function. However, it didn't make sense to her. Although demon force was a combination of demonic energy and indestructible matter, it shouldn't be this powerful. Compared to the power of nothingness, it was many times weaker. Is this the natural result of practicing the demonic body art, or something unique to me? Liora couldn't help but ponder, but she ultimately had no way of finding the answer. Realizing this, she didn't think for long. Without any hesitation, she let the fireball disperse. Her current demon force was only a consumable. Every time she consumed some, it would disappear. She would have to go through the process of integrating demonic energy and indestructible matter again if she wished to create more. It was only when one mastered the demonic body art's 5th level that demon force would naturally be born inside their body. Once they reached the 6th level, a devil could let demon force be born and then turn it back into the 2 powers with just a thought. Recalling this information, Liora had the impulse to continue her practice and reach such a state. But she ultimately shook her head. Like the 4 elements method, practicing the demonic body art required the consumption of certain resources. Although this requirement could be bypassed as long as one spent enough time, the time wasted would be measured in decades, if not centuries. Even with the Snake of Time's help, Liora did not have so much time to waste. After all, she could barely speed up the time around her, and this was not without paying a price. Evidence of this was that the black serpent coiled around her finger had become slightly dimmer, as if exhausted. Thinking of this, Liora knew it was time to leave. It's time to go out. Not only do I need to find the materials to practice the demonic body art, but I also have to prepare some things for my advancement, she thought, and as she stared at her parasitized true spirit gate, her gaze slightly darkened. The world devourer ancestor had stopped expanding their influence any further and had instead gathered their power, as if they were preparing for the final battle. Clearly, although the opponent was slumbering and did not possess any consciousness, their overwhelming strength made their instincts quite acute. Just like Liora, they also realized that the destined battle was near. Due to its relationship with the Hollow Ancestor, the City Lord's mansion enjoyed a transcendent status and was the most difficult organization to join. If one wished to become a member, they had to sign a stringent devil contract, swearing eternal loyalty to the Hollow Ancestor and effectively becoming his subordinates for the rest of their lives. Among the other 3 major organizations, the Destruction Cult and the Primordial Sin Temple were far easier to become a member of. The Destruction Cult believed that destruction was the inevitable end of all things and thus sought to hasten the process. As long as one wreaked havoc in the demon world and other worlds, they would obtain the qualifications to join it. As for the Primordial Sin Temple, the requirements for joining were more normal. All it took was for one to complete the mission assigned to them, while showing their extraordinary characteristics. The easiest among the 4 major organizations to become a member of is the Slaughter Tavern. Unlike what its name would suggest, the Slaughter Tavern is not a tavern, but a guild for devils. In the tavern, one can choose to accept missions and complete them to earn rewards. Unlike the other 3 major organizations, the Slaughter Tavern does not have any requirements for its members. It doesn't even limit its members from joining other forces. Many devils are members of both the Slaughter Tavern and other organizations. The information she had purchased from the Astral Pavilion couldn't help but resurface in Liora's mind, and she confirmed their truth based on the words of the short devil guide. Staring at the crimson building in front of her and sensing the faint murderous intent and bloody smell in the air, she understood that she had arrived at the right place. Raising her hand, she couldn't help but subconsciously touch the silver mask hiding her face. Besides concealing her appearance, the silver mask did not have any other functions. In fact, the mask could barely hide one's identity. At most, it could put an extra layer of concealment on top of her. Of course, Liora was not expecting to hide her identity for long. The silver mask was only there to deal with some unexpected trouble. After ensuring that the silver mask was still there, Liora raised her head and stepped into the building. Immediately, the sound of loud chatter and people drinking echoed in her ears. The building looked big from the outside, but once one entered it, they would discover that it was even larger than it looked. Thousands of grotesque-looking devils were scattered on tables throughout the tavern. Some of them concealed their appearance like Liora, seemingly wanting to hide their identities, while others did nothing of that sort, as if they were confident in their own strength. As soon as Liora walked into the building, she sensed several gazes land on her. Demonic energy flared up, and an overwhelming oppression came in her direction. Clearly, some devils in the tavern were trying to test her, attempting to estimate her strength. Feeling the auras pressing on her, Liora did not even look at these people. Without her footsteps stopping, she let out a cold snort, and her aura also spread, colliding with those of the people who were trying to investigate her. Several muffled groans echoed in the tavern. The weakest of the devils were injured and had blood dripping out of their mouths, while even the bodies of some greater devils trembled, seemingly affected by the confrontation. Sensing their fearful gazes and feeling the inquiring gazes disappear, Liora did not press any further. She restrained her aura and, as if nothing had happened, approached the counter. No one dared to block her way. Even those who had previously stood silent had witnessed what had taken place. In their minds, Liora was not someone to be trifled with. Even if some of them were confident of defeating her, there was no reason to make an enemy for no reason. With that in mind, Liora faced no obstruction. She soon reached the counter and took her seat on a nearby stool. After ordering a drink and having it delivered to her, she glanced at the bartender and stated her purpose of coming here. "I want to join the Slaughter Tavern," she said. The bartender behind the counter smiled and didn't show much surprise. Although there were people visiting the Slaughter Tavern to hang out, such people were quite rare. Moreover, from Liora's attempt to conceal her identity, it was obvious that she was not such a person. Since the bartender could not recognize her, he had already guessed her purpose. Otherwise, why would she have come here? As Liora expected, the bartender didn't try to test her, nor did he ask any questions. He leaned down the counter and opened a shelf before reaching out and taking out a crimson medal. With a light toss, he let it rest in front of Liora. 4 crimson stars were engraved on the medallion's surface, each resembling the omnipresent sun in the sky of the demon world. Seeing her scanning it with her eyes, the bartender explained. The Slaughter Temple divides its members, killers, into different ranks, from 1 star to 9 stars. The ranking limits the rating of missions that a killer can accept. Generally, 1 to 3 stars are reserved for true devil killers, 4 to 6 for greater devils, and 7 to 9 for archdevils. It's rumored that there are killer ranks beyond that, but it's not something that a lowly person like me can be privy to. The bartender shook his head with faint regret. Liora listened attentively to his words, though she already knew the rules of the Slaughter Tavern. In fact, the information of the Astral Pavilion revealed a very important piece of information. According to rumors, the Slaughter Tavern was not an organization native to the 173rd Demon Lair. Unlike the other 3 major organizations, the Slaughter Tavern was not established by a native archdevil, but was part of a larger organization spanning multiple demon layers. The Slaughter Tavern in Hollow City was only one of this organization's many outposts. As she was thinking, Liora did not show any hesitation. Picking up the 4-star killer medallion, she poured her demonic energy into its metal surface. A moment later, a connection was established between them. Liora had successfully joined the Slaughter Tavern. Things were so simple, without any bells and whistles. This is how devils should be. How can there be so many rules and complicated processes? Liora couldn't help but shake her head, feeling that the Slaughter Tavern truly fitted her style. After nodding to the bartender and watching him leave, Liora finished her drink and rose to her feet. Playing with the medallion in her hand, she approached the side of the tavern that was already filled with people. Liora stood in front of a giant tablet and pressed the killer medallion on it as a long list of missions emerged in her mind. The difficulty and content of these missions varied. Some had a rating of 1 star and were safe for even recently advanced true devils to accept, while some were rated as 6 stars and even greater devils would struggle to complete them. As for the missions with a rating beyond that, Liora did not have access to them, limited by her 4-star killer rank. If she wished to accept higher-rated missions, she first had to increase her killer rank. And to do so was quite simple, by accepting and completing more tasks. Thinking of this, Liora's consciousness wandered in the sea of information. Mission: kill Duke Nightgrave. Rating: 5 stars. Reward: 5 souls of a greater devil. A killing-related greater devil technique. Requirements: bring the physical body of Duke Blackfort to the Slaughter Tavern. Mission: destroy the Nethervale family. Rating: 4 stars. Reward: greater devil-level water elemental core. Requirements: bring 20 intact true devil Nethervale corpses to the Slaughter Tavern. Mission: slaughter. Rating: 3 stars. There were countless missions available for killers to choose from. Most of them were about killing people, wiping out families, or destroying cities, and it was very rare for any task to require something different. Clearly, the word slaughter in the organization's name was not an accident, but clearly pointed to the force's main theme. In fact, if Liora were asked to choose, she would have rather named it the Assassin's Guild. While these inexplicable thoughts were going through her mind, she did not stop searching through the tasks. She continued reading them one after another, looking for a mission that suited her needs. Soon, she discovered something that piqued her interest. Mission: help the Universe Chamber of Commerce control a medium-level world. Rating: 5 stars. Reward: a 50% discount while buying products from the Chamber of Commerce. The coordinates of a lower-level world suitable for development. Clues about a soul-related greater devil technique. Participants: a maximum of 5. Requirements: sufficient strength. The participants will be judged before the mission begins. Liora's eyes scanned through the mission, and she felt nothing at first, planning to skim through it just like the rest of them. However, when she saw the rewards near the end, her eyes suddenly lit up. She didn't care about the discount, but the coordinates of a lower-level world were quite tempting. Since it was stated that it was a world suitable for development, it meant that it was a world that could provide help to powerful devils. Whether it was for testing power systems, conducting experiments in foreign life forms, or even using it as a pasture to cultivate beings to devour, such a world was quite useful, and many devils yearned to obtain one. However, though interested, most of Liora's attention was not on this. Instead, her eyes shone as they landed the final reward: a soul-related greater devil technique. Obtaining this was exactly the purpose of Liora joining the Slaughter Tavern, and it was something she required for her plans to deal with the World Devourer ancestor. Although the mission only offered a clue as a reward and not the entire technique, Liora was not disappointed. Compared to other techniques, those that enhanced the soul were quite rare and precious, mostly in the hands of true spirit greater devils. Don't be fooled by the fact that demon force could be used to temper one's soul. The effect of doing so was minuscule, barely better than nothing. Its main function, just like the name would suggest, was to temper the physical body rather than the soul. Therefore, even though it was just a clue, Liora was quite tempted. While keeping this mission in mind, she went through the rest of the missions, fearing that she might miss a better opportunity. However, even after she was finished reading them, she found nothing of similar value. Although there were missions with a similar reward, they were many times more difficult and troublesome to complete. From the description, Liora knew that the first mission would only take a few days at most. On the other hand, the other missions required months, if not years, to complete. After pondering for a while, she finally made her decision. Instantly, her consciousness communicated with the killer medallion and the giant tablet, showing her intent to accept the mission. Information instantly poured out of the medallion and into her mind. Part of it was a more lengthy description of the mission, while the rest was the location agreed upon with the Universe Chamber of Commerce, as well as the time that they and the participants would meet. Liora counted the time and realized that the time was approaching. Obviously, the mission had not been added just recently, but had been there for quite some time. By now, the time for everyone to gather was near. For this, Liora showed no dissatisfaction. If anything, she wished that the mission would start even sooner. She wanted to get this mission done and obtain the soul-related devil technique as soon as possible. Placing away the killer medallion and taking a final look at the tavern around her, Liora finally turned around and exited the building. She didn't immediately rush to the place agreed upon with the Universe Chamber of Commerce. She wanted to return to the mansion first and deal with some things. Most importantly, Liora was planning to let Alpha accompany her during the mission. Half a day later, two women walked into the building of the Universe Chamber of Commerce, one walking half a step behind the other. The guards at the entrance did not dare to stop them. They bowed respectfully and let them pass, not even checking their credentials. They were familiar with this by now. Several devils had gathered within the building over the past few days, amounting to more than a few dozen. At first, the guards were truly scared, fearing that these people were going to attack the Chamber of Commerce and kill them. Fortunately, the person in charge comforted them and let them know these people did not have any bad intentions. In fact, they were hired by the owner to complete a great mission. Since the Universe Chamber of Commerce had summoned several greater devils, they had already been prepared and had shut the building to ordinary customers. Still, the building was packed with people. The moment Liora stepped into the Chamber of Commerce, she sensed dozens of auras, all belonging to greater devils. Clearly, she was not the only one who had discovered this easy mission and chosen to accept it. Many thoughts raced through her mind, but Liora showed none of them on the surface. She led Alpha and found a random place to sit down along the vast hall. After taking her seat, her eyes wandered through the room and locked onto the greater devils, sizing them all up. Most of them were only at the indestructible body stage, while only a few had forged an indestructible soul. Besides Liora, only 4 other people were true spirit greater devils. Liora's expression was calm at first, but as her gaze landed on one of these 4, a flicker flashed across her eyes. Not because of the opponent's strength, but because she recognized them. It was one of the few people she had met while in Hollow City, an Astral Pavilion employee, Asira. The woman also noticed Liora's gaze and turned her head in her direction. Upon seeing Liora, her eyes flashed with a bright light, and she nodded with a subtle smile on her face. Liora nodded back before leaning back into her chair. She did not think much of their meeting, guessing that it was most likely a coincidence. Of course, even if it is not. Liora's eyes narrowed briefly before she closed them. Then, she remained silent like the rest of the greater devils, waiting for the representative of the Universe Chamber of Commerce to arrive. The wait lasted for a few hours. Several devils arrived during this time, but none of them were worthy of Liora's attention. The strongest of them was only at the indestructible soul stage. Ignoring them, she didn't even open her eyes to try to investigate them. That was, until suddenly, a short, chubby figure wearing an oversized tuxedo walked into the room. Originally, everyone thought that it was another devil who was planning to try their luck. However, when the gentleman-looking devil showed no signs of sitting down, but instead walked to the center of the hall, everyone realized that the time had come. Liora's eyes opened, and she stared at the gentleman. Though he only showed an aura at the indestructible soul stage, she didn't dare to underestimate him. She could sense a threat emanating from him. Although it was very faint, it was evidence that he possessed the ability to harm her if she let her guard down. The gentleman devil did not display any fear despite being under the gaze of dozens of greater devils. After coughing awkwardly to attract everyone's attention, he finally broke the silence in the room. I believe that everyone here already knows roughly why the Universe Chamber of Commerce summoned you, he said, and the audience nodded. The Universe Chamber of Commerce has recently discovered a medium-level world. Under the command of our organization's powerhouses, we were able to invade that world shortly after. Originally, the situation went well, and we were able to suppress the will of the world successfully. However, just when we were preparing to establish an outpost and replace that will, Invaders from another world arrived and stopped us. Seeing their inquiring looks, the gentleman did not keep them waiting. These people belong to the Zerg race, he stated. You should all understand why we requested help from the Slaughter Tavern. Although our side is currently stronger than the Zerg, their nearly infinite numbers are enough to put the Chamber of Commerce into a tight spot. As time goes by, the scales of balance constantly tilt to the other side. All the people in the hall were greater devils who had lived for at least tens of thousands of years. Therefore, they understood very well what the Zerg race represented. Even Liora, who had only been in 2 worlds so far, knew of them. In fact, not only did she know what the Zerg were, but she had also encountered and fought against one in the past. At that time, the Zerg Queen had basically controlled the entire world despite having been weakened and subsequently sealed. If it were not for Liora's unexpected arrival, it wouldn't have taken long for the world of knights to be destroyed and completely devoured. The threat of a Zerg Queen was obvious, not any weaker than that of members belonging to the Devil race. Although everyone understood this, there were still people with doubts in their minds. Is there any reason why you have to fight with the Zerg? With the Universe Chamber of Commerce's capabilities, plundering its world origin should be quite easy. All you have to do is hold the Zerg back for a while. Once the world origin is devoured, the Zerg will not fight you for no reason. The person who spoke up was none other than Asira. With a smile on her face, she gazed at the gentleman at the hall's center with a deep gaze, seemingly wishing to pry his secrets. The gentleman devil did not avert his gaze and stared back at her. Haven't you already guessed it? He shook his head. That medium-level world is extraordinary. According to our investigation, it was downgraded from a higher-level world. Although most of its world origin has disappeared, and it's now far less valuable than even the weakest higher-level world, its value far surpasses that of other medium-level worlds. Inheritances, treasures, resources, secrets. These are all things that the Universe Chamber of Commerce wishes to obtain. His answer solved everyone's doubts, and they understood the Chamber of Commerce's main purpose. Indeed, other devils might have simply destroyed the world and plundered its world origin before leaving. But as an organization rather than a lone individual, the Universe Chamber of Commerce cared more about the other benefits that could be gained through controlling such a world. If they were successful, the business of the organization would surely expand. At the same time, another doubt, that of why the mission had a limit on the number of participants, was answered. A medium-level world could only contain so many powerful beings. Clearly, adding the Chamber of Commerce's own people, 5 extra greater devils had reached that limit. Silence shrouded the hall as the gentleman paused and gave everyone a moment to think. It was only a heartbeat later that a voice cut through the silence. How will we decide the participants? After the representative turned around and saw that it came from a red-haired woman who was also one of the few true spirit devils, his frown disappeared, and he responded with a faint smile. This is actually quite simple. The gentleman-looking devil's words were correct. Selecting the 5 greater devils who would participate in the upcoming mission was, in fact, quite simple. There was no reason to make the process too complicated. All they had to do was fight and decide the strongest 5 among them. As soon as the representative finished his words, many greater devils shrank back. Most of them were only at the indestructible body stage and knew their strength the best. Compared to the indestructible soul and even true spirit experts among the group, they were clearly the weakest and had no chance of emerging victorious. They also didn't believe that the Universe Chamber of Commerce would guarantee their safety and let them have a fair fight. If they were to step into the arena, they would most likely be killed before they could react. In an instant, a large part of the group rose to their feet and retreated without saying a word. Soon, only 11 people remained in the hall out of the original few dozen. This group included the 5 true spirit devils who were the strongest, as well as 6 people at the indestructible soul stage. The gentleman devil did not show any surprise upon seeing this. He didn't care about a bunch of weaklings leaving and didn't try to stop them. The reason the Chamber of Commerce issued the mission was to gather powerful beings who could provide help, not people at the indestructible body stage. Otherwise, helping a few loyal true devils advance would have done the job, and they wouldn't have gone to such lengths. With only a few of you participating, finding the 5 strongest becomes easier. How about we let you compete for the 5 spots? Although some of you are only at the indestructible soul stage, I'm sure you have your own confidence to dare to participate. Since that's the case, each of you will first show your combat prowess by fighting against one of the true spirit devils. Clearly, despite what his words would suggest, the gentleman held some contempt towards the indestructible soul devils. He wished to let them fight against the true spirit devils as soon as possible, clearing the landscape and making the selection easier and quicker. Unfortunately, just when he thought that everyone would go according to the plan, a lazy but discordant voice interrupted him. The representative was originally angry, but when he saw the voice's owner and heard the contents of their words, he immediately shut up. Going through this process is too troublesome. I only need 2 spots reserved for my companion and me. You guys can divide the rest of the spots among you. The person's tone was lazy and not too loud, but their words revealed an undisguised arrogance. Surprisingly, the person who spoke up was Liora. As for who her companion was, of course, it was Alpha. Liora continued lying back on the chair and didn't even rise to her feet, pretending that nothing had happened. However, her suggestion turned the faces of several greater devils ugly. Those at the indestructible soul stage were fine and didn't want to offend her, but the peak greater devils had a reason to become angry. It would be fine if Liora wanted to obtain one of the 5 spots. As a true spirit stage expert, she was one of the strongest and deserved it. However, when their gaze landed on Alpha and saw that her aura was strong, but she didn't show any characteristics of having reached the true spirit stage, these people were furious. There were only 5 spots for the mission, while there were 5 true spirit devils gathered here. If Alpha were to take a spot, wouldn't that mean that one of them was destined to miss out? The rewards for the mission were extremely attractive even to them. No one was willing to back down. Immediately, everyone turned to look at the representative of the Universe Chamber of Commerce. But to their disappointment, this person now remained silent. In his opinion, it would be fine as long as the strongest fighting force was gathered. If Liora could overpower all the other greater devils in the hall, he wouldn't hesitate to give her all the spots, much less the 2 that she asked. His silence was understood as tacit agreement, causing the eyes of the greater devils to flicker. Just when someone was itching to take action, Osiris suddenly broke the silence. I have no problem. Since Your Excellency wants 1 extra spot, it's fine. She took a step back and said with her smile. Her swift decision confused the other greater devils. However, most people who had reached this level were intelligent. Seeing her give in, they guessed that Liora's strength was far higher than they imagined. I also agree. We can fight for the remaining 3 spots, an indestructible soul devil said, and the others of the same stage echoed their words. Soon, only 3 of the true spirit stage remained undecided. 2 of them kept sizing up Liora and seemed to see something, causing their wills to waver. However, there was one among them who stared at Liora with fighting intent, completely unafraid of her silent momentum. Do you wish to challenge me? Liora noticed his actions and questioned him, shaking her hand provocatively. You're not worthy. Step back. Once a fight begins, life and death will be decided. Her arrogant words made her seem even more elusive in the eyes of the audience. However, the person to whom these words were addressed didn't care. What's the point of saying this? Which greater devil has not arisen from a mountain of bloody corpses? Do you think that you can intimidate me with just a couple of sentences? The opponent argued. Without speaking any further, his demonic energy surged, and his hand reached behind his back, wanting to grab the weapon he was carrying. Unfortunately, someone moved faster than him. Liora did not step back, but instead took the initiative to attack before him. Part of her recently cultivated energy, Demon Force, was consumed, and she activated one of her many abilities. It was not Eclipse, Snake of Time, or even the Spear of Divine Punishment. Instead, a large number of elements gathered in front of her as she utilized her elemental affinity. Fire, wind, earth, water. The elements in a radius of several kilometers poured in her direction and soon took form within the hall. The fire elements turned into a blazing volcano that looked about to erupt. The wind elements transformed into a tornado, while the earth gathered into collapsing mountains and the water into a raging tsunami. In the blink of an eye, the entire building became the center of several natural disasters. Since the person had decided to stand up, he was considered quite powerful among true spirit greater devils. In fact, Leora's opponent had almost fully opened his true spirit gate, thus becoming an archdevil. With every inch of the true spirit gate opening, the greater devil would receive a large amount of power feedback. By the time one reached the peak of the substage, they would be many times stronger than when they first reached it. Because of the world devourer ancestors' interference, Liora had not opened her true spirit gate in the slightest. Therefore, she had yet to receive any significant feedback after the initial advancement. Her power should have been many times weaker than her opponent, no matter how extraordinary she might be. However, reality proved otherwise. Faced with the natural disasters rushing in his direction and threatening to engulf him, Leora's opponent sensed a large amount of threat. His intuition told him that he should not face her attack head-on. Otherwise, he would suffer greatly. Unfortunately, Liora was not planning to let him do as he wished. Sensing the opponent's will to evade, her eyes narrowed, and she took action once again. Manipulating the earth elements, she controlled the crumbling mountain to teleport above him, freezing the space below and preventing him from fleeing. The enemy quickly reacted and mobilized his demonic energy, breaking the force that had been restraining him. However, that brief pause had already decided the outcome. The moment after he recovered, the 4 different natural disasters fell onto his body. Magma flew out of the erupting volcano and burned his body, while the cold sea froze his consciousness. The tornado targeted his soul and quickly tore it apart like thousands of blades, while the mountain exploded and its pieces assaulted him. Within a moment, the menacing greater devil had vanished. Every trace of his existence had been wiped out, all besides a small golden light that fled into the distance. Watching the golden light retreat, Liora waved her hand and suppressed the rioting elements. She didn't attack any further, but merely stared at the golden light, which gradually began to take shape. It didn't take long. A second later, the devil she had just killed reappeared. His appearance was now completely different. Not only had his face become pale and his aura was fluctuating, but his eyes staring at Liora contained boundless terror. The other people in the hall would never know the reason behind his intense reaction. For them, dying was perfectly normal since indestructible matter could quickly help them recover. But only he knew the truth. During their brief confrontation, more than 10% of his indestructible matter had been consumed. This meant that under Liora's attacks, he would only have 10 chances to be reborn. This seemed impressive on its own, but for beings of their level, such a situation would only happen if there was a giant gap in strength between the two. After all, greater devils could strike thousands of times within a split second. Would being reborn 10 times really save him in a fight? Countless thoughts raced through the man's mind, but less than a second passed in reality. After staring at Liora for a while and confirming that the earlier blow had not been her trump card, the man concealed his fear and snorted coldly. Then, without saying a word, he rushed out of the building. Liora did not try to stop him. Although she felt that she could kill him if she were to use all her means, there was no real reason, and doing so would bring her little benefit. Besides securing an extra spot for Alpha, the main reason she attacked just now was to create an arrogant but powerful persona. Now that her purpose had been achieved, there was no reason to push this guy any further. Leaning back in her seat, Liora closed her eyes and pretended that nothing had happened under the ludicrous gazes of the greater devils in the hall. Secretly, the confrontation with the greater devil replayed in her mind. Although she had only used elemental affinity, this didn't mean that her earlier attack had been simple. Liora had come to comprehend certain concepts during the Snake of Time's Thunder Tribulation. Surprisingly, these concepts were not related to thunder or divine punishment, but to destruction. More specifically, she gained a deeper understanding of natural disasters. Her earlier attack was exactly the result of this comprehension. Although it looked like a simple elemental attack, what struck the opponent was countless natural disasters. Coupled with the demon force suppression over indestructible matter, her opponent was quickly suppressed. This combination has great future potential. Moreover, the understanding of natural disasters will prove extremely beneficial once I get rid of the world devourer ancestor and become an archdevil, Liora concluded. Her silence after the fight only made her more enigmatic in the eyes of the greater devils. Even though they did not know the extent of her combat power, the fact that she forced a true spirit greater devil to retreat with just an attack made her power abundantly clear. An awkward silence shrouded the room. Fortunately, the Universe Chamber of Commerce's representative knew that things could not continue on like this and quickly spoke up. Okay, I believe that no one has an issue with this lord occupying an extra spot, he stated, and, seeing everyone nod, continued with a smile. Since that's the case, let's have everyone fight for the remaining 3 spots. There are 3 true spirit greater devils who are still here. Everyone can challenge them. If you manage to defeat them, you will obtain their spot. The rules of the competition had been changed out of nowhere, but no one cared. Or at the very least, no one dared to argue. Soon after, an indestructible soul devil stepped forward and pointed at Asira, obviously regarding her as the weakest among the 3. The succubus was not angry and didn't seem to care that people were underestimating her. She hid her chuckle behind her hand and stepped forward with a smile, accepting his challenge. Although Liora had her eyes closed and seemed oblivious to her surroundings, her consciousness still paid attention to what was happening. Soon, she witnessed a surprising scene. The beautiful and charming Asira did not strike at her opponent at all. Instead, she maintained her smile and muttered a couple of words in a whispered voice. The eyes of her opponent were instantly clouded in confusion. Before anyone could react, he raised his hand and attacked his own head, injuring both his physical body and his soul. Since he didn't put up any defense, the greater devil's soul soon crumbled. He hadn't woken up even in his final moments. Until he took his final breath, he didn't know what had happened. Hee, I'm not very good at fighting. Asira chuckled and acted scared. Thank you for letting me win. She captured the remnant soul and laughed charmingly, though her laughter sounded grotesque in everyone else's ears. The other fights were not as fast, but they all ended up pretty quickly. Without exception, the indestructible soul devils were all defeated. Before long, only 6 people stood in the originally packed hall. Liora, Alpha, Asira, the remaining 2 greater devils, and the representative of the Universe Chamber of Commerce. The latter had a wide smile on his face. He was relieved to have found several powerful beings. In fact, this result had already exceeded his expectations. He believed that with the help of these 5 devils, controlling the medium-level world was almost a certainty. Still, though excited, he didn't lose his composure. He understood that things were far from over. Now that everyone is here, we should sign the devil contract, the gentleman said, and pushed forward 5 different parchments that had been prepared long ago. Taking it in her hand, Liora quickly went through it. The terms agreed upon were simple, and there were no obvious loopholes. After glancing at them briefly, her gaze moved towards the promised rewards. Each devil participating would receive a lower-level world just as they had agreed. On the other hand, the clues about the devil technique would be shared with everyone. This was to be expected, and no one was surprised. After making sure that there was nothing amiss, Liora and Alpha both signed the contract. The other greater devils followed soon after. Before long, the devil contracts had been established. A smile appeared on everyone's face. I don't think there's anyone among us who wants to waste time. Since everyone is already here, I hope that you go to the world and provide help as soon as possible, the gentleman said, and his words received a nod from everyone. Seeing this, the representative turned around and gestured for them to follow him. Under his guidance, the group wandered through the building and walked down several long, spiral staircases. Though Liora stood at the back of the group, she secretly memorized the route. After walking through several more rooms guarded by formations, guards, and even mechanical weapons, the 6 devils finally reached the destination. A giant gate stood at the center of a vast hall. Seemingly guessing everyone's thoughts, the gentleman took the initiative to explain. The powerhouses of our organization have built this gate leading straight to the medium-level world, so you don't have to fear getting lost. As long as you step into the gate, its power will guide you through the Origin Sea and towards your destination. When you get there, you only need to. While listening to his explanation, Liora's gaze fell onto the gate. Unlike the other greater devils, who were surprised by the gate's effects and grew greedy, she was not. Staring at the runes squirming across the gate's surface, she couldn't help but compare them with those used by the world-descending array. Immediately, she noticed several similarities. It's rumored that the Universe Chamber of Commerce has an archdevil in charge, but there's been no confirmation so far. Now, I'm afraid that these rumors are true. Otherwise, Only beings like me, with extraordinary opportunities, can build such a thing. Of course, this made sense. Without an archdevil as their support, how would an organization dare to openly control a medium-level world, even inviting outside help to achieve it? Clearly, the Universe Chamber of Commerce had enough confidence that no one would become greedy and betray them. Though Liora was observing the runes, she still listened attentively to the gentleman's explanation. Gradually, both she and the other greater devils gained a deeper understanding of the world they were about to travel to, as well as their goal while they were there. After a while, the representative finished speaking. With a move of his mind, 2 armored guards stepped in and poured their demonic energy into the gate. Though their actions looked normal on the surface, as if they were merely activating it, Liora keenly noticed that the way they manipulated their demonic energy was peculiar and complicated. Obviously, opening the gate was not simple. It required a certain password. Thankfully, the process didn't take long. Only a few minutes later, the gate was activated, and the representative gestured for them to go in. The first to go was Asira, who showed no fear and stepped into the gate. Then, a greater devil resembling a mantis walked in, followed by a pale man who moved like a walking corpse. Seeing that they were the only ones left in the room and sensing the representative's gaze, Liora didn't hesitate. After reminding Alpha to stay near her, she took her hand and walked in. The runes on the gate flashed brilliantly before their brilliance dimmed, signaling the start of their journey. "I hope everything goes well." The representative's whispers echoed in the hall as he watched the gate deactivate. Liora felt herself travel through the Origin Sea. The sensation was familiar, yet also equally strange. In fact, this was the first time that Liora had entered the Origin Sea without the help of the world-descending array. Compared to using this nearly omnipotent formation to travel, the power of the Universe Chamber of Commerce's gate was many times weaker. Not only was the travel far slower, but Liora could feel various forces attacking her body, like an ordinary person breaking through the speed of sound. If a true devil were in her place, they would have been quickly injured. Thinking of this, Liora turned to look at Alpha. Although the power of the gate made it difficult for her to detect her surroundings, and everything seemed to exist in a different dimension, she could still feel her hand holding Alpha's. Thus, she was quickly relieved. Time slowly passed. Liora understood that it would take some time to reach the medium-level world. Although using the gate was faster than simply traveling on her own, it was still far less efficient than using the world-descending array. Thinking of this, she closed her eyes and ignored the forces attacking her. She recalled the runes she had just glimpsed and did her best to engrave them in her memories. Under such a state, time quickly passed. Liora focused on memorizing and comprehending the runes, wanting to improve her understanding of formations through them. Unfortunately, she didn't have the time to have any major breakthrough. Before long, the power guiding her and Alpha through the Origin Sea ceased to exist, and they were thrown off. When Liora opened her eyes, she discovered that her body had taken form again. Similarly, Alpha stood right next to her, no longer invisible in her eyes. Though Alpha's aura was fluctuating faintly, perhaps because of the high speed, she hadn't suffered any injuries. Liora and Alpha were not the only people. Besides them, the 3 greater devils accompanying them, including Asira, were there, as well as an extra person. Most importantly, a large world could be seen in the distance. Judging by how vast the world was and its bright, flickering light, it had reached the medium level. Obviously, Liora and her companions had reached their destination. "You're here." The extra person, a rough middle-aged devil, spoke up as his gaze sized them up. Liora's group also did the same. After an awkward silence of a few seconds, the middle-aged man retracted his gaze. "I believe that you already know the goal of the Universe Chamber of Commerce. I'm the commander of the Universe Chamber of Commerce. While here, I hope you follow my command and kill the Zerg servants with us." The man's words were quite straightforward, but Liora was not surprised. She could sense an intense fighting spirit emanating from this person, one that she had only seen in battle-ridden soldiers in the past. This fighting spirit had nothing to do with strength, but was something one would obtain after participating in countless wars and battles. Just as he stated, this man was an army commander and, judging by his aura and true spirit gate, was quite extraordinary. Since Liora could see this, The other greater devils were not ignorant. Thus, they weren't offended by his attitude and instead brushed it off. After nodding in agreement, they exchanged a couple more words before the commander gestured for them to follow him. Their group approached the world as its membrane gradually grew closer. Soon, Liora saw their destination. A huge war fortress attached to the world's membrane, containing thousands of true devil soldiers and dozens of greater devils. Seemingly sensing her gaze, the commander explained, "The Chamber of Commerce took control over this world long ago. Therefore, many of our people have already arrived. Unfortunately, the recent arrival of the Zerg threw us off. Unwilling to fight within the medium-level world, our forces moved here and established this fortress as the spearhead for the battlefield." As he spoke, the commander led them to the edge of the fortress, where a high wall was built facing the world. As Liora and her group landed on top of it, she couldn't help but lower her head and look at the area below. Corpses riddled the dark void, like an ancient battlefield that had been left unattended. Many of the corpses belonged to devils, but most of them did not. These corpses possessed insect-like characteristics, including a tough carapace, long antennae, and scaly limbs. Liora did not need an introduction. She understood that these corpses were all of Zerg, or to be more accurate, of Zerg servants. Although they were all part of the same race, the Zerg were divided into two unique species. The Zerg queens were the mothers of the nest and the creators of all other Zerg, while Zerg servants were akin to their slaves, like the bees were to the bee queen. Judging from the traces left behind, the war has been going on for quite a while, at least a few decades. Is this what greater devils call recent arrival? Sure enough, everything, including time, depends on one's perspective. Liora couldn't help but mutter inwardly. She didn't need to ask where these Zerg came from. Raising her head, she looked at the world not far away. There, a large gap existed in its membrane, leading straight into the material world. Liora could sense a familiar aura within it, the aura of Zerg. It seems that the Zerg have already occupied the medium-level world. No wonder the Universe Chamber of Commerce felt the need to request help. Once a Zerg queen occupies a world, she can continuously devour the world origin, giving birth to Zerg servants and improving her strength. Although the Chamber of Commerce might have the advantage at the moment, the Zerg queen will emerge victorious if given enough time. Liora nodded her head, feeling that this made sense. Everyone arrived at a similar conclusion, and thus, the commander did not need to explain it. After allowing them to observe the aura for a while, he soared into the air once again and motioned them to follow him. This time, he didn't lead them anywhere in the Origin Sea. Instead, he rushed straight into the medium-level world and dove into it through the gap. Liora and the others exchanged a glance, and with little hesitation, they followed him in. Only a few hours later, Liora stood alone in an empty plain within the medium-level world. After she and the other greater devils entered the world, they didn't stay together. Following the commander's instructions, they quickly dispersed and spread throughout the world, each in a different area. Their current locations were not random. Under the instructions of the commander, they were each responsible for a section of this world. As Liora stared at the scene in front of her and sensed the powerful aura at the center of the world, she understood the reason. It seems that the Zerg Queen has already devoured a large amount of world origin and given birth to countless Zerg servants. She shook her head, glancing at the plain around her with disgust. The plain was filled with insectoids, digging into the earth and devouring its essence. In Liora's opinion, this place might not have been as deserted in the past. It was only following the arrival of the Zerg and their endless devouring that this place came to be. Since a pale domain covered her and she consciously concealed her presence, none of the Zerg's servants discovered her. Therefore, Liora had the time to observe them. These creatures were not very powerful on their own, only equivalent to an ordinary peak lesser devil. However, their number was truly massive. There were tens of thousands of them just in the area she could see with her naked eye. No wonder the Universe Chamber of Commerce urged us to separate and clean up these servants before dealing with the Zerg Queen, Liora thought with a frown. She was planning to investigate further, but just then, a message appeared in her mind. Instantly, 11 other auras rose throughout the world, and the greater devils began to fight. Some of them belonged to Liora's companions, and she could recognize them, while others came from unknown devils. "It seems that the time has come," Liora muttered, and after taking a final look at the Zerg servants surrounding her, she calmly raised her hand. Water elements gathered with Liora at the center and poured into her body. The temperature around her instantly dropped to a freezing point, as if she had turned into an iceberg. A thick layer of frost formed beneath her feet and, before anyone could react, started to spread. 1 meter, 10 meters, 100 meters. In the blink of an eye, a glacier spanning several kilometers had emerged, stunning the Zerg. Due to their strength and race, they possessed extraordinary resistance to elements. Unfortunately, Liora's ability, activated with demon force, was obviously not a simple elemental attack. Before the Zerg servants could react, much less notice her existence, they were all covered in a layer of ice, becoming one with the glacier. The most powerful among them tried to resist at first, but gradually, their movements grew slower until their struggle finally ceased to exist. With just a move, Liora had trapped tens of thousands of lesser devils. However, she didn't show any excitement. Considering her current strength, this was hardly an achievement. After taking a deeper look at these creatures and becoming even more disgusted, she suddenly clenched her hand, and the ice began to break apart. Fractures quickly formed all over its surface. A moment later, it collapsed. The Zerg servants trapped within did not have the time to celebrate, though. As the ice broke apart, they also began to crack. Following a loud crash, the bodies of tens of thousands of lesser devils shattered as if they were made out of glass. The matter making up their bodies was completely wiped out, leaving only their remnant souls to float in the air. Liora collected them with a flick of her wrist. However, as she looked at the souls dancing within her palm and observed them closely, she couldn't help but click her tongue with faint disappointment. Zerg servants are barely considered a life form. Although there are unique individuals among them who can awaken their intelligence and improve their strength of their own, most of them are merely the Zerg Queen's puppets. As such, the quality of their souls is average. Mediocre was a kind term to describe it. In fact, Liora could sense that their souls barely reached the threshold of the lesser devil stage. Altogether, these tens of thousands of souls were hardly as useful as one from a true devil. Fortunately, the number of Zerg servants is enough to make this journey worth it. Liora raised her head and thought. She could sense millions of Zerg servants just in the area she was responsible for. Overall, the number of Zerg was truly massive. After pausing for a while, Liora did not linger in the plain for long. With a thought, she rushed to another place. This place was no different from before. Remnants of a lush forest could be seen, as the grass, the trees, and the creatures within it had long been devoured. Occupied by Zerg servants of all types who devoured everything along their path, the forest now looked like the nest of a terrifying insect monster. Looking at this scene with faint disgust, Liora took action once more. She didn't use elemental affinity this time, but instead controlled the power of nothingness and turned it into a sea. Without the need for the demon force assistance, the nothingness soon engulfed the Zerg servants, sending them to their final destination, back to nothingness. Liora did not pause after wiping them out. Collecting their souls, she continued the hunt, flashing from one place to another and slaying the enemies below. Liora was not the only one working hard to slay the Zerg servants. Upon receiving the commander's signal, every greater devil began to use their means to deal with the enemies. Compared to Liora, who was able to easily overwhelm her opponents, these people were not as comfortable. Asira, the two true spirit greater devils, and the commander were all fine, but the greater devils who had only reached the indestructible soul stage did not fare as well. Among them was Alpha. Since she was one of the 5 people who had accepted the mission, she also had to participate. If it were in the past, she might have been unable to compete with the sea of Zerg servants. But thankfully, her strength had increased dramatically during the trip to the demon weapon world. By now, her strength was equivalent to a peak greater devil, albeit she was slightly lacking in means. Just like Liora, she was also facing a large number of Zerg servants at the moment. What was different from Liora, though, was that she had no way to hide herself. Not long after her arrival, the Zerg servants noticed her existence and pounced forward, wishing to devour her. Fortunately, The signal to take action arrived not long after. Alpha knew that she could also begin her slaughter. Glancing at the menacing sea of Zerg coming in her direction, her amber eyes maintained their aloof expression. Waving her hand, a circular disc appeared in her palm, and dozens of blurry silhouettes emerged from within. As soon as they landed on the ground, their appearances were revealed. They were all women with brown hair and amber eyes, looking the same as Alpha. The only difference was their strength. Unlike the real Alpha, these puppets only reached the true devil stage. Their number was nothing compared to the sea of Zerg, less than 100 in total. Yet, the moment they appeared, a strange connection was formed between them. The power of all the puppet clones poured into the real Alpha, enhancing her strength even further. Countless threads shot out of her palms and struck at the enemies, like the tentacles of a vicious beast. The power of each thread was impressive, and they were able to easily tear apart the Zerg servants. Soon, a large area around Alpha had been cleared. Bloody corpses and remains stayed behind, as she continued swinging the threads to strike at her enemies. On the opposite side of the world, a beautiful woman stood surrounded by countless Zerg servants. Compared to Liora and Alpha, who chose to fight against these opponents, the woman showed no intention of attacking. She stepped forward with a smile on her face, as if she were not surrounded by enemies but was taking a walk in the park. A strange power emerged from her body and permeated throughout the surroundings. The sound of heels echoed. With each click, the eyes of the Zerg servants around her grew more confused, until finally, their eyes completely lost their brilliance. Like puppets, they bowed respectfully towards the woman before turning around and pouncing on their former companions. The woman chuckled upon seeing this scene. Then, as if nothing had happened, she continued her walk. Each greater devil had a different method to deal with the Zerg. No matter what method they used, though, the number of Zerg gradually dwindled. This went unnoticed at first, but as more and more Zerg servants died, a person sleeping at the center of the world awakened. Her gaze penetrated through time and space and landed outside, taking in everything that was happening. Zerg queens had no attachment to the Zerg servants they gave birth to, regarding them as tools to improve themselves. However, seeing her children die in front of her eyes thousands at a time, the Zerg queen couldn't help but become furious. With a wave of her hand, a spear surrounded by thunder appeared and shot forward, penetrating hundreds of Zerg servants. These creatures had no chance to resist. Upon meeting the thunder, much less the weapon, their consciousness was wiped out, and their corpses collapsed to the ground. Liora displayed no happiness. She casually collected their fallen souls and allowed the system to convert them into evolution points. Then, she picked up some of the Zerg servant corpses and stored them away, while destroying those she deemed useless. Her actions were plain, but if someone were to look into her eyes, they would discover that the crimson in them had grown deeper. Not much time had passed since the commander gave the signal, and the operation began. Yet, Liora had slain hundreds of thousands of creatures during this short period of time. Even though she had experienced and participated in several large-scale wars in the past, it was the first time that she had killed so many people in such a short amount of time. Affected by the bloodthirsty environment and the continuous devouring of souls, Liora discovered that she had been influenced somewhat. Her bloodline was trembling, urging her to destroy and devour everything in her way, fully unleashing her devil instincts. Liora had to consciously suppress that impulse. Devils are indeed very vulnerable to losing control. Even greater devils have yet to suppress their instincts fully. Although one can remain fully rational even if they were to go on a rampage, the fact that they can't fully control themselves is a bad sign by itself. Liora thought and shook her head, understanding that this was related to the demon world's influence. Fortunately, her will was strong. As she remained mindful and consciously suppressed her own instincts, the destructive light in her gaze gradually receded before it disappeared entirely. She breathed a sigh of relief. Taking a look at the barren landscape around her, she extended her consciousness and investigated this place, making sure that no Zerg had escaped. After confirming this, she didn't rush to any other region but instead turned towards the center of this world. She could sense that a slumbering aura was gradually awakening there. Though she had never met its owner, she understood that only a person could possess such a strong aura in this world. The Zerg Queen. It seems that the death of so many of her descendants has caught her attention. Indeed, it's really difficult to hide, Liora thought, and she couldn't help but recall the information she had previously received. According to the Universe Chamber of Commerce, the Zerg Queen has established a formation at the center of this world and is currently hiding there. This formation can improve her devouring power, but most importantly, it can increase her strength. It's exactly because of that formation that the Chamber of Commerce has failed to kill her despite repeated assassination attempts. This was how the current plan came to be. The Universe Chamber of Commerce had decided to kill all the Zerg servants wandering throughout the world before taking the initiative to deal with the Zerg Queen. Without the Zerg servants supplying her with energy, her strength was bound to decrease. Liora had completed her task, but she didn't rush to go to the world's center. From the fluctuations she sensed, it was clear that the other greater devils had yet to wipe out the Zerg servants. Thinking of this, she didn't waste any time, but used this opportunity to do something else. Her consciousness dove into the space orb and landed on the several Zerg servant corpses she had collected during this time. To others, these corpses were precious, whether it was to forge weapons, use them for the practice of devil techniques, or even to study them. However, having reached her level, Liora had no such need. Still, since she had chosen to collect them, it was obvious that she had a purpose. Staring at the lifeless insectoid bodies and feeling another faint life force emerging within the cloud-covered demi-plane, Liora's eyes narrowed. She understood that her idea had proven correct. A faint idea formed in her mind. Unfortunately, now was not the time to put it to the test. The battles throughout the world lasted for a while. Although the other greater devils, barring a few exceptions, did not have it as easy as Liora, they were ultimately able to clean up the regions they were responsible for and slay all the Zerg servants. Before long, everyone received another signal from the commander. He urged them to gather. Liora also received that message. Though reluctant, her consciousness retreated from the space orb and returned to reality. Despite complaining inwardly, she didn't hesitate at all and soared into the sky. Her destination was different from the rest of the world. Although this world had been invaded by the Zerg and all its residents had already been devoured, one could at least see some of its past glory based on the traces left behind. However, the center of the world was different. As far as Liora's eye could see, there was only a dead land, spanning for many kilometers with no end. The word dead was used to describe it, not because there were any corpses or because of its appearance, but rather because the earth itself was dead. Such a strong devouring ability. I'm afraid that even the catastrophe devil is not this capable, right? Liora's pupils shrank upon lowering her gaze. She could see that the earth below was truly dead. Someone had devoured its very essence, consuming all its nutrients to grow. By now, the land was nothing more than an empty shell. Liora understood that ordinary Zerg did not possess such abilities, evidence of how the rest of the world was fine. The opponent had to be a Zerg Queen to accomplish this. More accurately, one had to be at least a greater Devil Zerg Queen. Any weaker, and this was impossible. Liora wanted to observe for a little longer, but she didn't have the time. Only a few seconds after her arrival, the other greater devils also reached this place and gathered around her. Among them were Alpha and Asira, as well as people whom Liora had never met before. Their reactions were roughly the same as Liora's upon seeing the dead land below. Even the commander, who had been to this place before, was slightly astonished. It seems that the Zerg Queen has expanded her area of influence. If this continues, she might end up devouring the entire world soon. Liora heard him mutter in a low voice. Fortunately, the commander was not immersed in his thoughts for long. After a few seconds, he regained his composure and turned to the greater devils. The Zerg Queen has gotten stronger since the last time I saw her. She has likely reached the peak of the greater devil stage. Moreover, although we killed most of her Zerg servants, there should be some still alive. Everyone should be careful. Gather together and don't let her pick us off. If they were facing an ordinary peak greater devil, no one would have cared or been so cautious. Let alone so many people. Even the strength that Liora had displayed was enough to easily deal with the opponent. However, the Zerg Queen was not an ordinary creature. Just like devils, such beings were truly extraordinary and possessed countless trump cards. Moreover, Just like the commander said, no one knew how many Zerg servants she still had under her command. It wouldn't be surprising if she had several greater devils guarding her. No one needed the commander's warning. Everyone was experienced and understood the danger. However, since they dared to participate, they had the confidence to remain alive. At least, this was the case for Liora and her companions. The same was not necessarily the case for the other great devils, though. As Liora glanced at the personnel of the Universe Chamber of Commerce, she was surprised to discover that they were all quite weak. Half of them were at the indestructible soul stage, while the other half was only at the indestructible body stage. Possessing such a force was already impressive, worthy of being an organization with an archdevil in charge. However, considering that their objective was to deal with a Zerg queen, these people were barely better than nothing. Looking at these greater devils, at the formation below, and then at Asira on the side, whose eyes were glinting with undisguised excitement, Liora's intuition told her that things were far from simple. Unbeknownst to everyone, she secretly gestured for Alpha to approach her, seemingly unintentionally. Then, she continued listening to the commander's suggestions. The commander did not talk for long. After giving a set of instructions, he turned towards the dead land and was about to ask everyone to step in. However, just when his mouth had opened and he was about to speak, the dead land in the distance trembled. Originally, their group stood a few hundred meters away from the edge of the formation, knowing that stepping near it was bound to be dangerous. But the next moment, the formation, and thus the dead land, began to spread at a terrifying rate. 1 meter, 10 meters, 100 meters. In the blink of an eye, the formation had arrived before them and completely submerged them. Its speed was extraordinary, giving them no time to react. Obviously, the Zerg Queen had been waiting for a while, and her opportunity to take action had finally arrived. The next moment, Liora sensed a teleportation force appear around her. She found it impossible to resist, even with her current strength. As she turned around, she discovered that she was not the only one in such a situation. Everyone, including the commander and Asira, was also struggling to break free, though their efforts were for naught. Liora roughly understood the Zerg Queen's purpose. Feeling that she was getting closer and closer to teleporting, she looked at Alpha and spoke up. "Merge." She only said one word and didn't give a further explanation, but Alpha quickly grasped her meaning. Her body instantly decomposed, and only a shiny orb remained behind, floating in the place she once stood. With a sudden swoosh, the orb entered Liora's body, and the two were seamlessly integrated. The greater devils around them noticed this, but had no time to pay attention. Before long, the time had arrived. The dead land trembled, and countless white arms grew out, as the teleportation force engulfed them. Soon, the consciousness of everyone, including Liora, went dark, and they were teleported away. It took only a moment for Liora to recover. Yet, although only a short time had gone by, she found herself in an unfamiliar place. Surveying her surroundings, she discovered that her companions were nowhere to be seen. A flicker flashed in her eyes, and her consciousness spread in her body. Soon, she breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Alpha was still with her, and the two had not been forcibly separated. Despite this, she did not calm down just yet. Liora remained alert and continued surveying her surroundings, knowing full well that she was still in danger. Obviously, the Zerg Queen had known that the Universe Chamber of Commerce would attack her and had already made sufficient preparations. Although she didn't know where she currently was, Liora didn't believe that the opponent would teleport them to a nice place. Thinking of this, she cautiously looked around, her body tense and ready to take action in case of danger. She discovered that she was currently at one end of a long, dark corridor. Behind her stood a high wall, blocking her retreat route as if urging her to go forward. The corridor was several meters in length, and the ceiling was hundreds of meters high, enough for even the tallest of giants to easily go through. Several torches hung along the walls, driving the darkness away and allowing Liora to see. This sight, coupled with the result of her consciousness's investigation, let Liora know that there were currently no enemies. At the very least, as far as she could see. She didn't let her guard down just yet. With a move of her mind, she communicated with Alpha, and the mechanical core was ejected from her body. Before the core could fall on the ground, Alpha's body materialized once again and landed right beside her. The two exchanged a glance before Liora spoke up. "Be careful," she reminded her. "This place looks safe, but since the Zerg Queen dared to bring us here, it is obvious that she doesn't have any good intentions. Either this place is a carefully arranged trap, or it is a forbidden place filled with natural dangers. Of course, it could very well be both." Liora was not afraid, though. Her current strength provided her with enough confidence to deal with any unexpected dangers. Unless the Zerg Queen had suddenly become an archdevil, few things could threaten her. Most importantly, the strange composition of the Universe Chamber of Commerce's team let her know that these people were most likely aware of something and had already made plans. Thinking of this, Liora shook her head. Although she believed that these people had a way to deal with the situation, she wasn't planning to leave her fate up to them. Since she was here, she was ready to investigate this place. At the very least, she had to discover a way to escape if something really went wrong. Liora was about to step forward and walk into the corridor, but just then, Alpha suddenly stopped her. "My lord, let me," she said with a smile as a circular disc appeared in her hand. Following a tap of fingers, a silhouette emerged from the disc, transformed into Alpha, and fell right beside her. Alpha's clone had an indifferent expression devoid of any emotions, looking similar to Alpha when she had first been created. She didn't speak, but bowed towards Liora and Alpha before stepping forward. "This is my puppet clone. It's better to let it lead the way. After all, we can never know what dangers lurk in this place," Alpha explained to Liora, who didn't argue and nodded her head. Indeed, having a clone investigate for dangers would ensure their safety. "Let's go then." Not long after the two stepped into the corridor, Liora discovered that it possessed some strange characteristics. Not only was the space in it dense, many times more difficult to break than an ordinary medium-level world, but a strange power permeated through it, rendering people unable to fly. Every time one soared into the air, the strange power would arrive and suppress them. It didn't harm them, but the power was just strong enough to force them back to the ground. This was the case for Liora, too. She was only able to fly for a few hundred meters before being suppressed and falling back to the ground. This made her even more certain of her earlier guess. This corridor was not created by the Zerg Queen, but should be a landscape that had already existed, and she simply took advantage of it. The following events only served to confirm this suspicion even further. Liora stared at the giant skeleton rushing in her direction, and her eyes narrowed. The skeleton was composed solely of bones, yet it was several meters tall. With every step, a thunderous booming sound would echo, as if it were not a creature but a moving mountain. Despite its menacing posture and its bloodthirsty gaze, Liora didn't show much fear. With a thought, a revolving sphere appeared above her head, and with another, shot towards the undead creature. Though the opponent possessed the power of a true devil and could become an overlord, it was unable to resist. A crushing sound soon resounded throughout the corridor, as its bones quickly cracked before its body shattered completely. Liora waved her hand and silently collected the dust left behind. On the other hand, Alpha stepped forward and leaned down, reaching out for the several fragmented wooden parts scattered across the floor. A broken palm, a shattered leg, and a lifeless head that was filled with holes. Alpha collected them one after another, making the scene quite eerie. After all, these body parts all belonged to her. Or rather, to her puppet clone. Sure enough, this place is not entirely safe. Although this skeleton was quite weak, I was unable to detect it with my greater devil consciousness. If it had not been for Alpha's clone being at the front, one of us would have been attacked instead, Liora thought as she looked at the dust gathered in her hand. She could see from its remains that the bones of this creature were actually quite ordinary, unlike those of a powerhouse. Yet, since it was able to possess such strength, it was bound to hide certain secrets. Is this a being born naturally in this place? Or was it the corpse of someone who ventured here and was influenced by the corridor's power? Liora muttered as she put the bone fragments away. Then, she turned to Alpha. "How many clones can you create?" she questioned, glancing at the lifeless head she was holding with a strange expression. Alpha did not seem to notice her gaze. After a few moments of thinking, she responded. "Creating a puppet clone consumes a certain amount of the energy I have previously stored. At the moment, I only have the energy to create 3. However, You don't have to worry. I have already prepared for such a situation, she said, and took out the circular disc from which the previous clone had come out. I've already created several clones while still in the demon world. As long as we're careful and don't continuously send them to their deaths, they should last for quite a while. This was one of the ways Alpha had previously thought to enhance her combat power in a short period of time. Coupled with her strange ability to integrate her clone's powers onto herself, Alpha's strength was far more impressive than it looked on the surface. Liora did not know what Alpha was thinking, nor that she had worked so hard, hoping to relieve her worries. Hearing that the clone's death had no impact on the real body, she nodded her head and leaned down, helping Alpha collect the rest of her body parts. It was only a few minutes later that the two rose to their feet and continued their exploration. With a clone leading the way and the two following behind it, the two women walked deeper into the corridor. The corridor seemed endless. Although they were just walking and couldn't fly or teleport, they were both greater devils after all. According to her calculations, Liora knew that they had walked several kilometers. Yet, they had yet to find the exit. The corridor would twist sometimes and would be divided into two at others, as if it were a maze that was forcing them to make a choice. During this time, the attacks of the skeletons never ceased. Fortunately, Liora had been prepared and quickly killed the undead creatures before they could cause any damage. Under such conditions, time quickly went by. Before long, the two had been walking for several hours. Just when it seemed that this would continue and their journey would never end, Liora's expression changed. Her ears perked up as the sound of distant fighting reached them. Although the battle only lasted for a moment before it quickly subsided, Liora knew that it was not an illusion. Is it a battle between undead? Or have I finally met one of the greater devils? She wondered. Either way, it didn't matter. She had to investigate. After all, she and Alpha had been wandering for quite a while with no results. Perhaps it required the help of someone else to discover the maze's secrets, or perhaps she would have to wait for an opportunity. With that in mind, Liora exchanged a glance with Alpha before quickening her steps. Several figures could be seen fighting within a vast, dimly lit room. The figures' movements were erratic, colliding in the air while flashing across the room. Their battle was fierce, with its mere aftermath destroying a large part of the land around them. Within just a few minutes, the entire room had been devastated. Only a certain corner remained unaffected, though it was unknown if this was an accident or if the figures were consciously avoiding it. A small formation could be seen engraved in that corner, and the runes surrounding it flashed with extraordinary brilliance. The light made it impossible for one to glimpse its interior. Only the faint outline of a massive tree could be seen, as well as a small square-shaped object lying beside it. Suddenly, one of the figures fighting staggered, and their movements paused. The opponents besieging them didn't miss the opportunity. They all attacked them at the same time, sending them flying and seriously injuring them. Their blood splattered across the room, creating a sea of blood below, which tried to corrupt the floor and the walls. Neither of the two warring parties paid any attention to this, though. Several tall creatures resumed the siege of their opponent, injuring them severely and causing more and more of their blood to drip onto the ground. This was the scene Liora witnessed upon entering the room. The moment she went through the entrance, she immediately activated Silent Domain to conceal both her and Alpha's traces. Once she made sure that neither of the two parties discovered them, she found a relatively remote location and began to survey the room. Most importantly, she surveyed the fighting figures. She recognized both of the parties. On one side stood an elderly greater devil whom she had seen before the teleportation. His face was filled with wrinkles, while his body smelled of death, as if he were at the end of his lifespan. For a greater devil, whose lifespan was extremely long, this was a rare situation. Thus, Liora remembered him. The people facing the elderly devil were several undead creatures, resembling those she had met while on the way. It was just that, unlike those she had previously killed with ease, the ones besieging the elderly devil were now several times stronger. All of them possessed strength at the greater devil stage, and working together, could fight against someone at the indestructible soul stage. The elderly greater devil was only at the indestructible body stage. Although more powerful than an individual undead, he found himself at a disadvantage soon after the battle began. Seeing this, Liora understood why nobody had discovered her and Alpha's arrival. It was not only because these people were focused on their fight, but also because they were fairly weak. Realizing this, Liora didn't rush to take action, but instead continued scanning her surroundings. The appearance of a room meant that the situation was abnormal. This guy has been fighting for quite a while. It's just that in the past, the fight only lasted for a brief moment, and he quickly fled, perhaps because his opponents were all weak. It's only now, when he has found someone who could match him, that he stopped moving through the maze. Liora noticed that a powerful formation covered the room. It allowed entry to the people from outside, but prohibited leaving to the creatures within. Liora sensed that she could break through the suppression if she took action, but someone at the indestructible body had no such ability. No wonder this person has not tried to escape. It's not that he doesn't want to, but because he can't, she thought. She signaled Alpha to remain hidden and protect her. Then, she ignored the battle and shifted her focus to the only other thing worthy of her attention in the room, the large formation in the corner. With just a glance, Liora was able to discover its extraordinariness. Even with her current formation attainments and strength, she found it difficult to decipher. This didn't make her disappointed, though. If anything, it was exactly the opposite. The more dangerous the place and the more difficult it is to reach, the more likely it is to contain a treasure. Moreover, since the greater devil had dared to venture into this place, he might have a method to bypass the formation. Liora had previously been hesitating over whether to help the elderly devil, but upon seeing the formation, she instantly decided against it. The devil contract only states that I have to help the Universe Chamber of Commerce deal with the Zerg. As for helping its members, it's none of my business, let alone not helping them. Even if I killed one, I would only have to pay a small price. Moreover, it's still unknown if the devil contract has any binding effect on me, Liora thought. Having made a decision, she continued concealing her presence while watching the battle with interest. She didn't have to wait for long. Only a few minutes later, the greater devil's limbs were slashed off. Following a shrill scream, the undead pounced on his injured body and easily tore it apart. Then, like hungry beasts full of madness, they started to devour him while still alive. The greater devil's screams gradually grew quieter, and before long, they had fully ceased. Seeing the soul fly out of his body and sensing the lack of vitality in it, Liora knew that the battle was finally over. Since the elderly devil had died, she no longer had a reason to hesitate. Staring at the undead, who were still devouring his lifeless body, she decided to take action. She didn't step closer, but instead attacked from afar. A gust of wind formed, and, with a wave of her hands, the wind elements shot forward. At first, the wind looked ordinary, like an ordinary blow of the wind. Yet, in the blink of an eye, it had grown stronger and far more terrifying. Within a moment, the form of the wind could be seen with the naked eye. A deep black color flashed across the wind elements before they engulfed the undead creatures. They did not have the time to put up any resistance, much less defend themselves. As if countless blades made of wind had struck them at the same time, their bodies began to shatter. Before they could react, a deafening bang echoed, and the undead collapsed into a pile of broken bones. Liora paid no heed to them. This attack, merging her elemental affinity and the concept of natural disasters, would injure even true spirit devils, much less these undead. After motioning Alpha to pick up their remains, her figure flashed, and she appeared before the elderly devil's corpse. She discovered that most of it had already been eaten. Only blood, internal organs, and broken body parts could be seen scattered across the floor. Liora ignored this gruesome scene. She looked through the remains with a calm expression. Soon, her eyes lit up. Leaning down, she reached out with her hand and picked up a bloody palm. After staring at it for a brief moment, she removed the ring from its finger, and her consciousness moved. Let's see, she muttered as her consciousness dove into the ring. Or rather, into the space inside. Soon after, a smile appeared on her face. Her mind moved, and an item flew out of the ring and materialized in her hands. Liora stared silently at the item in her hand. It was a map made from the skin of a chaos beast, on which a labyrinth-like place was painted. Thousands of long corridors made up the labyrinth, making it look like a maze with no end. Among these long corridors, only a few dozen places stood out. Several locations were circled and marked with an X shape, while a large devil rune had been painted at the center of the maze. If Liora had obtained this map in the past, she would not have known what it represented. However, having gone through several hours of exploration, she instantly understood that this was the map of the maze she was in. Judging by the traces, my current location should be right here. Liora's finger traced through the leather-like surface of the map before finally landing on one of the marked areas. Recalling the formation she had previously seen and the several undead creatures guarding this place, her earlier guesses were fully confirmed. The Universe Chamber of Commerce indeed knew of this place. In fact, not only were they aware of this maze, but they might have explored this place in the past. It makes sense. Before the Zerg Queen invaded this world, it had already been fully controlled by the Universe Chamber of Commerce. With the organization's strength, they should have discovered nearly every secret of this world. This realization, though, led to another question. If the Universe Chamber of Commerce had already known about the maze and had specifically come here for it, then what was their purpose in requesting help from them? Or was it that they had found this place but hadn't expected the Zerg Queen to use it? Countless thoughts raced through Liora's mind, but she ultimately shook her head and pushed that matter aside for now. She had to deal with the situation at hand before she could find an answer to all these questions. Thinking of this, Liora quietly approached the formation. She had only taken a glimpse of it from afar before and had no time to fully inspect it. Yet, as she stepped near and stared at the unknown runes running across the floor and squirming along the walls, she understood that this formation might be more extraordinary than she originally thought. A crimson rune flashed within Liora's eyes. It glowed with a deep light as she attempted to decipher the formation's secrets. Unfortunately, the crimson rune shattered the very next moment. Liora's face grew pale, and her aura fluctuated considerably, making it obvious that she had suffered backlash. Still, though she was injured, a smile couldn't help but appear on her face. Though her attempt had ultimately failed, and she hadn't found a way to break it, she had managed to discover some of its secrets. Indeed, judging from the aura inside the formation, there should be a powerful treasure being gestated within it. No wonder this place was specifically marked on the map. Her resolve to break through the formation intensified. After all, a treasure specifically marked by the Universe Chamber of Commerce was bound to be precious. Moreover, considering the current situation, every bit of extra strength might very well save her and Alpha's lives. Despite this, Liora did not lose her composure and attack the formation. She understood that it was impossible to break it with her current means. Rather, her consciousness dove back into the space ring and went through the elderly devil's belongings. There were devil techniques, precious weapons, and even the coordinates of other worlds among these items. However, Liora's eyes remained as calm as a lake. These things might have interested her in the past, but she had already become a greater devil. The treasures carried by someone at the indestructible body stage were now worthless in her eyes. The reason Liora went through the space ring was not to look for treasures, but for a method or item that could help her break the formation. Unfortunately, she found nothing even after searching for a while. For a moment, Liora began to doubt whether she had been mistaken, and the Universe Chamber of Commerce was not as prepared as she thought. But suddenly, she recalled the strange composition of its team, and a suspicion formed in her mind. She didn't hesitate to put it to the test. Demonic energy shot out of her body and wrapped around the elderly devil's palm in the distance before it brought it closer. Then, she tossed it into the formation. According to the results of her earlier investigation, such an attempt to go through it would result in the formation's counterattack. Yet, even as the palm came into contact with the formation, the expected attack didn't arrive. As if the two existed in a different dimension, the palm easily passed through the formation, only causing a faint ripple across its surface. The palm's outline quickly blurred, and it became increasingly hazy before fully disappearing into the secret place. Liora was delighted upon seeing this. This confirmed that her suspicion was correct. To go through the formation, one has to be a certain type of person, or to be more accurate, they have to possess a certain kind of bloodline. Obviously, the elderly devil possessed that bloodline, though it remained to be seen if this was a coincidence or the plan of the organization behind him. Liora's eyes narrowed, and several thoughts went through her mind. Even if other people were to find of this function, they wouldn't be able to do anything. At most, they could only look for people with a suitable bloodline and bring them here. After all, no one could change their bloodline. However, Liora was different. Grabbing one of the remaining parts of the elderly devil, she stared at it for a brief moment before activating one of her seldom used, but very valuable, abilities, Overwrite. Bloody tentacles grew out of her body and quickly devoured it. As more and more of the elderly devil's essence was devoured, Liora's body began to transform, not only in appearance, but in a deeper, more fundamental way. Her skin became rough and full of wrinkles, while her body elongated. Her neck and legs had become extremely long in a short period of time, as if they had transformed into the trunk of a tree. Coupled with the rest of her changes and the abilities that the elderly devil had displayed during the fight, Liora immediately understood her current state. Was that guy a tree devil? No wonder he was so easily suppressed by a bunch of undead. Sure enough, tree devils are the shame of devils. Liora couldn't help but shake her head. Tree devils were an infamous devil race, not because of their strength, but because of their weakness. Becoming a greater devil was already a nearly impossible achievement for them, and considering their lack of powerful abilities, they would be quite weak even if they managed to advance to this point. Though disdainful, Liora did not think about this matter for long. After becoming familiar with her current body, she turned to the formation once again. Judging from the previous experiment, there was a high chance that she would be able to enter it in her current state. However, a high chance was not enough for Liora. The next moment, her right hand flashed across the left, and her palm was neatly separated. The blood and skin across the separated flesh squirmed eerily and, before long, landed on the ground and transformed into Liora. Sensing the consumption of indestructible matter, the real Liora couldn't help but shake her head. Creating a clone was not worth it. She had consumed a large amount of indestructible matter, yet the clone only had the strength of a true devil. Fortunately, the clone's strength did not matter. What she wanted to do next did not require a high combat power. Thinking of this, ignored the loss and took action. The two bodies exchanged a glance without speaking a word before the clone moved. Taking a step forward, it appeared in front of the formation, and with another step, walked through it. Liora's consciousness was divided into two. One half was focused on her real body, while the other half was following the clone made from her flesh, controlling it as if it were a puppet. The moment the clone touched the formation and tried to pass through it, Liora understood that her previous worries had been meaningless. Just like the body part of the tree devil before it, the clone easily passed through the formation as if it didn't exist. Only a few steps later, the clone disappeared, concealed by the formation's brilliance. Since the two shared vision, Liora was able to see what the clone was seeing. The interior of the formation led to a different world. Or to be more accurate, it led to a demi-plane. However, compared to the demi-plane she had encountered in the past, this one was completely barren, looking more like an empty field than a world. The only thing as far as Liora could see was a colossal tree dividing the sky into two, as well as a small square stone right beside it. The eyes of Liora's clone only stayed on the square for a brief moment before they quickly shifted onto the tree. She first took a look at its massive trunk before focusing on one of its many branches. She could sense that this branch was different from the rest. It was unique, not only because it carried a powerful aura of life, as if the goddess of life had descended here, but also because a plump, appetizing fruit was growing on it. Even though the person seeing it was merely a clone and not her real body, the soul of the real Liora outside the formation was also affected. She had an instinctive yearning for the fruit, as if obtaining it and devouring it would grant her great benefit. A whisper rang in her mind, telling her to rush in and grab it. Liora, however, did not rush to take action. It was only after controlling the clone and investigating the demi-plane several times, confirming that there was no danger, that her real body finally rose to its feet. Just like the clone before her, Liora's real body also took a step forward and easily passed through the formation. Soon, the clone and the real body met within the demi-plane, one standing beside the other. It's good that I can take it back. Each clone consumes a large amount of indestructible matter. If they die, this indestructible matter would be lost forever, and I would have to work hard to recover. Liora breathed a sigh of relief and controlled the clone to disperse. Instantly, the clone exploded, transforming into blood, skin, and flesh that flew towards her broken palm and wove into a new one. The indestructible matter that Liora had previously consumed was quickly replenished, only losing a small part of it in the process. Liora was not heartbroken, though. Or rather, she didn't care to pay attention right now. Her focus was on the fruit growing on the tree's branch, as its mere smell had caused both her body and soul to tremble violently. It was only when Liora came in person that she understood the true value of this fruit. Most likely, it was an earth-shattering treasure, one worthy of even archdevils fighting over. Liora's mind moved, and she began combing through her memories, trying to find any mention of the fruit. A couple of seconds later, she had an answer. Surprisingly, the fruit's information was not contained in her bloodline memories, but in the intelligence she had previously purchased from the Astral Pavilion. Reincarnation fruit. Liora muttered its name subconsciously. Little was known about this fruit, and it was only briefly mentioned in the intelligence, merely in passing. The reason why it was even mentioned was not because of the fruit itself, but because an archdevil of Hollow City had devoured one in its youth. Since it was mentioned only in passing, the function of the reincarnation fruit was difficult to discern. All that was known was that devouring it could improve the quality and strength of a person's soul. This tidbit, coupled with the extreme yearning emanating from her soul that was urging her to move forward, let Liora know that she was not mistaken. This fruit was indeed the reincarnation fruit, a supreme treasure that fitted her future plans perfectly. Unfortunately, such treasures have a very long gestation time. Although the reincarnation fruit has already formed and looks about to be born, it's in fact very far from truly blossoming. Liora sized up the fruit and concluded it would take at least tens of thousands of years for it to be born. In fact, such a time was relatively short for a treasure of this level. After all, the total gestation time of a reincarnation fruit was numbered in millions of years. For it, tens of thousands of years were nothing, and it could be considered to have reached its final stage. Unfortunately, not to mention whether Liora was willing to wait or not for such a long time. Even if she were, she wouldn't have had the chance to make a choice. She was not in a safe location at the moment. Even though this demi-plane was covered in a powerful formation, she didn't believe that she would be able to stay in here forever. Sooner or later, she would be forced to leave, whether as a result of the Zerg Queen's plans or because of the Universe Chamber of Commerce. Thinking of this, a trace of reluctance arose within Liora. She stared at the reincarnation fruit hanging from the branch and hesitated whether she should just pick it off. Although doing so was bound to decrease this fruit's value and its effects would deteriorate significantly, this was still better than getting nothing. Liora contemplated for a while, trying to think of ideas to deal with this predicament. A few minutes later, her eyes lit up. Glancing at the tree and then at the greater devil remains outside the demi-plane, she soon had an idea. It's fine if it works. If it fails, I will lose a couple of greater devil remains at most, she thought secretly. Having decided to give it a try, she did not hesitate any longer. Her hand reached out and bypassed the formation, leaving the demi-plane and grabbing the remains of the elderly devil and the undead creatures lying outside. Once she took her hand back and brought them into the formation, she took a step forward and approached the tree. The ring coiling around her finger shook as she did. The black serpent's maw opened wide, and it suddenly gained life, flicking its tail before becoming bigger. Soon, the serpent surrounded Liora and transformed into an illusory, translucent river. Liora stared at the river, and a faint fluctuation flashed inside her crimson eyes. The river's flowing waves were reflected in her pupils, and each droplet seemed to contain scenes that had already happened or were destined to occur in the future. For a moment, Liora was immersed in those scenes, causing her body to also become illusory, as if she were about to integrate with a river. Fortunately, her body suddenly trembled and jolted her awake, clearing her confusion away. The power of time is indeed incredible. Liora couldn't help but let out a sigh with some sweat on her forehead. Snake of Time is created through my own technique, yet I almost lost myself and became part of it. Fortunately, my will is strong enough, and the Snake of Time is only at the first level. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to wake up. The Snake of Time was not the real River of Time after all. Liora understood that the scenes contained in its droplets were all fake, merely the result of her own imagination of what the future would be. This was why she was able to wake up at the end. If she were to meet the real River of Time, let alone Liora, even the strongest archdevil would have instantly perished. Having had this experience, Liora didn't dare to look at the illusory river any longer. Taking a deep breath, she stretched out her hand and let her skin trace along its surface before lightly flicking it with her fingers. Instantly, several drops of water shot out and rushed towards the tree. Once they fell onto its surface, an invisible light flashed, and time around it blurred. The branches of the tree rustled violently. Although there was no wind in the demi-plane, the branches and leaves began to move at an astonishing rate. If other people were here to witness this scene, they would be dumbfounded and want to investigate the reason. However, Liora knew that the tree was not actually moving. Instead, this was the result of the time around the tree passing at an extraordinary speed. Although only a mere second had passed in the outside world, the tree had experienced several years all at once. Its movements were merely the result of it growing and gradually aging. Liora watched this operation silently. She could sense that the life force of the tree was gradually growing stronger. However, it didn't use it to grow taller or to extend its roots, but instead provided it as nourishment to the reincarnation fruit. The fruit quickly grew more and more round, while its smell became even more tempting. Soon, Liora found it difficult to contain her impulse to pick it off. However, she ultimately succeeded. This time, not because of the strength of her will, but because an intense pain suddenly assaulted her soul and body. A cracking sound echoed in her ears and jolted her awake. As Liora took her gaze off the tree, she realized that the snake of time around her was shaking violently. Like a piece of wood that could not withstand the heavy weight, it began to tremble and rapidly crack. Since the snake of time was created through a technique and was effectively a part of her soul, Liora was also affected. Her head felt as if it had been smashed by a hammer, while her body quivered, as if mimicking the snake of time's state. This was the first time that Liora had suffered a backlash since she obtained the snake of time. Even when she used it to speed up Alpha's time and help her awaken, there had not been such a situation. However, Liora guessed the reason. At the time, Alpha had been unconscious and had thus not put up any resistance. Moreover, although her strength was at the greater devil stage, her status was significantly lower than the tree. How could a tree that could give birth to a reincarnation fruit be ordinary? Even if it possessed no strength, its nature was extraordinary. Fortunately, I had already predicted that this would happen, Liora whispered, and, doing her best to suppress the impact of the backlash, she took action. Reaching out, she grabbed the remains beside her and tossed them into the snake of time without hesitation. The river's illusory surface rippled faintly. The remains shrank down and became illusory, slowly integrating into the river. Instantly, the cracks throughout the river quickly recovered, and its shaking stopped for a brief moment. Unfortunately, new cracks appeared the very next second, and the trembling continued. Clearly, the backlash was not a one-time event, but a continuous thing as long as time remained sped up. Liora's eyes showed no fear. She reached out again and started to toss remains into the river one after another, providing Snake of Time with the energy required to recover. Liora's actions seemed like an unending circle. One moment, the Snake of Time would recover, but the next, it would be broken apart. Fortunately, her purpose was ultimately achieved. The life force of the tree in the distance gradually began to disappear. Not because it was growing old, but because it was continuously pouring its essence into the reincarnation fruit, thus weakening itself. Time slowly passed. The tree's movements became less and less agile as the time around it passed, at an astonishing rate. When Liora finally threw the last bone of the undead into the Snake of Time, a loud explosion echoed throughout the demi-plane. The tree growing the fruit exploded, and its broken wood pieces were absorbed by the reincarnation fruit. A black and white color flashed across the fruit's surface, plunging the entire demi-plane into its color for a brief moment. Finally, when the light eventually receded, a surprising thing occurred. The reincarnation fruit did not drop to the ground. Rather, it shot into the distance and attempted to escape. Weapons with high enough strength possessed a will of their own, and plants were also the same. Although the reincarnation fruit was not really a plant, its extraordinary nature allowed it to possess certain instincts. For example, the instinct of survival. Seeing that Liora was eyeing it with red eyes and sensing the terrifying strength hidden within her unassuming body, it instantly decided to flee. Fortunately, Liora had already expected this and reacted in time. Ignoring the pain in her body and soul, her mind moved, and a large palm made of demonic energy fired out. The palm whistled through the air and arrived in front of the reincarnation fruit before it began to clench. The reincarnation fruit tried to evade the attack. However, Liora's reaction was extremely quick, and she had already been prepared. The projection of the land of nothingness appeared above her head, and as nothingness dropped down, it formed a cage around the reincarnation fruit, trapping it within. Though it wanted to escape, the reincarnation fruit knew that it had to make a choice. Compared to being captured, dying at the hands of nothingness was obviously far more terrifying. Therefore, its movements ultimately stopped. It could only stay still and allow the demonic energy to wrap it up, bringing it back to Liora. The moment Liora's skin came into contact with the fruit's surface, she felt the pain in her soul subside. Not only did the faint cracks in her soul begin to recover, but a gentle cold energy washed over it and strengthened it slightly. Noticing those changes, Liora couldn't help but shake her head. It deserves to be a rare treasure not even mentioned in my bloodline memories. She spoke with faint emotion. I'm afraid that devouring it could allow an ordinary true devil to possess a soul equivalent to a peak greater devil. For a greater devil, the benefits are even greater. No wonder the guy who obtained it managed to become an archdevil in the end. The power of the soul was very important for all beings, including devils. Other aspects, including physical strength, abilities, and combat experience, could always be made up for. However, it was extremely difficult to enhance one's soul, mostly a privilege granted during one's advancement process. Liora held the reincarnation fruit and immediately had the urge to devour it. She believed that as long as she swallowed it, her soul would take a step forward and leap beyond the greater devil stage. However, despite her instincts urging her to do so, Liora ultimately shook her head with faint reluctance. Now is not the time just yet. I don't know how long it will take me to digest its effects fully. It's fine if it only takes a couple of hours, but if days or even weeks pass, I will find myself in danger. At the same time, Liora had another idea. She was planning to find a soul-related greater devil technique. In that case, the reincarnation fruit, a treasure that could enhance one's soul, would perhaps speed up her practice of the technique, just like elemental resources help the four elements method. With that in mind, Liora gritted her teeth and put the reincarnation fruit away, no matter how unwilling she might be. She carefully placed it in one of the space orb's corners, arranging formations around it to ensure that it would not secretly escape while she was not paying attention. The moment the formations were arranged, Liora's tense nerves finally relaxed. Having a valuable treasure in her hands, it would be difficult for her to say that she had not been nervous. After all, the reincarnation fruit had the intention to escape. If she allowed it to succeed, all the effort she had gone through would have been for naught. Recalling her previous actions, Liora subconsciously lowered her head and glanced at the snake of time with a tinge of pain in her gaze. Although she had consumed the corpses of the elderly devil and the undead creatures to help it recover, the backlash it suffered was greater than expected. Even though the snake of time had not broken apart, some tiny cracks could be seen across its surface, mirroring the small cracks in her own soul. Every power requires its user to pay a price. The same holds for the power of time. Although the snake of time is useful, both in combat and as an auxiliary means, I'm ultimately too weak to really wield it. Only when I become an archdevil, or even reach the peak of that stage and upgrade the snake of time technique a couple more times, will I no longer have to fear suffering backlash, Liora realized. Manipulating the river to transform back into a snake and coil around her finger, she was about to leave when she suddenly remembered something. The reincarnation fruit had attracted most of her attention. However, besides that and the tree, there was one more object within this demi-plane. Glancing at the large square stone not far away, Liora's eyes glinted as she tried to see what made it worthy of being placed here. After all, She didn't believe that an ordinary stone had a place here. Just like the reincarnation fruit, this stone was bound to be a treasure. Unfortunately, no matter how much she investigated, she failed to find anything. Is it really an ordinary piece of stone? She couldn't help but wonder, though she didn't believe it just yet. Flashing in front of the square stone, she leaned down and poured her demonic energy into its surface, wishing to use it as a means to investigate its inner structure. But before she could do so, a trace of emotion flickered across her eyes. Under her surprised gaze, the stone square suddenly shook before it rapidly shrank down. In an instant, the once large stone had turned into a small square token made from stone. Perhaps because it was her demonic energy that awakened it, but the token rushed towards Liora and settled on top of her palm. Liora found that the number 3 was engraved on its surface using a method she could not recognize. Unfortunately, besides this small but unimportant clue, there was nothing that could suggest the token's functions. Liora, though, had a faint guess. Recalling the giant mark she had seen at the center of the maze, she was led to believe that the token was most likely related to it. Moreover, the number 3 led to another conclusion. Is there such a token in every other marked location? Liora pinched her chin. If she remembered correctly, the map had 12 such locations marked. Together with the one at its center, it made a total of 13 special locations. Besides the commander, the Universe Chamber of Commerce brought exactly 12 people in. Sure enough, a force with an archdevil in charge cannot be underestimated. Just like I thought, these people were specially arranged to come here. She shook her head while putting the stone token away. Then, she no longer lingered at the demi-plane. With a step forward, she passed through the formation and returned to the outside room. Immediately, her body squirmed, and she exited her tree devil state, regaining her real appearance. Not paying any attention to this, she opened her mouth and spoke up. Did you find anything amiss in the room? Is there any secret area? She glanced at Alpha and asked, though she already knew the answer. Indeed, the result didn't surprise her. Hearing her question, Alpha immediately shook her head. No, besides the undead and that formation, there seems to be nothing else in the room. Alpha had previously seen Liora enter the formation and since the previous moments. Thus, she could guess that Liora had discovered something inside. However, she didn't ask any questions. If Liora wished to tell her, she would eventually learn the truth. If not, she most likely wouldn't get an answer even if she were to ask. Liora was not disappointed by Alpha's response. She had already expected it. She had investigated the room briefly before entering the formation and had found nothing. In fact, rather than call it a room, it would be more accurate to call it a cage. Clearly, these rooms were not created for people to live in, but to house the formations and, perhaps more importantly, the treasures inside. As for the undead, they were merely here to serve as the treasure's guardians. Judging from this composition, it's very likely that each room contains a different treasure, although it's unlikely that all these treasures are as valuable as the reincarnation fruit. It's worth fighting over. Thinking of this, Liora finally had another purpose besides searching for a way to leave the maze. She believed that coming here might prove to be an opportunity. She took out the map and stared at the marked locations for a few seconds. After focusing on the closest one and memorizing the route, she motioned Alpha to follow her and left the room. Perhaps because the formation had been entered, exiting the room was now allowed. Without facing any obstruction, the two women soon returned to the complicated, densely interlocked corridors. However, compared to before, Liora and Alpha were now far less clueless. With the map leading the way, they easily wandered through the maze, slowly but surely approaching their destination. As for the undead who dared to block their way, Liora didn't even need to take action. Alpha alone could deal with them. While Liora was dealing with the aftermath of the previous encounter, time didn't stop to wait for her. Coupled with the time she had spent wandering mindlessly through the maze, it gave more than enough time for the rest of the greater devils to act. In one of the rooms closely resembling the one that Liora and Alpha had just been in, a pale man was manipulating more than a dozen skeletons to surround a figure covered in a layer of earth. The golem-looking devil was furious as he stared at his opponent, glancing at his rapidly cracking body, and then at the pale man looking at him with disdain. The earth devil was truly furious. Plague devil, do you wish to become the Universe Chamber of Commerce's enemy? Don't forget, you have signed a devil contract. You can't kill me. Otherwise, you'll also die. The Earth Devil yelled, trying to use the name of the Universe Chamber of Commerce to intimidate his opponent. Unfortunately, the so-called Plague Devil only paused for a brief moment. When his eyes landed on the formation at a corner of the room, and he recalled his earlier experiences, his hesitation quickly vanished. He might not have dared to offend the Universe Chamber of Commerce in the past, but with a mountain of treasures that could enhance his strength piled in front of him, any fear he might have had disappeared. Surrender. As long as you're willing to let me plant a curse in your soul and become my subordinate, I can let you live. The Plague Devil yelled back, though he continued to control the undead to attack his enemy. The opponent groaned but did not respond. He showed a surprising amount of resolve, as if he would not surrender even if he were to die. Unfortunately, this determination hardly mattered. Only a few seconds later, his earth body began to crack under the multiple blows of the undead. Although the Earth Devil was stronger than the Tree Devil whom Liora had encountered, the number of the undead besieging him was also greater. Moreover, although the Plague Devil seemed to be standing on the side and doing nothing, countless invisible toxins emerged from his body and secretly attacked his opponent. Some of them targeted the Earth Devil's physical body and slowed down his movements, while others dug into his soul and made him experience the pain of having his soul torn apart. Before long, the Earth Devil could no longer hold on. The fractures in his body grew increasingly bigger, causing big chunks of it to drop onto the ground, while his soul was left shrouded in an eerie black mist. Sensing that his death was gradually approaching, the previous resolve in Earth Devil's mind gradually faded away. Just when his mind was beginning to get confused, he finally uttered something for the first time since the battle began. I surrender. Don't kill me. I can enter the formation and bring you the treasures inside, the Earth Devil stated, having lost his previous determination to resist. As soon as his words fell, the undead around him stopped attacking. The black mist in his soul disappeared, as a happy smile appeared on the Plague Devil's pale face. Don't resist. Allow me to plant a curse in your soul, he chuckled. Though the Earth Devil was uncomfortable, he could only do as told and remain still. Soon, a black mark had formed on his soul. Not only could the Plague Devil control his life and death through this mark, but he could also control it to torture him with just a thought. Go. Make sure to bring the items inside, the Plague Devil ordered coldly without giving the Earth Devil a chance to recover. No matter how unwilling the Earth Devil was, there was nothing he could do. After bowing respectfully, he walked into the demi-plane. The Plague Devil did not follow him. He remained outside, protected by the army of undead. Subconsciously, he couldn't help but imagine his bright future. I didn't expect that the Universe Chamber of Commerce had discovered such a place. If it hadn't been for a coincidence, I would have been unaware that this maze is filled with precious treasures, he whispered, glancing at the bronze, fragmented sword in his hand from the corner of his eye. This sword was the spoils of battle he had obtained earlier. Although it was broken and in a bad state, the Plague Devil could sense an unimaginable power lurking inside of it. It was exactly the experience of obtaining the sword that made him turn against the Universe Chamber of Commerce. The Plague Devil could feel that, as long as he obtained enough treasures, he would have nothing to fear even when facing an archdevil. If he succeeded, he wouldn't care about the Universe Chamber of Commerce. The Plague Devil continued daydreaming. He imagined himself controlling a large army of greater devil undead, as well as advancing and becoming an archdevil. However, just when it seemed that he would continue doing so until the Earth Devil left the formation, his expression suddenly changed. A trace of panic flashed across his eyes, followed by anger. Who? He turned towards the room's entrance and yelled as a cloud of black mist shot out. There seemed to be nothing in its trajectory at first, but the moment the mist reached the area near the entrance, it suddenly parted into two. The space where that happened squirmed for a brief moment, and two figures suddenly emerged. One was a woman with red hair and fiery red eyes, and the other one was a woman with brown hair and cold amber eyes. Obviously, these were Liora and Alpha, respectively. Having followed the clues on the map, they had arrived here. The Plague Devil immediately recognized them. After all, the fight he had witnessed in the Universe Chamber of Commerce was still fresh in his mind. Although he was also at the true spirit stage, just like Liora, he had no confidence in dealing with her. Many thoughts raced through his mind, but unwilling to fight against her, he tried to think of ways to throw her off and get her to leave. Unfortunately, the formation behind him moved before he could think of anything. Its surface rippled faintly, and the next moment, the Earth Devil walked out. He held a leather book in his hands, and excitement was written all over his face as he walked with quick steps. "My lord, I've found it. It's an archdevil technique." He spoke up loudly, only for his words to stop halfway through. Glancing at the recently arrived Liora, and then at the plague devil, who looked to be on guard against her, he seemed to have realized something and instantly shut his mouth. However, it was already too late. A look of anger appeared on the plague devil's face, and he cursed the earth devil for his idiocy, but he could only take action. Instantly, the undead around him pounced on Liora like a group of wolves. At the same time, a dense mist shot out of his body and spread, forming a domain that engulfed both Alpha and Liora's figures. The toxins produced by the plague devil were not ordinary poison. Although Liora had only been briefly in contact with him, and the two had hardly communicated, she had already recognized his race. A zombie devil, a race mixed between devils and zombies. Unlike ordinary zombies, which were a low-level race mostly looked down on, zombie devils possessed the advantages of this race while not losing the advantages of devils. For example, they possessed the strength of devils, as well as the power to control the undead and spread poison. Faced with the dark mist and the undead rushing in her direction, Liora reacted pretty quickly. With a wave of her hands, a gust of wind formed and prevented the poison from coming near her, while she quietly approached Alpha and made a gesture with her eyes. Alpha did not require any further explanation. Her body instantly crumbled, and only a mechanical core remained, which entered Liora's body and boosted her strength. The difference in strength between the two had been massive in the past, making the strength enhancement hardly matter. Their combination could at most allow Liora to use Alpha's abilities. But now that Alpha had reached the peak of the Greater Devil stage, the strength she provided Liora was quite significant. As she checked her current state, Liora judged that her power had increased by about 30%. For a being of her level, such an enhancement was massive, and only an advancement could surpass it. Liora didn't activate any of her many abilities. Her feet shoved against the ground, and she glided forward, appearing before a greater devil undead and facing it calmly. Demon force emerged from the depths of her body and transformed into a black layer around her fist before she threw a punch forward, targeting its head. The space within the maze was extremely dense and difficult to break. Yet, at that moment, Liora's movements caused it to tremble, just based on her physical strength. However, no one had the time to care about this. The next moment, her fist struck the bones of the undead. The expected collision did not occur. Instead, the bones of the greater devil immediately began to snap before they shattered completely. Liora did not pause, not wasting even a moment to celebrate. While controlling the wind elements to expel the poison of the plague devil, she flashed in front of another undead and attacked one more time. Her opponents had no way to resist. Liora's high agility made them unable to contend with her speed, while her overwhelming power put them at a complete disadvantage. Undead are only undead after all. Although these creatures have the strength of a greater devil, they don't have the abilities of one. Without indestructible matter to help them recover, dying once means perishing forever. Liora might have found it difficult to contend against a dozen greater devils with a similar strength and would have been forced to reveal more of her abilities. However, facing the army of undead, she only had to rely on her physical strength and demon force to easily suppress them. The plague devil outside the battlefield stared at this scene with a fearful gaze. He could only stare blankly as Liora killed the undead one after another, as if she had turned into a member of the giant race. However, he restrained his impulse to rush forward and didn't act. Glancing at the bronze sword hilt in his hand, he continued accumulating momentum while waiting for an opportunity. The plague devil understood that he was weaker than Liora and could not fight against her at the moment. Although his strength had increased after entering this place, the gap between them was still massive. As such, he didn't intend to fight her normally from the beginning. Rather, by using the undead he had controlled to keep her busy, he wanted to create an opportunity for one final, decisive strike. that strike would directly decide the outcome of the fight. A strange scene soon occurred within the dimly lit room. A woman wandered around a bunch of undead, punching them and shattering their bodies, while a pale man stood not far away, staring at her intently with a fierce gaze. If anyone arrived here and did not know any better, they would have been led to believe that the plague devil had been captivated by Liora's beauty. Of course, more powerful people would immediately sense the murderous intent filling the air. Time slowly passed. For the plague devil, every second felt like an hour. The sword fragment in his hand trembled like a living being as more and more demonic energy poured into it, as if it were thirsting for the opponent's blood. Suddenly, the plague devil's pupils widened. "It's now," he thought, and, following a raising of his hand, he swung the sword fragment towards Liora. Its bronze surface lit up with a variety of colors, reflecting the giant torches hanging from the walls and the two people. The sword strike seemed ordinary, as if it didn't contain any power and would not even be able to hurt a mortal. Yet, as the person facing it, Liora understood that its power was terrifying. In her opinion, this blow was as powerful as her activating eclipse while consuming the entirety of her demon force. Even in her current state, she doubted that she could take it head-on without being severely injured. Despite knowing this, Liora didn't panic. Could it be that she had not seen the plague devil's actions or sensed his intentions? From the very beginning, she had been waiting for this moment. After shattering the body of another greater devil undead and extinguishing the flames in its eye sockets, Liora's eyes narrowed, and her consciousness directly connected with Alpha's. Although the two women did not speak a word, their souls seemed to have merged at that moment, able to sense each other's thoughts clearly. Alpha immediately acted. Boundless energy emerged from the depths of her mechanical core and poured into Liora's body, elevating her strength even further. It not only increased her physical strength and demonic energy, but also the quality and volume of her demon force. For a moment, Liora had the illusion that she had broken through the 6th level of the demonic body art. Of course, she understood that this was an illusion. As long as she exited this state, her strength and demon force would return to normal. However, "This is enough," Liora whispered. With a move of her mind, she activated the signature ability of World Devourers, Eclipse. The projection of the land of nothingness appeared and hovered above her head, as if serving as her crown. In the past, this land had been completely illusory, but now it had gained a material form, as if the real destination of all things had descended in the maze. A powerful aura spread with it at the center, faintly surpassing the greater devil stage. The next moment, a black hole appeared and shot at the plague devil and the sword in his hand. Liora's actions sounded complicated and lengthy. Yet, from the moment she merged with Alpha to the moment Eclipse was cast, only a split second had gone by. The attack of the plague devil had yet to arrive, while the sword fragment in his hand was still shining brightly. But the next second, that brilliance vanished completely. As the black hole approached the sword, a large devouring force erupted and swallowed everything around it. Not only was the power of the attack invalidated, but concepts such as light were also devoured and disappeared. The already fragmented sword let out a shrill wail, and its power diminished significantly. As its master, the plague devil also suffered backlash. A drop of green blood dripped down his lips. It was unknown if this was a good or a bad thing, but he didn't have the time to feel any pain or fear. After Eclipse bypassed the sword, it arrived right in front of him. The revolving sphere did not need to land directly on his body. While it was still a few meters away, its overwhelming, devouring force stunned him. The next moment, his soul was directly pulled out of his body and merged with the black hole. Within a moment of entering, his consciousness was wiped out, and his soul turned into nourishment. A loud crashing sound echoed. His lifeless body collapsed to the ground with a bang. The plague devil was dead. This true spirit greater devil, who had a very high chance of becoming an archdevil, had died unwillingly. His plans of controlling this maze, obtaining all the treasures, and becoming a ruler of the demon world had stopped before they even began. The projection hovering above Liora's head vanished. At the same time, Alpha's mechanical core emerged from her body and landed beside her before it took form. Seeing that Alpha was still fine, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. She wiped at the non-existent sweat on her forehead and glanced at the plagued devil's corpse with a complicated gaze. No greater devil can be underestimated. Everyone who has reached this point is extremely talented and has had various opportunities. Especially after these guys arrived at this place, their trump cards have been significantly strengthened. Even I have to be careful, she thought silently. For her, the plague devil was nothing. If they were to fight one-on-one, she could easily suppress him just like she had suppressed the devil at the Universe Chamber of Commerce. Yet, after this devil had entered this place, controlled the undead, and obtained the sword fragment, even she had to be cautious. If the plague devil was like this, the other true spirit greater devils were bound not to be any easier to deal with. My lord, thank you. Thank you for killing this villain. You don't know, but this person has betrayed the Universe Chamber of Commerce. If it were not for your timely help, the mission would have failed. Don't worry. Once we leave this place, I will request that the organization reward you handsomely. Just when Liora was thinking, the Earth Devil on the side stumbled forward and spoke excitedly. Funnily, before this person could remain someone else's servant for long, his master had already perished. From start to finish, he had been enslaved for barely more than a couple of minutes before he regained his freedom. Some might have called him lucky. However, Liora looked at him with a strange gaze. Soon, she discovered something, causing her eyes to light up. No wonder. How could there be such a coincidence in the world? It seems that you coming out of the formation was not random. Do you wish to have me confront the plague devil? She whispered in a low voice. A confused expression appeared on the Earth Devil's face, and he couldn't understand what she was saying. His confusion was not faked. It was his real, undisguised emotions. He shook his head repeatedly. I don't understand what your excellency is talking about. If you wish to get the Archdevil technique, I'm willing to hand it over to you. All I ask is that you follow your agreement with the Universe Chamber of Commerce and help us deal with the Zerg Queen, he stated, and made a move to give her the technique. Liora, however, didn't reach out to grab it. Instead, her eyes became deeper, and she stared at the Earth Devil for a few more seconds before her demonic energy wrapped around him and pulled him in front of her. Before the opponent could react, his head was held tightly by Liora's hand. He had no way to resist. His gaze soon grew blank, as her consciousness entered his body and investigated it from within. It didn't take her long to find what she was searching for. Only a few seconds later, Liora's consciousness located his soul space and dug inside of it. The first thing she saw upon entering was the curse mark that the plague devil had previously planted on him. This was a powerful enslavement ability, but its brilliance had dimmed significantly as a result of its caster's death. Liora didn't focus on this for long. Her consciousness continued sweeping through the dark soul space, seemingly looking for something else. In the end, she succeeded. It was a cluster of pink mist, swirling around the soul space as if out of control. The moment Liora's consciousness touched it, she felt a flame rise within her body. A seductive female voice echoed in her mind, followed by an innocent chuckle that tugged on her heartstrings. Liora did not require an explanation. Even though it was only a remnant power, a voice left behind, she instantly recognized its owner. It was Asira, the succubus working for the Astral Pavilion, and the only greater devil she had met before the mission. As soon as this realization struck, Liora seemed to have realized something and wanted to take her consciousness back. But it was already too late. The pink mist within the soul space suddenly squirmed. It transformed into a rune and landed on her. The eyes of Liora outside lost their vitality for a brief second. But by the time she regained her consciousness, a gentle, soft touch had reached her back. Liora felt a pair of gentle hands wrap around her neck from her back, while two soft things landed along her spine. A hot breath landed on her ears, as several overlapping, seductive whispers reached them. In the time it took Liora to wake up from the pink mist's influence, a silhouette had appeared and hugged her from behind unknowingly. Liora did not suffer any damage or harm. Yet, as she felt herself come into contact with the enemy, a hot flame arose within her body, just like it had done when she faced the pink mist within the Earth Devil's soul space. Perhaps because the mist was only the remaining power while the silhouette was its caster, the feeling was several times more intense and difficult to recover from. Fortunately, Liora had already realized something was amiss and reacted quickly. Her demonic energy erupted and struck her surroundings, trying to injure or at least push the other person off of her. However, the result was surprising. Instead of being pushed back, large fractures appeared along the figure of the woman behind her before she shattered like broken glass. The moment Liora succeeded in suppressing the influence in her body, the shadows in one of the room's corners writhed and burst out. A pink mist formed out of nowhere and spread through the room, while a familiar figure emerged from within. Hee hee. Asira hid her happy smile behind her hand as soon as she appeared. My friends, what's the point of fighting and killing? Can't we all just work together to get out of this place? Why do we have to kill each other? Asira shook her head and spoke with regret, staring at the corpses scattered across the floor with faint disappointment. Liora did not respond to her words. While doing her best to suppress the side effects of the earlier confrontation, she glanced at the Earth Devil in her hand and casually tossed him aside. By now, his consciousness had mostly been wiped out, and he no longer served as a threat. A dumbfounded look remained etched across his face that was completely devoid of any intelligence, a result of the pink mist's previous eruption. Liora did not kill him. Doing so would violate the devil contract. Most importantly, she had more important things to deal with. After she got rid of this weight, Liora turned to Asira and sized her up, secretly wondering what her purpose was. She knew that this woman didn't hold any malicious intent at the moment. Otherwise, the figure attacking her would not have been a mere illusion, but Asira's real body. If she truly wished to oppose her, she would have taken the initiative in the fight by doing this. Based on just this alone, Liora could see that this woman had another purpose for appearing at this time and speaking up. Sure enough, the next moment, Asira followed up on her previous words and confirmed her suspicions. As she stared at the Archdevil technique lying on the ground, her mouth opened wide. An Archdevil technique, she exclaimed in feigned astonishment. It deserves to be the inheritance place of an ancient civilization. If one of the 12 treasure houses contains such a thing, then I can only wonder how valuable the true inheritance is. Asira shook her head. Her words made Liora frown, not because she had recognized the Archdevil technique, but because her words suggested that Asira was familiar with this place. Or at the very least, she knew more than her and the Plague Devil. Despite being curious, though, she didn't rush to ask any questions, ignoring Asira's slight smile that was urging her to speak up. Asira's expression turned deflated. She puffed up her cheeks like a young girl before breathing out bitterly. You're no fun. You should at least try to ask me what I'm talking about. How can the conversation go on if you act like this? She said and approached the Earth Devil, before searching through his belongings and taking a small stone token out. Just like the one that Liora had previously discovered, this token was also numbered with the number 7. Judging by your lack of reaction, you should have already dealt with one of the treasure houses. This idiot must have also obtained a token since he dares to come here. Asira glanced at the Plague Devil and said with some disdain, We've gathered a total of 3 tokens. These are enough for you, me, and that little girl over there to enter the Inheritance Palace, Asira stated as she waved her hand and threw the Plague Devil's corpse at Alpha. Alpha did not make a move to grab it, but instead took a step to the side and let it drop to the ground. She turned to Liora and inquired with her eyes, asking about her intentions. Having confirmed that Asira had not done anything malicious, Liora nodded her head and motioned for her to pick it up. Then, she stared at Asira and spoke up for the first time since her arrival. It seems that you are really familiar with this place. Are the intelligence-gathering abilities of the Astral Pavilion so good? She questioned, but without giving her the time to respond, continued speaking. There's no need to answer. How you obtain the information is none of my business, she waved her hand. What I'm interested in is your purpose for showing up at this time. Judging by your tone and how easily you revealed this information, I believe you have something to talk about with me. Asira did not care about losing the initiative in their conversation. Ignoring the previous interruption, she played with the token in her hand, ruffled her hair with the other, and spoke with a smile. It seems that my decision to show up was correct. At least, you're more intelligent than these fools. She looked at the Plague Devil and joked, her words suggesting that the two had communicated before. You might have guessed how this maze came to be. In fact, this is a place built to house the inheritance of an ancient civilization. Just like the Universe Chamber of Commerce stated before, This used to be a higher-level world. However, due to some unfortunate events, it was forced to downgrade. But how could such a world be compared to normal medium-level worlds? Asira asked rhetorically before continuing. There were several archdevils and possibly even ancient devil beings in this world. Before the world was downgraded, these beings sensed the imminent threat and departed from this world, searching for other higher-level worlds to occupy. Before leaving, they left this place behind. It not only contains an inheritance for future generations, but also some methods left behind for their inevitable return. Saying this, Asira pointed at the formation not far away. You must have seen the treasures hidden inside. However, what you don't know is that these treasures are also accompanied by dangers. Without sufficient strength, intelligence, or caution, one will suffer even if they obtain them. The moment Asira finished her words, she suddenly took action. A pink mist shot out of her body and quickly spread. Liora had been on guard all this time and was about to defend against this blow. Yet, she soon realized that the mist's target was not her. Instead, it was the sword fragment lying on the floor, the one that the plague devil had previously used. A painful scream echoed the moment the mist engulfed it. The illusory figure of a young man appeared above it. Following a loud bang, it exploded. Liora couldn't help but frown as she witnessed this scene. She had previously fought against this sword, yet she hadn't noticed the remaining soul inside of it. Obviously, Asira was using it as a way to confirm her earlier words. And indeed, Liora understood what she was implying. The treasures hidden within the formations were not left for future generations out of the kindness of one's heart. Instead, the people who left them behind hoped to achieve certain goals through them. For example, the soul of this person was hidden inside the sword. Although it remained dormant most of the time and had no impact on the outside world, it could potentially kill its wielder if one was not careful. And who would really be on guard against their own weapon? Are these the backup plans left by those beings who departed from this world? Indeed, every world is the same. Although this is not the demon world, and the beings of this world seem more orderly, schemes and conspiracies are bound to appear. If one is not cautious enough, taking these treasures will leave them in danger. If they are unlucky, they may die or even be replaced by these beings. Liora couldn't help but think about the reincarnation fruit she had previously obtained. Although she had already used her methods to confirm that there was nothing special about it, she secretly vowed to double-check before trying to devour it. Asira didn't speak up. She allowed Liora to digest the information. Then, after she judged that she had given her enough time, she smiled brightly and continued. I wish to make a deal with you. In another place within the maze, several greater devils had already gathered. A muscular middle-aged man stood in the lead. If Liora were here, she would realize that he was the commander of the Universe Chamber of Commerce, the person responsible for the mission. At this time, he and several other members of his organization stood outside a majestic and luxurious palace. The life lamps of Krine and Vorik have been extinguished, while Cades is flickering. I'm afraid that he has been seriously injured, if not fallen into a coma. The commander stated calmly, his gaze never leaving the massive palace in the distance. The palace was truly massive, as if made for giants. Dozens of golden pillars stood along the entrance, while several statues stood around it, as if guarding it. At the moment, the gate was closed. Yet, no one showed the will to push it open. I wonder how far Malvek can go. Do you think that he will pass the second trial? One of the greater devils questioned in a low voice, only for his companions to shake their heads. I'm afraid not. Although his bloodline can allow him to pass the first trial without undergoing an examination, passing the second trial is difficult. He is only at the indestructible body stage after all. Just as this person was about to continue talking, the palace in the distance suddenly shook. The golden pillars trembled violently as the entrance parted before a non-humanoid figure was thrown out. One of the greater devils instinctively grabbed it. But the moment his hands landed on the flying figure, a powerful force assaulted his body. Before he could react, both he and the figure in his hands were knocked back, sent flying across the room. It was only after traversing several hundred meters that their momentum finally ceased, and the figure's appearance was revealed. It was a giant lizard-looking devil. His body was riddled with injuries, with large amounts of blood pouring out, while several sword and spear marks were left across his green scales. Everyone recognized him. It was Malvek, who was supposed to be undergoing the Inheritance Palace's trial. Everyone understood why he had been thrown out. Just like most expected, he had failed the second trial. Moreover, judging from the injuries and his fluctuating aura, it was apparent that he had suffered a lot. However, no one showed any heartbreak. They knew that although Malvek had suffered, he had at least passed the first trial. Under the Inheritance Palace's rules, he was bound to receive a reward, and, according to their previous attempts, the reward was extremely valuable, at least as precious as the treasures in the formations outside. The commander was not disappointed by Malvek's failure either. If anything, he was happy that he had at least returned, meaning that they had gathered another treasure. After all, it was not guaranteed that the examinee would leave the palace alive. If one were not careful and overestimated themselves and their strength, they would find themselves suffering greatly. Staring at the bright light within Malvek's hands, the commander's stern face cracked, and a smile appeared. He reached out and was about to pick it up. But just when his hand grabbed the light, the sound of footsteps suddenly reached his ears. The commander and the greater devils looked normal at first. They believed that another one of their companions had entered the formation, obtained the token, and finally reached this place. However, the commander soon discovered something and frowned. As a true spirit greater devil, he was able to sense that there was not one person approaching, but three. Instantly, a guess formed in his mind. I hope things are not as I think, and these people just happen to pass by. Although they are bound to find the truth sooner or later, it would be best if it doesn't happen this soon. We have to at least obtain a couple more treasures, the commander murmured. Unfortunately, things were bound not to go as the commander hoped. If you wish to obtain the final inheritance, you'll have to go through 3 different trials. A trial of potential, of combat, and of will. The first 2 are self-explanatory. The Inheritance Palace will test the potential and combat power of people who enter it. As for will, it's slightly more complicated. There can be several different tests. Some examinees may have to experience an illusion. Others may have to withstand the pressure of a powerhouse for a certain amount of time. Either way, the third trial will test the examinee's resolve. 3 women walked through the corridor, while the one at the front explained the situation to the 2 behind her. Faced with Asira's words, Liora did not interrupt, but listened attentively. The 2 had already reached a deal. Having signed a stringent devil contract, Liora understood that Asira would not mislead her. If anything, she would be as helpful as possible. After all, her goal coincided with Liora's. Asira didn't stop speaking. Meanwhile, the footsteps of their group never paused. They continued wandering through the corridors according to the route they had memorized, slowly but surely approaching their destination. The time within the maze was far more difficult to track than outside. Yet, Liora knew that not even half an hour had passed before the walls around them tilted and the corridor began to expand. A few minutes later, the already giant corridor seemed to have transformed into an entire world. Although they were far away, the Golden Palace was clearly visible to them. The same held true for the figures gathered outside of it. Liora's eyes instantly locked onto the commander. She noticed that he was also staring in their direction, and a frown had appeared on his face. Considering their strength, the 2 sides immediately discovered one another. No matter how far away the 2 parties were, there was nothing blocking their vision. As such, just as Liora noticed the commander and his subordinates, the opponents also noticed their group approaching. The commander didn't rush to take action, though. He remained silent with a stern expression etched across his face, while motioning his subordinates to be careful. The 3 women instantly captured their actions. However, since Liora had already reached an agreement with Asira, none of them showed any hesitation. Their footsteps quickened, and they approached the majestic Golden Palace. Soon, they arrived not far away from the commander and turned to face him. The 2 sides sized each other up without speaking a word, causing a bizarre silence to shroud the clearing. Fortunately, the commander finally decided to break this silence. He didn't try to hide his thoughts, but rather voiced them out loud. It seems that you have already discovered the mystery of this maze. Did some other organization discover the Universe Chamber of Commerce's recent actions and sent you here to interfere? He questioned, but he shook his head before any of the 3 women could reply. It doesn't matter. You should have already obtained the inheritance tokens. Since you're already here, you are bound to enter the Inheritance Palace, he said calmly. obviously having already guessed their purpose. Liora exchanged a glance with Asira. She was surprised by the commander's attitude and had to wonder whether he was trying to set them up. However, after she thought of the current situation, she was soon relieved. In fact, Liora and Asira had already been prepared to break off with the Universe Chamber of Commerce. However, they never expected that they would be able to kill their opponents. Even if one ignored the devil contract, the commander was a true spirit greater devil and was accompanied by several other greater devils. Since the Universe Chamber of Commerce dared to send them here, they were bound to have some kind of powerful trump card. The two women originally planned to display sufficient strength so that the other party would not dare to obstruct them from obtaining the inheritance. Now, although the commander's attitude was strange, it suited their needs. At least, they didn't need to fight. The commander is worthy of being entrusted to lead this mission. If it were someone like the Plague Devil, he would have immediately chosen to take action. Even if I, Asira, and Alpha are three true spirit greater devils, he would never choose to retreat without a fight, Liora thought, and she became even more wary of this person. Although many thoughts went through their respective minds, not much time had passed in reality. Liora and Asira only exchanged a brief glance without the need to communicate before the latter spoke up. She chuckled cheerfully. There's no reason for the commander to act like this. After all, we are all allies. Our goal from the beginning has been to slay the Zerg Queen. Saying this, she changed the conversation. I've heard that the Inheritance Palace contains various treasures, with some of them precious enough to significantly enhance our strength. If we can improve our combat power, we will have a higher chance of dealing with the Zerg Queen, and we can ensure that no accident will occur. Don't forget, it was the Zerg Queen who teleported us here. Although she hadn't appeared yet, she must be hiding behind the scenes. This person is perhaps the biggest thread in the maze. Asira's words sounded ordinary, but she displayed the abilities that an Astral Pavilion employee ought to have. In just a couple of sentences, she had changed the tone of their conversation. From them fighting over the Inheritance Palace and the treasures inside, it had now turned into an opportunity to enhance their strength to deal with a common enemy. In just a moment, they had turned from potential enemies to close allies. This not only made their cause more just, but also gave the commander enough face. He wasn't forced to retreat. He was just helping them improve their strength out of necessity. Liora had met several businessmen in the past. Some flattered the powerful, while others preferred to bully the weak. However, it was the first time she witnessed someone acting like this. After glancing at the commander and confirming that Asira's words had worked and his stern expression had faintly relaxed, Liora suddenly coughed to attract everyone's attention. Then, turning to the palace in the distance, she couldn't help but ask the question in her mind. This palace must house several treasures, enough for several archdevils to be born. Have you tried to dismantle it and loot the things inside? The commander didn't sneer at her straightforward way of thinking, but instead paused for a few seconds before shaking his head. I won't hide it from you. We've already tried it. However, the palace is protected by formations. Because the methods used are different from devil runes, we can't decipher them. Moreover, he paused and pointed at the statues beside the entrance. These statues are actually puppets. If someone shows any intention to break the rules, they will immediately besiege them. A true spirit greater devil was sacrificed to obtain this information. The commander spoke with slight heartache. Liora had already expected this answer and was not surprised by his words. After all, she was not the only one with the idea to tear this place down. Liora could be certain that everyone else had that thought, and they were bound to have tried. This was normal. Devils were not lawful creatures. When a devil encountered such an inheritance, their first thought was not to obey the rules, but instead to directly destroy it and rob the things hidden inside. Since these people were now faithfully going through the trials, it was obvious that they had failed. Maybe a powerful archdevil can bypass the restrictions. However, such a person might not be willing to take the risk, Liora realized. She was not the only one with doubts. Following her question, Asira also took the opportunity to ask. The commander showed surprising patience and answered their doubts. Once he had finished solving their doubts, he finally spoke of his purpose. So far, all the members of our organization have failed at the second trial. I believe that you three have a high chance of passing the second trial, and perhaps may succeed in the third, he said. I wish that once you come out, You will consider selling the items you obtain to the Universe Chamber of Commerce if they don't suit your needs. You don't have to worry. We will purchase them based on the market price. His request was not difficult. Trading treasures was a common occurrence. No one could be certain that the opportunities they obtain would suit their needs. For example, if Asira were to obtain a body tempering technique, she wouldn't necessarily choose to practice it since she mainly focused on illusions and soul attacks. At that time, trading them with the Universe Chamber of Commerce would naturally not harm her. With that in mind, neither Liora nor Asira argued. Faced with the commander's request, the two women nodded and promised to do so. Then, after they had reached an agreement, everyone's focus shifted back to their goal, or to be more accurate, to the majestic Golden Palace. Entering the Inheritance Palace was neither difficult nor complicated. All one had to do was approach the palace and present the inheritance token. At the same time, the number of people who could be in the palace was not limited. If desired, several people could undergo the trials simultaneously. Therefore, Liora did not face any obstruction. After approaching the building and presenting the inheritance token, the entrance of the Inheritance Palace opened, and a powerful force swallowed her figure. She was not the only one. Together with her were Asira and Alpha, who chose to undergo the trials at the same time as her. Liora, however, did not have the time to pay attention to them. The moment the entrance opened, her vision blurred. Within a split second, it had turned dark. Soon, the boundless darkness swallowed the three women's figures. Then, the entrance closed as if this scene were an illusion. Only the figures of the commander and his subordinates remained outside, staring at the Inheritance Palace with deep gazes. Liora didn't resist the Inheritance Palace's invitation. Soon, she found herself teleported to another place. It was a vast starry sky, with countless tiny dots shining brightly, each representing a faraway star. Besides these stars, there was almost nothing. Only a giant white canvas stood alone, stretching for several kilometers. Below it lay billions of puzzle-like pieces, each one dyed with a different color and engraved with a different pattern. The moment Liora's eyes landed on this scene, a message poured into her mind, seemingly stemming from the starry sky around her. She immediately understood what was happening. Asira previously mentioned that the first trial tests the challenger's talent, but now, it seems that it would be more accurate to say that it tests their comprehension. The message had let her know what this trial entailed. The requirements to pass this stage were fairly simple. All one needed was to complete the puzzle. Of course, although this seemed simple and easy to accomplish, Liora knew that it was actually extremely difficult. This puzzle is not an ordinary puzzle after all. It is composed of billions of puzzle pieces. If one wishes to combine them, it's nearly impossible to achieve through brute force. While she was deep in thought, Liora quietly approached the canvas and took her seat before it. Then, one of the puzzle pieces flew towards her with a wave of her hand. Glancing at it, she stared at the tiny patterns engraved along its surface and fell into thought. According to Asira, the faster one completes the trials, the better the rewards they will receive at the end. The previous message mentioned that I only have 1 year to complete the puzzle, otherwise, I will be considered to have failed. However, if I want to obtain something that can enhance my strength, I should set my goal to complete it within a month, Liora thought. After inspecting the puzzle piece for a little while, she carefully placed it on the canvas and watched the two blend together. Then, she picked another piece and placed it beside it. One after another, pieces were placed onto the canvas. In just a few minutes, thousands of them had appeared, one seamlessly attaching to another. Their complicated patterns blended together, seemingly merging into one of the puzzle's many corners. But just when it seemed that she would continue to build upon that foundation, Liora suddenly paused. She frowned. She looked at the canvas, and a look of annoyance appeared on her face. With a move of her mind, the puzzle pieces on the canvas returned to her hands. Countless thoughts raced through Liora's mind. She recalled the previous process and tried to analyze what went wrong. She soon had an answer. A few seconds later, she tried to solve the puzzle once again. This time, the number of puzzle pieces reached 10,000 before Liora took them back. No, these pieces are not truly unified. This looks fine, but it will crumble once the 1,056th piece is added. There is a trap in the 50 millionth puzzle piece. Time quickly went by. Combination after combination was attempted. Before long, even Liora had lost track of how many times she had tried. At first, she was annoyed and wished to tear the canvas and the puzzle pieces apart. But soon after, she found herself slowly getting immersed in this game. Many devils underestimated the importance of comprehension. Most believed that by relying on their bloodline abilities and their ability to devour souls, they didn't need to care about such a thing and could continuously evolve. However, the more powerful devils knew better. Although comprehension didn't matter in the early stages, once one advanced to an archdevil, it was perhaps even more important than their bloodline. Without sufficient comprehension, an archdevil would be forever stuck in that stage, no matter how many souls they devoured. Liora's comprehension was not bad. She was one of the few devils who had created several abilities on her own, evidence of her talent. Even when her memories had been sealed in the demon weapon world, she had managed to create a powerful technique in just a few decades and become an apex warrior. Although she had no one to compare to, Liora had always believed that her natural talent was extraordinary. Now, completing this trial was not only a method for her to obtain the rewards of the inheritance, but also a way to test it. I see. This is not a mere puzzle. In fact, the canvas and the puzzle pieces are part of a greater technique. This game is merely a method to convey this technique. To truly understand the technique and complete the puzzle, one has to gradually understand the pieces' mysteries and slowly piece them together. This is similar to trying to decipher a secret language. Standing in front of the empty canvas, Liora's eyes were wide open, and her crimson pupils shone brightly. She had finally comprehended a way to complete the puzzle. After hundreds of thousands, or perhaps even millions, of attempts, she had found a solution. The moment she analyzed the perfect solution and comprehended the puzzle's mysteries, something seemed to have awakened inside of her. Within her originally dark soul space, a speck of light appeared and hovered above her soul. That light did not increase her soul's strength, nor did it grant her any abilities. Yet, as her figure was illuminated by this light, Liora felt her mind become increasingly clear. For a moment, she had the illusion that she had been favored by the world, becoming its incarnation. It took her a few seconds to wake up from that illusion and recover. As expected of an inheritance of an ancient civilization, she couldn't help but smack her lips. Even if one doesn't obtain any rewards, just participating in the trials is already worth the danger. If one is talented or lucky, the trials themselves can rapidly improve their strength. Liora looked at the puzzle pieces and casually waved her hands. Instantly, the billions of puzzle pieces around her began to float before shooting out. They passed by each other and merged in the air before finally landing on the canvas. With a click, they were all perfectly combined. Billions of tiny patterns were integrated. As the puzzle was completed, the figure of a massive star appeared on the canvas. Just as Liora was about to admire it, a message poured into her mind. At the same time, a cold voice echoed in the otherwise silent starry sky. Challenger 1902-4 has completed the first trial. Time consumed, 3 days. Rating, SSS+. The moment these emotionless words fell, the starry sky shook violently. The star on the canvas suddenly exploded, and 5 golden lights flew out and landed before Liora. Choose your rewards. Liora stared at the 5 golden lights in front of her, while the emotionless voice that was requesting her to choose 2 of them still echoed in her ears. Her gaze focused, and she tried to make out the rewards hidden within the golden lights. Unfortunately, the light around them concealed them completely. Liora discovered that she could not see them clearly. She could not even see their outline, much less make out their real appearance. She could only rely on luck to choose what reward she would receive. Or at least, this was how Asira had previously described this process. Yet, as Liora came to be in this exact situation, she discovered something different. Every time her eyes landed on one of the golden lights, a different sensation would assault her mind, while her body would show a different reaction. A fiery, burning sensation surged through her mind at first, which turned into a heaven-defying sword aura as soon as she moved her head. A cooling sensation followed, then a chaotic atmosphere, and finally a serene power that possessed the ability to calm minds. Each golden light gave her a unique feeling. She didn't need an introduction. Obviously, Each of these feelings represented the power that the treasures within the golden lights carried. Although she could still not see their appearance, these sensations were enough to give her a small hint regarding what these treasures might be. Liora instantly ruled out 2 of the 5 golden lights. The fiery power was obviously related to fire elements, while the sword aura was either a treasure or a sword technique. Although she had used such powers in the past, and even used them in the present, such treasures were not what she was hoping to obtain. Liora continued staring at the golden lights. Her consciousness moved, trying to decipher the power and sense which one contained what she needed the most. Soon, she had an answer. The soul-related treasure was obviously the most important for her future plans. As such, she immediately selected it. Besides it, Liora also selected the treasure exuding the chaotic atmosphere. Although the other one was interesting, seemingly able to calm her tense nerves, Liora didn't require such powers at the moment. What she wanted at present was to deal with the world devourer ancestor and pave the way for her advancement after she became an archdevil. Everything else could wait for later. As soon as Liora made her decision, her mind communicated with the starry sky around her. Instantly, the golden light surrounding the rewards blurred until it vanished completely. Liora was finally able to see what was hiding inside. The first item was a lotus-shaped fire. Although a white layer surrounded it and sealed its power, Liora could feel an intense threat coming from it. Beside it floated a small crimson sword, followed by a round, gem-like pill. Finally, there was a small black seed, as well as a cluster of silver mist. 5 treasures, each one precious enough to make even archdevils greedy. Unfortunately, Liora didn't have the time to admire them for long. Shortly after, 3 of the 5 items vanished, leaving behind only the seed and the cluster of silver mist. They immediately shot out and stopped in front of her, as if urging her to collect them. Before Liora could take a look at their uses and functions, the starry sky began to crumble. A teleporting force arrived from the space around her. Without giving Liora a chance to rest, it teleported her to the second trial. In the final moments, Liora only had the time to pick the 2 treasures and place them in the space orb. While Liora was about to enter the second stage, a beautiful woman sat alone in a dark space. Several moving images flashed in front of her eyes, as if she were watching several movies at the same time. However, if Liora were here, she would recognize the protagonists of these scenes: Alpha, Asira, and even the subordinates of the commander. Most importantly, the protagonist of the central scene was none other than her. The images showed her completing the first trial, obtaining the rewards, and then departing for the second trial. As the woman witnessed it, her eyes were filled with astonishment. Fury and apprehension flashed across her face as her aura fluctuated, evidence of her confusion. How is it possible? It took me 10 months to complete the puzzle, and I managed to obtain an S-rank rating. How could someone complete the first trial so quickly? The Zerg Queen had no reason to pretend. She was truly astonished. Having personally experienced the trial, she knew how difficult it was to complete the puzzle. A trace of fear arose within her heart. She feared Liora's current strength and, most importantly, Liora's future potential. However, this didn't lessen her killing intent in the slightest. If anything, Liora's future threat only made her resolve to kill her more intense. With chilling killing intent in her eyes, the Zerg Queen turned around and walked towards a glowing sphere at the other end of this dark void. Reaching out with her hand, her palm touched its cold surface, and the 2 communicated. Immediately, a cold voice echoed in her mind. Difficulty adjusted. Highest difficulty test has been initiated. Please proceed with caution. Hearing this emotionless voice, the Zerg Queen couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. She had personally experienced the difficulty of the 2 final trials and understood how difficult it was to pass them. Even she had almost perished several times during the process. Now, with the difficulty raised to the highest level, Liora was bound to suffer greatly. Let alone passing the trials, even getting out of this place alive was nearly impossible. A chilling smile appeared on the Zerg Queen's face. She turned and stared at the screen, ready to witness the opponent die. Liora had no way of knowing that the Zerg Queen had secretly adjusted the difficulty of the following trials. Of course, even if she didn't know, she could roughly guess that this woman was plotting something. Since she dared to teleport them to this place, it was apparent that she had a way to get rid of them. Her obtaining partial control over the Inheritance Palace was unexpected, but also perfectly logical.